For the 5th year in a row, the Craft Store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences, as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence, based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Presscut and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Hi, I'm Pat.
And I'm Mark.
And we're Totally Patched. We've been in business for 20 years and we've been with the Craft Store for 5 of those. We love working with the Craft Store because it enables us to reach out to people who we wouldn't normally see. We like to educate, inspire and make them want to enjoy the craft as much as we do. Make sure you don't miss the Totally Patched shows on the Craft Store.
Tickets are on sale now for Crafting Live at Sandown Racecourse. Featuring exclusive offers and competitions. Over 800 make and takes. Stock up from over 50 exhibitors. And meet and greet our craft presenters. Plus, craft members save 25% off their tickets. Book your tickets now at creatingcraft.com and search for Crafting Live.
A very good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Craft Store. My name's Dan Bancroft. You can just see Natasha over there. Here she is. Good morning.
Morning. How are
Edging
you?
your way in. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
We saw each other in passing just the other day. Otherwise, it's been a couple of years since we've properly seen each other.
I think about 5.
Maybe the NEC, I think.
Oh, yeah. Since we did a show together about 5 years. And I think it was a sales show, a double-hander sales show that we did.
What a memory.
I was thinking about it otherwise. I was like, when was the last time? But yeah, I think it was something like a Kanban double-hander or something.
Oh, those were the days, and we continue on. Funny how all things come round, don't they? Creative Grids, which is what you are all about. We've got some beautiful fabrics on the show. I know later on we're talking over blocks of the month and things, but Creative Grids is what this show is focusing on.
We've got the lot today. We certainly have. So Creative Grids is where your quilting journey begins. Before you can cut anything, you need a rotary cutter and you need a ruler. I was really lucky because I found Creative Grids very early on, which saved me having to replace any other rulers, which I would have done with Creative Grids, because they are just, to my mind, they are the best. So it's going to make cutting safe, it's going to make it accurate, so it's basically saving you time and money, because you're not going to be miscutting your fabric, and it's going to be safe and no more accidents with those rotary cutters.
Speaking of which, fabric-wise, we've got some beautiful Liberty fabrics on the show, some Moda fabrics, some quilt kits for you. So get ahead of us on the website at thecraftstore.com to get hold of all of those. If you're tuning in with the Stripology set, get ahead of us on the website as well. But the latest in the range, which you've only seen once or twice, is on the show right now for you. The non-slip Alaska ruler for you, $26.99 plus your P&P, 303-016, and you can just see the cushions behind. It feels like an unusual shape compared to what I've seen with our traditional rulers, but still very easy to use. That's kind of the whole point.
Yeah, and that's the whole point with all of Creative Grids. So you've got your basic rulers, which are your squares and your rectangles, and they're what we're used to seeing. But what Creative Grids absolutely excel at are finding rulers that are multifunctional. If I just show you this here, these are just some of the blocks that you can be making with your Creative Grid, with this particular one. All of that from one ruler.
Love that. So
that could be a sampler quilt in one if you did those blocks all over it.
Even like the bucket shape and the tree and the...
All from this ruler. This one
Ooh.
ruler. And the beauty of any of your Creative Grids rulers is that don't throw this away. Like, this is not just packaging, this is your sort of Creative Grids Bible. That will take you to all of their online videos. And in this case, the designer is Adita Sitar, lovely, lovely lady, and she will show you how to use your ruler to do all of these. In the instructions, it shows you how to use it to cut all the different pieces, and we'll go into this in detail later. But these are the bits you never throw away. I get a little quilting clip and clip them to my rulers because, you know, I might have one or two.
Yeah, you reckon? Yeah.
You know, slash all of them.
Maybe I know a lot of you are collective. If you haven't got the Alaska yet, this is your item 303016. You can see the two pillows, cushions, whatever you want them to be, blocks.
Well, yeah, and look at the
made
different
from this.
sizes, because not only are we creating different designs, but also in all the sizes. So that's the same design, but just in different sizes.
Beautiful. 303016. On the same ilk as that, the scalloped template, which I kind of think is the funkiest shape I've ever seen.
I mean, yeah, you
one.
would possibly look at that and go, Pac-Man, Casper,
Yeah.
the friendly ghost. Like, what's going on there? But this is twofold. So this is a template tool, as well as being a grid that you can cut around.
So you were saying about there are the designs and a helping hand here. I know this is not going to be a popular move with our lovely friends in the cameras, but I'm going to wander over their team.
However,
to the quilts. Where are you going? I know, Tal, I know. But it's a brand new sample we've never seen on the screens before. It's going to give you an idea, actually, of the fabric that's also available for you. Here it comes. Divine, but is it the edge here we're talking about? Look at this.
Yeah, it's that scalloped edge. That's the big deal with this, because if you had to try and work that out any other way, it would be really, really hard. But it just makes it suddenly a very, very simple quilt, because all that is a beautiful piece of feature fabric in the middle, and then strips of fabric sewn around it. Like, that's the easiest quilt you will ever make in your entire life, but it looks like a really expensive piece of art. You know those big fancy frames?
Beautiful, yeah.
That's what it's giving you. But you don't have to just do it on your quilts. I mean, you could just do this with some fleece, and you could cut a wavy border on a piece of fleece, bind it, and it's going to look gorgeous. Or, you know, get your overlocker out, put a fancy overlock stitch on the edge, and then, you know, applique some initials on, and you've got a baby quilt. Like, this has got so many different uses, and it's just absolutely stunning. But I mean, for me, that scalloped edge really, really is what makes that quilt.
When I met Natasha this morning, she was like, you cannot wait to show you that we were so excited about these samples and these quilts. The template that made this is on the screen for you. The fabric that also went into this is on the show, so you can absolutely get ahead of it on thecraftstore.com to find all of those. Okay, phew. 503582 to get the scallop template. Okay, stripology. Oh, what I haven't heard about your strip cut. Unbelievable. I know there's groups and it's the best sellers. What is the fuss here? I guess the very first thing you said about having the best tools and the easiest tools for the job.
Yes, absolutely. So your stripology rulers, and we've got two sizes on the shows. This is the mini. So this is, and I've got, and we've also got the stripology squared.
Yep.
We've sold out of the XL. I mean, they sell out so fast. I've only got a couple left at Natasha Makes. You know, they just sell out really fast.
Yep.
But the ethos of these is simple cutting that you can do really, really safely. Every single one, you'll notice on every single grid, there's like an opaque patches all over them.
Yeah.
Can you see?
Yep.
So that is your inbuilt non-slip grip.
Right.
Okay, and that is what sets Creative Grids apart from everyone else, because it feels almost like sandpaper
Yes, it
on
does.
there,
Yeah,
but
on one
like
side,
really,
yeah.
really fine grain that's never going to hurt your fabric, no matter how fine your fabric is. And when that is placed on your fabric, it ain't going anywhere. It's not shifting anywhere. So that is what makes these grids so safe, is that it's not going to shift off your fabric. So once you've got that securely placed on your fabric, you put your blade in the slot. It's like a little teardrop at the bottom, and then you can only cut in that channel in a straight line. You can't go anywhere else at all. And that's what these are absolutely brilliant. So the smaller ones here are great for cutting, trimming back your blocks, and also if you've got funny increments.
Yes.
I'm a metric girl, inches still fry my brain. And so that's what this is great for, is being able to cut accurately those weird numbers that inches give us.
Well, the mini one, if you like, is on the screen right now, £37.95. The item number is 43451. That's a fun item number, 434515. Hey, if you want to go for the bigger one, and I know a lot of you collect them, maybe you haven't got every single one, maybe it's going to be a gift to somebody else starting off the year, getting into quilting, etc. Up to 12 inches, then here we go. It's £44.94.
Love that. Everyone should have one of the big stripologies.
Yeah?
Yeah, whether you go for the stripology squared or you go for the XL, one of those should be in your house because that's where you are going to be cutting your 2.5-inch strips, your 1.5-inch strips, and you can do it so easily. With the stripology squared, you're going to be squaring up your blocks up to your 12-inch blocks, and it's just a fabulous piece of kit. I do have them all. There was that moment where you go, do I need it? Yeah.
And listen, maybe this is the first basket that you're opening up today, this Thursday. You've got Flexi Buy here, so 2 interest-free payments of £22.47, and anything else going in that same transaction. For example, the mini, for example, the Liberty fabrics, the frames, the quilt frames that are also on the show, all divided by 2. And whilst you are shopping with us, your number here, by the way, is 848199. Not quite as fun to say as the previous item number, but as important.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, you can't have it all quite right.
Oh, no.
848199. Use the code WELCOME in that transaction, and then you'll, when you spend over £20, which you are here, and you'll get a £5 voucher to spend on thecraftstore.com or createandcraft.com. Okay. The 10-inch log cabin tool is awesome. We've got there's a lovely selection of different size log cabins here.
Yeah, but some of them do different things. So this is not your ordinary log cabin.
Not your ordinary log cabin?
Just
this one?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Because with this, you can do really skinny ones, or you can do fat ones, or you can mix them. So you can see I've got a fat layer, then a thin layer. Fat, thin, fat, thin. And that's what this particular grid is allowing you to cut really, really accurately. I would not have attempted that without the creative grid. I would, but it would have been a bit wonky. And the only space for wonky in your life is the fruit and veg, you know, this other wonky.
Yeah.
That's where we want wonky. We don't want it on our quilts.
So you may not, you might attempt it once, but never again and again. Then someone commissions you to do a piece, or someone really admires it, and you're like, I could help, you know, having the grid. You could repeat make this.
Yeah, because, you know, it would have been really hard to have got all 4 of those blocks exactly the same. And it would have taken quite a bit of effort and time. Whereas with the trim tool, bish bash bosh, it's done. And I can replicate it as many times as it needs to be.
£21.99, so 151853 to get hold of yours. So that's the 10-inch version. Then I guess a 6-inch, but this is called a curvy log cabin.
Oh, well, yeah, so the curvy log cabin is different again. So your curvy one allows you to do, you can see there, you've got one that sort of curves around, and then you've got a circular one. And that's what the curved log cabin is allowing you to do. And again, with incredible accuracy. The markings on here are just so easy to follow. And again, you're going to keep those instructions, you're going to follow them. We will use a log cabin trim tool either in this hour or at 5 o'clock, because the once you've used one, you can use any of them. And so the 6-inch is going to give you up to a 6-inch square. So if you're doing 12-inch blocks or anything like that, that's a great one, because you'd have 4 of those in your 12-inch. So this is why we've got all of the different sizes. So your 10-inch, 2 of those is going to give you 20 inches. So it's what sort of size are you primarily working with?
I'm with you.
Within your quilt? Do you work in increments of 6 inches, 4 inches, 8 inches? Well, how's it going to look for you? So 6 inches is a great size, and then, you know, you can intersperse it with 12-inch blocks and things like that.
Again, I've learnt this from Natasha. Keep the packaging. There's loads of instructions within there. There's also a QR code on there. There's also a QR code on here. So on your smartphone, that'll take you straight to videos, tutorials. Always.
There we go. They never go.
Never. 372-258, the ultimate for the 6. And again, so you're getting the idea, the 4 inches away. So there is a place in our craft room for all the different sizes.
Yes.
I mean, you don't need to think that. But if you're brand new, maybe you're thinking, and it could be the first ever one you order, you know, you might be thinking starting smaller going on. I know often the larger sizes are sometimes easier to work with. Whatever projects you might want to do. But the 4 inches on the screen now, 886-747. There it is, really. And actually, if nothing else, it's really cute, isn't it?
It is, and the thing is that then if you're used to working with blocks that are 8 inches, then, you know, incrementally that's going to work really well. Then also you can work that up to a 12-inch block as well. So it's just learning how you can build, how you can get these up. Or, you know, if you want to do a cushion that's going to be 16 inches, then this is another great one to use.
I love the little opaque bits you're talking about, like you see the little circles in them every other square or so, and also all around the edge. That's all the non-slip. Everywhere it could go, it's gone.
Yeah, absolutely. So your fabric is not moving. The worst thing that you can have mid-cut is your fabric shift. And if you're working with beautiful fabrics and you're not sure if you can get any more of it, the last thing you want, if you've bought just the right amount of fabric, and then you miscut because your ruler slips, not only is it dangerous, but that can be the whole project gone, because, you know, or you have to change the project or whatever. Basically, it's a pain. So don't do it. Grab a creative You'll be fine. You'll be absolutely fine.
And these sort of tools, as we move on to the 6-inch log cabin trim tool, you've got these are not like a one-use. You can have this forever, and hand it down. It doesn't wear out, you know. It doesn't. No,
it doesn't. And
doesn't need batteries or anything. Yeah.
No, and the log cabin is such a classic as well.
Yeah.
And you know, share it with your friends if you've got a little quilting group or anything like that. This is a really nice thing to sit down and use. You know, together. Maybe you've all got different sizes, and you know you can create all sorts of different things. But your log cabin trim tool is such a classic. It was the first sort of block I ever did, was a log cabin.
Ah.
And it's just, so the log cabin is I was saying to you earlier, the red should be, you should generally historically have red as the centre block.
Yep.
Because that's the heart of the home, and then you work your way around it.
Just making sure I've got the right thing. There's another cushion under here.
Yeah, so these just show them different sizes. We've got log cabins in different sizes, but you can see there you've got your centre block, and then you've got one side one colour, one side the other, and it just gives you that lovely effect.
And then turning it into a finished article.
Just in different sizes.
And that's a very, very different design to this one. No different sizes, but you get the gist of things. Once you've done one, you want the option, you want the versatility to do whatever you rather do.
Yeah.
So there you go. You saw the curvy 6-inch. That is the straight 6-inch 906169. So on the website, thecraftstore.com, beautiful Moda fabrics, Liberty fabrics, a huge array of quilt frameworks for you too. Put them all in the same basket. You've got FlexiPay on various items. Creative Grids bring you all sorts to do with the mats, etc. A number of the larger strip cutters like the 10-incher, etc. Lots of other ones on the show. We'll get to them eventually, I'm sure. But you can order ahead of us right now, this morning, this Thursday, thecraftstore.com. Natasha, where shall we start with our demonstrations?
Ooh, okay. So, did you want to start with the Alaska or the...
Can we start with the Alaska? Is that right?
Alaska, yeah, of course. So this is the ruler. This is what we're looking at here. And it does a lot of different things. Okay, so again, it's one of those things you look and go, oh, looks a bit like a kite. Ah, yeah, why not?
Yeah.
And again, this is your starting point. Your instructions, please, please, please do not throw them away. So your Alaska ruler, you can cut wedges or half diamonds. So that's your starting point. You can also cut 45-degree diamonds. So it might be that you just want to do a quilt of 45-degree diamonds. Well, you've got that capability. You can also cut your half square triangles with this. And then you've got, it shows you how to make your basic kaleidoscope block. And that's what we're looking at here. And then you've got your Alaska block. So last time we had this on the show, which was maybe 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
We did this. We did this one here, which is the hardest of all of the blocks, and it really was easy. And that is what makes this. Okay. And we've got the kits of this fabric in on the show.
Might be a really obvious question, might be a silly question. With all of these, maybe particularly with your stripology elements, does it matter what size rotary cutter? If we're brand new, it might be handed down a 45, or does it matter what size rotary cutter blade?
I would start with a 45.
Okay.
Okay, and everything on the show that we've got today, you can easily use a 45 mil rotary cutter with. So the only time that I would go up to a 60 mil, go bigger, is if you're cutting just a lot of strips. You might want to then, but there's certainly no need for that. The only time I would go down to an 18 mil would be if I was using some of the real tight curved ones. But there is a curve on the scallop, but I did test it. I've tested this numerous times with my 45, and it cuts a dream. So you don't need to downsize your rotary cutter for these curves at all.
Okay.
They're not that tight. You're absolutely fine.
Okay, fab. And again, that one that's curvy in the hands there, but we're using the Alaska ruler right now. Both item numbers are, of course, on the show page. Okie dokie.
All right. So let's have a look then at what we've got here. You can pick any kind of fabrics for this. Just what I would say is start with and try and work with the best quality cotton fabrics that you can. It's really easy to sort of go, oh, well, I've got the cheap fabric. If I'm not working in best, so I'll just go with the cheap. The trouble with the cheap fabric is that the weave isn't tight. And if the weave isn't tight, then you've got the possibility of that fabric shifting around. So it's not always a money saver to work with your cheaper fabrics. So try and get the best that you possibly can. Liberty is up there as well.
Well, a lot of people are ahead of us already. We've got 2 Liberty options, a beautiful grey and a red. They may well have posher words than that, names, but we will quickly give you a tease of them just now. I know people have much beautiful ways of naming things than I personally do, but here are your 2 options. And if you're doing log cabin, after all, you mentioned about how really traditional, have the heart of the red, love that. Yeah. Neutrals, that was it, or red, they are both options of the same item number, plus the piping.
That's your Moda, that's not Liberty, that one's Moda, and again, another great brand.
Oh, here's Liberty.
Your Liberty's over there. So your Moda is in your red or your neutrals, and then you've got Liberty, which you've got quite a variety of colours. But again, I did put in greens and reds there so that you can do your traditional log cabin, should you wish, with the red at the heart of the home.
There you go. I know we'll come to them later on to explain all of the fat quarters, etc. But just give you a little hint from on the details on the screen just then. Okay.
So with any of the stripology rulers, I would use my stripology ruler to firstly cut the strips of my fabric, and that would be my starting point. So I've pressed my fabric. It's always good to add in a starch spray or something like that if you've got flatter, best press, anything like that. It just helps put a bit of texture back into your fabric, and that's how you can get away with, if you're working with a fabric with a looser weave, you just whack a lot of starch in there just to hold it,
okay,
so that it doesn't shift as much. So there are ways around, and you'll notice that my fabric I've lined up one of these lines on the ruler against the edge there, so they're all lined up. Now here is my ratty edges.
Ratty edge.
Ratty edges, and I'm going to get rid of those. So my blade goes in at 0 and press down, move away, and that's that cut. Now that's just cut through 4 layers of fabric. It couldn't cut anything else. It couldn't go anywhere else. I can't deviate from that channel. It's in there, it's done. So the first thing that we want to do on here is decide what size we want to make this. So I'm going to need 8 wedges and 4 triangles. So if I want to have a look over here, if I want a 9-inch finished block or a 10.5-inch finished block or a 12-inch finished block or a 16-inch finished block, it's giving me the sizes that I need to cut here for that. So let's have a look. So for C, which is the main bit here, should we go for a 12-inch finished
Absolutely.
block? So we're going to have to cut a 6.5-inch strip. That's what it's telling me there. So we will do 6.5 and cut that. Thank you very much, stripology.
Details on the screen, by the way, for the exact one we're using right now.
And so look, that's cut through 4 layers, no problem at all. What else do I need? I also need D. So D down here would be, I'd need to cut a 4.5-inch strip in order to do that. So I'll get my stripology again. I will line up my edges.
You know what, there are so many people watching, and I hear it in groups all the time, but you're like, right, I get it, I love this idea, it's something I've always wanted to do, and now away we go. If we're brand new, this sort of quilting by letters really demystifies how I'm putting that quilt together.
It's the perfect, it's perfect, and it gives you the confidence. And I've said this on the shows many times before. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Creative Grids. I was terrified of cutting. I used to do, well, yeah, over at Create and Craft, I used to do the quilting workshop with Jenny Raymond. And the rulers, I mean, she's an absolute whiz, but the rulers used to scare me because they were just plastic. And to give you an idea of it, where's my ruler gone? Here we go. This is the difference. So this would be your normal one. And you can see how that slips so easily. But if I flip it, as soon as I've got that non-slip...
And you can feel it, like you said. You can feel it, yeah, really textured.
It's just not going anywhere, and that's the difference. This is slipping around all over the place, same pressure. But that is what makes these stand out from the crowd, for me. Just fantastic. So we are going to here cut our 8-inch wedges. So let's go back and see, where does it say about cutting wedges? Over here. So cutting your 45-degree wedge. Now I can cut multiples of these in one go. That's no problem. I can open these out if I want. It really doesn't matter. And there we go. So your starting point here is going to be, you can see here it looks like the edge of my ruler's chipped off.
It does.
But it has not. It is meant to be like that. That gets rid of your dog ears. All right? And we don't want dog ears. And you can see that this is lined up down here. This is lined up there. So we are all good to go. And just, I'm going to just take off, actually, I don't need to. I can do that from there. I thought it was the selvage edge. No, there we go. So I will make that cut, and then I'm going to flip my fabric across to here, okay, because I'm always going to want to cut away from myself. For me, safety is the key. Okay, so I'm always going to cut away. My fingers are pressing down, and that's absolutely fine. I'm lining up again here, and lining up again up there, and I'm just going to cut. And this is giving me all the shapes that I need. And I'm just spinning my ruler around. I'm not having to spin my fabric. It's just on that first cut that I would spin my fabric. Just, whoops, need new blades. So it's just so that I can cut that away. And let me just realign. Don't be afraid to realign your fabrics if you need to a little bit. There we go.
So the most popular ruler on the show at the Mo is the Alaska ruler. You've only seen it once or twice before, so it's the latest one in the range. All on extended delivery, by the way, only about 7 days away, so no problem at all, but you still order right now, 303-016. Think about that large stripology ruler, by the way. That is the one on FlexiPay. It's on the bottom of the screen, 848199. Pop that in your basket. Everything else in that same transaction can be divided by 2, interest-free on FlexiPay.
They are a game changer. The stripology rulers are an absolute game changer because you're going to be cutting accurately and safely, and that's the big thing. And I know that the same money doesn't buy you time, but if it buys you, if you can speed things up and do things safely, then it's kind of the same thing, really.
I'm with you.
You know. So we've done our wedges. This is all good. And then we want to look down here. D is 4 triangles. So we go back to our instructions. How are we going to cut those triangles? We're going to cut our half square triangles. So we are going to cut these into squares. And the thing is, because I've just cut through goodness knows how many layers there, and I'm not worried about doing that because of the ruler that I'm working with. You know, I know I'm going to be good. So that is my 4.5-inch mark there. So do you remember that we cut this as a 4.5-inch strip? So I'm going to line up along there. That's my 4.5-inch mark there. Lining that up on there. Everything lines up, an absolute treat. And then I can cut that. I can cut that. I mean, how fast was that to do all the cutting for that block? And then all you need to do is just go diagonally across.
Is this a Liberty fabric you're using now?
Yes, it is.
Thought I spied that, the fat quarters.
So
we'll show you them later on, but these little daisies.
Yeah, these are the Carnaby Street. It's really cute fabric. I just love it. And for me, this is kind of springtime fabric.
Yes.
So it's a really beautiful one to bring on the show for you. So now what we're going to look at is sewing these. And again, lay it out on your cutting mat. Just alternating, and you'll get a good couple of cushions out of your fat quarters. That's no problem at all. What I could do, I've chosen just to use 2 fabrics here, but of course I could have used the other ones to contrast and put on the corners here if I wanted. So I've got those there, and then I can go with that there, that there, that there. There we go. But I've got enough. I've cut enough out there to do 2 cushion fronts.
Yeah.
Just in minutes. I mean, it took minutes, didn't it, in order to do that? And that is very, very simple and effective. So then we're going to look at, well, how do we then pop these together? So, and we can go back to our instructions, lay out all your pieces, 8 wedges and 4 triangles. So 4 triangles to the 4 wedges, press, trim triangles using your ruler. So that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to find the center point of your triangle there. Give it a little technical, just a little finger press.
Yeah. Little something.
And then right sides together.
In just a second, everybody watching at home, I'll show you the other fat quarters that come with these fabrics. Right now, the Liberties for you. Got some moders as well as the quilt frames for you. But the ruler, the secret behind everything, those instructions that come with the ruler, you haven't got to print them off or download them, they are already there with it. 303016 is for the ruler. When you see, Natasha, you see the sort of neutral cushion and that red and cream cushion next to her. They are both also used with this ruler as well. 26.99, 303016. Natasha, while she's just doing a little finger press, shall I show you the fabrics?
Yes, do it. I'm just pinning. This is the boring bit, just pinning. I don't.
Oh, none of it's boring, but I know what you mean.
It's not the cutting, but then I'm cutting.
So those fabrics that are being used right now are these. There are 2 options here. This is a pink and green, really very fresh. Almost got like a blender pink there. But there's still a pattern on there. All Liberty. Look at the little shapes on here. I thought they were sheep to start with. They're not. They're little flowers or little butterflies. But that's like a bow. But really super cute. There are the daisies, and this is one that Natasha chose to pop with it. A lovely spring meadow, lovely pastel tones. All of these are just $16.99. That is all. 208493 or green and red, and you get the idea. The same sort of, less obviously sheep, but you know, your florals and your bow butterflies. You know what I mean?
What I've tried to do, Dan, with these is give you contrasting colours. So the colours hang together because you've got the same colours going through, and it's all from the same collection.
Yep.
But what I've tried to do is give you contrast, so all blend. So it's up to you whether or not you want to really emphasise the pattern of your cushion because you've used these fabulous rulers and you really want to show off, you know, what you've managed to achieve with them, or whether or not you want to have a more blended look. So that it's more subtle, and that's the ability that you've got here. And you've seen with the log cabin samples that I've got, some of them are really stark in contrast, and some of them are really subtle in the contrast that we've got. And that's just down to your fabric choices. And here, you know, you can really choose to go all out and really go for contrast. With the pinks and the greens, you can either have a good contrast or you can blend it.
And a lot of it, if you're going to order them both, you can see how the yellows are the same yellows.
Yeah, they're all from the same collection.
Yeah. So you've broken it down to make it as affordable as possible, whether you want the pink and the green, or the green and the pink, sorry, that's right, yellow and red. There you go, at 208493. And as with all the fabrics, once they are sold out, that is it. So if you're thinking about multi-ordering, you can do. You spied it earlier on, the Moda. You've got the neutrals, or you've got the... yes, the 2, I'm getting them. Yoink. The kind of colours that we are talking about are these 2 here. I hope this makes sense. So you've got the reds there, and then you've also got the neutrals just here, and also your slim flange piping in them both. So both are 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 for you, $18.99 at the craft store price, 565 546. Natasha, do you have a favourite out of the neutrals and reds, or both? Is that tough? I know it's a tough question.
They're from the same collection. They're from the Moda Cranberries and Cream collection, and I love them both. So again, you could buy both collections and you can merge them through. They are just absolutely gorgeous. I think I'm going to be honest, they are going on my leather sofa when we get home. So
beautiful.
They're gonna be together.
Always.
Yeah, it's like that. Do you remember that advert? We want to be together. Yeah.
What was that advertising?
Oh, I think it was a bank or something.
Was it? Oh, that's not fun.
And they were sat on a sofa. We want to be together. And they will be. Those cushions will be, like the advert, sat on my sat on my sofa being together.
Aren't they beautiful? You can do the exact same thing, be inspired what you see. 565546. There we go. Now then, let's talk quilt blocks. And by quilt blocks, I mean fabrics.
All of the above.
These fabrics, which is the next one appearing on the screen, that is what's behind us on the wall. Sorry, team, so I go this way round. I'm new here, I don't know where I'm even meant to sit, let alone look. If we want to make this, it's on the screen for you right now. The peony brocade for you, the frame quilt top fabric bundle. Flexi buy, £20. That is all beautiful. These are really striking fabrics, Natasha, aren't they? They remind me quite almost like Moroccan, maybe.
Do you know, the thing is, I love colour, and I love getting that colour. It just makes me really happy. So your middle section there, the middle panel, is from the K Facet Collective. That's a Philip Jacobs design, and that is your peony brocade, which is just stunning. It's got those greens, those purples, and those oranges. And I didn't know how I would ever get fabrics that would, you know, tonally work in with that. So it sort of sat in my warehouse for a little while. But then the Jane Sassaman fabric came in.
Right.
And I went, oh, look. Oh, well, that's just perfect. Did a little happy dance, put it all together, and then Jane Alcock, who does my quilting shows on a Wednesday that Natasha makes, she sewed that together, and we just went, yeah, it needs that scalloped edge to bring it all together and to echo the wavy bit in that outer fabric. Yeah. It just all comes together, and I absolutely adore it. But here's the thing, right? This is the most simple quilt you can ever make.
Oh yeah,
I'll give you that.
Oh yes, please.
There.
Okay.
This is another colourway. So this one that I'm giving you now is the Shaggy. So again, the centre panel is a fabric called Shaggy by the K Facet Collective. It's a Philip Jacobs design. And this is exactly the same concept. You can see the templates on there. We'll look at those later. But just with a different size starting block. And then just sashed with the fabrics that you've got in the kit. So start off with a square or a rectangle, size of your choice, and then just sew strips around it. That's it. Like that's it. It's the most simple thing you can ever do. But by bringing in that scallop ruler, that's where it really looks phenomenal at the end. So this is on the screen for you. You've got two options, the Shaggy, which is this one, and the Dorothy. The Shaggy, is the Shaggy one limited stock, or are they both limited stock, team? The Dorothy, sorry, is limited stock, which isn't this one, but I'll show you. We haven't even shown the Dorothy yet.
Ah,
the Dorothy is another one.
Yeah, you're ahead of us. You're ahead of us already. Another one on Flexi Buy, so $21.50, halves the price for you this month. I'll put my stuff in the way. I'm sorry, and I've got to fold this up. This is a disaster. Here we go. Move that out the way. Sorry, I was just reading along as Natasha was going through the grid. I was like, I'm going to keep up with this. So, Shaggy, Dorothy, £21.50. That is dividing the cost by 2 this month plus your P&P. 092367, your item number. So, you've seen your Liberties, your Modas. You saw the one behind us on the wall there for you, and then these two together from K Facet over there. I know we go quick, and I go particularly quick, especially when I get excited. So thecraftstore.com is where you can find all of your item numbers in your own time, see pictures there, etc. But going back to the rulers and the stripology cutters, all of them come with that instructional booklet with you, which does look like packaging. It kind of is packaging, but within there, for example, with the Alaska that I'm going to show you right now, all of those, this is exactly what Natasha was referring to. Even though she knows the ruler, doesn't matter. You don't expect you to remember anything. Probably hold it the right way around so you can read it. You can see how you can do all your different sizes going through. 26 at 99, 303 at 016. And on a lot of them also there are QR codes as well to give you actual videos if that's what you'd rather. We'll go back, Natasha. So have you done your finger pressing, etc.?
I've finger pressed, etc. I have done that very thing indeed. So I found that centre point through my finger pressing, and then I've just sewed them together, pressed up, and now we're going to look at chopping this off. This is just excess bulk. We don't need it. It's like after Christmas. We don't need that excess bulk. It's all good. And so all we're going to do here is use the line on this reel. Again, the lines, it's so well thought out, so well put together, and we can just line up on that seam. We can cut that way, we can cut that way. We've trimmed it to exactly how we need it to be, and then you can spin it around and you can line up again. So I'm lining up along here. I've got that line on my seam. I'm going to cut off any excess, and that's just taking the bulk out. which just means it's gonna be an absolute treat. And I'm gonna do that with all 4. I just chain stitch these together.
Okay.
So rather than stopping and starting every time, I just kept on sewing when I was sewing these together whilst Dan was talking you through the fabrics. And that is, again, if you were doing a couple of these, then you just chain stitch, and it just makes it super, super quick. And so it's amazing how much people always say to me, because we do, over at Natasha Makes, we do 3 shows a week, and then sometimes I'll come here and I'll do like another 8. So sometimes I could be prepping for a lot of shows.
Yeah, good point.
It's a huge number of shows. And people are like, how do you do it? Like, do you have metric minutes or something? And it's not that. It's just that, I mean, that would be really nice. That would be really helpful.
Still working on that, yeah.
Yeah. But for me, it's just that I've got the right tools for the job. And the Stripology rulers and the Creative Grids rulers just mean that I can do things safely and accurately. And it's just saving me that time. Which is just fabulous because it means I get to make.
Well, yeah, and your very first cut is your exact same as the very, very last cut. It's all going to be absolutely perfect. So you're not wasting time, as Natasha was referring to. You're not wasting fabric. You spend money on your fabrics. You pick your favourite ones. You want to use every single square mil of fabric, don't you? You
really do. You know, it's important because we work hard for our money and the things that we make. So you want it to be accurate, and presumably you bought the fabric because you like it.
Yep.
So you know, let's not waste it in any way, shape, or form. But also, Dan, there is a thing where people are scared to cut, and I totally get that because that was me. Yep. And I just remember doing my very first Stripology show and going, oh, this is genius. Where has that been all my life? And I ordered one off the show. In fact, I didn't even wait for it to come. I borrowed the sample on the show and went home and just cut strips and strips and strips. They're just fantastic. And that's your starting point. Before you use any of these other rulers, you need to have strips or whatever cut. It's just great. So now that we've got those done, and again, I would just keep going back to putting them back into their positions there, and this could look like quite a complicated block if you're starting out, but so far I haven't done anything technical at all, like just nothing, and I'm going to continue to not do anything technical. That's just how that's going to go. I'm going to flip that onto that one, and again, so you know how I said the dog ears, and you sort of looked and you smiled politely. Yes. And went, okay. That's what I do. That's my tell. I know. Smiling politely, I don't know what she's talking about. But the dog ears would be the point that we would have to cut off, because otherwise it's going to add bulk and you're going to end up with a really chunky middle. And again, we don't want a chunky middle. So it also makes it really easy for us just to align all of that there. Again, pop a pin in should you need. And we're working with a 1/4 inch seam. Sometimes it will recommend that you work with a scant 1/4 inch. And if you don't know what that is, it just means working kind of a thread smaller, narrower than a 1/4 inch. Now, generally, I press with a woolen pressing mat, with a wool felt pressing mat, which gives me such a crisp seam that I never sew with a scant 1/4 inch. But if you're using a traditional ironing board, then I would work with a scant 1/4 inch. It's all about accuracy, and that really scared me when I first started quilting. I was like, I'm more of an impressions person than an accurate person. An impressions, I like that. That's the impression of a 6-inch block. Yeah. Generally it looks okay. We'll go with that, right? Sure. Doesn't work like that. So but with Creative Grids, I get the accuracy without the stress. And then I'm going to just stitch down a 1/4 inch on there, and again, and Creative Grids, really local to us as well, just in Leicester. That's why there's the fox on them. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's a sign of Leicester. Janice always gets really excited because she's a Leicester girl. I bet she does. And it's a family-run company as well. Rachel is running it with her mum, and again, they quilt, so they totally get it, and they understand what it is that you need and what it is that you want. And you can't ask for more than that, can you? Someone that actually understands what you need and want is just gold. So this is what I mean by chain stitching. We throw around these terms and assume everyone knows, so I would rather assume no knowledge and let everyone catch up.
Absolutely. An awful lot of baskets, of course, are going for your favourite rulers, but nearly every single one of them is popping in a fabric or two. We'll remind you before the end, there's only 10 minutes odd left on this show, then plenty more on the way. I know Tattered Lace is coming up next, but we'll remind you of those fabrics all at the same time, and then you can get them all on thecraftstore.com if you need reminders.
Right, so I'm going to do something naughty and press on my mat, but just so that I can show you. When I'm pressing, I'm going to put my iron on there, and that just presses the stitches into my fabric. Then I'm just going to use the edge of my iron to just knock that seam back and press. And it is press. It's not it's not that. It's just a press, because you're working on a diagonal. So you're working on what we call the bias. As soon as you cut across your fabric, you're working on the bias, and because of how the fabric is woven together, that can cause a bit of movement, which is why I said if you've got a starch spray, you might want to use that so that it just doesn't distort the fabric at all. And again, another way to avoid distorting your fabric is by not with your iron. Now I know that my felt mat contains the heat and sort of pushes it back up into the fabric.
Is this advice for across my ironing needs? Like when I'm doing a shirt or something, should I not? Yeah, I love a bit of elbow grip.
Everyone, so this is actually, you can see this isn't the thick felt mats. These are thin felt mats. These are actually what tailors use to get that really crisp first seam, first press. And it just, but I'm pressing onto my mat, but it's not actually getting hot on my mat. So I know that there'll be uproar because, you know, you're not meant to press onto your mat, but it's not, the heat isn't transferring through. It's not my first radio.
So when I can distort my shirts on that twice a year iron pile that I do.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
By giving it some welly, don't do that.
So this.
Basically, life skills, Natasha. Life skills I'm asking you about.
Your shirts are all sewn together, so there's not that movement in there. These have got edges that haven't been sewn, so if I pull them, those edges, until they're sewn in, can move.
Okay.
Those fibres, because they are. Let me get one I'm not about to sew. So this is how it is, but we've cut it on a diagonal. So when your fabric's woven, the warp goes up and the weft goes left, and that's how your fabric is woven, like that. Okay, and that's all great. But as soon as you cut diagonally across that, what it gives us is, look at that, some stretch and some. And if you're sewing, you can look how much I've just stretched that.
Yeah.
Okay, so you want that, and it distorts the fabric, and suddenly your seams won't match because you've distorted it. That's why we would use a starch spray just to hold those fibres, those threads in place, so they're not going to go anywhere, they're not going to move, they're not going to distort. Another way is to make sure that you've got your walking foot on, and then it's going to make sure that the top and bottom move through together, not just the bottom pulling the fabric through and the top just trying to keep up.
Yeah.
Because that's another way that your fabrics can distort, and that's why quilters will use a walking foot, is to make sure that all of your fabric gets pulled through at the same rate.
I feel like there's some sort of book in all of this.
Sorry?
I feel like your advice, like Natasha makes life simple.
Natasha makes all the mistakes so you don't have
a publication. I think it's very interesting. I've been incredibly lucky to work with some of the most talented quilters you will ever meet, and it rubs off. Like, you know, you learn stuff. If you listen to people, you learn, right? And this is the other thing that you want when you start to then sew these together. So we've got all of those like that, and because we press the seams all the same way, so I pressed the flowery one away on each of those, which means that now when I put these one on top of the other, those seams will just, can you see, they just knot into each other. Just what that edge of pushing that fabric over has created just a little wedge, and so we call that, you know, locking the seams. They're just going to knit together, and then we can just pop a pin in, and we're all good. So we've sewn these into quarters.
we're now sewing them into
If you're admiring these fabrics and thinking, well, these are lovely, like ditzy florals, aren't they? They absolutely are. They are Liberty fabrics. We have 2 4-fat quarter bundles available for you. The same patterns, different colourways between the 2. The details are going to appear on the screen for you. These are the pink and green for you. You've also got some yellow and red tones and some green tones in the other option. 208493, only $16.99. You've got some Modas on the show. They're $18.99. Again, 2 options for you, which cover the 2 cushions that you can maybe just buy when you see Natasha there, the red one in particular. Lots of other quilt frameworks as well, particularly the one behind me. They are all on the show page. In fact, I'll quickly, Natasha, can I quickly show those fabrics? Is this a good time?
Do you want, sorry?
To show the fabric, is this a good time?
Yeah, go for it, go for it, go for it. I'm just going to press. I'm sewing and pressing, that's it.
This one? Okay. Here we go. So, this one is the shaggy. I'm going to hold this up again. What do these names mean, Natasha? Do you know who is Dorothy, who is Shaggy?
So, I'm not sure about the shaggy. It just makes me go, wasn't me.
Wasn't there?
And that's just a standing joke in our warehouse. But that's a Philip Jacobs design for the Kay Facet Collective. So Philip Jacobs is an amazing designer, and then he gives his designs to Kaif, and Kaif puts the colours together. So Kaif is one of the best, if not the best, colorist in the world right now. So that's where you're getting those incredible vibrant colours with Philip's designs. And you've got, and then the one with the sort of the jumble of letters, that's from the Kay Facet Collective, and that's from Brandon Mabley.
Okay.
Yep. And then you've got the Guinea Flower, which is the floral, the pink floral, and that's a Kaif design. And then you've got Shark's Teeth, which is the very, very outer border there, which is again from Brandon Mabley for the Kay Facet Collective. So that's your shaggy there. Now Dorothy, I do know the history of Dorothy because Philip actually watched the show the other week when we had some of the Dorothy fabrics on, when we launched the latest collection, and the Dorothy is the one right there. That's kind of your feature.
I was going to start that end. I thought, no, I'll start at the front.
Yeah, so if you unfold that, it's really, really beautiful, and this is named for his mother. So Dorothy was his mother, who during the war swept all the bombs off the top of Charing Cross Hospital. She's a bit of a hero.
Wow.
Yeah. What a woman, hey?
Yeah.
So, you know, the very least you could have is a
Be more
fabric
Dorothy,
named after her. Yeah. So that's who Dorothy is.
There's a lovely combination. Feels a bit like with the certain colours that have been picked out. Look at this one. How cool is it? A little bit.
It's got all the colours.
Yeah.
That's your pebble mosaic. And it is, I mean, you feel free to open these out and have a look, because you do have all the colours, and that's the beauty of this. So there is that movement there, which is why I chose this one to go with it. And it's just, the closer you look, the more colours you'll see. Wow. And this is the beauty of the Kay Facet Collective. When it comes down to colour, they just are incredible with colour. And when you put the oranges near it, it will pull the oranges. When you put the purples near it, it's going to pull the purples. It pulls what is close to it, and you get a completely different mix. If you pull that patterned orange one,
this one,
then all of a sudden you'll see the oranges come out of there, and it's just so clever how these work. They really do know.
That is lovely. Wow.
Look at that. You see, and that's why we chose it. It just complements, it pulls those tones, and it just all works together. But you might not have these kind of things in your stash. So you will have fabrics left over, and they're just brilliant to use.
$21.50 for each of them.
I was really unsure how to work with Kay Fabrics to start off with, but I've been really lucky to work with him over the years a lot.
This is a real treat, isn't it?
Yeah, and they've taught me about fabrics. When I first started my business, Natasha Makes, Brandon especially was really, really generous with his time, and there'd be many a time I'd be prepping for a Monday show and go, oh, I don't know what colours to put together, and I'd FaceTime him. He'd be looking at my floor going, pick that one and that one.
Get that back.
You know, they're so lovely, and they've taught so many people about colour. They're just amazing. So, yeah, I absolutely adore them.
Well, I've got one more item to give you. There you go. You can see they're both limited stock, so this is the show to get hold of those. One more for you, which is the Peony Brocade behind us, which is absolutely... Not forget, that wavy edge on the Dorothy I was holding up, and this one here is the other curved frame for you. Sorry, scalloped is the posh word for it.
I know, I keep calling it scallop. That's a fish, isn't it? Like a bit of seafood.
Scallop.
It's not that.
It's all right. There we go. It's 858067. Another FlexiPay option. You haven't got to use FlexiPay if you don't wish, but it divides the cost by 2, interest-free, plus your P&P on the first instalment. 858067. And very quickly, the final option, because I showed you the I'm going to get these. The Liberties before.
So these are the
Getting my
motors.
steps up today, Natasha.
I know.
My rings are already connected on my phone by now, I imagine. But nevertheless, here we go. Neutrals or the reds. Beautiful, aren't they?
I've popped a bit of flange in there for you.
Okay. Yes, you have. Here it is.
So, and it's a narrow flange, and you see. So in the neutrals one, you can see it's just been used just to frame.
Yeah.
There, and it just gives a little bit of detail. And
Oh, then on here you've used it on the, like pipe around the
yeah,
outside.
that's the slightly wider one. But again, you can pop that. You can pop that in wherever you see fit.
Wherever you fancy. 18.99. That is all. 565546. Just hearing 5 minutes left. There's a lot of Natasha coming up. Natasha's makes later on today. There is another grid show later on at 5 o'clock. Is it the same lineup as this?
Yeah, but we'll have a look at the log cabins. We'll have a look at that scallop ruler. We've got lots and lots and lots to show you.
So all the stock is now loaded on this show page for you, so there may well be sellouts before that show. I know we wanted to give as many people an option to see every single show if they can, hence why it's repeated later on. But this morning, right now, all stock's ready for you straight away. But we'll finish with you, Natasha. A couple more minutes left.
Okay, so we've now got 2 halves. That's where we've got to. And if you're looking at it, you might be looking going, oh, hang on, what's going on here? I need this bit here. This is my seam allowance. Okay, so when I then pop those together, you can see where those have sewn through. So what I'm going to do is get myself a pin, and I'm going to try and get my pin absolutely in that point, that point there. Can you see? So there's my pin, and there's the point, and I'm going to pop that point then through the other point, then give your pin a wiggle, because that will then align those 2 points together, which means then that you can pop that in there, align the rest of your fabrics, and you can stitch away. But you see, because those because of the chopped off bit off the top of your ruler there, I haven't got lots of fabric coming to a point there. It's got rid of all that bulk.
So I would have had them, yeah.
You would have had them. You know, if you hadn't have been using the ruler, you would have had those, and you'd have to have trimmed those back or done something with them somewhere else along the line, which is not the most fun you can have. But now you can see I've got seams going there. That is the least amount of bulk that I'm ever going to have with this. And I'm going to stitch along there with my 1/4 of an inch, and away we go. Just going to get that seam to lie that way, and we're all good. So again, ooh, hello. That's eaten that.
Gone.
Ah, no, hang on, let me just...
So that ruler, the Alaska ruler by Adita Sitar, is on the screen for you. The latest one that Natasha's brought you from Creative Grids. Loads of you have it in your basket. I know an awful lot of you, the majority, will use the time between this show and the next Tattered Lace show to press check out, confirm your order, see what else you maybe fancy, help yourself to some fabrics. Most baskets are, but here's your item number for this, 303016. Are you okay? Have you lost a thread, Natasha?
Yeah, no, I just... every now and then, these machines are absolutely fabulous, but every now and then it wants to just eat the end. There we go. And we're back in business. So away we go. And that's the thing, it's like I'll never hide that fact from you, because if you don't see, you know, people like me have those moments, then it's really easy to think that you're doing something wrong if it happens for you. It happens to us all. It's like I said, that the minute that you start sewing, someone should give you an unpicker, because you're going to need it.
Exactly.
That's just nature of the beast.
We've only got 10 seconds, so...
here we go.
Well,
here we go. There you go. That's it.
And we'll see it later on as well. Thank you, Natasha. Ta-da! my favourite interview show ever. Jesmonite is coming up next in an hour's time, but stay tuned. Yanis is in for a treat. Not just tattered lace, but he's working with the Beyonce of craft. Next.
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, using the Craft Store app on your Amazon Fire Stick for free? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Amazon Fire Stick accesses the Amazon App Store to add new applications. By downloading the Craft Store app, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Amazon Fire Stick. If this is your first time using the device, follow the on-screen instructions to connect it to the internet and log into your Amazon account. Once set up, you'll need to open the search bar. To do this, simply use your remote circular directional dial to scroll to the search icon and select it. Now simply type the Craft Store into the search bar and this will take you to the Craft Store app. All you need to do now is select download and remember, it's free. Once this is added to your Fire Stick, you can move the app for easy access. Press and hold your home button on any app and then select the apps from the menu that appears. Scroll to the Craft Store app and then press the button with the 3 horizontal lines on your remote and select Move to Front. And that's it! You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specialising in traditional crafts for the modern maker. Most of our products involve textiles and age-old techniques, from button making, lace making, weaving, and other forms of passementerie. Mark and I work hard designing the kits and developing innovative tools to make all of these traditional crafts more accessible to the modern user. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows.
Hi, I'm Jean, and together with my partner Malcolm, we run a small business in the northeast of England called Crafty Individuals. Personally, my background is in art and design and crafting, and most of the designs have been created by myself. So do pull up a pew and join us on the shows. We can't wait to see you there.
Good morning, everybody, and a warm welcome. So it's the first look at the one-day special today. You are in for an absolute treat. We are talking tattered lace at its absolute best. The beautiful cornucopia, I knew I'd get that wrong, the cornucopia die set. There is a lot going on here. Oh, by the way, I didn't make a post on the Create and Crafts, so our sister channel, Create and Crafts Facebook page. I hope you don't mind me posting on there. I just want to let you know that we were live today with a one-day special. So anyone tuning in, maybe joining us from Create and Craft, good morning and welcome. Now, I'm not alone. Dan gave a big introduction. Hey, we've got to find out where this name came from. The Beyonce of craft herself, it is Sheila. Hello.
Hello.
Is this a shout out to all the single ladies?
Well, it could be. I don't know. It's called me that for a long time. I don't know if it's because I've got big hair or what.
I know what it is, Sheila, because Dan's told me it's actually your dance moves. At the Christmas party 3 years ago, that's how the name was coined. Or I might have just made it up. Good morning. So it's lovely to work with you, Sheila.
Oh, and you. I've been really excited.
Everyone talks so highly about you.
Do they?
I mean that in the nicest way.
Oh, do they? Oh, that's really kind of them.
Well, no, you're a lovely person.
Thank
but
you.
You're obviously clearly very passionate about tattered lace and about crafting.
Yes.
And I have to say, so I've watched tattered lace in the past.
Yes.
This is my first time presenting the show. I've watched with admiring eyes because you bring such beautiful die sets. The prices with tattered lace are just ridiculous.
I know, it's we were just talking about it earlier, weren't we? The value that you get and the amount of metal you get. I was talking to one of the girls in the office, one of our lovely designers that works on the tattered lace dies, and she brought in kind of a mock-up, and she said, we've got some space here, what else can we put in? And it can be something the size of a 10p piece, and they just try and get as much metal in there for you so that you get, you know, as much as you can possibly fit on the die set.
You can see that all the dies have been made by crafters and with crafters in mind.
Yes.
Right, very quickly. Now, we have got one-day special. The one-day special is down here, and the reason why I say very quickly, the one-day special's been busy. I have to be honest, 90% of you have been going for the complete collection. So now, I'll just go through the one-day special, and then we'll move on to the complete. So there's an £18 saving with the one-day special. And if I just show you, I mean, these dies, they really are beautiful.
They're stunning, aren't they?
If you were to buy these individually, the price would be £29.99. And I have to say, for dies of this size and this nature, they are huge, they're intricate, they are beautiful, beautiful dies. And wait till you see what you can do with these. You could, other brands, other places, you could be paying a lot more than £29.99 for a die that size. Okay, so that's just one of the dies in the ODS. I'll just go through all of them. And Sheila, just talk me through. So with these dies, I mean, as the name suggests, with the cornucopia, these are just beautiful ways to add some detail into, I mean, a multitude of projects.
Oh, yes, definitely. It doesn't just apply to cards. You can use these in home decor because they look beautiful in a frame, behind glass. They're great if you do scrapbook layouts. You know, a couple of our design team have used them in different ways, so they've actually made boxes from them. One of our lovely team has made a tiara from them. So again, it's just, when you get it, you look at it, everyone sees something different. And I think the fact that we've got small corners and large corners in there as well, it's really, really nice kind of collection. Depending on what size card you make, it's almost like there's something in there for everyone.
Yeah. Lace-like detail, it's absolutely stunning, really fine detail.
Yeah.
All right, now that's a one-day special. So £18 saving here, 2 flexi payments of £35.99. But if you wanted to join the vast majority of viewers who watched yesterday, they went with the complete collection. That £18 saving is carried across. Further £40, this is where I have to be strict. Because look what happens if you're a Freedom member. That £40 suddenly becomes a £54.29 saving. And then the £18 on top of that. So your total saving as a Freedom member is £72.29. £72.29. This is an occasion, so if you're watching right now, there are 3 flexi payments as well, by the way, so you can split that 3 ways as a Freedom member. If you're watching right now, if you're brand new to the craft store, maybe you are tuning in from Create and Craft, don't pay full price on this. If you really want to go for this collection, become a Freedom member. It is worth it, because what happens, your Freedom membership, I know that's $7.97, but the saving that you're getting as a Freedom member on top of it, it's £14.29. So, you know, the saving is worth becoming a Freedom member. Got to tell you, with the complete collection, 40% of the stock has gone. It has been the most popular option. Now, you're not just getting the dies. With this, and I will go through the dies, because obviously that's a lot of you, you know, you want to see the dies first. 49 dies in total, but when we're talking about dies, this is the kind of die we are talking about. I mean, this is staggeringly good. Look at the size. If I put my hand into shot as a reference, the size of these dies are ridiculous, or the amount of dies you're getting on that one die set. Now, tattered lace price here, if you were to buy this individually, this one die set, this box die, that would be £44. I have to say, other brands, other places, a die of this size, this intricacy, you could be paying £60 easy. Easy. That is a beautiful die, Sheila.
It's incredible. I think as well with that, you've also got some cut-out dies, and you've got some cut-in dies.
Yeah.
So the panels with all the decorative sections, they can be cut in or cut out. So you will see when you get these dies home, and we'll show you once we start to use them this morning, they've actually got the patterned panel, and then around the edge you've got one that just fits around it, and then you've got an extra one around that. So you've got like a matte section, but if you want to cut into something, you can do that with just that panelled bit. But if you want to use it as a topper, you can actually put the outer die around it, and it will cut it out as a panel. So again, you've got more than you know, just one way of using it. You've got lots of ways, and you've got all those lovely mats as well. So again, you can be, you know, creating them with creating card fronts with them. Doesn't have to be a box as we intend it here.
We will show that. I just can't get over the amount of resources that you're getting. Oh, oh, okay. I just knocked something over. It's okay. Let me just put that there. Okay, so look, we are busy for our complete. It's right, Ducky. Go on, do it. You're there now. Commit to it. You're there. Cheers. We're just going to show. We dropped one of the dies with the complete collection. You are getting everything that you see here. We're going to talk about the vellums. They are stunning. We're going to talk about the papers. They're stunning as well. Have I dropped a die there? Oh no, it's just an inspiration. That's okay. So let me explain. With the complete collection, I'm so glad that we are busy. Look at that first flexi payment as a Freedom member. And again, if you're not a Freedom member, please become a Freedom member. It is the cheapest and most cost-effective way to get this bundle. You will save money. But look at what you are getting. The one-day special. These dies are absolutely gorgeous, staggeringly good. The detail that you're getting in here is exceptional. That's just one of those. You're getting the box die, which has just blown me away. Look at the size of this. The detail instantly jumps and slaps you in the face. It is stunning. And wait till you see that one in action. And then what dies I haven't even mentioned, you've got the 3 beautiful dies at the bottom of your screen here that allow you to add further detail, further embellishment in the mix too. 7 die sets, 7 of the most beautiful, lavish, detailed die sets from Tattered Lace, and it is an absolute honour and privilege to be able to present these to you today. But that is not all, because remember, you're also getting the vellum. The vellum here and 48 sheets of cardstock as well. So 32 vellum, 48 sheets of cardstock, and all the dies, and you got the flexi. I mean, for $42.88 to get everything that's in front of me right now sent to your door, that is your first flexi payment. There are 3, but come on, that is an incredible, staggeringly good price. $42.88 today, and to have all of these dies sent to you, and the vellum and the cardstock, yeah, that's good. What we're going to do is head to Sheila now, because I've kind of given you an overview, but we're going to look in a little bit more detail. If you do have any questions, do you know what I would love? And you were doing this yesterday. I know as viewers, you are fantastic at welcoming new guests. And the thing is, I know, and I've seen posts on Facebook, and back in the day, there was a question of it was Craft Store and Create and Craft. And I know we had, like football teams, our allegiances. Now we are, and I say this, and again, someone commented saying, we keep going on about one big happy family, but genuinely, everyone is so happy to be working with each other. I was chatting to Sheila, and she is lovely. So I would love you to email in, and let's welcome Sheila to the Craft Store. So please email studio@thecraftstore.com. I know you're very good at that. So Sheila, should we go through the collection?
Yes, let's look at some of the boards. So if we start with the beautiful corners first. So we've got the prosperity corners first, and this one is a big corner here, and this works beautifully on the front of an 8x8 card, but you also get the mat as well behind it. Yep. So it means you can use it on its own, or you can actually put it with maybe a mirror background, or a glitter card, or a coloured card, vellum even, whatever you want to. We've got a lovely border to match. We've got this really, really subtle little flourish, which again, if you put 4 of these together, you can make the tiniest, most delicate frame. And then we've got this beautiful corner here as well, which is something totally different. I know we said it yesterday, but I have to show you this because this, you know, I just can't get this out of my head. Yesterday, we saw that we've got like what looks like a little face here. So it's like a little reindeer face. And if you look at these, you could use these panels here for the reindeer stag or antlers that would be on a stag, but it's a really comical thing. So, you know, even that, you cut it in craft card, snip off the little areas here, you've got yourself a little cute reindeer. I just wanted to show that because it's quite fun.
Sheila, with that one corner, my mind's instantly jumping to my albums. If you wanted to make like your memory albums, your scrapbooks, just having that little corner detail, nestling a picture inside, done. Beautiful.
And you know what, if you take, if you cut it again, put one here, you end up with a beautiful square frame that just has corners coming off here, which is lovely. Or again, you can turn it the other way, so it makes like a lovely patterned diamond. So there's so much you can do with that one.
Wedding pictures, anniversaries, you know, really nice.
Definitely. Weddings, you know, beautiful home decor as well. These would be lovely in a bedroom, you know.
That's just one of the sets.
It is, yes. So then that was the exuberant, wasn't it? And then this is the prosperity, I think. I think I got that the wrong way around. So this one is an L-shaped border, which you can see is beautiful because we've got different edges on here. We've got these tiny little like spikes that come off here, and then we've got what look like little teeny toes, almost like baby toes around the edge. And then this one matches, again, smaller in size and a totally different style. Then the beautiful flourish here, again, which links in beautifully. We've also got the little heart with the spirals coming off there, and then we've got the small corners, and then we've also got the little tiny border. So again, this one offers a lot of choice. You know, you can make a beautiful frame by cutting this maybe 4 times and using the 4 corners. Immediately you've made something else then, so that's really a lovely one as well.
Yeah, do you know what, Sheila, I'm thinking with these dies, imagine with your gold or silver mirror card.
Oh my goodness, they'd be beautiful, you know, beautiful for Christmas. With this one in particular, I was thinking, I know we're just past Christmas now, and I know a lot of you make your Christmas cards for this year now, but I was thinking, imagine if you cut this out 2 or 3 times, turned it round, so if I do it here like this, this immediately becomes the top of a Christmas tree. But can you imagine maybe doing another one underneath and another one underneath and making it really layered and very ornate? It would be beautiful. But again, with this, you get the mats for both of the corners, and then you get these lovely little flourishes as well. So again, these are nice just to put on corners and just to pop on the end of a topper or a photograph. Really, really beautiful and so detailed.
Had a great description from Katie, our producer, when she's looking at these dies. She uses words like opulent, extravagant, lavish, which are also actually the qualities she put on a dating profile in the men that she's looking to see.
Really? Brilliant. But the other good thing about these as well is with all tattered lace dies, we like to make sure that you can use them in more than one way. So usually about 3 ways, which means you can snip into them. So with things like this where it's very detailed, you can be snipping these out. If you've got a pair of sharp scissors or your little snips, you can be snipping out just this border. You can be snipping out just this section here. And again, there's so many things you can do with it. I just wish that I had as much time as our crafters do when they get these home and start using them, because once I've done the shows, then I move on to the next one, and they all pile up, and I keep thinking, I want to use them and make things. So, you know, it's lovely that you can grab these as a customer.
Just before we move on, you know that top left one? I'm seeing a carriage. If you put some wheels at the bottom, what a lovely carriage.
Oh my goodness, yes, that would be perfect. And you know, I think one of our design team actually used this one as a tiara. It's on it's in the studio somewhere. I think it might be on the shelves right at the very end.
Let's have a look.
And it's like a silver tiara with glitter and gems. It's so beautiful. Isn't it amazing?
Oh, what? Come on. And it actually fits me perfectly.
It's like it was made for you, isn't it? But can you imagine if you've got... perfect.
I like it. Very nice.
But imagine doing that for like children's parties.
Joking aside, that's stunning. My my little niece, I remember it's an old story, but I took her. We were on the high street, and I took her into a well-known accessory shop.
Yes.
And I said, "Get yourself some. I'll treat you." And she came back with a very simple headband, 12 quid. There was nothing to it. Was nothing like this.
Really?
£12. I was like, you having a laugh?
Oh my goodness.
I know.
Can you imagine though, if you're having a birthday party for whether it's a daughter, a granddaughter, or and you know these days, rather than giving them party bags or taking them places, I know a lot of people now that do have like a crafting birthday party. So can you imagine giving all the children that are there?
For little girls being able to make their own tiaras, come on, that'd be amazing.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll pop that down.
So that's our. So
that would be the one-day special. But remember, with the complete collection, everything that Sheila's going to be showing you right now is included. Everything in front of me. We are really busy for the one-day special, and can I say a huge thank you to everyone who's tuning in right now. The price, just remember, we're going to keep on showing you that Freedom price. Please become a Freedom member. That is the most cost-effective way to get hold of this. And your actual saving as a Freedom member is £72.29. It's a monster saving, Sheila.
It's a huge saving. When that came up last night on there and I saw that, I was, oh my goodness, I was flabbergasted. I thought, oh my goodness, look at the price of that. It's incredible. You're getting so much metal here, and there's so much you can do with it. And if I show you the amount that you get here now on the the box die, again here you've got your die, which will also put in the score lines when you cut it, and it will also snip out these little areas here. So this will make your lid and your base of your box. So again, if you wanted to use it like a lantern, you could take the top section off and put your battery lights on the base, or your battery candle on the base.
Oh, nice.
And then you've got this beautiful panel that you can put on the top. Now this is a cut-in panel, so if you wanted to use this die and actually cut it into there, it would just cut all that pattern out, and you would just have that sat on there. Or you can put the die around it to create a separate panel, and then you've got the matte layer for it as well. which is amazing in itself. And again, you can use that on cards.
Look at that.
I know, these are beautiful, aren't they? And I love the way with this one, we've gone really detailed and intricate and very elegant and lacy. And then this one we've made a more open pattern. So again, you can see things within this that you could snip away. I think you could snip this lovely kind of 4-petaled, almost like a flower in the middle, and then cut it out again and layer them over the top of each other and end up with an 8-petaled flower. Big gem in the middle. Again, you know, the fact that you can do that is amazing, but you're going to get the outer mat as well. So again, you can use them as cut-ins or cut-outs.
Just before you move on, Sheila, sorry, you know the previous set?
Yes.
Do you know what I'd be thinking? Get your, I know we do the double-sided sheets, the sticky sheets, adhesive sheets.
Yes.
How about putting that die on top and rubbing your gilding flakes in between?
Oh my goodness,
That would
of
look
course.
Great. And as a bonus question, Sheila,
yes,
there is an owl on the right-hand die somewhere on there. Can you see it?
An owl. Okay, let's have a look. I can see. I mean, I can see quite a few things actually. I can see.
Look in the bottom middle.
The bottom middle. I was going to say we're looking around here.
Yeah, there they are.
Yeah.
Do you see
so
the
we've
owl?
got the eyes.
Yeah, and then the little body and the ears.
Yes. And do you know what I see as well? I actually see like eyes, a nose, cheeks, what you could use as red cheeks, and then this could be a beard.
Oh yeah, could
so
be.
Again, and then this could actually be a hat. But I did see as well, this one here is like a masquerade, like mask, you know, that you put over your eyes.
But this is a massive compliment to the dies. There are so many intricacies nestled in. Sorry, I diverted you.
No, it's fine because I do that all the time. You know, like we did with the stag on the first one. And there's actually, on one of the dies, and I'll find out which one it is after, it's actually got, when you cut it out, it's a waist piece and it actually looks like hair, like flicked hair. So again, it's really great for that. But this is your box section here. So you're going to get your score line down the middle and your score line here. And then this creates your tab where you put your tape or your glue. Now again, if you take, let me show you because I've got one here and we're going to make the box in a minute. But if I show you this section here, I've already cut that die out of there. But if you cut this tab off here, this is going to give you a beautiful card blank. You know, and you're ready to go with that, just as a fancy card. Sentiment, a little bit of ribbon, maybe some glitter. So again, you can use that as a card if you want to. And don't forget as well, if you want to make it a smaller, like in height box, you can cut it off to where you like and just maybe snip the tab on an angle there. And again, you can make a lower box. So again, it's worth doing that. But you've got the box lid panels here. You've got these other little embellishments. You've got the word love and this beautiful tag as well.
Beautiful.
So it's a lot of dies.
I'm conscious of the fact, and I know what demonstrations you have for the show. So what I'll do, I'll let you get set because we want to give you enough time to demo. We will continue going through the boards throughout the hour, but the whole point is getting Sheila over here, and we want to, obviously being an hour show, we want to give her enough time to really show these to her full potential. Just very quickly, can I show you a couple of examples? Because I think this, to me, when I came into the studio, really solidified in my mind why you would want to go for this set. Look at the detail. So if you're making something, imagine that as some home decor. If you wanted to put a gift in there as well, or if you wanted even to use that as storage in your craft room, it is absolutely stunning. And that is your box die. That's one aspect or element we can go to. Card making, if you are a card maker, I mean, come on. Look at that for a card, and it is so achievable because you've got all the dies waiting at your resources. Or how about here? Just going to show you here. So now when we're looking to make our albums, our memory books, we can do this. And I know, that vellum, and remember, you are getting the vellum, you're also getting, so here we've got those beautiful sheets of vellum, you're also getting the cardstock as well in the mix. That's stunning. So we can do it all. If you do want to go for the complete, now is the time to pop it into your basket. Busy for our complete. Please become a Freedom member today for everything. For the vellum, 32 sheets of vellum. For your cardstock, is it 45 sheets of cardstock? All the dies. Your first flexi payment is 48. Oh, sorry, there we go. 42.88. 310403, your item number. All right, now, we're just going to show you, we have got some nested dies as well. A few of you have shopped ahead and found these. Now, normally $29.99, $16.99, are you kidding? What? That's a great price. There are lots of choices there. Do have a little look. I've picked one up. Okay, now look, if you don't have any nest, or maybe you don't have any, there's certain shapes that you don't have. You might have your sort of key shapes, your squares and your rectangles, but you might not have diamonds, say. I'm just going to show you one of these. Look at that as a nested die-in for $16.99. That is ridiculous. That's an amazing price.
It's totally unbelievable. There's a lot of dies there. There are about 30 dies, aren't there? And they go from tiny to huge. And again, this allows you all kinds of crafting. You know, you can make your own diamond card shapes now with this. It's a beautiful set. I actually bought myself this set recently.
Right.
From Create and Craft.
Okay.
Because obviously I was over there. And the price wasn't this good. So this is we've taken some. Yeah, we've obviously taken quite a bit of money off there. So you know these could go up again. So maybe just get these. If you've not got foundation dies, these are the ones to have. But I really wanted these, and I just went ahead and bought them. So
well, I think because look, when you get nested dies, foundation dies, typically the first thing you do, and we all do the same, you kind of go for your key shapes, your circles and your squares. We're actually busy for these. You've got a lot of different sizes to have a look at as well. We're gonna go through different shapes to explore as well. We will throughout the hour have a look at these live. It's worth seeing these, but for $16.99, please go onto our website and have a look because they are busy. So do shop ahead for those. Lots of different shapes. All right, Sheila, let's have a play.
Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to make that beautiful box. So I've already done quite a lot of cutting, but I still need to cut a couple more sections. So I just wanted you to see with the square die, which you use for the lid, and the rectangular panel here. And what I'll do, I'll just lift this up and show you. In fact, let me just get my other little pokey took because it's got magnets on the end, so it helps me. This one, if I cut this now, it will just cut that pattern out of this piece of card, but it will leave it in there. So if you're wanting to do some like lacy panels to stencil through, you would do that. But I need to cut this out as a separate panel. So this is what your extra little die is for around the edge. So if we pop that on there, and we will add some tape, and I'm just going to make sure I press that down quite hard there so that doesn't move, and it'll grab both. And then the same with this one. So we've already got this one in place, and I've got the outer edge on there as well, so that will cut out that whole panel as a separate thing. So we'll pop that through the machine, and while that's cutting, I will just be showing you the next little step with the box. So we'll get that going through there. We'll just pop that machine on, and I'm just going to pop my...
As we do put it through, Sheila, I've just picked up some examples of cards. I mean, the cards around are beautiful. So if you do want to work on a grander scale, I mean, that is a large card. But do you see how using that detail works? It gives you that space to explore larger projects, but equally we can scale it down onto our smaller makes as well. That's a big card that works beautifully. Lots of detail in there. Okay.
What I like, particularly nowadays, I think, with our design teams, and I think this is with everyone's design team as well. Years ago, when we used to make projects with our products, we used to use it specifically what it was for. So if it was to make a card, you made a card, and that was it. The card was made. And now I love the way people are branching out, and they see something different when they look at it and say, you know what, I think I could make a journal with that. Because I think as well, we don't always just want to sell to people that make cards. There are so many crafts people out there that make different things. They make boxes, they make and sell their wares, and they use some of these lovely products that we bring for their packaging. And again, it's great for people who make home decor, people who do their scrap albums, people that like to do card swaps and things like that. So I love the way now that all our design teams are thinking outside the box and going, okay, I want to make something different with this. And this is what's lovely about crafting, I think. The more people get involved, the more ideas we get, the more we can share with one another and help each other. You know, people say to me, how would I use this? And I'll say, well, you could use it this way, you could use it this way. And again, with something like this could be a tiny little box. You could make something even smaller to go inside of here. It could just be a stand for something. You might want to just display something on it. And it's all about using it to its best potential and getting the most value out of it. Yeah. So we've already got one of our lids done. And this is going to be the base. So you make them in exactly the same way. I've cut these out in green just to give it a contrast. And the green card is what we've also got in the show if you buy the whole bundle. So we've got 8 colours of card in there, and you get 6 sheets of each. And it's got 8 colours, 2 greens, like a peach and a warm cream, a lilac, a slightly darker lilac, a slightly darker lilac than that, and an even darker lilac. So 4 shades of like lilac, and it's beautiful cardstock, and it's got a matte finish as well. So for those of you that like your stamping as well, you could stamp onto it. It's beautiful, and this is one of the shades that I've just used here now. Nice. So what we've done, I've also cut a matte in green, which is going to go on top of here. So again, as we were saying, if you wanted to use this for maybe displaying something, it might be, you know, little things that you make. You might make cakes, you might just want some simple stands to just sit some of your cupcakes on, you know, and again, you can use something like that. It's perfect. Nice. But if we now get our die cuts out of here, and all the bits have just flown everywhere, all over the studio, but just to show you how lovely that cuts, and I'll just pop these out like that, nice and easy. And a lot of people as well like to paper piece these. So as you were saying, Yanis, if you put this onto a piece of double-sided adhesive paper, the sheets, you could be putting glitter through here, your gilding flakes, like you said, you know, all kinds of things. You might want to ink through it, use it as a stencil. You might want to, you know, create just some masks with them. Again, if you cut them out of dough flex, acetate, it means you're going to get that beautiful stencil effect.
Oh, that's again, pretty.
Isn't it really lovely that? It's really, really nice. And immediately there, you've got something beautiful, and that's just a lid. Nice. So what we're going to do now, I'm going to add a little bit of wet glue onto there, and then we can pop that in place.
Nice. Now the box die, we have got details for the box die individually. Of course, it is included in the complete collection as well, with the beautiful vellum and the cardstock, and also the other die sets as well. So within the complete, it's 7 die sets in total. But if you do want to go for the box die individually, details on your screen, 17 dies in total, 323769.
Okay. Now, something so intricate, if I'm at home, I tend to grab myself a box, and I've got some spray glue. So I would spray the back of it and then put it on with something that's very intricate or detailed. Sometimes spray glue is the best thing, really. But if you've got wet glue, you can do like I've just done and pop some on the kind of bigger areas at the back of the die. If you wanted to, you could put acetate behind it as well and put it over like a window. But you can see now that's our little lid, and we've got our base. So let's go on to the sides. So I've already cut 2 of the sides out, and I've cut some of the mats as well. So what I wanted to do was, because we're using this lovely green, I've cut 2 mats and I've put tape on the back of these. So I wanted to give you a couple of options, and obviously, as we've seen with some of our boxes, some of them have got vellum behind, some of them have got card behind, some of them have got nothing behind, so that you can actually just put lights in there if you want to. Yeah. What I'm going to do is do 2 sides open and 2 sides closed. Okay. And then give you another couple of options as well that you can do. But this is just, look at this, this is just divine. It's so
lace-like
beautiful.
detail, that's what it reminds me of.
It's lovely, isn't it? It's you know, it's so lovely. If you cut it out of the vellums as well, it does actually look like proper lace. You know, and if you imagine adding some inks to it and really making it a little bit more tattered, you're going to get some beautiful effects. We'll just pop that little piece out of there. So now we've got our next panel here. It's exactly the same as the one that we've cut into the side here, but this one we've used as an extra panel. So if you wanted to, I mean, you could pop that on top of there and create something that casts a shadow. Oh yeah. You know, once you get lights under it, you can see how detailed it would be. Nice. What we're going to do is we're going to pop this onto the green. So we'll have a side that's closed and a side that's open, but using the same design. Perfect. So we're going to pop this on, and I'll just do some glue around the edge, just do it quite quick.
The beauty of these designs, because they are very intricate, very detailed, and very pretty to look at, we can go in any direction you like. So if you're looking to make a Mother's Day card, fantastic. If you want to make an Easter card, Again, fitting, because you just change the sentiment, maybe add some other elements from your stash as well, because these will work with so many other bits that we have in our stash.
Definitely. I think if you are one of these lovely people that make wedding stationery as well, you know, you can make, you know, take your wedding stationery up a notch, I think, with something like this. Because as well, you've got the box. Imagine making table decorations or little lanterns for the reception or the church or, you know, the registry office outside, if that's where you're getting married. You know, you can really, really go to town and make some beautiful, beautiful projects.
Yeah.
So we've now got an open side there and we've got a closed side. What I also wanted to show you, if you cut that same green panel again and put it behind there, when we put that together, again, you'll have a totally different effect because you'll have done the reverse. So you've always got a negative and a positive. But it's a really nice way to have a little bit of an experiment and play. So what we're going to do now, I'm going to pop my die back in because I need to cut another of these sides.
Okay.
And then we can
I'll
start
let
to
you
assemble
cut
the
that,
box.
Sheila.
Yes.
While you're doing that, just going to quickly recap these dies, because we haven't seen them live yet. The price, wait till you see this, and this is what you get with Tattered Lace. Beautiful dies at such a great price. Now, typically, and you would be paying for nested dies around about the £30 mark. Look at that price, $16.99. And do you know what really flagged my attention? The fact that Sheila was saying she bought the diamonds on Create and Craft not long ago, and she said she paid more than the price we have on today. So we know the price we have on today is extremely competitive. Let's have a look. If you haven't got any nested dies, we're calling them foundation dies. These are your essentials. Look at how many layers. They're heavy as well. But look at the tiny one. I've seen layered dies. I've never seen layered dies to that degree. So the perfect matting and layering. You need the squares in your life. $16.99 is your $16.99 for all those dies. 30 dies in total. Amazing value. We are really busy for these, so do stock up at $725,969. Next, if you have not got any foundation dies in your stash, if you're just to buy one of these, the circle is absolutely the one to go for, because you could never cut a circle out freehand. Or if you did, I mean, come on. If you did, I'd take my hat off to you, because even at your best intentions, a circle is very hard to cut out. Look at all of these layers, down to that itty-bitty one there. $16.99 for your circles. Details are on your screen there. 176137. And then we move on to our ovals. Wait a second, that was bothering me. Okay, this is the ovals. So now we start exploring shapes that you might not necessarily have, and this is where my mind's at. I've got circles, I've got squares, I actually don't have any oval nested dies. For $16.99, that is not breaking the bank, but look at the amount that you are getting. So if you just want a different mat and layer option for you, come on. Beautiful. And actually, I'd be looking to make maybe card blanks with these as well. You'd have to put a support, but or put it on top as a topper. There we go. So that's your ovals, $16.99, £13 saving there, 718517. Rectangles, another key shape. A lot of you might have, but not everyone does. So if you are looking for nested dies at just a ridiculously good value, $16.99 is your price here for your nested rectangles, 576056. All right, now we can start exploring shapes that I do not have in my stash. One of the favourites are diamonds. I know why the diamond's favourite, because I think a lot of viewers do have circles, squares, ovals, rectangles. I personally have not seen nested diamonds. If I have, kind of racking my brains, it would have been a very long time. No, I don't think I have. I don't think I have. So there we go. Those are your nested diamonds. $16.99 is your price there. Very popular for these. So 30 dies in total. 959538. And then finally, another one that's, I think, a unique shape that we might not necessarily have in our stash. So you've got your hexagon in there as well. $16.99 your price, saving £13. 959421. Now, if you were to buy all of these at full price, you'd be paying $179.94. Today, it's $101.94. You're saving £78 if you were to get all of them, and of course you can split that price in half as well. Just something to consider, or just dip your toe in and buy the shapes maybe that you don't have. So you know, I know for a fact, if you've got nested dies at home, you do use it. We use them, right? They are, we call them foundations. They are essentials in our craft room. But are there any shapes here that you don't have? So You might have the square, you might have the rectangle. Oval, have you got the oval? Diamonds, hexagon. If you do not have any, or if you're just starting out, because I know we have new viewers joining us every day, maybe new to crafts, start with your circles, your squares, your rectangles, those are kind of your key shapes, and then build on your collection. But the price today, that is a very good price for nested dies. Busy for these, 959421 your item number if you do want to go for that hexagon, and we're going to head back to Sheila.
I was just thinking about the nesting dies, and years ago, I mean probably 10, 15 years ago, I bought nesting dies, and they were, I think they were about $14.99, and you got 5 nesting dies.
5.
And I bought them in all shapes, you know, like crazy shapes.
Yeah.
And now I'm looking at the price of those and thinking that's an absolutely ridiculous bargain. That is, because
considering getting 30 as well.
Oh my goodness, there's so many, and I've looked at my other nesting dies at home, and I've thought, you know, and I still use them. I use all my dies. I love my dies, you know, and I've worked over the years, worked hard to save up and buy them. So obviously it's something that you keep in your stash, and I'll always be a crafter, so I'll always have everything and keep everything, which is why the room's at bursting point. However, this is an absolute steal to get that amount of dies, and this is what I was saying about Tattered Lace giving you, you know, a whole bunch of metal. They could have stopped at maybe an inch in size diamond, but they haven't. They've gone smaller and smaller and smaller, so there's no wasted metal, and you get everything. You get the full benefit. It's quite incredible.
I think nested die as well, it's never going to date, it's never going to go out of fashion.
Not
you
at
use
all.
your nested dies in 40 years' time, they'll be just as current as they are today.
Exactly, yeah. Totally.
This is pretty. This is screaming for a tea light, a battery operated tea light.
Isn't it? And I've got some of our, which I think might be on the website, some of our kit and caboodle lights, which I might pop in later. But what I'm going to do as well, just to finish it off. Now again, if you want to, you can, in fact, tape the bottom on. You know, you might want to. I mean, you might want to use it that way as a gift box. You know, you could tie a big ribbon bow around it. If you make scarves and things, or children's, you know, baby clothes, you could put those inside so people could look inside and see them. But it is lovely, and just to show that you can have that solid side there with your contrast to match your lid, or you can have that lovely clear panel.
That's pretty. The clear one's really, really pretty.
Aren't they? They're just lovely, aren't they? But what we have got as well, which I'm just going to add to that, we've got our little tag, and we've also got our word love. Now what I've done, I've cut these out a couple of times. So if I take the word love, and I've just cut this from white cardstock like I've done with the box, so it just all matches.
Nice.
If we pop this onto a green mat, which again, you get the die for the mat, so that's perfect. It makes life easier than it's ever been, because I spent many years cutting a word out and then sitting with my scissors cutting around thinking, oh my goodness, I can't look up, I can't have any music on, I have to concentrate. And now it's all done for us, which is great. What I am going to do, I'm going to add another one on top of there, like that. And then I'm going to add another one on top of that. And what it then does, it exaggerates that word. So if you were using these for wedding stationery, or, you know, an important occasion,
oh, that's good, yeah.
then that just makes it stand out. And that is now quite a chunky sentiment.
Oh yeah.
And if we pop that onto our little tag now, so wouldn't these be perfect on a wedding table at a wedding with little battery candles inside? And just with that word love, we've got a piece of white ribbon. Let's just pop that through, and we can pop that on the lid.
Because centrepiece at weddings, you pay a fortune for those. I know.
Oh my goodness,
I know how much we paid for ours. Now I've got a question for you, Sheila. What would you be popping in your box? That beautiful box there, what would you put inside?
I would probably, I would probably put lights in. I'm a bit of a, I have a fascination for lights. I've got all kinds of lights at home. I have disco lights.
Like a home decor piece?
Yes, definitely.
Well, Taz, our director, he's impressed me.
Really?
He likes this box, and he was saying he'd put a little bit of tissue paper in there.
Yes.
Wait for this.
Yes.
He would fill it with his famous Taz fudge.
Perfect.
Taz fudge. Now, Taz is famous for his fudge here.
Is he really?
Yeah, you've got to try.
Oh
Sheila,
my goodness.
you're in for a treat, because one day you will get to try some of Taz's fudge.
Really?
Yeah,
oh my goodness, well that's quite amazing, because as we said, if you were making scarves and things, what better way to be packaged in them in something like this? And as you said, if he's got his, you know, his fudge, that would be quite amazing, wouldn't it?
Can we make to sell with tattered lace?
You totally can, absolutely. You can make and sell as much as you can. It's a full angel policy. So again, really, really, you know, there's no reason for you not to be selling your wares. I mean, you know, we all make cards and we put them in boxes and we stick them under the bed, and then we go, what am I going to do with these? You know what? Even if you only sell them for 50p, you are going to make some money, and you're going to get something back for all your hard work. Right, so we've got, I just wanted to attach that little tag with the ribbon, and then what I'm going to do is put another piece of red tape on there, so that will just hang. But another little thing you could do then, you've got that beautiful flower holding the tag in place. You could just take a lovely green pearl or a gem, pop that in the middle of your flower, and then you would have beautiful, beautiful finished box. I must say as well, if you get the dies, now from now on, if you start to get the tattered lace dies, you look on the back, if it's got a little kind of, it's like a little icon of a chalkboard. If it's got a chalkboard sign on the back and it says how to, that means if you go onto the Innovation Hub YouTube channel, there will be a video showing you how to put the box together, and I'm guessing I will probably be doing that later in the week, so it will be on there. But again, if you want to create something like this, we're going to give you, there's the sign,
So is this something that Tattered Lace have been doing for a while, or
No, we've only just started to do that. I mean, we've always had education and videos on there for our lovely viewers and customers. But we thought, you know what, it's going to be, education is really important, I think, these days now with craft, because, you know, with all the technology we have and all the progression with dyes and things, we're getting like more technical, we're venturing out further, and there's nothing worse than getting something. It's like giving you a lawnmower that comes in 7 bits and no instructions, and you know, you want to know how to do it, especially if you're new or you're an inexperienced crafter. So we're going to have videos on our YouTube channel, so if you check your dies and that sign is on the back, just go on there and have a look, and it will be on there.
Watch that space. What beautiful box dyeing. That is just one aspect, is the tip of the iceberg of what you can make with the complete collection. We are busy for the complete collection. It was the most popular option yesterday when we launched the one-day special, and it's proving to be the most popular option this morning as well. So thank you so much for joining us and tuning in. Just very quickly now, I know that a lot of you have got the one-day special in your basket. If you are not a Freedom member, please don't check out. Become a Freedom member first, because as a Freedom member, and I understand Freedom membership is £7.97, but as a Freedom member, you're going to save on your P&P, and you're also going to get a further saving of £14.29. So that's covered your membership straight away. How much is the postage and packaging on this, out of interest? So if you are not a Freedom member, just to get everything sent to you, it's £4.95. So what? Just shy of £5. That you will save. You'll also save a further £14.29 on top of that. So please become a Freedom member. It is by far the most cost-effective way to get hold of this collection. As a Freedom member, you can opt out at any time, so enjoy it for the month. End of the month, you can opt out, no problem whatsoever. What we're looking at here is a collection, and my goodness, it's tattered lace. They bring us the most beautiful, beautiful dyes, but usable dyes as well. So let's have a think at how we could be using this. Is this something you feel that you would like to make? Beautiful box dye, no scoring, no dyeing, no measuring, everything done for you. Just imagine that, some tissue paper inside, and gifting something you handcrafted to a friend or loved one, or selling as well. But look at the detail here, and we've got scope. We can put gilding flakes in there, we can put glitter, we can have it. I love the pink here, or equally you can use your gold and silver mirror card. I see that Sheila's nodding away in the background. Yeah, you can. Now look at that. How about for Easter putting some of these mini eggs in there? Wouldn't that be beautiful?
Of course. It's glorious, it's gorgeous. You know, and again, when we're talking about weddings, you know, you can pay a fortune for, if you've got little bridesmaids that like petal, that have the little flower girls that scatter the petals. Imagine making these for them.
That's nice.
You know, and the the amount of money you're going to save, you're going to be able to even incorporate this into like your wedding invitations.
Oh, yeah.
You know, make little napkin
So have
holders
that
on your tables.
continuity.
You know,
Pop that
definitely,
down.
definitely.
At my wedding, we had our niece was a flower girl.
Yes.
And she got a little bit of stage fright, and she refused to come out. Well, then, cool. There, let me show you. So with this collection as well, let me show you some cards, because if you're a card maker, I mean, look, there is something for everyone here. If you're a card maker, imagine making that card. I mean, come on, that is beautiful, and it shows you the possibilities. Or does this card catch your fancy? I mean, come on, look at that. But that could be the front as well of a memory album, photo album. Or how about here for a card? And equally, talking about albums, you can absolutely make your albums as well. I apologize, seeing my face coming in shot. It wasn't a pretty face. How about here? Look at this. So think about making your albums. Now remember, with the complete collection, I'm lavishing a lot of attention onto the dies, but you're also getting the most beautiful vellum and cardstock as well, all in the complete collection. But it's these little details that you're able to use, because you have so many dies at your fingertips and your disposal. So we can make our albums, but we're not going to stop there. Because again, thinking outside the box. Have a look at this for a second. I'm going to surprise you. For anyone who wasn't tuning in earlier on, I just need to do something. So have a look here, and I'll show you another inspiration. If I just do this. And then I realise we only got one camera, so we're going to have to come. I won't be able to do the big reveal. But look, you can make a tiara as well. Design team, that is fantastic. Seriously, how cool. Sheila, I'm so impressed with this. So again, just thinking about little ones in your life that would maybe like a little tiara, imagine dressing up, and that just works beautifully. I think that's very clever, and that kind of epitomises to me just how versatile this collection is. But look how detailed it is as well. All right, we are busy for the complete collection. I'm going to pop that down. And I'll just show you one thing. I won't go through all the dies because obviously time's getting on and we want to spend time with Sheila. But look at this one die set. You're getting 7 die sets in total. But if you go for the complete collection, look at that one die set. Look at the amount of dies that you have at your disposal. And they are beautiful, beautiful dies. I mean, for the box dies, they are stunning. So there we go. The complete collection is busy. If you do want to pop it into your basket, your item number is 310403. 3 flexi payments, $42.88. So your first flexi payment today, everything gets sent out to you. The vellum, the cardstock, so 32 sheets of vellum, 45 sheets of cardstock, and all 7 die sets for $42.88 today. Your first flexi payment, and then you're spreading the cost over 3 months. Okay, Sheila, you've got around about 7 minutes.
Okay, just before I do the demo, I wanted to show you these dies because we've got the 3D die, the 3 little ones that are on the bottom shelf there on our display. The 3D dies mean you can build up a dimensional bow. So what you can do, you've got the matte layer, you've got the detailed layer, and then you've got the second panel at the top here, which will go on top. And then you've also got smaller ones, and then you've got this little ribbon bow as well. So I thought, because we just showed the box, the little square box that had that bow on top, people might be wondering where that's from.
Just show you. That was the one that we were just talking about. So you can see this beautiful box. So we're getting the bows, we're also getting those wonderful florals as well?
Yes. So you get the floral dies, and these are called Swift dies because what they are, they're just one die with all these flowers and leaves on. You just pass them through and they cut everything. Now we will have on the website, and if it's not on as yet, I will check today because the office will be open. I can get that checked. We have what's known as our Charisma. So our Charisma is a printed sheet, and if I just grab one for you from down
just showing you some of the florals here. So again, putting the florals and the beautiful foliage behind, that's a lovely piece. Nestled within the designs, there's wonderful cut detail from the designs. That is a beautiful, beautiful card.
They're so lovely. They're amazing. Well, what you get a download for the Charisma. And what you then do is you put your die on top of the Charisma here, and you'll see you've got these little blurred sections. The blurred sections are all the pieces that we're going to cut away and are no use. But then you'll get these beautiful flowers, and if I compare that there now, you can see that's how you get that from this. So, and you'll get 4 on the sheet here, and you can download that, and then you print it off as many times as you like. You've just got it there.
Will that just be put in our account after 24 hours? We'll find the Charisma in our account, or where would we find it?
No, Previously, we've gone on to, obviously, the Create and Craft website, and it will be on there under download. So we'll check.
I think they're going to be on. They'll be on our website.
Yes, they'll be on. They'll be
what
on
will happen
here.
is they're going to appear in your account within 24 hours. You will find that you've got your downloads within your account, so that will happen automatically.
Perfect. And then you can print it off as many times as you want. You might want 2 sheets. You might want 200. You can print it off endless amount of times. But what you then get is when you cut it on here, you put it down here, pass it through, and then you cut all these panels out, and you can just, this is where you start to build up all those lovely sprays that we've seen on the cards. But it's, you know what, it's really, really nice concept.
Do you know the vine to your left, you've got your left hand over now?
Yes.
So I've got a little one, and he likes his nursery rhymes and fairy tales. You could create a Jack and the Beanstalk.
Oh my goodness, you
vine
could.
for him, yeah.
Definitely, you could. And again, this is great because you could get him involved. You could say, let's build a beanstalk, you know, and put a flower right at the top. And this is the beautiful thing about them. You can really go to town on them. We're giving you all the bits that you need, but we're giving you the freedom as well to then go, okay, let's just make something that no one else has done. And you just use your own creativity.
You've got 4 minutes.
Okay, so what I wanted to do, I've already cut lots of the flowers out from one of the die sets, and what I wanted to just show you, because I know we've not got lots of time, so I'm not going to complete a card, but I wanted to give you an idea of how to use the flowers or some of the elements and create what will be like a faux embossing, as though you'd used an embossing folder. So if you cut it all out in white, what we can do, we can arrange them in different ways, like this, and then you would glue those in place. So we glue them in place, and I would probably spray glue these again with spray adhesive. So if we just do it quickly, because I know we've not got lots of time, but just to give you the idea, if you then place these onto your project, and don't be afraid of letting them hang over the edge, because that's then what creates that beautiful effect that makes it look like you've actually had it through an embossing folder. So then we can pop this one, and obviously you can spend time spacing them accordingly and looking how they fit best. But it's really, really nice thing to do. And again, you can ink over the top then as well if you want to. Just something different and a different way of using your dies.
Nice. I just want to say thank you for your messages, by the way, coming in. We've had a busy show, and I felt I've done a lot of talking because there's a lot to see. So we haven't had an opportunity to read out your messages, but I'll pass them on to Sheila, and it's lovely. You guys are very good at welcoming new guests to the channel, so thank you for all your lovely messages.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Thank you very much, yeah. And it does feel very homely as well, obviously. Yesterday when I got here, I was like, ooh, where do I go? Where do I sit? Which room do I go in? But now, like this morning, I got up and just came in, signed in, was like, morning. Just like I've been coming here forever, so.
Hey, that's good. That's good. We're looking after you.
Yeah, definitely. There's tea bags there, and sugar, and cups, dishwasher, vending machine, everything you could need, and a lovely sofa. So I'm going to enjoy my day.
Our vending machines are a very popular hangout, and once they introduced you can use your card on the vending machine. That's naughty now.
Oh, I already tried that last night, don't you worry. Okay, so what we're going to do now, we'll just pop this last one on here, and we might just be able to get to trim off the edges just to show you the kind of effect. And obviously all those little bits you cut off, keep them, because you might be able to just pop them like coming into the sides here. So obviously you'd let that dry, you'd make sure if you do it with spray glue, everything will press down flat on there, and then you'll end up with a lovely, nice, neat finish. But then all we need to do is just trim around the edge, like that. And this is, again, another way of using your dies to their full potential. You know, you've probably worked hard, you've got your money, you want to spend it wisely and get the best quality and the best value, and this is, you know, again, another really good way of using those beautiful dies.
Oh, that's pretty.
Now,
Doesn't look like it's gone through an embossing folder.
It does look like we've put it through an embossing folder, doesn't it? And again, because you've got these extra little bits that you've chopped off, there's nothing to stop you bringing these in on the edge, because it would be embossed everywhere.
That's amazing. Time's beating us, I'm afraid.
I know,
I'm so sorry. Thank you so much, Sheila. Sheila's going to be back at 12 o'clock. I really appreciate you tuning in. Just very quickly, we just want to have a quick recap of our nested dies, because because they've been popular too. So one day special has been busy, but mostly been going for the complete collection there. The nested dies, the price on these are ridiculous. Look how many dies that you are getting on just one. So that's your circle, your oval with these. You've got lots of key shapes. It's classed as a foundation die. We're kind of seeing this, to me, is your essential. So if you have already got maybe squares and circles in your life, do you have any diamonds? I mean, for $16.99, why wouldn't you maybe have a go with the diamonds? Or equally, hexagons. Look at these different shapes that you might not have in your stash right now. And with all the nested dies, they go down right to that itty bitty center as well. Really good value for money there, so please explore. They've been very busy this morning, as has the complete collection too of our fabulous release, the Cornucopia from Tattered Lace. What a collection of dies, absolutely staggeringly detailed. You get an awful lot here for your money as well. So let me just, there you go. Unfortunately, time has beaten us. Thank you so much for tuning in and keeping us company. I really do appreciate it. We've got plenty more coming up. Sheila will be back at 12 o'clock. Sheila, thank you.
Thank you.
Had a lot of fun. Thank you. Thanks for your company. Plenty more coming up in the next hour. Oh, it's going to be good. Jesmond Knight with Eunice. Please stick around. This is going to be a special show. After that, the lovely Natasha will be here with Natasha Makes and the paper crafting with Creeley's. Stamporama, the incredible art, stamp and papercraft show, will be taking place in the Grand Hall, Newcastle Racecourse on Sunday, the 13th of February. Come along and meet many of the UK's most dedicated and gifted craft experts, all available to inspire you with their knowledge and expertise. Tickets are available to purchase in advance from the craft store for only £4. So, what are you waiting for?
Hi, I'm Jenny Mays from Hobby Art. Hobby Art's a family-run company and we've been designing and manufacturing stamps for over 28 years now. Whatever your style, there's always something that will interest you with Hobby Art stamps. Crafting is my passion and I love teaching. I love sharing my ideas with other people because I have the time to share my ideas, maybe open a door for somebody and give them the confidence to start stamping.
Hi, I'm Abs from AALL Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers of colours, textures and creating depth and dimension. AALL Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world. Make sure you don't miss the AALL Create shows.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. It's a family-run business up in Chesterfield. Pink Frog started to bring out their well-known Britannia dies, and then we moved on to a wonderful range of cardstocks. You'll probably know us for our super smooth cardstock, and now we have moved into the world of stamping and we produce high-quality polymer stamps for you all to enjoy. We have a wide range of designs and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home. Make sure you don't miss the Pink Frog shows.
Morning everybody, welcome back to the Craft Store. Thanks to the team doing that Tattered Lace show previously. My name's Dan Bancroft, normally on Creating Craft, but I'm so excited to be here on the Craft Store with you with a brand that I was very aware of before I came over here. Eunice, that's correct, I'd heard all about you. Plenty on the way, because when you speak to people on social media or you meet people at shows, the finished samples that you can be making at home as giftables, the finished samples that you are creating at home to make and sell for a business is just absolutely endless on this show. Lots of new moulds, a beginner kit for you. If you want to reimburse your stash, we've got it on the show. But what are we talking about? You and his friend's going to tell us all about it, by the way. Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you well?
I'm very well, thank you. Great to be here again.
Oh, it is. So excited. Your finishes are so beautiful.
Thank you.
And the array of what we can do with your core Jesmonite ingredient is huge.
It's absolutely so versatile. And the best thing is, it's friendly. So not in that it's going to come and say hello and give you a cuddle,
yeah.
but as close as you can get. So there's no nasties in this. It's like, the best way to describe it, it's kind of a cement versus a plaster. You know, cement's very popular. Now people are getting ornaments for their house. They're even doing floors with cement. This is an eco-friendly cement-based product. It's a gypsum, it's an acrylic resin, and you can make such an array of 3D useful items.
And we've got all sorts for you. So it's the same core Jesmonite, as you mentioned, like plaster, if you like, but loads of different moulds to pour it into to create. It is like your resin work, if that's what you wish to do. It could be into jewellery elements. I love the little plant pots. Loads of new todays, loads of returning favourites. And we've got a starter kit as well, which is on the screen right now for you, which is on FlexiBuy to divide the cost by 2. We'll go into all the details of exactly what you get home in just a second. But I know you're going to start at the beginning and show us till the end, but actually you've sort of done a bit of the beginning, so you can show us the end.
Yes. I thought it'd be really good, just before we went live, to mix some up, make some of the moulds that we've got on the show today, and show you the absolute joy when you take them out of the moulds.
Yes.
Because it is. And it's such a wonderful tactile product as well. So I'm just going to touch the top of these and see if they've warmed through. The reason I'm doing this, the resin and the gypsum, as it's curing, you get a gentle heat happening. It's the same with most resins, actually. There's a warming up process before it cools down. So I'm just touching the top. It's actually nice and warm. It's lovely. Gentle warmth coming through. So I know they're ready. And then if you're still not sure, you can just peel back the edge of your mould. Now, the mould that I'm showing you here, this is our heart dish. There we go, here it comes, the reveal. Greys and pinks. Oh, wow. And just like resin, you're never quite sure what the pattern's going to look like.
Which is the
on
fun
the
of the
other
whole
side.
thing.
And that is so pretty. I love it. Valentine's Day, hey?
Hey, yeah, Valentine's Day isn't
It's
far away.
around the corner.
Mother's Day,
Mother's
Easter,
Day.
lots of big events coming up after all. And you can be creating these to make and sell if you wish. The Heart one, by the way, is one of the previous bestsellers that's on the show for you. And I know we've got paint, so we can paint them with. You can do some sanding back techniques that you're going to show us later on. I love that. Sort of, you can be really precise with the paintwork you're doing, or stencil onto, or stamp onto, or stick vinyls onto, or mix your colours.
In September, I think, for the Christmas, coming up to the Christmas show, I bought some stencils on, and I had some coasters with reindeers jumping, and you can either decorate them afterwards, paint on top with acrylic paints, or you can decorate using the dyes, using the Jesmonite to create the patterns. And when we go along the counter, you'll see a heart that I've done, and I've made a little heart in the middle. Just put in, on with a lollipop stick, a bit of pink Jesmonite. Oh, look at this one. Here we go.
Love it.
So this one, I've done a colour block in the corner of the grey, and then just done the swirly, kind of ice cream.
Like
it is, isn't it?
yeah.
Strawberry ripple, although I'm not sure what the grey flavour would be.
Yeah.
And then I've got a pebble. Oh, nice click. And a pebble. Just because I had a bit left over. There we go. Beautiful grey and pink pebbles.
How long? I know we're going to pour it in the show, so you know you'll see the answer actually.
Yes.
But you were saying it could be like a 20, 30 plus minute set. So it's not an overnight thing. It's not going in a kiln or an oven or.
No, that's the thing. It feels like it has been in a kiln.
Yes, it does.
It's just solid. It's beautiful, it's tactile, it's so smooth, and the thing I can't get across on air is when it comes out of the mould and it's warm and it's soft and it's smooth. It's just great. You just want to keep holding it. And people come in my studio and they pick up like the pebbles and they just stand there playing with them. It feels like you have picked up a very strange coloured pebble from the beach, but that's the feel.
Yeah.
It's like cold stone once it cools down.
Really, really smooth. So if you if you know what you're shopping for and
Ooh,
you're
I've got
purchasing the
another one.
last show back in November, you maybe want to go for the big multi-buy of like to get the most Jesmonite you can possibly get home. If you're brand new and you're thinking, where should I start, what should I do? We've got the starter kit on this show for you that you can divide by 2 if you wish, interest-free on FlexiBuy. So for under £30 plus your P&P, I'll quickly give you the item number at 951457. What are we getting home here? I guess the core ingredient is the Jesmonite, which you get in here, right, Eunice? This is
Yes,
what you get home.
absolutely. The starter kit's a great one because you get the 2 moulds as well. So you get your hexagon.
Yep.
And you get the square. It can be a coaster or a trinket tray. There's some I made earlier, Blue Peter style.
Love
and you
those.
also get, the good thing here is if you try and buy this anywhere else, you'll just get 3 primary colours, the
Yep.
red, blue and yellow. I've added in the black and white for you. Because for me, although the Jesmonite's got a lovely colour, all natural, it's like a creamy off-white, I like the bright white and black. Who doesn't like using black?
Yeah, incredibly. Well, yeah,
Versatile.
your pure
You
colours.
need them.
You can just get these 5 on their own if you wish. On the bottom part of the screen, the 5-piece pigment collection, 730199. You've got your stirrers, you've got your full instructions, and these moulds, look after them, as in don't lose them,
exactly.
will last forever, right?
Yeah, they will. And the other thing that you get with this kit, don't forget, is the video tutorial.
Yep.
So you get
Oh, yes.
about 90 minutes, I think, of me chatting away about Jesmonite and showing you different ways you can use it, because we can't cover everything in the show. So you'll get to see how you could use mica pigments with Jesmonite, different styles, terrazzo, swirling. So it's all there for you to watch whenever you like.
Yay! That's in the middle of the night, could be as you're working, just to refresh yourself. 951457, a brand new starter kit for you. I'm going to come back to the restock, if you like, for the biggest stock for you, if you want the pure Jesmonite elements for you. But I know you're shopping for new moulds, and here we go. Only £10 today. The mini plant pot already... Wow. So, what's the time? 7 minutes past. We were 25% of the stock had gone before the hour. We're now 50% of the stock. And this is what we're purchasing, which is lovely and tactile, as you say. There's real give to it as well, so if you're trying to get something out of the mould...
It is solid. The one thing I'll say, and I'm just taking one of the plant pots out, so a word of caution for you buying the plant pot is, other than get it quick because it's going to sell out, is that when you're taking, I've got one, I'm just taking out the mould now. They are firm and solid, so you do need to use some force. The only difference with the plant pot compared to the coaster or any of the other moulds is that it's a thinner finished item. So I leave it about an hour for this one, so that the curing process, just wait that, you know, half an hour longer before you pop it out. And you do need to push down on that mould from the top. One of my ladies, who's actually helped me to create some of the designs you see today, she has weak wrists. So what she's done with her mould is cut it down the side. I'm just wondering if I've got it here. I did bring one. So you can slice it.
Oh, is it behind that one there? Is it there?
Ah, this one's got something in it. Oh, there we go. There's a bigger one. So you can go down the seam and take a craft knife, so it makes it easier for you to open. It's not going to damage the mould. You think, oh, but all the Jesmonite's going to pour out. So just secure it with a rubber band round it, and you'll get a slight seam come into your pot where that join is, but you can sand that out. Just if you are a bit weaker in the wrists.
A little bit of reassurance, isn't it?
Exactly.
Well,
I don't want you battling to get it out.
No, exactly. £10 for you, 247598. Just to show you here, I love the little pin cushion you've created, little succulents in there, your eggs. We were talking about
for an egg cup.
Perfect for an egg cup. I love that. And even when Easter's on the way, that will definitely not be here by the end of the show. This is the sort of thing that you can be creating, and not forgetting, I can use these moulds. You need to make and sell.
And
this could be a little business for me. Absolutely. Colour them however you see fit. 247598. If you're thinking, well, I love the mini, maybe I want to go for the next size up, which is officially the small. Absolutely. 50% of this stock has gone as well, so it sounds like most baskets are going for minis. And just to give you a comparison with this one here that actually has a candle in there, which is absolutely so they are heat resistant in that fact.
Absolutely. There's a lot of candle makers use them. My daughter's one of them, and that candle was made by Free Spirit Candle Company. and they're heat resistant, so they will take the burning of a candle. So if anyone out there is a candle maker, go ahead, make your candles. Wonderful.
Love that idea. It could be for an even bigger Easter egg, couldn't it? It could be having your trinkets in there. It could be for jewellery making. You could be putting pens in here, whatever you'd rather do. Oh, if you see little bees or ladybirds around, these are also available on the website, thecraftstore.com, that you might be interested in. £18 today, so extra saving as it's brand new, 867508. The best advice that I can personally give you, and it sounds like you at home are going for the mini and the small, if you're going for either, the holder, if you like. I mean, it could be a dish on its own. Of course it could be.
Yes.
But actually, you can put the pots on top of them.
You can indeed. That's what it was made for. It's a little dish for the plant pots to go on, but it can be a trinket dish as well. You could put, some people don't like to put their jar candle straight on their work surface.
Yeah.
So pop your jar candle on one of these pretty little dishes.
Isn't it like $16.50? Now then, there's two examples I'm going to point out for you. One of them is down here with all these little chippings or flakes in there.
Yes.
Like, we're going to show you later on how you can do that. That's really cool.
Terrazzo
yeah, that's it, the style. Really, but again, super smooth.
Super smooth. Lots of sanding.
Yep.
So, but great. It's such a fun one to do.
And then, just come across to me, team, just up here, because just above you're thinking, oh, that mandala design, isn't that beautiful? Yes, it is. There's a mandala kit on the show for you, which will help you do exactly that design or whatever you design yourself. So there's lots of items that do work together.
Stunning.
There we go. $16.50 for you today. Now then, you touched on pebbles before. I know people collect these kind of things. Or I love, because this is the actual mould. This is physically what we get home, right? So two different sizes
yes.
on
You
this
get
one.
2 sizes in that one.
But then, what are you creating? I love the vinyl you've used on here. You could be stamping onto here. Listen, maybe you're brush lettering. Maybe you've got better handwriting than I do.
If you're really good, yes.
Yeah. But I love these reinforcing sentiments. This could be a good luck charm for someone. Get well soon, couldn't it? All sorts. And there's a lot of artwork. There's a whole world of artwork out there, isn't there, for pebble painting or pebble designs?
There is, and we'll show you one with the mandala kit as well to give you some ideas.
Good point.
As how you can decorate your pebbles.
Isn't it absolutely divine? So 327013 is your item number, $16.99 for the Purple Silicon collection for you. Now then, the small plant pot. Thank you, my darling. Does that work all the time, this side? No. The small plant pot. Has it technically sold out?
No.
Well done, everybody. So lot technically means it's for Liz. I know, I see Liz Wheeler having a look there, being like, that was going to be mine. Nevertheless, there you go, the small. So technically, so it means it's fully allocated. Oh, that one's the mini.
That's the mini.
So, that one's limited stock. That one's technically sold out.
Oh, the bigger one. Okay.
Oh, man. Well done, everybody. This is the advantage of checking out nice and early. So, bravo, everyone. I'm going to put those back. I mean, stop. I know you want demonstrations, don't you? You want some pouring, I know. I know. And then we've also got some 2 returning favourites with our soap dish and also that heart we saw at the very, very start. But we are 13 minutes in. You saw how easy it is to pop out with a little bit of encouragement. But where do we start? How do we do all things Jesmonite?
Okay, so Jesmonite is a 2-part system. It's liquid, which is the acrylic resin, and then we have the gypsum itself, which is this white, looks like flour. Okay, I've got this bucket of flour here, and we just mix the 2 together. That's as simple as it is to get started. And I was so busy listening you go down the counter.
Oh, I know, I'm getting so excited. Yeah.
I forgot completely I had to do a demo, so let's start the demo. I'm going to show you a soap dish. I just love soap dish. And I don't know about the viewers at home, but in our household, we're trying to get rid of plastic. So we've gone back to bars of soap. So what better thing to have than a beautiful soap dish to display your soap?
You were saying about, you know, using less plastics and things, and maybe that can be a USP on things you're selling, but you were also saying about the actual ingredients, if that's the good word, actually, is as friendly as it can possibly get.
It is.
Anyway.
Totally eco-friendly, fine for your kids to get involved with and use with you. So fire away, have fun. Okay, I'm just going to turn my kitchen. So all you need is a set of kitchen scales, because what you're going to do is by weight, and I've got to remind myself how much I need for this soap dish, and I'm going to do some pebbles as well. So I want
And these sorts of reminders are in that video tutorial, so if you haven't, you've got your starter kit that includes those video tutorials.
So I'm just going to weigh out the liquid. Now it's 1 part by weight. Oops, excuse the sound effects. This
It's all right, is what it is.
I'm going to take 100 of the liquid, so therefore I need 250 of the powder. Let me get my little scoop here.
I am so impressed with how beautiful the moulds are in the fact of reusing them and being really, really pliable when it comes to releasing the finished article.
They're handmade. I make them, so in my studio. They're quite good fun to make, actually. It's coming up with the ideas, and the plant pot, as soon as I come up with the plant pot idea, I just knew it was going to be a winner. Not quite that quick, but
well, no, well,
there we go.
Anybody at home.
So I've got my powder and my liquid here. Now, this is something that you can purchase. I think it's end of call. So I use these paint stirrer sticks as well as lollipops. Depends how much I'm mixing up, to be honest, as to whether I go for my paint stirrer stick or my lollipop. I just find these sticks are really versatile, and you can use them for mixing your paint at home as well, if you're decorating. And they're great, and you can hang them on the side of your bucket.
You know what? We renovated our house.
Yeah.
And did a lot of filling in walls and putting pipes in the wall and stuff. The best tool I got was one of these.
Really?
100%. You think, a fork will do it, a knife will do it. It's like, oh my God, honestly, the best advice, how easy it is to clean up as well after all.
They're really easy to clean.
Yep.
I just have a bucket of water. I've got a bucket of water on the floor down here. I'll drop it into in a moment. Now, what you want to do is get rid of any lumps, just like making a batter at home. We always refer to Yorkshire pudding. That's the kind of feel, okay? And now I want to add my colour. So this is its natural colour, this creamy, like a pancake mix. Let me just clean that off there. And then I'm going to do this. I've already got the design in my head. So I'm going to go grey with white terrazzo chips.
Oh.
So we can do a bit of sanding later. So depends how dark you want the grey to go. This pigment, tiny little bottles, but it goes a long, long way. So I've just put about 5 or 6 drops of the black in there.
So it goes into the jazz mixture rather than into the mould separately?
Yes, it has to be. No.
Right, okay.
It does have to be mixed in, otherwise it's got nothing to cure.
Right.
So you've got to mix it in. So there's my grey. Oh, that's a nice grey. Lovely. Grey's very in at the moment, I'm finding.
Well, you can never go wrong. You can never go wrong with it. Like,
grey
it's always...
and mustard, I'm hearing. Grey and mustard.
The colours of the
colours, or I might be a year out, who knows. So there we go. And there's the other great thing is there's no waste. Now, if you're mixing a colour or a couple of colours, a tip for you, before you put your powder in, mix your colours into the liquid first. Because as soon as you put the powder in, the curing process starts.
Okay.
Okay, so if you're going to play around, be experimental with your colours, do it in the liquid, then add your powder.
Okay.
But this one's just a flat colour, and I've got some chips here. So there's no waste with Jesmonite. Another great thing, very, very little waste. So these chips are just bits of Jesmonite that have been left in cups, particularly if you're using these squidgy silicone cups, and then broken up to make flakes. Some are bigger, that one's too big. I'm going to pop that in the bin. So there was one bit of waste. I didn't break it up small enough. And just to show you how you make them very quickly, we have here just a bit of plastic, and I've spread thinly the Jesmonite that I've mixed over that. It could be something left in your pot that you've mixed up slightly too much, so just grab a piece of paper or plastic, spread it out and let it dry. And the reason I like to use this plastic is when it comes to breaking up, I can just screw it up in the paper, and you get that lovely sound, crunching Jesmonite, and then pop them into a pot ready for when you want to make the terrazzo style. Okay, so these are ones that I've done that with already. I'm just going to find some smaller ones in the pot, and I'm going to add the weight that I've got of Jesmonite. I'm going to add about 40% again in chips. It's not a science, it's up to you how much fleck you want to come through your Jesmonite. There we go. Let's pop that in. Grab my stick back and just give that a mush round. All these technical terms, mushing,
yeah, mush it around, break it up, yeah.
Okay, and just put a few more white chips in there. I really want these to show through. Pop some more in. So you're making a lumpy porridge now.
Okay.
Out of your pancake mix. There we go. Pop your stick in the bucket.
There's a lot of playing here. Just do what you see what happens.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Yeah, don't put pressure on it at all.
Experiment. Some of the best things that I've found have come just from saying, what happens if?
Yeah.
And now, I'm just going to pour from a height. Why from a height?
Why from a height? For fun? Oh, yes, to a degree.
Just to see if you can
aim it.
yeah, if you can aim properly. From a height, because when you mix anything together, you get air bubbles. Two-part mixture, you're going to get air bubbles form. So if you pour from a height, it's landing and helping disperse the bubbles.
Oh, okay.
Simple as that. Let's do the pebbles.
Oh, this is why we want more than one mould, right? To get everything on the go.
Yeah. And we can reveal these in about 20 minutes.
So what, 20 past now? About 1:45, something like that?
Yeah, they'll come out. Now, the next thing you want to do is get it all smooth, make sure, it's particularly because I'm doing a lumpy one, a porridge one, terrazzo. I'm just picking that mould up and it's nice and sturdy. Some moulds you get are really flimsy. I've seen soap moulds where you have to support the sides because it sort of buckles. This isn't going to do that. Just bounce it, again releasing air bubbles and making sure it gets right into the mould. And the same with the pebbles, and then that's it. Just set your egg timer off, which I forgot to bring today, and wait for your 20 minutes. Fill the top, see if it's getting warm. Once it gets warm, wait for it just to start cooling down and you're ready to pop out.
Is this a suitable thing to do with grandchildren?
Oh my God, yes, they'll love it. They'll absolutely, and they'll probably come up with better designs than I do.
Oh, I love it. Yeah,
Kids
obviously
are great,
surprise them
aren't
as they're
they?
going through. But yeah, because I think the flake side of things is really, really cool. Adding the colour in beforehand, but you can be painting onto these, spraying, spritzing, putting micas onto them, right? You can be drawing onto them.
You
all
can.
sorts.
You can absolutely. You can put mica powder in the mould. So take your mica powder and dust inside the mould, and then pour. So I've done. You could do a gold pebble.
Nice.
Bronze, silver.
The collector's edition.
That would be one. Yes, collector's edition pebble.
Yeah.
That would be superb. Or we can do the painting on.
Well, I was going to show you some more samples, exactly, or the vinyl stickers, whatever you fancy. I'm going to show you a couple of those terrazzo articles here, which this one's like a hybrid, I guess. You've done two colourways you're going through, and then all this. You can't initially see. I know you're going to show us live, but you can't initially see it. Just sanding away reveals those inner flakes, inner speck, which is just inner flakes. Yeah, beautiful. On every single mould you can. I'm just going to lift up this little two-piece I've just got here, using the dish and the mini pot.
So sweet.
Look at those
That was
together.
made by Jo, my friend who helped me out.
Hey, Jo.
She's a terrazzo lover and a Jesmonite lover, and she helped me get some of the samples
So I could put. There's a 3-sweet make. I could put all of those together and charge and sell that.
Yeah, absolutely.
All out the same mixture after all. How quick it can be. So $59.95. If you've never done it before, this one, particularly with that video tutorial, is 100% the way to go and puts the whole show on FlexiBuy, divide by 2, under £30. You get the 2 moulds as well, so like 6 to 8, and you get enough finished samples, if you like, of the Jesmonite there. So with this basket, I would probably recommend you adding in the extra Jesmonite as well, which is also on the show. Be right to remember there is available on the show page, of course. And again, maybe you're ordering that Christmas show. Maybe you order differently. Maybe you're thinking, you know what, whilst I'm purchasing, whilst I'll save on my P&P if it is in one transaction, whilst I can divide the cost by 2 on Flexi at $51.95, or FlexiPay again gets you the 3.5 kilogram plus video tutorial as well. So maybe you're going to go for the mandala set as your starter set. This goes in with there, and you still get that video tutorial. 2025 235. And I'll just say like 25 to 30 coasters. I know it depends on the size of what you're doing, so it could be more.
Yeah, yeah.
With our pebbles, etc. But there
Pebbles, gosh, loads.
Yeah, exactly. Loads, if you like, over 100 there if you wish to. One of the samples I showed you earlier on had the mandala design with the
We've got
plates.
the pebble at the front there.
It could be with any mould after all. This does come with a different pebble mould in it though, the mandala kit.
It does. It comes with a pebble mould, and I'd just like to mention, look at that. Isn't that stunning? So that's been made by Caroline Prout, who's a art friend of mine, and she specialises in Zen and mandala art. And I wish I could do it as well as she can.
Well,
Look at those.
It's all practice, isn't it? Like
it is. So she's painted the pebbles and the heart with an acrylic paint, and then she's used the tools that you've got next to you to do the dot painting. The only addition to this kit you need is your choice of acrylic paints. So you've got everything there to get started. And if you don't know where to start, you could pop over to her YouTube channel where she's got beginners how to do mandala art, which is, what is it? The Spirit of Nature Art.
Bravo.
On YouTube.
But I'm thinking, with this tooling I've got and that inspiration there, well, the card I want to pop with it as a gift to go alongside.
Yes.
With those I could use these right across my other crafts.
You could indeed. Absolutely.
Because we've got lovely expertise here for you, so lots of different ideas. 039877 is your item number. And there's the mould, so there's the size of the one you were doing. If you are going to go for the other pebble mould, if you like, it's that rectangular one there, which has two in it, but they are all different sizes. But that's it there for you. You do get Jesmonite in there as well, and you get all of the apparatus you need, a couple of stirrers. And that is what you could be creating. It could be something completely different after all, but that's the size and the shape of what you're up to. Now, there you go. It's called the Jesmonite Pebble Moulds and Mandala Jesmonite Kit. Brand new this Thursday, 039877. Now, just to very much keep you in the loop, you saw the mini fully allocated, so sold out, as was now the same story with the small. Well, what was that, Meg, on this one? 60? 60% here. I love that.
Oh, wow.
This could be the most adorable new baby make or something, like mother and child or something.
Yeah.
Something like that.
I just find that the pebbles particularly are so tactile. I mean, I'm in love with the mandala, and I'm so delighted that Caroline did those for me.
Yeah.
Because I get to keep them now.
Yeah, Caroline.
But yeah, the pebbles, painting them, doing the chips in them, putting the messages on.
Yeah.
They're just fabulous.
It could be a commemorative thing, it could be a memorial thing, it could be for an anniversary, something like that. It could be a Valentine's gift, could be a gift to your mum on Mother's Day, a little note to or something like that that just... It's not a huge thing going to take over. It could live on the side. It could be where your jewellery's kept. It could be in your craft room. Lots of different ideas, but how super smooth it is. And to make and sell every single mould you can make and sell with if you wish to. 327013 brings you the 2 moulds available for you. Thank you, Lewis. I'll hand that back to you. Thank you so much. Well, shall we continue on with our demonstration?
Shall we? We're not quite ready to demould.
Oh, yeah, that's been 8 minutes.
Oh, it's only been... Oh, that's why.
We've got time. We've got time. The rest of it in there, that's in the pot, is there a way... should you really use it all up once you've mixed it, or can you store it?
As I say, scrape it out onto a piece of paper or plastic, and then scrunch it up and make chips. So I've got these pots here of all the leftovers. Yeah. The other thing is, in the pots themselves, just scrunch them up, let them dry, and then top up your stash of chips. So there's no waste. I mean, you get a little bit left on the sides. You could be really finicky and get it off, you know, get all those bits off. And then you've got your terrazzo. I love this one, this collection. The ones that you were showing earlier showed with all the multicolours. That's where that's come from, my little stash of multicoloured chips. Happy chips.
Happy chips.
And low-fat chips. We like low-fat chips.
That is the dream, isn't it? Yeah, but I think popping these 3 makes together, if that's what you choose to do, or maybe, after all, they are 3 separate purchases. Maybe you already got the heart. That was a previous bestseller that is available on the show. Maybe you're thinking, well, actually, different ideas with chips. I know we can't... What's coming up with demos-wise? Because I guess you said about sanding. Is that what we're going to do later on?
We're going to sand these ones when they pop out. So the soap dish and the stones, I can show you how to reveal the terrazzo. So we've got about another 10 minutes, and then we can do that. I was going to show you, we're going to do a heart dish and a plant pot mould next.
Which we should do that right now. Should we do one of those
should
right
we go to that now? So I've already poured my liquid in here. So I've got 100 grams of the liquid. So, therefore, I need 250 of the powder, 2.5. Oh, one thing I forgot to mention is I do send you, when you've ordered your Jesmonite, I know everyone can times by 2.5, but just if you're rushing, you get your little sheet which shows you how much you need, and every mould comes with a little handout telling you how to care for it and how much Jesmonite it takes.
Marvellous.
So the guesswork's taken out of it for you. You can just say, right, I'm doing a plant pot, how much do I need? Look at your sheet, and it's all there for you.
Do I need to keep these somewhere out of the light, somewhere cool? Does it not matter?
No, it doesn't matter.
No?
No. The one thing when you are making, and presenters like it when I come on the show with Jesmonite, because generally in the studio it's quite cool because of all the lights and cables and...
Yeah,
but when we're doing Jesmonite, it likes warmth. Okay, it cures quicker when it's warm. So if you are in the Arctic and you're making Jesmonite, you could wait up to 2 hours for that curing to happen. Okay, so to just bear that in mind. The temperature of your room will make a difference.
But in my world, anyway, when I've previously had some exposure to this kind of art before, it's been an overnight thing, which isn't a problem.
Yeah.
You know, you do it night before, then come back in the morning, brilliant. But in 25 minutes, potentially, depending on the size of what you're doing and how thick it is after all, we're going to prove that in the live show with actually the largest mould we've got, which is the soap dish. So at the start of a workshop, or looking after the grandkids or something like that, from the very first process to taking it home, it's all done.
It's fabulous. I work in resin as well, and I know the frustrations of that. 24 hours before I can demould, and you're just impatient.
Yeah, that is. Well, let's all face it, we're
impatient crafters. So this gives you that, you know, it just meets that need for speed. And gives you that instant gratification, and you're making stunning pieces. I mean, some of these, I mean, if you look at the soap dishes, the hearts, the little pots, you could see those in many a high street store with a nice price tag attached, and you can make them for yourself to sell on your site, to your friends and family, your Etsy shop, you know, the world's your oyster. And Jesmonite has been such a hit with COVID. So when I first found Jesmonite, it was around 3 years ago, and hardly anyone had heard of it. There's still lots of people that haven't heard of it, to be fair, compared to resin. But then the crafters suddenly were looking for new things to do. They got their hooks onto Jesmonite, and now if you look on the social media channels, you'll see oodles of footage of people making their Jesmonite.
So loads of different inspirations. All the instructions are in those video tutorials, and also the breakdown, as you were saying, of that grid sort of calculus system, which is very, very simple to do. So just quickly showing you some of the samples, actually, of that soap dish. Maybe you make soaps as well, and the dish is going to be the additional going through. Maybe it's someone's favourite colour. Maybe it's going to be new home decor side of things. Maybe it's going to be someone's favourite football team colour, whatever you fancy. But I just love the idea of how there is a weight to them when you're finished, isn't there? It's really reassuring.
They are heavy. I mean, that's the other difference to resin. Resin can look beautiful sometimes, but it's got no weight to it. It's got no substance behind it. Whereas this is so heavy, you're not going to knock it over. And actually, if you do, it's not going to break. You know, it takes a lot to break. Once it's fully cured...
You've got to be quite determined.
You have, yeah.
There you go, just a quick one on the soap dish, silicone mould, $21.95. Extra savings. Of course, you've got FlexiBuy further down the counter, or if you want to divide the cost by PayPal, you're welcome to do so as well. So, we've got our stir on. Oh yeah, the heart dish. I was meant to be showing you that, sorry, Tim. Getting excited back there. Again, you get the idea. It was the very first sample we showed you. You saw it popped out at the start of the show. If you missed that and you're thinking, what? The rewind is available for you to watch this show again from afterwards for 60 days if you wish. Oh, there's the one you're talking about, just painting in another heart on the inside.
Yes, I'm going to do that now as well, just to show you how easy it is to do.
1/3 of the heart sold out. You have seen it before, but it's back in stock for you, and 1/3 of that new stock has gone. So maybe you missed it before. Maybe lots of our friends who normally watch Create and Craft are watching this morning. Thank you so much for tuning in. Loads and loads on the way. Lots of new brands for you. 107775. But we'll dash back to you then. So the mixing bit is surprisingly simple, and then it's the fun of picking your colours or decorating before or after.
It is, yeah. Okay, so it's all mixed up. So I've done the pink, white and grey. I loved it before, so I might as well carry on with that combination. Right, let's show you how to do that heart dish that you was just pointing out. I'm going to do the heart in pink because I'm a traditional kind of girl.
Why not?
So I'm just going to take some of my Jesmonite on my lollipop stick and plonk it in the middle of the heart. Now, because this is a dish mould, that is it concave? Concave.
Maybe, yeah, sure.
Is that the right word? So just don't pull it too far down. So I'm just pulling that to a point at the bottom. I'm going to nudge. Nothing technical. I mean, you could use a stencil, but I think anyone can make a little heart. Just nudging around your Jesmonite. There we go. It's kind of heart shape.
There's no...
You could turn it into anything. You could put a star in the middle. You could put an initial of somebody.
Yeah. Just thinking like, so this is you. So you send these out, right?
Yeah.
So we'll get them as soon as, they're not an extended dispatch or anything like that. So we'll get them as soon as possible.
No, they'll be posted tomorrow.
So posted tomorrow, I'm confident in saying you'll have this home nicely in time for Valentine's Day, which is about 10 days. So if that's going to be a quick make and sell for you, imagine straight away. And then after then, particularly with the pots and things, but, you know, whatever you fancy, these could be Easter gifts. Couldn't they? Little Easter makes or something like that.
Perfect for Easter, perfect for Mother's Day.
Yeah, Mother's Day's at the end of March, yeah.
So I'm just pouring now the white around the edge. I'm not going straight over the heart straight away, and it'll self-level anyway. And then once I've secured the heart in place, I know that as I'm pouring, there we go, up we go. And you can take this dish as deep or as shallow as you want. So I'm taking it full up, which is a really chunky heart, or you could, you know, make it a bit thinner and make more of them. It's up to you.
Yeah.
The choice is yours. And again, I'm just going to bounce that to let it settle. You will see air bubbles pop up naturally. And there we go. So that one's done. And then what I've got left, I've got pink and grey. The plant pots are, there's a yellow, white and grey one there somewhere. One's got an egg in it, or maybe on the medium size.
Yeah, we've kind of moved them around now. Sorry, Una. Yeah, when you couldn't see, we mixed them all up.
So one thing that is important to say about these moulds...
Oh, is it this one?
Oh, that one, yes.
Would you like it? There you go,
I love this one. I love it. So I'm going to try and recreate this kind of pattern. Just beautiful, with the yellows and greys in there. Now, it's a bit tricky, I'm not going to lie, because it's a thin mould, there's not much of the plant pot. So I squeeze it open, just squeeze the sides, and then pop the accent colours down, just push it down there, give it a little, and it's going to be abstract anyway. I'm not trying to, this is one that you can't actually, you know, make something in the mould like we can the heart in the plant dish. There's just no room for you to do that. So you want to go more abstract, or if you want a heart on it, paint it on when it's cured. There we go. A bit of pink.
There are 2 units which didn't go through. Maybe someone put 2 in their basket and only meant to put 1 of the mini. This is the medium, sorry, the small, but the mini is just still available. We'll quickly put the details on the screen for you.
Fabulous. I'm just dropping in a bit of the grey and pink. Now I'm going to bounce that up and down. I have managed to get some with the rim one colour. There's an orange one around somewhere with terrazzo in it. Because they have been moving around, haven't they? Yes.
Oh, I know, Lewis.
So that one...
Floor manager's having a whale of a time.
That one I did terrazzo, and I put the white with the colourful chips in first, and bounced it down to the bottom, and then filled it up with the orange and chips.
Clever.
So you can get that.
Just playing, as you say.
Yeah, exactly. Seeing what happens. Okay, let's fill the rest of this up with the white. Going back to a height, see if I can aim. So with this one, you'll do some, and then tap it down, get it down the sides. Really bounce that in. You're releasing air, and you're making sure it gets right to the bottom. And then up we go again. Oh, the other one's ready to come out. I can see. The one in front of me, the grey ones we did earlier. We're going to do a reveal. How exciting.
Well, it's been nearly 20 minutes.
Well, there we go.
Bom, bom, bom.
And it's definitely warmer in here. So
yes.
Thank you, team.
Would you pop it near a radiator or on the windowsill?
I do. In my studio can be quite cold sometimes.
Yeah.
So when I've done some Jesmonite, I'll have them on the counter, and I'll have the because my studio hasn't got built-in central heating, so I have those oil heaters.
Yep.
And I pop one of those nearby just because I'm impatient. Even 20 minutes. taking it to an hour. But as I say, the plant pots, just as a reminder, and I will put it on the leaflet that comes with the plant pot mould, just give them that little bit longer than normal so that the curing process is more advanced. There we go, just a bit at a time, topping it up and bouncing it down the sides. Oh,
I love those bubbles popping.
Did you see that?
Yeah!
There they come. And touch more, and this one's done. And then we can take the others out if you'd like.
Yeah? Well, whilst we're pouring that into there,
Yeah.
the starter kit, as you see, one comes with the paints and the videos, and you can divide by 2 on FlexBuy if you wish. The double pebble mould is 90% of the stock gone. It's this one here, so it is a different shape. You've also got the pebble kit, like the mandala kit as well. It's showing you the 2 different sizes that you can be creating, of which it comes out. There's one. Both the, I've got the Terrazzo style, haven't got to have any writing on it at all. It could be a painted thing, could be a nothing. Whatever you'd rather. 16.99, 90% of the stock is gone. The item number, 327013.
Fabulous, I think we're done there. Just waiting to see that settle. The one last thing about the plant pot, if you don't want it as a plant pot and you just wanted it as a candle pot, for instance, you don't want the hole in the bottom. So you can, if you're definitely always going to use it for candles, snip that little bit out, you know, the little bubble at the top.
Yep.
You can just snip that off with a pair of scissors. And then you won't have the hole, the drainage hole, in the bottom of the pot. But if you want to use it multifunctional, just make sure you fill your mould up right to the top, and you will have that hole covered. So some of the pots there have the hole through, and some of them don't. So
your mini pot, the last 2 have gone. So well done, everybody. The mini one has now sold out. We'll change those details. We're going to replace those details with that mandala pebble kit. An awful lot of you are asking about that. Not just that you get the mould to make pebbles, and you also get Jesmonite in there, but those extra tools for making mandala effects across all of your crafts is just so useful. I love how the longevity of your products.
Yes.
Not just like the tools, the moulds themselves. The only thing that will run out is a Jesmonite.
It's a Jesmonite.
And eventually that will
And
like
it is
100
like
plus again.
hen's teeth. Jesmonite, the popularity of Jesmonite has been such that the demand is up and down. So I have to fight hard to get this Jesmonite stock to you here. So I'm afraid to say the Jesmonite kits, the 3.5 kilos, when they are gone until I get my next shipment in.
Hence why you're not here every week, or maybe not even every month.
No, exactly, because it really is. Each time they up production, they're still not keeping up. So really is a buy it now whilst you can if you want to have a go.
To give my best, because I've never done this show with you before, I want to give the best advice, and if you've watched the show, you may well know. Starter kit, or maybe that's even classed as a starter kit in my world as well. If you can, pop this in there as well. Because last thing you want to do is get home and then be thinking, right, I'll definitely order again, but when's that show coming up? It just could be frustration. So.
Or you do the starter kit, and you've loved it that much, and you've run out, you've used it all up, you've made your 5 or 6 coasters, and then you're just like, I want to make more, and you come back to the craft store to look to buy it, and it's out of stock, and you may wait, you know, 3 or 4 weeks for that to come back into stock. So when you see it, buy it.
Yeah, there you go. And I know a lot of people have come to this show already and just purely bought this. If you've already got your moulds and that's what you love doing, 025 235. You haven't got to do that, of course, but these are all options for you. You can divide the cost by 2. So it's basically been 23 minutes since we poured.
And they're out.
And they're out.
Here they come. So here's the pebbles. Now, sometimes I'm a bit messy as a pourer, so I'm just cleaning up as I come out. Oh, didn't we put white chips in these?
I don't remember.
I think we did. Oh, this one's got blue in it. There's white chips in these. Can you see them?
Maybe we'll find out.
They're great, aren't they? And then our soap mould just pops out. Clean as a whistle. No stickiness, no tackiness. Dries. Okay. Solid, like stone. Now, the one thing with the soap dish, I was overzealous when I filled it. If you want that drainage hole, again, it's optional. Just take a craft knife and poke out that bit of Jesmonite. But where, oh, where are our terrazzo chips? So this is the next stage. So I've got my bucket of water ready. And there's also some wet and dry sandpaper that will pop up when you go to check out your baskets. Where's my sanding block? Here we go. Wet and dry sandpaper, it's the best for Jesmonite. You can use normal if you like dust. If you don't like dust, use wet and dry.
Yeah, okay.
So I'll take the, let's do the soap dish, shall we? Dipping it straight in the water, drowning it, and my paper. I've got this on a block. I just like to work with the block because it makes it a bit easier.
You know, the colour you've done, these soap dishes and the pebbles for, this could be for a masculine mate, could be for a son, a new home, going off to university, something like that. Yeah.
Dip that in the water and start washing it off, and here they come. Here come the chips.
Here come the chips.
Here come the chips.
Oh, that is the
now,
best.
because this is quite a rotund shape.
That makes me feel like I'm back in Wetherspoons. Here come the chips. I'm like, yes, finally.
And there's different grits of sandpaper in the little pack that you can buy. There's a 240, which is the roughest one, and then it goes 400 and 600. So you can give things a nice finish. So if you're really into your... Let's go back to the block for speed. So I'll go down the sides. The bumpiness on the back can just be sanded off. And it is best to sand your products, I find, immediately whilst the jesmonite's still soft. You can do it the next day if you want. Give that a good sand. And you can go up to 50%, I'd say, is the max of your weight of mixture with your chips.
Oh, that's a lot.
So you can really go to town.
Yeah, if you want to. Or could just be a little hint off.
Depends how subtle you want. The one thing I've not cracked yet is getting glitter. What I've used eco glitter in jesmonite. I liked the look but not the feel, because with eco glitter it's always going to feel rough.
Right.
So I got the silver flecks, I think it was a grey one actually, and I put eco glitter in to get a bit of bling, but the texture changes because you've got that roughness. Let's do a pebble now.
So the soap dish.
So you do get messy,
and the petals are
because what you're getting is the film of you're kind of reactivating, turning it back to a paste, aren't you?
Okay.
As you're sanding, and then just rinse that off. And we're starting to get our chips. I love this bit. You can take your time over this. Obviously, we're demoing for you live.
Oh yeah, and depending,
So
actually,
we wanna
just
see
feeling
chips.
some of the samples, you've either got, if you don't sand back too much, you just get a glimpse of them, it's still super smooth.
Yeah.
If you want a bit of texture...
You just keep going.
Yeah, just keep going.
This looks like a pebble off the beach, seriously. So I've just started to reveal the white chips, and
Get a decent skim from that one. Decent skim.
And this is the actual original pebble. Came out of my garden that made this shape. The two pebbles that we've got here. So I took an everyday, and it stops people pilfering from the beach as well for their art. Make your own pebbles. You shouldn't be taken from the beach.
That's a very good point, actually. Like little mini rockeries. It could be an indoor thing. It could be decorating your bathroom, for example. Little thing. You haven't got to do much, have you?
No, and it's so satisfying. Honestly, because the more you sand, the silkier and softer it gets, and you just want to keep stroking. Sad.
Hey, this could be a whole work. It could be, maybe you're a teacher, and you want to do, like, people can paint their own Easter creatures or bunnies on them, or draw each other on them or something. It'd be super smooth. What sort of, I guess you can use any paint. It's just
Any paint. Acrylics are best.
Yeah.
Because they're hardy, they'll dry nice, and then if you do want to seal them, so the mandala ones that Caroline did for me. I'm just looking for my tea
I'll quickly
towel.
show a couple of those examples if I can, team. Thank you.
So those, she's finished with a satin spray. I've got a can of it here because I use it as well. There are. Shall I cover the brand?
You do what you want.
It's just a can of spray. I'll just move it quickly.
Oh, that's how you get away with anything. You don't know about that.
And she's just sealed it, just so it's waterproof. The same with your little plant pots. There is another item that you'll get offered when you go to check out, and that's a terracotta colour, which is a new colour I bought to the show this time. I thought plant pots, terracotta, who doesn't love a terracotta pot, and a sealer set. And the reason I put the sealer with the terracotta is most people are going to use these to put a plant in, I thought. The sealer goes on top and it makes it waterproof.
Okay.
So you'll put one layer with about 25% water, the sealer and 25% water, and just brush it onto the surface with a soft brush or a foam applicator. Let that dry for about 10-15 minutes, and then give it another coat with the sealer neat. And then you'll get that protection. You won't get water stains or anything like that if you're going to use it for plants.
Also, there are other bits available, like the stirrers have just been used. Like if you want a little bag of bees or a bag of
bees and ladybirds.
I
saw them and I just thought, oh, they look so cute on the pots.
They are indeed.
You could use them on your card making as well.
Yeah, I've got loads of these things. I know I love the idea of like cross crafting, if you like, of your tools. And for example, Create with Liz is coming up in an hour and a bit's time. There are stencils over there. Bring them in over here and spray through them or paint through them. Absolutely. I can't think of much else apart from maybe Tasha's fabrics. That you could be wrapping them in there after all.
I've just thought of a good use actually, thinking about one of the shows you had on earlier today with your materials and cutting the pebbles would be great as fabric weights.
Yep.
Wouldn't they?
Yeah, wouldn't they just?
And so pretty.
And a little putting one in for like, I love your inspiration, be like dream big, smile, do great things, be brave. Something to remind yourself every morning what you're doing it for, what you fancy doing. It's lovely reinforcement, isn't it?
So there we go. We have our pebble. And then I'll just dry that. The same with the soap dishes. If you're going to be using them, obviously, with water, so you want to use a sealer on those as well. There are other acrylic sealers you can buy. You may have at home, so you can use those. But yeah, just for completeness, I wanted to offer you the sealer as well.
Eunice, you've got a show later today.
I have.
What time is that show?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. Because I'm just thinking, and Lewis, you've been working very, very hard, like rejigging his count of what's sold out. Basically, 1, 2, 3 items have sold out already out of the new moulds. And I know it's going to get even busier after the show, because most of you will watch and then check out in the break. I completely recommend doing that. So whilst you've got choice and chance to get hold of, like, the 3.5 kilogram, for example, maybe the starter kit is perfect for somebody else who wants to get in because they've seen what you do. Maybe you're thinking this year, 2022, is going to be the year that I start to make and sell and do my farmers markets, my craft stalls. Or maybe you don't want to meet anybody and you want to do it on Facebook or via Etsy. All these things are available to us, right? We can do like online or whatever we fancy.
The more the merrier.
Absolutely. I love
seeing what people say. I've got a Facebook page, as most people have, so Eunice Friend Artists and Gallery. If you want to contact me via that and show me what you've made from your Jesmonite, or if you have any questions after the show, obviously you can message in to the craft store, or you can contact me via Messenger. I'll happily help you. If you forgot something or you just want to ask a question, you'll find me there.
What else do you like to do? Because I know you're an artist as well, so what other mediums do you work with?
I work in watercolours, acrylics, pastels, and I have a show on Monday. So Monday evening, watercolours, farmyard animals. So yeah, traditionally I'm a traditional artist. Pet portraits, I do huge works for a pub group that retain me, so 6-foot canvases of bluebell woods and all sorts, huge cows, and then I found Jesmonite. Well, I found resin first, and I do resin artwork, again, kind of 2 metre size boardroom, conference room type pieces. And then I found Jesmonite.
So I'm thinking how exciting that at home right now you love card crafting, but you haven't done this before. Maybe you're a jewellery maker, maybe you do sewing and then work with fat quarters all the time. What a wonderful addition to your crafty stash. Or maybe you've done no crafting before and you're thinking, you know what, this is something I'm going to absolutely do with the grandchildren or just to keep myself busy. Let's go through the item numbers to remind you with only 3 or 4 minutes left. Here's, I know it's flown by, hasn't it? Here's the starter kit with the square and the hexagon mould. All 5 colours, by the way. Elsewhere you'll find the primary 3. Thank you, Eunice, for adding in the white and the black. Your stirrers, your instructions, Jesmonite, of course, and that video tutorial around about 90 minutes worth that you can watch as many times at whatever time of day you wish. 951 457. You've got a saving anyway, but FlexiBuy will also divide it by 2 if you'd rather, so for under £30. The pebble mould, which has it sold out? I'll keep walking. Well done, everybody. The pebbles gone. Maybe next show. Like, what am I going to do later? Maybe next show we might be doing some mandalas. We'll see what we've got time for.
Maybe I can offer some extended delivery dates if the team are interested.
Right,
Someone wants to whisper it in my ear. We
will chase that up between shows, so absolutely keep an eye then on the website, and also, of course, that 2 o'clock show. The soap dish that you're just working on right now, a third of the stock has gone. If you're wondering what you're purchasing, is this that you make at home? I love that ethos.
Yes.
If you saw exactly how it works as well, whether you want to do the little chips and flakes on the inside of it, maybe you don't, but loads of different examples of how you can do so. And again, you can be making and selling as many as you want. £21.95 is your total price. The heart, which I'm really taken with, particularly as Valentine's is just around, or it could be the date of birth or something or someone. Could be putting it could be beadwork and findings you're keeping in 10 of them in front of you. Lots of different choice at 107775. 50% of the heart has sold out, so bravo everybody. Let's go wander back though, and we'll just we've got one more heart to pop out.
We've got another heart.
That's perfect timing.
That's a nice way to end the show.
We've got 90
isn't it?
seconds. This is perfect timing.
Here we go. This is the heart that we painted on. Just pop it out. Ease back the mould. Pop it out. Oh, there we go. It's a little bit wonky.
Hey,
like
there's nothing wrong with a wonky. There's nothing wrong with a wonky heart.
A wonky donkey or a wonky heart. But you could tidy that up with sanding if you really wanted to, but I quite like it. It's all part of that handmade with love. There's your little trinket dish. Put your rings on it whilst you're doing the washing up. You know, it's that kind of...
Yeah.
Eunice,
Fab. You're really interesting, you're really inspiring, you're really lovely as well, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
We had a little email chat, didn't we, before?
We
and you
did.
were so enthusiastic, and all the information you sent me, I know you're the same with people to support, like via Facebook or whatever you're doing, so thank you ever so much.
Thank you.
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. Fingers crossed, things. I know the team here are on it as well for extended deliveries. We will see what comes up, but right now, whatever's in your basket, make a phone call if you wish, or on the website, thecraftstore.com. If you go for the big starter kit, by the way, or even the refill, if you like, if you can go for them both together, because I don't want you to have to wait potentially months to get that back for you. You've got FlexiBuy as well. You've got PayPal also, but all you need is that item number at the top of the screen, for example, 951457. Plenty more on the way. We will see Eunice's friend again at 2 o'clock. There's lots of fabric and things on the way. In fact, I'll tell you all about what's coming up after this. Yeah, dies, stamps and stencils coming up with Crealise and Liz in just a second or two, well, in an hour's time. But Natasha Makes and Yanis is coming up live after the break.
Shopping online with the Craft Store has just got easier with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan. Spread the cost of your basket, whether there is one item or many, with 3 interest-free payments. Simply choose Pay in 3 at checkout and pay for purchases between £30 and £2,000 over 3 equal instalments for the next 3 months. No fees and no interest. Spread the cost of your shopping with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan at the Craft Store.
Hi, I'm Katrina from Rowan Dean. We're a small family business that design embroidery kits. Embroidery has always been my passion, and I'd love to show you how to do some of the stitches and some of the kits. We're based in Derbyshire, and I'm really inspired by the landscape and flora of Derbyshire, and I think other people will be too. Our kits are really easy, and I hope they inspire you to have a go at stitching. Great time. Everybody's been really friendly and really good. We've met loads of people all around the country who watch and find it really inspiring. Don't forget to join me on my Rowan shows.
Hi this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. And we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you.
I wish I could tell you what I just heard. Welcome, everybody. We're talking about kids, baby stories. Welcome, everybody. We've got a fantastic show with the lovely Natasha Makes. I know a lot of you have been following Natasha on her journey with this stunning Baltimore Oriental quilt. And so we've got our next block. This is block number 8. I've got to tell you, you've been shopping ahead. So we've gone from 10% to 20% of the stock. And we haven't even gone live. This is literally, we've just gone live now. So it's a beautiful block. And speaking of beautiful, can I introduce you to the lovely Natasha as well? Hello.
Oh, hello. How are you?
Always love working with you. And I have to say, this quilt, and we'll just show you the, at the moment with our cameras, because it's hard to get a shot, but we will show you the full quilt in a moment. It's a beautiful quilt.
Yeah, I can take absolutely no credit or responsibility for it whatsoever. This is all the work of a very, very talented designer called Lisa Chandler. She's an Australian lady, incredibly talented. She designs her own fabrics, she designs her own quilts and accessories and all sorts of goodies. And this is actually the 4th carnation of the Oriental Baltimore quilt. So every time it's done a little bit differently. And so this one that we're doing, the fabrics are a little bit different, but keeping the ethos and the whole look absolutely spot on.
Now, you're being very modest. You're saying you can take no credit. You absolutely can take credit because you're bringing it to us and you've introduced us to some incredible names. Now, we're going to be working on, if you have a look, the bottom right-hand corner. This is the Aster. That's the block that we're going to be making. I will, just so I can show it clearly, shall I
oh, they're coming in. They're coming in. Oh, the finger, the Greek finger, there it is.
That's the one right there. So that's the, this is the block that we're going to make on now. I felt like I interrupted you, about to say something, and I interrupted you. So what were you going to say, Natasha?
Oh, I have no idea, but only to say the Aster block, this is block number 8.
It's incredible.
Where has 8 months gone?
Wow.
Where did, how, where? So this is, if you've just joined us for the first time with this, we have most of the blocks still available. Any that are missing, it's just that we're waiting for some fabric to come in from Australia. Lisa Chandler is an Australian designer, so some of the fabrics have come from Australia for her quilt.
Okay.
So they will be on their way. So anything that you can't see at the moment, don't worry, by next month we will have them. So if this is your first time joining us, then if you do want to catch up, this is a lovely project because it's hand stitched. The majority of it is hand stitched and applique. So we've learnt lots of different applique techniques along the way, and this block is no different.
It's a beautiful block. It's a busy block as well. Now you're getting the fabric, you're getting the skeins of thread, and of course you're getting the instructions to make this fantastic block. But ultimately, so we're just having a look at the block itself, and I know Natasha's going to be exploring this in greater detail throughout the hour. That's stunning. If you look at the fabric that Lisa Chandler affords us, and I know she designs her own fabric as well, so she's very talented in multiple regards. But then as we pull out and see the quilt in its entirety, it is stunning. I mean, absolutely beautiful. So just to the left of the Aster, that was a block from last month, that beautiful wisteria that Natasha and I did together. And then you see the overarching image. So this wonderful Baltimore Oriental quilt. So many appealing elements to it. I love the punches of colour, the free-flowing designs that you're getting, and that little hint and nod to the Oriental as well.
Yeah, and the lettering means spring, summer, autumn, winter. So it is an all-year-round quilt. And I think this is, we're looking at heirloom. That's very much what springs to mind. Something that has 100%. Taken the best part of a year to make. You know, which is realistically what we're looking at, and is hand stitched in a lot of places. This is something that is going to be maybe a wall hanging, and something that,
a feature piece.
Yeah, absolutely. And this will, when this is done, this will hang in my warehouse.
Oh, wow.
And it will be one of those things. My kids come to the warehouse a lot, and they know it, and they love it, and their little fingers get in because there are bits that you know, aren't sewn down, and some of the petals and the leaves and things, they're free to move around, so their little fingers get in. They absolutely love it.
You know, when I say warehouse, I want to paint an image for you. You know, there was a well-known boy who went to a chocolate factory?
Yes.
That your warehouse is the fabric equivalent, I would imagine, of that. Okay,
Yeah.
now, look, when you think about this, we've broken it down. I say we, Natasha, each month has been breaking down this quilt into bite-sized blocks. And what's nice with the blocks, a lot of viewers have been looking forward to it. So this is your highlight of the month. If you are building this fabulous quilt, each month we've been affording it to you. First time we brought you the Aster. I mean, $25.99 considering what you're making and what it would become once it's all made. Remember, you have got the other blocks as well. Just to give you the details for our brand new Aster block, really busy here. 555-507, your item number. $25.99 today. If you do want to go for previous blocks, we've got 1 to 4, but as Natasha says, the other blocks will be in stock shortly. It's just everything's coming from it's Australia?
Well, some of them are coming from Australia. Some of the batiks have just been delayed. It's just a shipping delay, that's all it is. So, but they will be here very soon. And the other thing to bear in mind with the kit is that apart from the black fabric, you have enough for 2. So if you wanted to practice, maybe you wanted to make a cushion or a bag front or something like that, you have got plenty, because I am learning with you. So Lisa's taught me as we go. Wow. So it was really important for me that anybody who's doing this with me as a kind of a learning journey, that you had enough to practice on, and it wasn't like scrimping so that if you got it wrong there was a panic. You have got at least enough for 2, if not more, in there.
So then, you know what I'd be thinking there? Black fabric.
We sell by the half metre
You're
at
going
the
to have
end of the
black
core.
fabric or core fabric. It doesn't have to be black, but just that base tone. A lot of you are already going to have that. So if you want to translate this into a quilt, do the block, sorry, for your quilt, and then translate it into, say, a pillow or a cushion, you can absolutely do that. Busy for this, a quarter of the stock has gone. 555-507, your item number. We did a show last time, right? Last time we were in, we did a show and we brought you Lisa Chandler fabrics. It absolutely flew. When you look at fabric of this quality, I mean, it's absolutely stunning. Let me just show you, and it's worth opening these out to have a look. Already busy for these, and we absolutely should. This is your black and orange, 60-centimetre panels, perfect to snip into. I mean, the designs, the colours. I know the black and orange was very popular last time we brought it to you.
I think that's because we had the nesting pouches, which I did the samples in that. I forgot to bring them stupidly.
That's okay.
And so the pick and mix pattern is on the pick and mix of patterns. But and it's just the most glorious fabric. When I first met Lisa, bearing in mind that the only other place you can get these fabrics in the UK now as a full range is from Natasha Makes.
Well, okay, because you have got that exclusivity.
Yeah. So when I bring them here, you know, I bring what I have, and they are just the most exquisite fabrics. Well, Lisa and I work very closely together, and what she's designing for the next bit is super exciting as well. So they all have a metallic finish to them, and the metallic is the last of the screens to go down, which is why you've got that beautiful glittering metallic on these.
So I'm just dredging my memory banks, but I know that Lisa Chandler, she went to a factory, and it's the best factory for doing this. Am I right in saying
you'll
that?
see when we get to the grey, I'll explain. I know exactly what you're saying, and I'll explain this. So these are printed in Japan, and Lisa has worked in the industry for years, designing for people like Robert Kaufman, people like that. And then she's a brave lady. She went on her own, which is no mean feat, you know, to decide to print your own fabrics, but she did it, and she knows her stuff. She's incredible. She's the lady that spent 2 years learning how to draw botanically correct flowers. You know, so that when you look at these, and she gets her friends who is a botanist to double check them. So you know, when you look at the waratah and things like this on these fabrics, they are just so beautifully drawn. She's absolutely exquisite. But the metallic on these alone, like I say, that is the last screen. These are all screen printed. They're not digital. A lot of people think they're digital because of the detail in them, but they're actually screen printed in a traditional method. And the metallic is the last screen to go down, hence the glittering on there. But there are, I think, only, to my knowledge, only 2 places in Japan, factories in Japan, who do this in-between stage, it's the best way I can describe it.
Because it's a more labour-intensive, and it's actually the most expensive way to do this process.
Yeah, but if you look on the grey, there's like a, almost like a...
The grey is the busiest option. The last one I showed you was the cream and the orange. Now this grey is flying, and it's probably going to be the first to sell out. So
you can see there's like an air spray in between it. It's not, and you can just see it around the top of the Waratah, and that just highlights where there's some extra silver. But that is kind of like an in-between process that's done that just gives that bit of depth to it.
Wow. They are stunning fabrics. Can I just draw your attention? So we're looking at the grey. Natasha brought in a breathtakingly good quilt. If you have a look over at the quilt that we've got on our set, you'll see how she's actually cut up the fabric and used it to create such great border detail. If you do want a larger piece as well, they're cut to order, right, Natasha?
I cut all these to order. So you're getting a 60cm piece, but if you want longer, then I will just cut it in a continuous piece. That's no bother at all. But you can see the 3 different sizes there of that border stripe, used exactly as it was intended, as a border stripe.
Yeah.
You know, hence the name on this. And then any of you that bought the tile fabric, there's the tile fabric in the centre of that.
Oh, now we are approaching limited stock for our grey option. It looks like it's going to be the first to go. All I can say is from personal experience, I was very fortunate to present the show last month with Natasha when we brought you the last instalment of the Baltimore quilt. And we had Lisa Chandler fabrics on that sold out. So if you want to go for these fabrics, grey is limited. Yeah, we are limited stock for the grey. So has it gone or it's limited? It's just gone limited there, but it's going to go. And we've got our cream and orange very busy, your ivory, and then you've got your black and orange. There are no bad options here. It's beautiful fabric. It's made in Japan. Oh, one thing I do need to point out that the block, and I would imagine the fabric is on extended delivery, is it?
Yeah, just because we've had a fabric sale on at Natasha Makes, so because we cut all of our fabric to order, and that's just finishing tomorrow, our fabric sale. So we've got a lot of cutting to do in the warehouse, and there's only a number of us. We've got someone off with COVID, so we're I was just like, just give us a week. I'll get them if I can get them out quicker. I absolutely will. I absolutely will. But just expect a week's just a week's delay while we just cut everything, because it's been a very busy time.
That's fair enough. We are into single figures with the grey. Grey is about to go, so you've got your warning there. No, grey's gone. So grey has sold out. I don't know if we can get hold. Can we get hold of any more? Am I throwing it? I'm throwing it. Okay, there we go. I'll have to throw it for now. So there we go, Dougie. Cheers, buddy. So grey is the first to sell out. We've still got our other 3 options. How long we have these for, I don't know. One thing I do know is that Natasha is very, very talented, and I know she's very keen to start exploring this beautiful Aster block with you. But we're going to do that in a moment, because we've got our Queen Purse kit for you as well. You've brought some beautiful kits in today.
Well, yeah, again, I can't really take the credit for these. These are Lisa's designs, and she even packages them for me and sends them from Australia. And it just means that you've got everything that you need for the Melba coin purse there. They're just beautiful. And with the hardware and the pattern.
That's lovely. And you are getting that, I mean, that's lovely hardware. Yeah. $14.99 for that.
And bearing in mind you've got the pattern as well and the template. So you can carry on making, and at Natasha Makes we sell the hardware if you want to stock up on extra ones as well.
So we are getting the pattern, we're getting the template, we're getting the hardware, and we're getting the fabric as well to make the most beautiful coin purse.
It's a classic, isn't it?
It's never going to date. That is a great buy, really is. 099832 item number there. Now we've got a walker bag for you. There are 2 options, or actually there were 2 options. The hibiscus, which is the purple one, I'm so sorry, that has sold out. So the hibiscus, which is here, don't look at it. Don't look at it. Don't torture yourself.
Don't upset yourself.
Don't upset yourself. But look, there is a silver lining. I say silver lining, a gold lining. Look at this. Because you've got this beautiful beautiful fabric that you get to play with.
Isn't it stunning?
Yeah,
so that's the pea
flower.
Yeah, that's the pea flower bag. And so one side of it is in the fabric that you've got at the top there, and then the other has little applique flowers on it. And again, you know, maybe you're looking at the quilt thinking that's, you know, that's a big project, but this is just a little applique project that you could whip up in a day or so.
Okay, $19.99 your price there for the most beautifully original bag. 580044, your item number there. Did you just hear that? Did you just hear that? You didn't hear that?
No.
That's the sound of busy phone lines, everybody. We are busy at the moment, so I am so sorry if you're currently stuck in a queue. We're going to try and get through to you as soon as possible. Our call centre here in the building with us, and I say they are lovely. If you do want to jump the queues, you can do that one of two ways. You can either go to our website, which is, of course, thecraftstore.com, or you can get the app. I don't use the website anymore, so I use the app on my phone. All the features you find on the website, you'll find on our app, or you can use it, so smartphone, tablet, it's worth exploring. Now, you've got to talk to me about these scarves, because they are beautiful.
Oh,
3 different options.
Yeah, so these are Lisa Chandler sarongs / scarves. They're big. I mean, you know, take one off and waft it around, please do.
Oh, I will.
They are absolutely beautiful. And they are of a size that we have a pattern in the pattern pick and mix. So behind you, to the, you can take that one off, go for it. We've got a pattern.
Set of traps. It's like being on the set of Home Alone. Other movies are available, but there's little traps everywhere. All right, so I'll put this on. I'll be careful of my mic. Oh, hello.
I mean, why not?
Hey, I like it.
You've struck that pose before, haven't you?
I have. Want to take me back to my modelling days. Now, let's just say you don't want a scarf. You have got a pattern to take this scarf and turn it into a kimono stroke sarong.
Yeah, which I'm not sure how much of that we can actually see, but there you go.
That's actually lovely.
It's really lovely,
especially
isn't it?
In summer when it's hot or going on holiday.
Yeah, or even just with a little white vest top over a pair of jeans, and a pair of jeans.
Yeah.
Just as a little cover up.
I have to say that the fabric is incredibly soft, and it's one thing I always feel that I'm going to do some filling right now, because at the moment we need to talk to Natasha. So I'm going to chat to you for a couple of minutes and let's talk to Natasha about stock. I always feel that it's my job to be your hands. And the actual fabric, it's beautifully soft, it's wonderfully designed, and for $24.99. So we have got options. This first option is your pomegranate, very pretty. I like the pomegranate. If I pop this down, the next option, we are limited stock for our black. So this is your black. Now look at this. I am not surprised that we are limited stock. How beautiful is that as a scarf? And you can see that black would work with so many different guises. So if you do want to go for the black option, I'd be quick, because that is about to sell out. $24.99 your price there, 049724. And then the cream and orange, which I think is another beautiful colour combo there as well. So that is your cream and orange. Don't forget, there is a pattern. You can find it in the Natasha Makes, so shop by brand, the pick and mix, and there is a pattern to turn the scarves into a beautiful kimono stroke sarong. Okay, now we're going to tell you a little bit about Freedom. We're having such a busy show, we're going to have to put in Freedom. It just gives us a chance to regroup, and then I promise we're going to get started on this beautiful Aster block, so don't go anywhere.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom Members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the Craft Store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888, and join Freedom today.
Here we go, a little bit about Freedom membership. Now, just before we head to Natasha, give you a heads up. When I said I'd do this, we had a technical sellout on the grey, a couple of bounce back, so if you want to get hold of those, be quick. There is still some grey to nab. The black and orange, which is always a popular colour combo, that is now limited stock. So a few bounce back with the grey, be quick there. Black and orange, limited stock, looks like that will be selling out shortly too. But don't miss out on, I think this cream and orange is such a beautiful combination, or if you want that purity of the ivory with those wonderful purple and lilac tones as well with the teal. I mean, there are no bad options here. All right, we're going to start exploring the Aster block.
Yes, so as ever, when you get your block, I will always start from the very, very basics for anybody that's just joining us and only just realising, you know, what's going on with the block of the month. You will get your pattern on 2 separate sheets. So with this, I always print it off single-sided because I know how annoying it is when you have to try and trace off a pattern or do it like, just, no one's got time for that. So, quite frankly, I don't. I probably guess that you don't either.
Yeah.
Well, it's not the fun bit, is it?
No.
You know, so you just attach your templates from the back and then just sellotape them together. There's a dotted line, you just sellotape them together and we're all good. Then what I would say is use that as your centre mark, but also just fold it into quarters, because I'm going to get you to do the set. I'm not going to be there. I'm going to highly suggest, strongly suggest that you might like to just also do that with your fat quarter of black. Okay, and I would fold it and then give that a really good press.
Yeah.
Okay, for the simple reason that then those quarter lines will align. And we do this with every single one that we make. This hasn't changed all through the blocks. This is exactly how we've done all of them. And it just gives us that reference point every time. And that we know, right, okay, so now when I place that on, as long as I, with that crease, line that up there.
Oh, that's a good tip.
It's really easy, because if you use a chalk pen or anything like that, it can rub off.
Yeah.
Because I keep these in a little plastic pouch. They come in a pizza box, so you can keep all your little bits in the pizza box so that you don't lose them. That was the other thing that was quite important for us, that these things don't get lost. And so you can always refold and you can always find where you are, even if I've got it upside down. Doesn't matter. So that is your starting block. Then this is your pattern here. Now, Lisa has a rule with her patterns, and it's the cuppa rule.
The cuppa rule?
The cuppa rule.
Yeah.
The rule is when you grab your pattern, you grab a cup of tea, cup of coffee, and you sit down and you read it through.
Well, I like this rule.
Yeah, I know.
So rather than jumping straight in, do have a read through.
Yeah. Do you remember when you did your exams at school, they always used to say read through all the questions first, and your brain starts working on what you need to do. And it's kind of the same thing here. I'm awful for this. Like this is probably where I fall down most, is I think, I know what it is. No. So, we've got the colour guide here. So your colour guide, you've got your dark teal.
Yeah.
And again, it's up to you as to what you decide you want to have where. Light teal, so you've got your 2 different colours there. You've got your apricot, your dark apricot, so light apricot, dark apricot. You've also got a lovely, lovely grey in there
and just
as
remind
well.
everybody, and it's a compliment to yourself, Natasha, you've ensured that viewers at home will get enough fabric not only to make one of the blocks for your quilt, but another one after that if you wanted to then, if you enjoyed the technique, to make for a cushion front. I mean, that's fantastic. For $25.99, that's very good value for money.
Yeah, bearing in mind that your pattern is in there as well, and you've got all your threads and everything else. So it's just the black that you would have to
which is a fabric we'd have in our stash. Or if not, if you have any solid, then this would look equally as beautiful on sort of lighter shades as well.
Absolutely. We did have the fabric by the ½ metre as an end of call.
Okay.
If you wanted that. But
just really quickly, as I am giving you the details, we're looking at the block. We are very busy for this, and I can tell you that stock-wise, we are over 40%. So a lot of you enjoying the Aster. It's a beautiful block.
Do you know what? It really is. And And so it doesn't matter. Each of these instructions is a standalone set of instructions. So if you've just got one block that maybe is your favourite flower or something like that, and or your mum's favourite flower, maybe you're thinking of making her a cushion for Mother's Day or something like that, the instructions are standalone.
Okay.
And that was also really important, because otherwise the whole quilt set of instructions was over 74 pages, which was a bit overbearing.
Wow.
So we've really broken it down
Makes
so
it a
that
lot
you
more
can,
digestible.
yeah, you can dip in and dip out.
Just speaking of
as much
dipping,
as much,
with the
yeah.
cup of rule, are we allowed biscuits with that as well?
Absolutely,
Or?
yeah.
Okay.
In fact, it's kind of frowned upon if you don't.
I think so.
Lisa's a massive foodie. She worked in the food industry
really?
for a very long time.
So,
So, yeah.
What hasn't she done? She's a very talented lady.
She is incredibly talented. Yeah,
I feel
absolutely.
I feel like I've done nothing with my life when I hear what she's done.
I just adore her. I
Yeah.
absolutely adore her. And the next lot of fabric, I don't know if I'm allowed to say, but
Go on, tell
she's
us.
on
We won't tell
holiday at the
anyone.
moment.
Oh,
so
what?
She's on holiday at the moment, so she
Okay.
won't be watching.
Yeah.
Is based on, so you know how we've got the botanical type feel here? Imagine this, but in all of the botanicals that go into gin.
What?
Yes.
Now that is a combination I want to see. So
I
that's
know.
coming up in the future, and we'll be.
Yeah,
we'll be here.
that was.
That sounds
she took her
cool.
husband away for a weekend to gin tasting,
Yeah.
and she was looking at all of the different botanicals that go into gin. She's like, oh,
I can't wait for that.
I can make this into a fabric. So it's amazing where people get their ideas from, isn't it? It's really interesting.
Inspired.
Now, so you've got your colour guide there, and if you want to put a little swatch of your fabric so that you remember which, then do. A lot of quilting is generally just in the preparation. So your order of applique, this is the gold.
Yeah.
This is your absolute gold. So apply leaf number 1. So if we look down here, that is indeed leaf number 1. So we've got this order, and then you apply stems below and above flower number 2. So all of these things just lead in, and then you add leaf number 3, add leaf number 4. And the reason that we have this is so that your raw edges are covered. So leaf number 1 will go on,
right,
but then the stem will go over the raw edge of that. So that's why it's just important to do it. It's not the end of the world if you get it, if you get it a little bit mixed up or muddled, it doesn't matter. You could always just unpick there and stuff it under. Like, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
But if you want an easy life,
nice,
then follow that, and you're all going to be good.
Okay.
Now, we have got some differing techniques here. These are going to be needle turn applique. Okay.
You explained needle turn, and it's last time we worked together, actually, funnily enough, because the Baltimore quilt, it's perfect for your hand stitching.
Absolutely,
and
yeah.
it's a term that
Yeah,
I'd
yeah.
heard a lot of, needle turn, and I was very familiar with the term, but never seen or never really knew what it meant. And then I was doing a show with Natasha, and you were showing the technique, and I was like, oh, so that's needle turn. It's just using the needle to turn the fabric.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're going to have a look at how to do one of the big leaves, and as much as you can get the basic shape turned under, when you're stitching, bits will come up. So you'll just use your needle to turn it under. Hence the needle turn applique.
Okay.
Yeah.
Learning.
As simple as that. So we have got little petals. We have also got big leaves on this. So with the little petals, you have got. So you can trace them, if you want, onto. I use template plastic. You know, that is my go-to with this, is template plastic.
Well, just while you're getting set, I've got big updates on the fabric. So this beautiful Lisa Chandler fabrics, grey and black, single figure. When I say single figures, one of each. That's how single we are. So the grey, we had a couple jump back. There is still one remaining of the grey, and the black and orange, we've got one available there as well. So they're about to go very quickly. Ivory's popular, and then you've got your cream and orange too. So the grey and the black and orange are about to go. You have my warning there. They are going to go. Now the bag, I have got a bag behind me. Just want to show you this. We've had a question. Have we got a name to the question? Or was it from the call centre? It was just from the call centre, so apologies, I can't give you a name. But we had a message from the call centre, and this is a great question. Have we got a kit or a pattern for this bag?
We haven't on this show. At Natasha Makes,
Yeah.
we do. It is the flower handled tote bag, and it comes with the hardware and the pattern.
Is it
so you
something-
then pick your fabric. It is a
Nice.
it is a Lisa Chandler thing. I don't have enough stock to have brought it to air here.
Is it something maybe in the future you might bring to us?
Absolutely, we have brought in the past.
Oh, it's a lovely bag, and that's beautiful clasp. So watch
the
your
clasps
space.
are ever so slightly different. The clasps that we've got are the ones, you see the one on the back wall there with the black bag?
Oh, okay.
They're
Just
the
up there.
ones, yeah, they're the ones. So it's
Yeah.
a slightly different clasp that we've got, but the patterning is the same.
Yeah. Okay. We'll
But
just show that.
but it's another Lisa design. She's a genius with bag making.
So do watch this space, and say in the future Natasha might be bringing that bag for you. But thank you for the questions. Do keep questions coming in as well. We always love hearing from you. Really simple to get in touch. Just email studio@thecraftstore.com. Okay, shall we continue?
Okay, so trace off your templates, and then so these are this part of the flower. These are the petals. So you have got 2 different fabrics, and it's up to you which way round. I would go with the lighter one.
Okay.
It's just there as an option. And in the instructions, Lisa tells you to cut a strip approximately 3 inches by 24. But we'll just cut ourselves a little 3-inch strip off this.
Okay. Did you have a creative grid show earlier on with Dan?
Yeah, I've got another one at 5.
Okay, so do tune in. The creative grids are an absolute game changer if you are a sewer. And the ruler that Natasha's just using now, that is, what's on the show?
The 24.5 by 6.5 inch, and it's after the Stripology ruler. That was the very first one that I ever bought, because it just meant that when fabric came off the bolt, I could cut it in one continuous length.
Yeah. I mean, it really is an essential tool, and once you start using them, they're a game changer. I know it's not a focus this hour, but you can catch up with Creative Grids at 5, but you can shop now. Just shop by brand, Creative Grids, and see all of them. But what I will say, you'll notice Natasha uses them. Natasha, and I've got a lot of respect for Natasha as a crafter. And Natasha was saying when she started her sewing journey, the one thing she was a little bit daunted on is cutting fabric, especially rulers that were slipping and sliding from not only the safety aspect, but you invest good money in your fabric. There's nothing worse than making a mistake or slipping and obviously messing up on your fabric. With the Creative Grids, you don't have that issue. They're safe to use, they're very intuitive and extremely easy to follow all the measurements. So that's Creative Grids. Just going to give you a quick recap on the block as well. This is the Aster block. It is the brand new block, new today. It is the final block of our spectacular Baltimore quilt from Lisa Chandler, and I have to say it's an heirloom quilt. Now, although this is the final block, we know...
No, it's not.
It's not the final block.
We haven't. No, they're 9. This is number 8.
Oh, okay, let me just change
the
that.
middle one. Look at the
I'll sort this out in the editing. It's the penultimate block. We've got one more remaining after this, but we're very close to the completion. Having a look, of course there's 9 blocks there. So
it's
there
a
we
9
go.
block. Absolutely.
But you can see here, so just at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen is the Aster. To the left of it was block number 7, which we were exploring last month. That is the wonderful wisteria. So beautiful block, wonderful quilt. As a whole, this quilt, and look at what you're exploring. And also, for me, what stands out is how each block has its own personality. It captures the essence of the flower. You can tell that Lisa absolutely relishes nature. She really loves immersing herself in the nature, and she gets that spirit of each of the flowers. Beautiful fabric, beautiful designs, wonderful quilt. Heirloom piece. And what Natasha's done, and we've got to applaud Natasha, is she's broken down that quilt into bite-sized chunks. So each month, and so many viewers have relished their opportunity to get their latest block. So this is the latest block, number 8. If you want to start exploring the earlier blocks, so as I say, if you tuned in, you're like, oh, I know this is block number 8, but if you want to start at 1 and start working your way back up, we have got 1 to 4. The other blocks, sort of in between, from 4 to 8, They will be available. It's just at the moment they're not. They're getting shipped
Yeah,
in.
by next month.
Okay.
I would hope to have
So
a full.
by the time you've done 1 to 4, the others will be back in stock there as well. But very busy for our Asda. So this is our new block, 555-507, your item number. Okay.
Okay. So when you've taken that 3-inch strip and you've folded it right sides together, and then cut out your pattern pieces out of your template plastic, you just draw around it. Now I'm using a pen just so that you can see. You can use whatever you have. Now a little tip that I learned from the paper crafters back on my days in craft were that use a big pair of scissors when you're cutting any kind of template or applique or anything like that. Use the biggest pair of scissors that you can, because it just gives a much softer edge. But
What's
here's
your
the other thing.
scissors of choice? What do you tend to use?
Well, these are my paper scissors.
Yeah.
So, and then I've got all sorts, but Inspira, I do like the Inspira ones, because you can, basically anything that's got a nut and a bolt on, you can undo and you can get them professionally sharpened, so they'll last you a lifetime.
Nice, that's a good tip.
And that's what I'm after.
Yeah.
Is
Okay.
something that's going to last me. If I'm going to pay good money for something, then it has to be that. And I inherited my grandmother's scissors, and she'd looked after them, and all of them had that nut and bolt, so that they could be professionally sharpened.
That's good to know.
So when you've drawn this onto your strip with the bases on the raw edge, I'm going to take my my stitch down to about anywhere between 1.2 and 1.4.
I think we're having an issue with your mic, so I'm just going to talk with everyone. We'll sort that out. I apologise. So, hey, live TV, it happens. Now, just to let you know, have we still got the grey and black? You are kidding. So what's happening? They're kind of going into baskets and coming back out again. I'll be honest, we literally have one remaining here and one remaining here. They did allocate and they jumped back out, which is fine. But I'll say, if you want them, and I know for a fact that we cannot get hold of any more. So once it does sell out, that is it. Well, I know it's it for we asked for the grey. I can't be sure on the other ones, but definitely for the grey. Oh, is it for all? Okay, so categorically for any that start to sell out, and at some point, look, we're only just over halfway through the show, definitely these are going to go. Once they do sell out, that is it. We cannot bring these back on extended delivery. And can I just show anybody why there's one left? Why would you not want this in your life? Look at that. Now tell me. And literally one left, and then I'm going to have to obviously throw it to Dougie, and that's it. It's beautiful. This is Japanese. It was made in Japan. The most beautiful Japanese fabric. That process that it goes through. So it's a traditional process of printing. It's not digitally printed. And at that final layer adds that sort of metallic sheen. So grey has gone. I'm pleased, and the only reason I'm doing that is it deserves to go. That is stunning. And I feel the same about the black as well. We'll get to that, but there's only one remaining there too, so I'm a little bit surprised that it hasn't gone. Okay, so there is your orange and cream. So orange and cream. Now orange and cream, because it's not limited stock here, if you did want to get more than one, it will be cut as a continuous. So what you're seeing here, that 60 centimetre piece, but if you did want to double up, if you want to go for 1, for 2, 3, you're able to do that. Yeah.
If you wanted to unroll it, then I can just show you. A 60 centimetre piece goes from mid-Waratah to mid-Waratah, which are the big flowers at the bottom.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, you know, you're saying Waratah, I'm thinking like geographic locations in Australia.
No. So it goes from, so you can see from the middle of the Waratah at the end, you get one big Waratah in the middle, and then it goes to the middle of the next one. So if you're buying a continuous unit, what you have on your screen, is pretty much what you will...
Nice, beautiful, and it's the quality. I really stress this. The quality of the fabric is stunning. Black has gone again. We only had one remaining there, so whoever nabbed it, well done. I'm pleased for you. But you can still. Thank you, Dougie. By the way, I apologise just nonchalantly launching the fabric at poor Dougie. Dougie's our lovely floor manager. There, you do a great job, Dougie. I do appreciate you, buddy. Okay, so let me just lay these out. So there's your orange and cream. This fabric is special, and then you've got your ivory and with the ivory you've got these wonderful purples and lilacs traversing through. So there is no bad choice here. They are stunning, and it's all personal preference. So, interesting enough, the team are split, because I know that Katie, our lovely producer, is going for the ivory. Taz, he's saying that he loves the cream and the orange. So, you know, it doesn't matter. There are no bad choices. $9.99 for fabric of this quality. Do need to point out, it will be dispatched. It's 7 days, so it'll be on the 10th of February. Worth the wait. This is made in Japan, one of the top factories in Japan, and the process to make these, it's one of the most labor intensive. I'm struggling, I want to phrase this right.
So normally you would just print the screens, but there is a separate process that these go through, which is akin to kind of airbrushing, I guess is the closest way to describe it, in between the screens, and not many places can do it.
Like
and
a handful in Japan, when you say?
Yeah, I mean, I was told 2. That's what I was told. Now, I haven't, my Japanese isn't good enough to fact check that, but that's what I'm led to believe, is that there are only literally, you know, a couple of factories in Japan that have the ability to do this. And this is a whole new world, you see, for me, that I've sort of dipped my toe into looking. And because Lisa has her fabrics printed herself, she has looked into, and she has a fabric agent. And again, I didn't know that people had fabric agents. I mean, I trained as an actor, I have an agent, but I didn't have a fabric agent. Like, what's that all about? And they know, like they know, they've seen Lisa's fabrics, and they know exactly, because of this technique, exactly which factory it came from, because there are so few that do it.
2 factories. From what Natasha's heard, is say we haven't fact-checked this, but you have been told, no, I would believe you on this. The 2 factories that actually make the fabrics in this way with this process. Now, I had a good question. Don't have a name to the question, so apologies, but someone asking, could you... Oh, it's Laura. Laura, great question. Oh, and Laura's saying she's really enjoying the show.
Oh, thank you,
that's
Laura.
very nice. And she likes my shirt as well. Thank you, Laura. So,
the fabric.
Laura was asking, well, the reason why I mentioned the shirt, because she was asking, could you use this fabric to make clothes?
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact, at Natasha Makes, we do have a beautiful, like,
a maxi dress?
No, it's a brunch jacket.
A brunch jacket?
Yeah, brunch jacket made out of some of these. So when I get my nerve to do more dressmaking, maybe I'll have to bring that.
So,
but absolutely.
Natasha, I think my mic's gone again. I'm so sorry. Sorry, I don't know. The brunch jacket sounds amazing. We're going to sort out Natasha's mic in just a moment, but busy for these options. So only 2 remaining options now. It's 417181, your item number. Now, we do have the coin purse for you. 1/3 of the stock has gone for our coin purse. It's a beautiful kit, and when you see the price on this as well, I mean, it's a good price, $14.99. When you consider you're getting the template, you're getting the instructions, and you're also going to get the hardware and fabric in there as well. I mean, look at this fabric. This is the kind of fabric you're going to enjoy working with. Absolutely beautiful, beautiful fabric. And this is what we expect and know to love from Lisa. But then, that hardware. So you've got the beautiful hardware. And then you've got, again, your template and your pattern. So all of that for $14.99, 099832, item number. 1/3 of the stock has gone. Now, walker bag, we have we had 2 options with a walker bag. I'm afraid one has gone. We have still got this option in stock. $19.99 is your price there. 580044, your item number. What I find with the fabric, the quality of the fabric is exceptional. The design, so that in itself, when you consider, and if I just show you the finished bag, I mean, come on. Absolutely beautiful. Really, really nice. So the bag is stunning. You are getting your zip in there as well, so $9.99. All your fabric, and there is a lot of fabric there. And of course, you're getting your instructions and your template too. Template with this one?
Yeah. It'll come with the instructions and well, it's got all the instructions, everything that you need. If you need to add any wadding, that's personal choice. You can if you want. If you want a firmer feel to your bag. Entirely cheap.
$19.99 your price there. 580044. Now we're going to explore some scarves for you. Black, I'm afraid, has gone. So black is no longer with us. We've only got 2 options remaining. So I'm afraid I'll put black down here, just so I'm not to confuse everybody. Look at these scarves. They not only are so aesthetically pleasing, this is your pomegranate option. All I can tell you is, and I feel it's my sort of duty to be your hands here in the studio, They are, and please believe me on this, they're so soft. Beautifully soft, wonderful colours in there, beautiful designs with the pomegranate. Now you imagine that, and you see like the mannequin here, obviously in black. You imagine a pair of jeans, black top, and wearing the scarf. That would look stunning. Really nice. That's your pomegranate. Equally as beautiful is the orange and cream, which you're just seeing over there. So
the nice
two different
thing
options.
About the orange and cream is that if you're going with the orange and cream fabrics, you can make your accessories, your bags to
that's
go
nice.
with.
So wait, having the
I know,
that'd
I'm
be
just
nice.
throwing it out there because
That'd
you've got
be
the Waratah on there, you've got the outline of the Waratah on there, and with the pomegranate you've got the same sort of purpley tones in the ivory. So
And don't forget that we have got a pattern that will allow you to take the scarf and turn it into a beautiful kimono. Kimono. So kimono is a Greek surname, that's why I keep saying it. It's a kimono. So if you want to go for that, I mean, that is, you can imagine that, you're saying here in the UK, I'm thinking holidays too. How beautiful would that be?
oh yeah, so I wore that in the summer a lot. That's mine. So I did wear that through the summer. Pair of jeans, white vest top, job done.
I'd be happy to wear that and pretend to be James Bond from the 60s.
I mean, why not?
It's the kind of thing that he'd wear.
You've got those options.
So £24.99 is your price. Oh, 20 is your price there. We're going to head back to Natasha now and continue the fun. Any questions, please get in touch, studio@thecraftstore.com. Okay.
I have shortened my stitch length.
Yes.
I've drawn it round my template and I am stitching. I've put a big open toe foot on my machine so that I can see exactly where my needle is. I've put my needle in the center position so that I know exactly where I'm at. And I am going to stitch on the line-ish. It depends how distracted I get, how much I chat. So if you have the option with your machine to have it so that when you take your foot off the pedal it keeps the needle down, that's really helpful. Take it nice and steady as you come round those corners. And if you bought, gosh, was it the ginger block? I forget now, that had the forceps in, you want to have your forceps at the ready for the next bit. There was a reason
to birth some fabric.
Yeah, that we had that. It's exactly that. You're going to birth your petals any second. And so you'll do all of these. I'm just going to do a couple just to show you. And then you cut around. Okay. So this is giving you that seam allowance.
Nice. Now almost half the stock has gone for our beautiful Baltimore Oriental Aster block. Natasha has got another show later on. Whereas, I mean, this is why it's 1 o'clock. This is why it's great to tune in for earlier shows. Because, say, the fabric here, the two options that we sold out have gone. We won't be bringing those back at 1. And these two options are proven very busy. Whether they're still here for 1.
It's a completely different show at 1.
Oh, is it really? I apologise.
Yeah.
Sorry, I
so
thought
it's not. No, it's the Natasha Make Show. We're doing something completely different. We've got a whole load of Lewis and Irene fabric at 1 o'clock. We've got some of the velvet-lined tablet cases. Oh, nice. Bit of Liberty.
Velvet-lined tablet cases? Liberty?
Yeah, because you'll have this very, very soon with Archer, sticky fingers on your touchscreen tablet.
Oh, yeah.
But if you put it in a velvet case, it cleans it as you take it out. It's only practical. It sounds decadent, actually practical.
That's nice.
We've got some discounted Christmas fabrics, and we've also got a discount on the velvet pouches, the velvet handbag clutch bags that we did just before Christmas, because you know it's nearly Valentine's and you can whip yourself up a rather classy clutch to go out for that special dinner.
So Dad's story at the moment, what Archer's been doing, he learned a couple of months ago to give kisses, like proper kisses. Before
Oh,
it was
okay,
just
not
like,
the one that involves basically
it was just literally,
licked.
yeah, sloppy face. But
Nice.
now what he will do is he'll do a like this. So now what he does, whenever he sees anyone or says goodbye, he gives a wave and he's looking at them.
Oh,
blows
bless
little
him.
kisses.
Oh,
Very
he
cute.
looks like a little
That's his new
goldfish.
thing. Yeah, that's what he looks like.
Forceps in your petal.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is why you had this as one of the kits, because some of these get a little bit fiddly otherwise. And I just explained with the forceps, because I did this as well, and then I did have a couple of people email saying, they're stuck.
They don't work.
They don't work. They're not meant to open like scissors. Okay, that is meant to happen. They are meant to be stuck.
Yeah.
You squeeze them together and release. Okay, so then they just ratchet together. So squeeze and release. Because you want them, pop them in there, you want them to hold that fabric so that you can then get busy turning that petal through the right way.
They're nifty, and it's just one of those tools, again, that makes your life a lot easier.
Yeah, because otherwise I'd be faffing about trying to do these. But there it is, there's your petal turned through, and it is a tiny petal. And yeah, you know, then you'll get your kebab stick or whatever, or your knitting needle or whatever you've got, you will get that in there and just ease out all those seams and press them. But having those forceps just makes the difference. And we had those made specially for the quilt. You can get like plain silver ones, but why would you when you can get rainbow ones, right?
Oh yeah, why would you?
I mean, yeah. Which is the really nice thing when Lisa and I were going, we really need this is what we need, and yeah, should we get rainbow? Yeah, let's get some rainbow ones made. So she's a bad influence on me. She makes me buy pretty things.
Do you know what I love about you though, Natasha? That you source excellence, and I know you're a perfectionist in yourself, and whatever you do, you try to do it to the best of your ability. But within your own brand, Natasha Makes, you go out, you hunt these incredible designers like Lisa Chandler, sorry, I was thinking of Anna-Marie Horner, but all these fantastic designers, and you bring them to us, and we've got to applaud you for that.
It's the best part of the job there, isn't it? You know, and
Kay Fassett Collective.
Yeah, you know, we are so lucky. We are living in a time where we have so many incredible designers. You know, Lisa is just, she's been an absolute gem to find. And I work really closely with her. I work closely with Odile Bail. I work closely with Kay from Brandon and Philip Jacobs that make up the Kay Fassett Collective.
How are the guys, by the way?
They're really well. They're really well.
Any more interviews coming up?
There is something happening at the moment.
We can't say it, but you've got the biggest smile on your face.
Yeah.
Okay, is this a question of watch your space?
Yeah, because it will come here first.
Oh yeah, this is what we like.
And it will be, yeah. It's terrifying for me. And takes me completely out of my comfort zone, and I'm so excited to step into the challenge.
Okay.
And I hope you'll like it.
Hey, look, if it's with you, and I've got a hint that it might be involving the Kay Fassett Collective as well, we're going to love it. So watch this space, and we're going to have it first.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. So we are going to look now at doing the centerpiece, because when these are on, you'll have your centerpiece that will go over the top. So you know we had that list of applique. This is one of the last steps, so that those petals will stick under there, so that you don't have to worry about those raw edges. Okay.
I'm conscious of time, and obviously this is your only show featuring the block.
Yes.
If we don't get this finished, is there anywhere we can maybe see more of this, or?
Yeah, so at Natasha Makes, we do, which is just www.natashamakes.com. We do a show on this every month.
Okay.
And the great thing about that is we do not ever delete our videos. So they are all on YouTube, they're all on the website, they are all there. So every month we do this in more depth, because we don't have the time challenges, because we're internet based. So we don't have the time challenges. There's a bit of chat, just, you know, fast forward through that or listen if you want, and you will get a full demo on how to do each of the blocks, and they will stay up there. They're not time limited, they'll always be up there. And the same goes to any of the patterns on the pick and mix. A lot of them now have the date that I demoed them on my own channel, so that you can then look back, and that will be the full. I mean, we did a bag on Tuesday. It took me 2 hours to make the bag, but I made it from start to finish.
Excellent.
So, you know, that it is a full demo, because we have that luxury, which, you know, you can't have here. It's you know, it's just different. So, but they are always there for you. So it's always worth taking a little look there. And,
cool.
Yeah.
Now, time is beating us, so we've got another about minute or so.
Okay, all right. So all I'll say is get yourself your template plastic again for the centre block, cut much bigger around it, and then keeping that in the centre, you'll do a long running stitch, which you then pull up, which pulls, you can see that pulls that round there, like that.
Okay.
You can then give it a little press, and that will be your centre. I would really recommend as well using a double layer of freezer paper, as your template for these, because it's just that little bit stronger. And when you're going around, I put a little bit of starch spray on there just with a paintbrush, and again you'll have had this in one of your previous kits, and then you're just going to fold those under and give them a good press, which will mean that you'll get that lovely curve as you go around. You can then take that freezer paper out, and then you will needle turn, applique that down and stitch that down.
If we have a look at the completed block here, you can see this is what you are working towards, the most stunning block, and it is a penultimate block. So this is block number 8 from our beautiful Baltimore Oriental quilt, brought to you by Lisa Chandler, incredible designer, and Natasha's been giving you well, bite-sized pieces every month, bringing you a block. So this is number 8. We've got one more after this, but if this is your first time seeing the quilt, don't worry, because we've still got 1 to 4 on our website. You'll be able to find 1 to 4, and we will bring you from 4 to 8 as well. I know we haven't got those in stock, so 5, 6 and 7, but we will have those in stock by next month. But look at this quilt. It is so stunning. The wisteria you can see at the bottom next to the aster, that was what we brought you last month. That was block number 7. There are so many endearing elements here, and Lisa, as a designer, she's captured the essence and beauty of each of the subjects. I think she is fantastic. Okay, now speaking of which, Lisa has brought you this beautiful Japanese fabric. We started with 4 options. We are down to 2, and I have to say, once these have gone, that is it. They're gone. We're not bringing you any more today, because it's only so much we could have, and we've had a very busy show with it. Now, with these, they're 60 centimetres. You've got the beauty is, because they're not we're not into single figures yet, you can order more than one. It'll be cut as a continuous length. So if you want to work on larger projects, now look at this ivory. And it just shows how you can join them up, use them as a block, use them clothing, bag making. You've got larger, smaller designs in here. The colours are gorgeous. These are Japanese fabrics. By that I mean they are made in Japan. And the actual process, we were saying, we think there are only 2 factories in Japan that actually traditionally make fabrics with this process. So it's not digitally printed, it is screen printed, and at the end it has a final layer that gives you that sort of metallic essence to it. That's your ivory, and then we have the orange and the cream. I just really love the colours on this. For me, I just connect with the colours, and it's such a personal choice, but look at that. And that gold coming through, sort of traversing through the fabric as it catches the light, is just a thing of beauty. Wonderful fabrics. It looks great. It's going to be an absolute joy to work with, and it feels beautiful as well. It kind of ticks all the boxes with regard to fabric. That's why we've been so busy for this fabric. 2 options remaining, your ivory or your orange and your cream. But $9.99, I mean, come on, the price is very, very good. 417-181, your item number there. We will be back at 1 o'clock. It's going to be different focus at 1 with Natasha Makes. So what are we going to be doing at 1, Natasha?
We are going to be taking bag making back to the very, very, very basics, and we are going to be making the easiest tote bag out of a ½ metre of fabric.
Done and done. Make sure to tune back in at 1 o'clock. Also at 5 o'clock, we're going to have creative grids as well. You've been busy, Natasha, so we'll make you work hard.
Coming over, you know, I may as well make the most of it.
Good. So make sure, 1 o'clock, Natasha Makes, 5 o'clock, creative grids. Creative grids are amazing, and of course, Natasha's amazing as well. Thank you, Natasha. Thank you for your company. Dan is back, and he's in for a treat. We are paper crafting with Creolese. After that, we've got Tattered Lace, our beautiful cornucopia one-day special, and then Natasha Makes returns.
Hi, I'm Pat.
And I'm Mark.
And we're Totally Patched. We've been in business for 20 years, and we've been with the craft store for 5 of those. We love working with the craft store because it enables us to reach out to people who we wouldn't normally see. We like to educate, inspire, and make them want to enjoy the craft as much as we do. Make sure you don't miss the Totally Patched shows on the craft store.
Tickets are on sale now for Crafting Live at Sandown Racecourse. Featuring exclusive offers and competitions. Over 800 make and takes. Stock up from over 50 exhibitors. And meet and greet our craft presenters. Plus, craft members save 25% off their tickets. Book your tickets now at creatingcraft.com and search for Crafting Live.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Presscut and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Join us for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Good morning. It is morning. Welcome to the craft. I was thinking, is it morning? Is it 12 o'clock yet? No, it's 11 o'clock this Thursday. My name's Dan Bancroft. Thank you so much for having us with you. Everything on this show is basically under £20. There are 2 items of multi-buys, which is slightly over £22.49 to be exact. But what a price point to bring in some actual constructive, make some complicated-esque looking shapes. For example, the never-ending card, which is where we're going to start with our first demonstration. So I encourage you to get ahead of us on the website, thecraftstore.com, to get hold of lots of different elements for you. The demonstrations galore coming from Liz Wheeler. Good morning, Liz.
Good morning, Dan.
I saw you on my first trip here. You were one of the first faces I saw.
I know, it was so lovely. You came and popped your head around the door. It was lovely.
I did.
You did.
We're going to get straight into it because this sort of card looks, which is kind of the point. It's kind of meant to look.
It's like a magic card, because you just think, I don't know where to start on that, but it is very, very easy to put together. I promise
all
you.
of these. The decorative pieces, by the way, if you want rosettes, mandalas, there's plenty on the show for you on the website, thecraftstore.com, and that's where you can go to get your glues, for example. Keep an eye on those tags. And also, Liz's favourite, the Suitcase Mini, is in stock on the show. So we'll come to it all live later on, but let's crack straight on. Let's break the magician's code, if we will, behind the never-ending card.
Yes. So what you get in your little die set is the die to actually make the structure of the card, which is this little thing here. You also get a little mat to go on top of your card shape to decorate it. You also get a little corner mat as well, so you can mat and lay your cards. And you also get this little tool. That isn't a die, it's actually a positioner for where you put your glue. So I will explain. When you cut your card shapes out, what I would recommend you do to start with is use coloured card, just so you get used to the construction of it. And you need to cut 4 pairs. So 4 pairs of each colour, so 8 in total to make the card.
Okay.
Then 8 in total of your mats. And for your corners, you need to double up, really, so 16.
Okay.
For each of those. Okay, so I have already cut my shapes. So I'm going to start with the green set. So what I'm going to do, I've folded them over. I'm just going to lay them upside down, and I've got some washi tape. So any sort of low tack tape, or even a bit of packing tape or anything, if you take the sticky off it, because I just want to temporarily position those two together like that. Yep.
Okay.
Turn it over, and now this is where this little positioning tool is. You position it in the top left corner, so if you can see, it just has a slight border around the edge of it.
I spy.
Yep. And then just draw a little line around that shape. So effectively, that is where your glue will be. If you didn't want to mind the drawing around all of the little triangle, all you do is just put a little cross. So you know that's the side that you need to put your glue. So I'm just going to go all the way around.
10% of the stock already gone.
Oh, I've not even put it together yet.
$10.99 craft store price plus your P&P.
It's such a lovely project to put together.
I think it's really exciting.
It really is.
Minimal dies. You've got the pure amount of dies. You've got some decorative elements in there as well for a stitch detail, but such a minimal amount of dies to make something so extraordinary.
Yes, yeah. So now I'm just going to add my glue in those corners. Now I'm not being too dobby-handed with that. I'm being quite careful for me, which it really isn't like me. So I've sort of come within that little triangle because I don't want it oozing out too much. So what I'm going to do now is get my next coloured pair. So this time I'm turning it that way. And I'm just lining up right into those corners. Yeah, if you can see what I'm doing. Just like that, not like that. Make sure everything is nice and stuck down, nice and lined up, all your lines are flush. And then you rotate it a quarter of a turn. Just going to give those a bit of a fold. Make sure it all sticks down.
I feel like the score lines are in the die, right? So
the score lines are in the die, yeah. So effectively, what you do, that will turn over eventually. So that's where you get the mechanism folding over.
It's on its way, yeah.
But just wait. So now, I'm just back in those little corners. So if you wanted to use your little positioner, you can do. And I'm going to put my next layer on. So again, you're sort of turning and layering, turning and layering.
And your glue's gone in the same place on like the outer triangles.
Outer corners, yeah.
Corners, yeah.
For now. For now. So fairly straightforward so far. Everything's nicely lined up. Quarter turn. And again.
If you very quickly want the glue, by the way, that we're using right now for all your projects or any other card crafting requirements, there we go. You've got the medium and the smaller version of which, $13.99. There you are.
There we go. So I'm just going to peel that back now. Ooh.
I'm so pleased you did this in different colours, Liz.
I know. I think I've done it the wrong way anyway to start with. I reckon I have. Don't even watch me.
After all that excitement.
All that excitement.
Do you want one of the ones? Because you made loads of them.
I know I did. I've done loads of them. I have, I promise you. Right, let's stick that back on there.
1/3 of the stock. 1/3 of the stock gone. As I mentioned, the whole show, bar 2 items, are under £20. Those that are over £20 are $22.49. And Liz, with them, for example, I know you're sticking right now. I'm going to get you to multitask to make your life even more difficult. Are you decorating, for example, the mandalas on here, or are you doing paste work
I'm going to do some paste work on there using the texture paste. That's Crafty have a nice texture paste.
Do you do that as you're sticking, as you're going through, maybe before you stick it, or after?
I do that afterwards. I do it afterwards, yeah.
Okay.
I'm just waiting for my glue to dry.
That mini box suitcase that's on the bottom part of the screen, haven't even shown you a sample yet, but that's the second most popular item on the show, 340547. It's Liz's pick of the show as well. Wonderful pricing on the show. And actually, Liz, can we talk about the brand?
Yes.
Creeley's
so
a wonderful,
Creeley's,
young brand.
a really nice. It's a lady called Annelies who does the dies. It's a Dutch company. She's very small company, but they specialise in these interactive cards, the ones that have got a bit of mechanism to them.
We've got stencils, we've got stamps, We've got dies, we've got memory book elements, we've got giftable elements. If you love your ATCs or want to do that size of makes, they're all on the show. So if you can get ahead of us just to see what's coming up, of course, all the stock is ready to go. Wonderful low pricing for you. Majority of the show under £20 on thecraftstore.com.
I've discombobulated it, Dan. I was so much of a tizzy, I've completely discombobulated it. How funny am I?
That's all right.
I'm rubbish.
Do you want to start again?
Yeah. I'm going to start again, but I'm going to
start the whole show again?
Yeah, I'm just going to do some stenciling.
All right. Yeah, no, you do whatever you want.
I'm going to do some stenciling.
Can I show you the dies we get home?
Yeah.
Actually get home.
And I'll just get myself together.
Unbobulated. What's the opposite of discombobulated?
Asleep.
Are you confused as I am that I'm stood here and there's a fridge underneath me and a cooker behind?
I know. And you broke your mic. I'm going to tell everybody because I said I wouldn't, but I did.
Tell people I broke that, Liz. Unbelievable. I told you that in confidence, hoping you'd say, don't worry, I break mine all the time.
Yeah, no, I said I'd tell everybody, and I did. Right, I'm just going to start this again. It's fine. Don't worry. Don't worry. We've got it settled. We've got it fine.
Right, Liz, I'll give you a second, I promise. Let me show you the dies that are included in the never-ending card. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. That is the secret, isn't it? Where you sort of put your little X on there, where you're going to pop your glue, etc. for you, and then creating really cool projects. I feel like there could be photographs going in here. It could be sentiments. This one's got lots of like a powerful motivational, hope, dreams, love, etc. But really, really fun. This one with this is a stencil actually was in the next collection, bar 2. But the other one as well. Maybe you love your colouring. Maybe you're doing it to make and sell. Maybe it's something just to be intrigued and collecting together. It is a simple design, as there's only 4 dies in there, and basically 3 of them are decorative. And you know, the one with the X as well. So that's how simple it is. £10.99 is your price. Brand new today. I just heard half the stock gone. So congratulations, everybody. 375 364. Hey, Liz.
It's a good job, because if it goes, I will have to demo it.
Is this part of the trick? Yeah. Do you want me to show the suitcase? Yeah. All right, team, let's show the suitcase right now. Yeah. Liz, they told me you were one of the best ones.
And honestly, I really was.
Oh, do you remember the time when I knew what I was doing? Do you remember the time? Right.
Do you remember the time when I was an expert in dies?
It was a good time. It was the best time. It was the best time.
Oh, dear
Listen,
me.
That's what I tell you for you.
Know what? I do
can
know
I
what
show you
I'm
some
doing.
samples? Because these little suitcases are so cute, so divine, really symbolic. Maybe you love adventure. Maybe you're going to use these to make and sell. Maybe you want to do some scrapbooking on them. Maybe you're going to bring like this one. Liz has made all of these, by the way, so she can do it. Liz has made all of these. Look at this little book in here for your journals, your jotters, your brag books, your planners. Absolutely. And only £10.99. Again, just to show you the dies that you are getting there. Here are the dies for you. £10.99. The score lines, hope you can pick those up with the shadows. The score lines are there already. That's a matte and layer for you. If you want the clasp to make it shut, you've got that as well. You've got a little buckle of which you can see just on that one. Maybe you want to use your metallic cardstocks, your glues, your paste, and put some, imagine some foiling elements or some flakes on there as well. And then making these full of photographs, full of little makes, full of little cards that you can make and sell. Ooh. As a travelling little, could be a project, could be a scrapbook class you're doing. That is only £10.99. Let me put these to the side to show you. I'll show you the rest of the show as well in just a second. But to get hold of your mini suitcase die, 4 dies in there, £10.99. Are you treating yourself? Are you ordering it for somebody else? 340 547. Nearly 25% of that stock has gone. Now, Liz, I'm going to bring you in here. Because the stenciling you did on the Never Ending is from this stencil.
It's from the mandala set, yes. So I can do that definitely really nicely as well.
Yeah.
I'll show you.
When do you want to, what do you want to demo next?
I'll just do this really quickly. This is the mandala thing that I use. So I've used some... it's the mandala stencil, which is a really beautiful set. And it matches the dies as well. So all I've done... each of those mandalas, you can usually get... for the bigger ones, you can usually get at least 8 shapes from it. If you're really layering them up, one of my samples I've done, you can get like 16 layers. You can just keep going and going and going because you cut different elements out of the mandala.
This one or this one, what are you thinking?
Either of those,
yeah. I'll show you guys
because you literally just layer up and I've actually used the never-ending card shape for that card.
This one?
Yeah, so I've used 2 of the shapes, stuck them together to create the base for my card, and then use the little triangle elements.
I love the colours. That gold is fab, isn't
that's
it?
from the That's Crafty metallic paints.
Yes.
Yes. It's
Wow.
very lovely.
So, stencil, dies and stamps, £21.99. That is one of the 2 items that's over £20. Brand new today. Let's get pasting.
So all I've got is just that stencil on some pink card, and it's a texture paste, this. So sometimes you know you want to ink through your stencils, but it is quite nice to use a little texture paste as well, just to create a tiny bit of dimension, but not too much that it overpowers your card shape. So I've actually used it on those never-ending cards to add the bit of sort of glitzy glamour to the card mat. So a very, very thin layer, scrape off your excess, and then when you peel it off, you have a really nice background.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, so it's lovely. It dries really quickly. You can use a heat tool on it, but I've cut down the elements to create the little flowers. So that will be the decorative element of my never-ending card when I learn how to do it properly again. What a muppet. Today's muppetry is that.
I'll show you exactly
I'll do the suitcase in a bit, don't worry.
You do your suitcase in a bit. Do not worry about it whatsoever. Let me show you the dies that you're getting in. You can see there's you know what, if you're brand new and you're not sure about, do I want to stamp, do I want to die cut, am I going to use stencils? I love the trio you get in here, so all the core tools.
Yes, yeah, all 3 together, yeah. So
look at that. Wow, that's a beautiful brooch, isn't it, if you want it to be?
It can be, yeah, and if you've got glitters in that as well, you can layer it up with your glitters, but I just like using I think black card with metallic paint, you can't get a better effect, really. Particularly as it was Chinese New Year, wasn't it, this week? So,
yeah, start of the month.
Yeah, so some nice little effects there. That red, black and gold, it's just such a classic colour. Yeah.
£21.99 plus your P&P, 377533. Right.
They cut really well as well, the dies, and the stamps are really nice.
All of the dies on the show will go through your mid-range machines.
Yes.
Even the biggest tag, which is coming up next.
Even
I see you've got a big shot next
you don't need your A4 one, so mid-range one.
Lots of people have different tastes, different likes. I know you were absolutely obsessing over the never-ending card and also the suitcase. I love these tags. I think they're a lovely size for a traditional tag or label that you want it to be. You can see them all there. But then I saw this sample come in. Love this for an alternative memory book or whatever you fancy.
Yeah, because people sometimes think, oh, what can I do with a tag? People collect them, swap them, they'll put them in journals and that. But I actually like making my journals from the tags. So I will be doing a demo of making the little book as well later.
Cracking size, isn't it? Maybe you want to do the whole card. Hey, this could be just an easel card, couldn't it? Or whatever you fancy. You could bring you different sizes in there for you. But the big labels and tags is what they're called. 8 dies there in total, £18.99 at 400074 to get hold of those. My personal pick. I love how big that main one is, making a full book out of it if you want to. Now, 10% of the labels and tags have sold out for you. ATCs, artist trading cards, and different finishes here. And these will always be popular.
Yes, yeah, and the standard ATC size. So anybody that swaps ATCs, that is the size, and it's got 3 different edges to that. There's a stitched one, a dotty one, and a little a rough edge to those.
Bringing them all in together, maybe like a little tri-card for you. You've got the idea where these rosettes are coming from, or your traditional ATCs.
And you've got your mats on top of that as well.
Yes.
So you're matching mats.
These are perfect for swapping. They're perfect for tags as well if you want to use something different to the tags. £22.49. This is the highest price item on the show, and it's only £22.49. If you're brand new, shopping for somebody else, want to get an absolute bargain home, particularly with the suitcase and the never-ending, this is 100% your show. 930047. And then we've got a selection of 5 stamps. There's multiples in there.
Yeah.
I love the names of these, particularly the last one.
I know. I had to keep reading it, thinking, no, it is right.
We've got our circles. Which, what are they? They're wonky squares. Oh, they're called wonky squares. What about these ones? They're wonky circles. Stitch lines make sense. And, of course, Barbara's here. Love it.
I love it. I know. I think it's obviously named after somebody.
Of course, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I would hope it is.
Well, Barbara, just to say, again, on this tag here, you can see Barbara's been brought in for a little bit of dimension at the back.
Yes.
It's like mosaic-esque. You can just see her popping up with your floral elements. There you go, there's Barbara at $14.99 for 7 stamps through the 5 different families, 0, 2, 5, 4, 1, 5. And a couple of those sort of styles are then in our stencils, including Barbara. When you see stencils, Liz,
yes,
what medium, because I know you've just been using paste, what other mediums do you think of with stencils?
And anything, ink, so you can ink through it. I water down a little bit of acrylic and sponge that through. Anything really, any ink pads and an embossing powder over the top,
yeah,
texture paste, whatever you want really through it. It depends how much dimension you want.
I love the sort of wobbly edge circles, or maybe it's a little bit fabricated.
Yeah, they're all a really, really nice background, and you can have them quite pretty, or you can grunge them up depending on what colours you use.
That is supersized Barbara in the middle, and then here are those dots. Are they bubbles? Are they air pockets? Are they something else? Are they dots and stripes, etc.? Only $12.99 for 3.
Supersized Barbara.
Supersized Barbara, yeah, right in the middle there. Big Babs in the middle. 854156. Now, the never 60%.
60.
Thank you for taking our verbal advice on the never-ending card shape for you. Really fun. It's really intriguing, isn't it?
It really
works.
is. It really is. And honestly, it is once you know how to put it together. It is a nice card to make.
Well, I'm trusting you at home won't have to do it on TV with a full camera rig setup,
it now
etc.
anyway,
Maybe will.
But
$10.99, 60% of that stock has gone. 375 at 364. What do you fancy doing next, Liz?
I'm going to do the suitcase.
Ah, your fave.
I am going to do the suitcase. I'm just going to finish that off in a second. So, the lovely suitcase die, it comes with your suitcase shape. It comes with a little buckle, so you can do a little strap. And it also, which is beautiful for suitcases, it comes with this little die which creates the little corner shape on the corner of your suitcase. It depends on how you want to decorate it. You can either die cut in plain card and decorate it first. It has a matching mat, so you can decorate the inside of your suitcase, or you can just cut directly onto your scrapbook paper if it's sort of a nice weight to it. So what I have already done is cut me 2 sections of the main structure. So you need 2 of these to make your suitcase, and then obviously 2 mats, and then if you want little strap and 4 of your little corners. So to put it together, what I do, if I want an opening suitcase, there's a little tab here where the handle is. For one of those dies, I've cut that off. So one of my cuts that I've done, just cut that tab off.
Okay.
But I've left that one on. And I'm going to fold the bottom together first. So it has all the score lines for you. You don't have to measure anything. You don't really need a scoring tool because it cuts and it scores so lovely. So at the bottom of your suitcase is a tiny little tab here. Now, because I like to fill my suitcases, and they're really nice for wedding favours, things like that, one of these little flaps here, I'm actually going to stick flat because I want the bottom of my suitcase to be flat. So I'm just going to put a little bit of tape.
What sort of...
For a quick stick.
What sort of GSM, if you've never done this before, would you recommend?
Well, it depends what you're going to do with your suitcase. If it's just decorative, it doesn't really matter, to be honest. 180 up to 300. Obviously 300, you're really going to have to give it a good crease, you know, on the score lines and that. But some of the scrapbook papers you might have, you're sort of looking at about 240, 250, so nice, heavyweight.
Like the one you've made is a bit more sturdy with the book you've popped inside, so maybe consider that,
Yeah, so I'm just going to stick that flap right down. So I've stuck that down, and now what I want to do is add glue to this section, because that is going to be attached to the bottom. So as long as you've got one side going that way and one side going that way, you're not going to be far wrong.
Rightio.
So get me glue now. So I'm just going to put another little strip of glue along there and attach that to that.
We'll show you after the demonstration, but I love the extra, like the buckle, the little corner reinforcers. So realistic.
It's just so lovely. Okay, so I've got these little side panels here now. So tuck those over, and I'll do one side at a time. So, oh, that needs to be on the outside. So on these side tabs, what I've done, I've got the glue on the tab that's going to stick inside the suitcase, and then this bottom tab is going to stick on the outside because it gives a little bit of strength to your suitcase on the outside. So that's tucked outside, that's tucked inside, like that. Give that a fold, and you can just give that a squeeze just till it dries. But everything matches so well because there's such a precision cut on those dies. So let your glue go a little bit tacky, pinch it together. So now I've got one of my sides together, and then do exactly the same on the other side, making sure everything's stuck down. So a little bit of glue underneath, a bit of glue on the top of that one, and stick that together that way. So really quickly you have the structure of your little suitcase all sorted. And if you wanted to use, you know, one of your a pencil or something, you know, to stick that glue down, you can do. And then that just folds over the top. If you wanted it to be stuck down, stick your flaps at the top there and there. But if you want to leave your suitcase open, don't stick those flaps down. So what I'm going to do now is just show you how to put the corners on. It just looks so sweet. So these suitcases are for when you want to go on a mini break.
Yeah.
See, and that little tab that I cut off, it just means that one now can just easily go through that handle. If you'd have left the two together, it'd have been a bit tricky. So that just goes through that handle to fasten your little suitcase. So now I've got 4 of these. They're like a little sort of nearly a circle. So for your top ones, if you want your suitcase to keep open, there's a tiny little tab here. You need to cut that off just on those top 4. I'll just do these 4 to start with. So if you can see there, if I had my my corners all the way stuck round, you won't be able to open the top. Yeah.
Yep.
So with this one now, what I'm going to do is just put a little bit of glue.
Producer Meg just said this would be a lovely little favour box at a wedding for
Absolutely.
confetti or something.
Yeah, or even for like little children's party favours, or you know, just like little, I do like little clue boxes, you know, for like little adventure games and stuff, little pirate's treasure box type thing. I do all sorts with these.
With the little corner reinforcement bits like you're doing right now.
So if you can see that there.
It reminds me of like
so that still opens because I've cut that tab.
Witches and wizards take to their special schools.
They might possibly be. So I would maybe layer them up. If you had them layered, so you could do 3 or 4. And kept them open, you could have them as a little drawer as well. And I have got a little book in one of them.
Yes, you have.
I have a little travel book in one of them that I've done. So again, just glue on the back of that, and then you just line it up. So your little 3 sides of your circle that you've got join up over the corners. And it just gives a proper professional finish, really, to that,
it's really realistic,
suitcase, doesn't it? Yeah.
But the old school chest that's kept in the loft and stuff
and you
like
can
that.
Use like
winter
old,
coats are kept in, or
tattered papers. And you imagine sort of really splashing paint on it and getting a little bit of texture to it as well. A few cobwebs, you know. So for this one, because I've kept the tab on, what I'm going to do is just fold that tiny little tab over. It's like a little tab there. And pop a little bit of glue, because this is actually going to be 3D now. So rather than it just be a flat shape, there's 3 score lines on it. So when you fold it over, it creates like a little hat. You can see, like a little hat shape. And then what that does, when you put glue inside it, that's your little corner bit.
Are you generally always, for this, using wet glue, or do you ever use tape? Or...
For a quick fix, I use tape, but I always use wet glue with it. So if I want a quick hold, I'll just, you know, whiz my tape on, but I always use a wet glue for a strong hold. Any sort of construction, really. I mean, if you've got like a liner tape, but I still don't trust that as much as I trust a wet glue.
Yeah.
I like a wet glue. I always trust it. I trust me wet glue.
Yeah.
I do.
It's on the show.
I do. So again, just the little corners there. Fold that over. And to be honest, when you're working with like tacky glue and things, I quite like it when your fingers start to get a little bit more tacky, because it helps dry the glue quicker as well, so it helps a quicker bond.
Yeah, okay.
You know, because you need to let your glue go a little bit tacky. So there I've got my corners. One at the bottom, another one there.
And even that little corner reinforcer's got a little faux stitch detail along
it. It has, yeah, so mixing and matching. The little mat, if you didn't want to use it as a mat for the suitcase itself, what you can do is decorate it and actually you can pop a selection of them in the suitcase, because they'll fit in a suitcase. So if you want to do like little mini trading cards,
yes, and then MATCs.
Yeah, in the little suitcase, you can do a whole different sort of element of swaps with that.
And yeah, it's the perfect size pages for your book that's going in. That's very good.
Yeah, yeah. There we go. So just a really lovely little suitcase. And then if you want your buckle, all I do is cut a very long strip of paper and stick it around and attach it through my buckle like that. It's just so sweet, isn't it?
It's beautiful, and I love the different designs that you've got on here. I wonder whether at home you're going to do it purely in white card and then paint it and make it look really fantastic, or maybe it's going to be like shabby and aged and vintage if you'd rather. There you go.
It's lovely.
Yeah, really. I can see why it's your favourite. I know they're all a bargain price,
aren't
they?
It's just the little thing that you've got little handles and you can go shopping for little
Around
things.
to go with my change.
Yeah.
See what's going on. So there's some other ideas for you with these. Only $10.99. Isn't it a brilliant price point? Over a third of the stock is now sold out. It's 547 to get your item number. But you can see that faux stitch work on the corner elements have just been reinforced, maybe with like a marker pen or something with a little bon voyage. I love all of these, bringing in actually your stencils from the trio of stencils. That's where this came from. Similar to the one that was just being recreated. Maybe, Liz, maybe you've got a tiny bit of cardstock left over.
Yes.
And you think, I don't like to throw anything away.
It really doesn't need much, but you just need to make sure you've cut 2 for your body of your suitcase. You need 2 of those, and then it's up to you if you actually use the mats for it.
This one is absolutely fab. I see where you've put the extra buckle over the top there. You've made an extra little book and that mat and layer. I know.
It's a little travel book.
Travel memoirs. $10.99, and you can make loads of these and sell all of these. These could have on everyone's desk at weddings. You have desks. Everyone put up a desk. Chairs and tables at the wedding as wedding favours. Could be confetti in there. Could be little giftables. You could be putting little vouchers in there for clues for a treasure hunt at Easter, something like that. It could be little little promises for Valentine's Day or Mother's Day. Oh. Beautiful. $10.99. Right, I'll ask this to get ready for another demonstration. Let me give you a couple of item numbers. 340547 brings you the suitcase die. Right, never-ending die. I mean, this whole demonstration felt like a never-ending story for a second or two, didn't it?
I'm going to be doing them in my sleep.
Yeah, I know. Well, you've made plenty already. You can literally... But bless you, the one time you got to show someone.
Do you know what? It is what it is, Dan. It is what it is, you know. I can sweep roads.
I can do that. Hey, listen, I'll help you. We'll bring a brush
I can
each.
walk dogs.
375 364. Again, they are the dies. This is the secret one. This one at the top here. Again, you've got your mats and layers, and that's your little helping guide for you. $10.99. But again, just to show you that really fun. Do you remember in school there was a similar thing where you had like
the kiss and tell things?
Yeah.
What's your favourite colour?
It was like LIZWHELL, like you do it on numbers and
Who
stuff.
did you love? Oh,
Yeah,
you love
like,
him.
oh, they hate you. It's like, no! Different idea. Or just a really fun decorative piece to use your stamps, to use your inks, to practice your colouring. This is what the never-ending card brings you. $10.99, 2/3 of the stock gone this show in what? 33 minutes. It's 375 364. So bravo, everybody. You can shop by brand if you wish on the website. So you can see all things Creolese as you go on through. The big tags, after all, there are more dies. They've got their own nested squares, for example, and circles. And not forgetting, if you're unsure what else to go in that basket, but your basket's open, and you're thinking, I'll save on my P&P, put it all in one transaction, the glue is available for you, the small and the medium applicator on this show as well. But you can find all of your brand details on the website at thecraftstore.com. What do you fancy? Are you going to use a floral number or a tag number?
I'm going tagging.
Super.
I'm tagging it now, but I'm going. Yeah, I'm going to make a little tag book, but I'm going to use some of the stencils as well. So, to start with, I want to put a little bit of colour on my project, so I've got a base. So for this, I'm just going to spray some of my. What colour do you fancy, Dan?
What are my options?
Aqua tomato, blackberry, or walnut.
By how you said walnut, I'll go I was going to go tomato, but...
Oh, no, tomato's fine. Yeah, tomato's fine. I'm not doing walnut. So a little spritzy spray. So
Can we have a hint of walnut?
You can have a hint of walnut then. So this is just a flat matte spray. So I have a little bit of a background. So I'm going to use my dirty t-shirt.
I'll need that back.
Just to dry that off. Oh, look at that. Dirty. That was like my hair towel this morning. No, it's natural red, of course it is.
That's right, it is, of course it is.
Of course it is. Right, so I'm going to use my mandala stencil, I think. I'm going to use some of the other stencils as well. Let's go with some big circles to start with.
Oh, okay.
So these are the rough circles. And with this, I'm going to sponge through some of this chestnut brown. So I just use the Roller Cola cheapo sponge that you get from the shop that doesn't cost very much, and cut them down when I'm using acrylic paints, because otherwise it'll gunge up my stencil brushes. So I just go for these little cheapo things, because I do tend to leave them to dry, which is really naughty.
Oh, okay.
And then they go dead crunchy.
You can salvage that,
Yeah, I'll just drop it in some water.
Yeah, chuck it in the bath water.
Yeah. I think that's Lewis's cup. He said, don't drink it.
Okay.
So I've got a little bit of background going on there already. A little bit of interest. So I'm going to come in with another colour and another stencil.
Whilst you're doing that, the stencils are on screen, 854156. And also, we've had an email in. My mate Tina has emailed in. Thank you, Tina. We'll keep an eye on the demonstrations, of course. Tina lives in my village, Liz.
Oh, okay.
And Tina does watch Create and Craft, but has dabbled in the craft store in the past, she told me. She says, another wheeler to add to the collection.
Oh.
She said she's familiar with Dawn and Pauline, but hadn't met you yet, but she says you seem lovely, and she is, Tina.
Oh, thank you. It's usually Wingit Wheeler, isn't it, normally?
And Tina, by the way, Tina does beautiful cards. She's a really good colour artist. She's made us a Christmas card for all sorts. So,
lovely.
Tina, thank you so much.
Thank you for that.
I'll see you down the post office later.
So I'm just dabbing on a little bit of this lovely ocean blue. I think it's the ocean one, is it? Or is it? Oh, no, it's just light blue, this one. One of the other ones is a nice ocean blue. So, again, just by adding those two different colours, it really gives it some weight to it, a little bit of 3D-ness going on. So now I'm going to come in with my my mandala stamp, if it's here. There we go. So this is such a lovely stamp, this. And on some of the samples, I've actually used it to create some of the flowers, because the impression on them, you think, oh, mandalas, I don't know if I'm into them, but there's so many different layers in there. You can create at least 6 different flowers straight away just by cutting the layers out.
Yep.
But then if you 3D them up, they look even better. So as you can see the impression, a really nice deep stamp there. So all I'm going to do is just a little bit of background, just with that mandala stamp.
Here, Liz, despite our best efforts, a never-ending card is 75% gone.
Oh, I will promise you, I will put it together later. If there's any, honestly, if there's any left this afternoon, that's all I'm going to do is just sit and make mandala, the never-ending cards.
Smash them all out. And the samples on the show, I'll show you later on, use loads of other ingredients. You could, I know I said everything on the show is under £20 bar 2 items. That is one of the ones with the stamp, die and stencil combo. But you could multi-order this show, couldn't you, for under £20?
Yes, yeah. For
£22 you get the disc card and the suitcase.
Yeah, it's lovely. And it gives you the opportunity to try something if you've never tried it before. To actually try a different technique.
Absolutely.
And just make it up as you go along, like I do with trying to put that together.
Nothing wrong with that.
I know, but Lewis is there laughing away in background. You know me, Lewis, don't you? So now I'm just splashing, you know, the obligatory white splash as well with your acrylics. Again, just to give it a little bit of pizzazz. If you've got any metallic paints, that can go on as well, just to give it a little bit of oomph coming out of it, which is really nice. What I tend to like to do with my metallic paints is run it round the edge, particularly with the books when I'm doing like tag books and that. So again, just with me dirty sponge, just to edge round it, and it just gives it a little bit of richness to it. So a bit of gold leafing without the cost of gold leaf. You can see there. So rather than use my distress inks, I'm using a metallic gold ink just to edge round it. You know, and if you wanted to go in any of the areas, just to pick up a little bit. So when it catches the light, it just makes a really lovely, lovely finish. Okay, so I'm going to put my little book together. So I've caught 2 of these big size tags. Let's just wipe my dirties. So I've got 2 of the big size tags. And then I've also got some of my lovely daddy's tea stain papers. My dad does my tea stain papers. You won't know this, Dan.
No, I don't.
But he has a washing line, special washing line. They live next door, my mum and dad.
Yeah.
And he has a washing line and a proper nice oven tin that he does the tea stain papers with. Yeah. And he pegs them out and he counts every one and he'll go 95 there, 125 there. And he does them in batches for me and my pals. So that is some of my dad's lovely.
Is there a certain tea that he likes to use?
Oh, I can't possibly tell you. That's the secret. That's the secret. You don't. Yeah, I'm not going to tell you that. Not going to tell you that at all.
That was a trick on his behalf. So well done, you passed.
I'm not going to tell you. But he's nearly 90, my dad. He's a good un. He's a good un.
What's his name?
Leonard.
Leonard. Be watching, do you think?
Yeah, he will be. Hey, Dad. Hey, Mum.
Oh, yeah. He's doing a great job.
Okay, so with my scoring tool, I just want to create a little crease down this left-hand side. So, I'm just going to come in about 2 centimetres. So, I'm just going to score down there.
God, we've only got 15 minutes left.
Oh, no.
That's flown by. Wow.
So, I've scored there, folded those 2 areas up, and then I'm going to do the same with this tea stain paper, because what I want to do is capture that in the spine like that to make my little book. So I've got those together. Now the die itself with the labelled die, it does come with 2 little circles if you wanted to cut those in. But just for speed, I've got my big hole punch. And I'm just going to punch 2 holes right through those layers. 1, 2.
Hey Liz, guess what?
Go on.
Your never-ending die, limited stock.
Oh. Well, do you know what I'll do? I'll do a Facebook Live in the break.
Yeah?
To show you how to put it together. I'll do that.
How do we find you on Facebook?
Liz Wheeler Designs.
Liz Wheeler Designs.
Or Liz Wheeler, but I think I'll do it Liz Wheeler Designs. Yeah, and I will, honestly, I do know how to put it together, I promise you. I think it was working with Dan for the first time. I'm going to blame you, that's fine.
Yeah, no, absolutely, yeah, I understand that.
That's fine.
Yep,
so
I've
just got a piece of lovely ribbon. I'm just going to thread that onto my darning needle. And then I'm going to do the top first, down through those middle holes and back up. And it means by doing it this way and leave enough ribbon, you can add extra pages to your book, so it's not like a permanent fastening. So if you wanted to add more pages, more layers, you can do. And then just tie that off in a little bow. Like that. Woo, cut my little corners on my ribbon. So now I've got a nice little tag book, and I've cut the pages, and then I decorate inside. I have got some layered, the one that goes with the bigger tag, I have that layered, so that will just sit on the inside to decorate the inside.
I think I'm quite obsessed with labels and tags. I think when I first started on Create and Craft, I was an AP, assistant producer. This is 12 years ago. And one of the first ever shows with tags, I'm like, oh, I know tags, you know, presents and tags. And then these ones, this size, so really, really big tag size.
Yeah, they're handy,
So they can be card shapes if you want them to be. Of course, the smaller ones can be more traditional tags, but the more I learn and the more I see, turning these elements into books, which has got huge interest. All you put is some tags.
Yeah.
Huge interest in here with the mats and layers. There's a faux stitch detail going around. Those 2 circles that Liz was referring to. If you want to make it into a traditional tag, but even bigger as a bookmark or a giftable or a big photo being in there, or journals and jotters, there's so much you can do with just the most interesting shape, only $18.99. That's why this is my pick of the show. It's one of the most popular items as well. So bravo everybody getting hold of yours. 400078. Glancing at the clock, there's 12 minutes left. So I will remind you of the rosettes that we were talking about a second ago, which has that little stamp that was used, the stencil, and also those dies, which, Liz, as you were saying, lovely dimension by bringing all the dies in, all fussy cutting through them.
Yes, yeah. So, I mean, literally, you could do it one way once, and then you think, oh no, actually, I'll cut more into it. I'll cut more, more and more layers into it. And I use little foam pads in between just to layer up the sizes.
Love that. Yeah, brilliant idea. It could be some sort of glue gel, some foam pads, whatever you fancy. 377533 to get out of your rolls at a triple pack if you like. The suitcase. Liz's favourite. I can see why. It's really quirky, it's really different, it's really fun. You can make and sell these if you want to.
I just love that suitcase. So, and it is easy to put together really, and it's functional as well if you want it to be. So you can either do it as a decoration, or do it as a functional thing. If you, I mean, to be honest, if you sort of layered 4 or 5 up, I'd use it as like a little jewellery stand, hang my jewellery off the top.
Oh, right, like stacked like this?
So stacked, and then put one upright and stick it down, and I'd use it as a little jewellery hanger, for...
How fun is that?
Yeah, on your dressing table. Be really nice.
You could fit some... like Dreamy's Dinky Inkies would go in there, Tim Holt's smaller ones could go in there.
Yeah, but just layer them up.
Yeah,
layer them up. Or if you were doing a particular wizard type item, you could, leave them open and have little monsters coming out of the side of them.
Just check my Patronus spell. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Just checking. I don't know if is that the right words. No? All right. 340547.
Was that Petunia?
Yeah, one or the other.
A petunia spell.
40% of your briefcase is gone. Is it still in stock, team? The never-ending card. Yes. Good news, good news. Phew. Over 90% has gone, so there's still time for you to check out your baskets. As simple as it can possibly get for a very complicated thing in the finished article, of which only £10.99. Brilliant pricing, all but 2 items under £20. 9 minutes left on the show, so you pop it in your basket right now. Probably this one, as it's limited stock. Maybe check that out sooner rather than later. 375364. Anything else, pop it in your basket. Feel free to check it out before the next show starts. Liz, with under 10 minutes,
Yes.
what do you fancy?
I'm just going to do a little ATC tag, but I'm going to do these mandala flowers just to show you how to cut them down.
Fabulous.
Really, really nice and quickly as well. So I'm just going to do another one, and that will do donkey. Okay. So let me get my little tags. Oh, if you see, I was so tidy earlier, but I'm really not tidy anymore.
What are you looking for? Can I help?
I'm just looking for my tags, that's all. It's fine. I've got them. Don't worry. I've got them. I've got them. There we go. So I'm going to use the decollage black and then this white one, and I'm going to decorate these with some gold paint as well, just to give it a little bit of loveliness. So again, I'm just going to spray the background. This time I'm going for aqua. Really quickly. Just sponge the excess off. This time I'm going to come in with some of the other little stamps.
I love ATCs. I love how you can do anything on it.
Oh, just dead quick. Layer them up, whatever you want. Throw all sorts at it.
Yeah, if you're wondering what stuff's going to look like, then you keep them and you can swap them, or you can sell them, or you can mount them, or you can bind them. You can do loads of different stuff with ATCs.
So these are just the little bubbles, the little rough circles of these, I think, from the little set.
Circle strip.
Circle strip.
Yeah.
But they're a beautiful, beautiful set. And this one, they're a nice size if you want to make your own washi tape effect. So if you haven't got washi tape, just use these and lay them on another piece of card. So I'm going to use that as a piece of washi tape in a minute. There we go. So I've got a bit of background. Just going to add another little bit of colour in. Really quickly. So again, just a little bit of purple this time, and I've just got a little bit of water on my brush just to give it a little bit of interest in the background. And now for my flowers. So I'm going to start colouring these in really quickly. And because I'm watered down, it's the multi-surface paint. It's like an acrylic, but I always water them down, and then it makes it a little bit more transparent as well.
Okay.
So I'm colouring 2 in the red, and I'll be really quick cutting them up as well. And then I'm going to use that purple as well to bring in the purple from the background.
Last call for the never-ending card, by the way, friends. In fact, 1 unit remains.
Oh.
I know there's going to be a Facebook Live with Liz afterwards anyway.
Yeah, they really will. Yeah, I'll cry on it.
But you can't wait for that. On the back of the packaging, it just says there are full instructions on YouTube.
There is a YouTube video.
So you can see it all there, practice
YouTube
whenever
video.
you wish. Very cool and fun. There it goes. There it goes.
Well, I think
she loves me, she loves me.
Yeah, if you can do it, I can do it. So I've got my little scissors now. So all I'm doing, I'm going to cut around the edge of the tall one first, the biggest layer. So already that has the potential, if you just stamp this shape and cut this size out and layer them up, you've almost got a bit like a big fluted rose type flower. And what I tend to do, when I've got a flower shape like that, I like to cut down in between the petals. So I'm just snipping in between each of those petals so that you can bend them and give them some dimension.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, so straight away that's changed the effect of that mandala flower just by cutting the edges up. So now I'm going to come in with that purple, but I'm actually going to come in a layer, so I'm actually going to miss out those outer
like you were talking about before.
Yeah, so now I'm coming in. So, you know, when you look at the mandala, don't just think it's just one big shape. Really, really look at it and just see how each of the layers are formed. And it is really quite mindful, really, when you're cutting them out. If you do stamp about 10 in one go, and then layer them up, you'll find that you'll use all 10 layers. Because just on this flower here, there's 6 layers straight away that I can see. And just by layering them in the opposite direction, you can use the same shape. Yes, the same shape, different effect. So now that will go on top of there. So I'll just do these 2 layers because I know we're conscious for time.
Well, we've got, is it 3 minutes, team? 3 minutes, all right.
Oh, that's blooming heck.
Oh, I've got time to do a never-ending card yet.
No, I'll do it in the live. Don't make me cry.
Oh, no.
I know, but how rubbish...
it's been such a long time since a lady said that to me.
How rubbish am I?
Not at all. No.
Well, it just shows you we're all human, aren't we? I think it was that chocolate croissant went to my head this morning.
Oh, we've had some advice come through.
Okay.
Emma.
Thanks, Emma.
Says to undiscombobulate lovely Liz. A bit of chocolate, I hear, is the answer. Is that right?
It is. Thank you, Emma.
I'm saying how wonderful you are and you're an asset to the craft store.
Oh, thank you. Oh, Emma, you are a gem. If it's the other Emma I know, she's me teamie. She's one of me teamies. Right. There we go. I'm going to get my lovely gold. If I can't stress this enough, if you don't get any paint, get metallic antique gold. If you don't get any other paint, get that one. It will be on the website.
Okay.
It is just luscious. So a little bit in the centre.
We can always pick this up again or finish it off 3 o'clock, is that right?
3 o'clock this afternoon, yeah. I'm nearly ready now. Nearly ready.
Yeah.
So that will go on the back. Like that. I have got my washi tape bit there. That will have a little bit of colour on it. Just using up what's left on there. Stick that down.
Well, this is going to be perfect timing. We're just over a minute left. Spot on.
Stick that. I always like something coming out the other side. Get that. Stick that on there. Get my pen.
The stamps, the ATC dies, the mandala, of course, shape in the middle, or the floral element are all on the show. So do check out thecraftstore.com to grab all of your item numbers. Oh, that's really quirky.
There we go.
Done and done.
Lovely.
Love it, and that's one of your 3. You've got rough edge dots or stitches. That is a rough edge.
That's a rough edge, yeah, right. Just like me today, this morning.
Mate, join the crew. I've loved our first show. Thank you, Liz.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you.
I'll see you very, very soon.
Thank you for saving my life.
Honestly, tell everyone. Right, everybody, you can get on the phone lines if you're wishing to see the national rate number down there for you, or on the website, thecraftstore.com. That's where you can get hold of. For me, I love the versatility of the tags and the labels. I think you'll find great use of those. If it's a treat to yourself, you've got 2 items over here, the suitcase and the remaining Never Ending as well, for just over £10. All of your item numbers are on the website, of course. Okay, Natasha Makes comes up at 1 o'clock, all things tote bags, but stay tuned, the Tattered Lace one-day special is coming up with Sheila and Yanis after the break.
Hi, I'm Jean, and together with my partner Malcolm, we run a small business in the northeast of England called Crafty Individuals. Personally, my background is in art and design and crafting, and most of the designs have been created by myself. So do pull up a pew and join us on the shows. We can't wait to see you there.
Hi, I'm Julie. And I'm Paula. And together we are Julie Hickey Designs. We formed our partnership after many years of friendship, after both of us being in the craft industry for well over 20 years. The thing I love to do most is to share my ideas, hints and tips with you, the viewers, so I can inspire you to pick up a stamp and get creating.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, my name is Maggie and I'm from Impressions Crafts. I've been running my business now for 15 years. I have a passion for making jewellery. I love working with the Lucite style flower beads, and we make thousands and thousands of angels and have been doing so for the last few years. We've been bringing lots of lovely beading kits, jewellery, for necklaces and bracelets and earrings, and we also bring a wide range of angels and accessories, beading accessories like bookmarks.
Stamporama, the incredible art, stamp and papercraft show, will be taking place in the Grand Hall, Newcastle Racecourse on Sunday the 13th of February. Come along and meet many of the UK's most dedicated and gifted craft experts, all available to inspire you with their knowledge and expertise. Tickets are available to purchase in advance from the craft store for only £4. So, what are you waiting for? Good afternoon, everybody, and a warm welcome. So we've got our second look today at our fantastic one-day special. We're talking Tattered Lace, the most beautiful collective of dies featuring our cornucopia. So we're going to get into this in just one moment. We've got the one-day special, we've got the complete collection. I just want to say that we've had to change our guest presenter. Unfortunately, Sheila received some really sad news and is not going to be presenting this show and the later show. And we just want to say on behalf of the whole team that our thoughts are with you and your family. So we really do think of you. Right, now, we've got to say a big thank you as well to the wonderful Leonie, who's jumped in literally at the last minute. Leonie.
I know, right? It is at the last. It's at the last minute, so bear with, okay?
See,
do you know?
This is what you get for living close to the studio.
Well, I was coming in anyway because I was going to do a voiceover, but so like Leonie, you know, you're doing that voiceover, but yeah, and I was so looking forward to seeing our Sheila. It's such a shame, but yeah, we are sending her our love. But I mean, you know me, it's like, oh, I get to play with something new. Sorry, I can cope with that.
And everybody who knows, I always say this whenever I work with Leonie, but I've got so much respect for Leonie as a crafter. I'm going to let you in on something. This is just before the show. Leonie was just going over everything, and she started to look at the nesting dies. Her eyes lit up. And you'll say, oh, these are good. So with the nesting dies, you love the increment, and then when you heard the price, and we will be getting to the nested dies, but we're just going very quickly, I know they're in front of Leonie, look at how small the increments are with those nesting dies.
That's ridiculous.
It is, right?
I mean, look at that.
Every last
it's like a musical instrument. There's so much.
30 dies in total. Now, if I was to tell you $29.99,
yeah, that would be
standard, right?
Yeah, standard.
Leonie,
standard.
Look at the screen right now. $16.99
wow.
per set.
Wow, that is absolutely amazing.
Right,
yeah.
I know.
And they're the kind of dies that you use again and again. They are your go-to. Actually, I know I've got nested dies, but I can't remember where I've put them. Yeah. And they're the kind of dies that annoy you when you can't remember where you put your dies.
Yeah, so
oh, I've got more that you haven't got.
So we've got the squares, we've got the circles, the ovals. You can see all of them there. We get to that. I did jump ahead, but I just wanted to let you know it was just interesting hearing Leonie's eyes light up, and especially when she saw the price as well. There's no stopping our Leonie. Okay, look, really quickly, because we've got a lot on the show. Now, one day special And I'm actually going to be super quick here because nearly everybody was going for the complete collection last hour. So this is your one-day special. You're getting all 3 of these beautiful, beautiful dies. So you've got your capital there, your prosperity, and your exuberance. And if I just show you here, I mean, look at that. That is a statement of intent from Tattered Lace. So beautiful dies, wonderful detail, and that price as well. You are saving £18. It's a great price for dies of this nature. But here's the thing. If you go for the complete collection, that £18 saving is carried across. Not only that, you're going to get a further discount if you're a Freedom member. So remember the £18, that's important. If you're not a Freedom member, your total saving would be £58. As a Freedom member, your saving will jump up to £54.29, but again, with that £18, your actual saving is £72.29. So £72.29. Please become a Freedom member, because not only are you getting an extra £14.29 saving, you're also going to be saving on your P&P, because that's included in your Freedom membership. So that's £4.95, say 5 pence shy of a fiver, and you can enjoy Freedom membership for a month. At the end of the month, opt out, but during that month, anything you buy, you will not pay a penny for your P&P. You will get also discounts, exclusive discounts as a Freedom member too, and there is no contract. And you can still spread the cost. So look at this, your first flexi payment as a Freedom member, interest-free, £42.88. So complete collection, I'm going to go straight to that complete collection. Look at this die set. It is a thing of beauty, and it makes the most wonderful display box, which I will show you here. Look at that. So you imagine this with your speciality cardstock, your gold, your silver Miri card, or even if you just wanted, now we've got the vellum behind, and in the complete collection you're getting 32 sheets of vellum and 45 sheets of cardstock. Sorry, apologies, 48 sheets of cardstock. Imagine having that clear and just putting a simple battery operated tea light inside that. Isn't it stunning? Really, really nice. Actually, we have some LED lights on the show that were popular earlier on. We'll just dump those at the bottom of your screen. Can I just show you a few things, Leonie? Because I know you've just jumped in.
Yes.
With this collection, and Leonie literally came into the studio or came into the building about 20 minutes ago, so she's had zero time to prepare for this show. Leonie, I'm going to show you a few ways to use the one-day special. So, firstly, I know you love your cards.
Yes, indeed.
I mean, how about that for a card?
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Isn't that nice?
It's the detail, isn't it? I mean, the detail is absolutely exquisite.
And we're getting the flowers, we're getting the beautiful twisted vines in there as well. So all of this, what you're seeing here, you could make with that complete collection. Or how about here? Again, how beautiful is that? But I was thinking that could be the front of a wedding album, an anniversary album, or scrapbook. You know, there is so much you can do. So card making, we're covered. Then we can start exploring. I know we had a look at the gift boxes. You've got options with the gift box. What would you be putting in this box, Leonie?
That is really pretty. A bath bomb would fit beautifully in there. Which would be gorgeous. Nice little posh bath bomb, or chocolates. It's just, I love things like that because they always look so effective, but when you can make them yourself, it means you don't have to go to the shop, you don't have to be rummaging around, you can also colour match them to the cards or whatever else you're making.
Blue bath bomb?
Oh yes, indeed.
Okay, popping that down, so yes. Then we talk about albums, scrapbooks. So how about this? Because these designs, they scream to be used in an album. You've got your vellum, I know you're a fan of vellum. So you've got all of these detail coming through here. So that's cool, right? So we've looked at cards, we've looked at gift boxes. I'm just going to put one more thing. If I just drop this down, one more inspiration for you, Leonie.
Yes, dear.
You're going to like that. Wait one second.
That's...
Hey. Hey.
Hey.
I like it. But look, joking aside,
that's your look.
For little, it actually fits my head, which I'm very surprised about. But think about little ones in your family being able to make, and design team, I can only applaud you for coming up with the imagination to do this, but making a tiara for little ones in your life, that is amazing. I remember taking my niece, I know I said this story earlier on, so I apologise if you already heard it, but I took my niece shopping. We were on the high street and we went into, this is an old story, but we went into a well-known accessory shop on the high street.
Yeah.
And I was looking around, and I said to her, look, get yourself something, I'll treat you. Get whatever you like. So she came back with just a simple headband with a bow on it.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, literally, it was like this band here, if you look, really simple, and a bow.
Yeah.
How much do you reckon?
Oh, man. Oh, gosh. For a little kiddie, it should have only been a £5, but I bet it wasn't, was it?
Should have been about, £4.
Yeah, go
Went
on,
to pay for it,
go on.
12 something.
Whoa,
Said, are you
sting.
kidding? Saw her looking up at me with these little eyes. I was like, okay, I'll pay it. Oh, I felt like I'd been robbed. But you can make it yourself. So look, that's what you're getting with this collection. You're getting 32 sheets of vellum, the 45 sheets of cardstock, all, I keep saying 45, thank you, Ross, 48.
Yeah, but they'll get a
buddy.
surprising extras.
Well, there you go. No, it's 48. I apologise. And you're also going to get all 7 die sets, the most beautiful die sets. I'll tell you the best way to see the dies. I know you've got some boards in front of you.
I have
so
indeed.
Let's explore them together, shall
Now
we?
then, what I love about this collection, obviously I've literally just seen it, but you know, I know Tattered Lace for years and years. Big fan anyway. Big fan because of the detail. So straight away, that beautiful box die. Now, this die, obviously it's been designed to be a box panel. It doesn't need to be. When you look at that, it's an amazing background. When you look at the lace detail, also the beautiful backdrop that you can create with it. I mean, that die is a huge die in its own right, and you can do tons with that. That on a gatefold card is going to look absolutely sensational.
Just before you move on, Pooj, quick
Yes.
challenge for you. Find the owl on the right-hand panel. Go,
Find
let's see how
the
long it takes you to
owl
find the owl.
On the right-hand panel.
There's an owl there. Ross has seen it. Chris
Hold
has
on.
seen it.
Oh, I can't see it. My brain can't be bothered with doing that
Look
today.
at the bottom middle. You can see the ears, the eyes, and then the
Oh,
little
seen
body.
it.
Yeah, there you go.
I got him.
So that's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
owl.
yeah.
Okay, a little bit of fun. I was actually thinking, though, you know our double-sided sheets? You
Yeah,
could
yeah.
put some gilding flakes through there. That would look
Oh,
really
yeah.
decadent.
I can also see a chap with a long moustache, though. See, once you start, though,
You can't stop.
if you want to, like, you know, it's a slippery slope.
It
is
is.
that one? Slippery
Okay.
slope. So you've obviously got the side panels. You've then got the lid. Again, this is an easy construction. The score lines are in there for you. The actual panel, the panel is going to fit beautifully on the top of the box there. But obviously, with this one, tons you can do with it. I presume you're going to be able to make the actual box with that as well as
Yes.
using it for the lid.
Yes,
So you'll be able to
yeah.
do the full construction with that one. Again, with this one, this is one of your construction dies. Let me see what they've said. Yep, so that's your construction die, but you've also got, so again, easy to put together. You've got the score lines in there, so you're not worrying about where to actually put the score lines. I love dies like that because they save time, but then you've got all these little extras as well. So they fill up the space. Now, the whole collection is cornucopia, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because obviously we're talking about these corners. Look at that.
Oh.
I mean, that is pure tattered lace. The detail in that is sensational. This is the kind of die, as you've seen in the samples, you can use in so many ways. You can cut it down, you know, straight away cutting it down, cutting into it, actually just cutting little panels and sticking photos in it, you know, using it as a photo corner. There's so much. That is sensational. But
That's
obviously,
your capital corner.
your
Leonie, I'm going
capital
to
corner.
show you something.
Oh wow! Look at that.
Let me just, okay, well, there you
Sorry.
go. Where are you looking at, Leonie?
Looking at your cornucopia.
So having a look here, you can see, I mean, that is beautiful. It is worthy of adoration. So stunning. I'm thinking for Easter, putting the little mini eggs. And
Yeah.
also, if you turn that around, Leonie, the board you had, I
Yes.
saw a little carriage. You put some wheels on there, you know, the top
Oh
left.
yeah,
Wouldn't
yeah,
that
that'd
see
look
that?
really cute.
Or the other side.
Yeah,
I think like
yeah.
a big, you know, carriage, like a royal wedding or something.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this is it, isn't it? When you look at these, there's so much you can do with them. It's just die cutting them and cutting into them, you know, and obviously exploring them. Now, this is a lovely, lovely die because obviously you're easily making a frame out of that. Of course, it's another corner. It's huge. It's
That is big.
absolutely huge.
And I would
I
imagine you
love
can
that you've got
extend
the
as well.
backdrop as well. You what? Sorry.
Sorry, I was talking over you. You can extend.
Yeah, you'll be able to extend it, you'll be able to cut it down. So you're creating borders, you're creating so many different things. It's gorgeous, is that. I love, however, these little ones, because those, they're gorgeous for layering on top. They're gorgeous for actually wrapping ribbon around. They're really, really pretty, those. They've also got the little, there's a teeny little hole in the centre there. So if you're threading beautiful, you know, like a really nice variegated thread or something through there, that'll look absolutely sensational.
So like
I mean,
loops.
Yeah, they are. They're like lovely little loops. We've got one of the other corners now. As you see, completely different design to the first one. And again, really, really beautiful. Just 2 of these on a big card is going to look sensational. I mean, it's such... They're so eye-catching immediately, aren't they?
Well, I mean, this is very achievable to do, but has instant... That looks like a classy card. And what have we done, really? 1 die cut coming out there, a sentiment, and just some of the flowers around there. But
so pretty.
Beautiful.
It's so pretty.
Yeah.
They're really good. And do you know what? Again, I love these. It's funny, actually, because these dies, they kind of get lost. You know, when you're looking at these, because these are so big and amazing and beautiful, you kind of forget these. But honestly, the border ones are cracking. They're the kind of ones you will use again and again and again. That's gorgeous. Again, 2 of those is going to make a beautiful frame. Layering them all up to create a completely different look. Now, let me talk about these first, because the flowers. Now, something that obviously we're used to with tattered lace are the marks within the die. Not only does that add extra texture, but it helps when you're shaping these. So you can do lots of different shaping, etc. Now, you've got the dies, but our lovely Sheila was telling me about the sheets that you can print off.
Yeah, so this is your Charisma artwork, and it will be in your account within 24 hours. You'll be able to find it, download it, and print it off as many times as you like.
And I love that, because you can print that off and then actually die cut. So you're able to die cut your beautiful little flowers. And the thing is with that, it's going to save you a lot of time. I love the way they've been coloured as well. Now, obviously, look at these. The foliage is incredible. That fills the space. You can use that literally all year round, and it's just so delicate. And then, of course, you've got the beautiful bow. And again, I like this one, because that one's beautiful. But we've, you know, it's beautiful, pretty. But that, I think, is really different, because that's a little bit more understated. It's a bit more subtle. It's a bit more, I don't know, that one's my favourite.
Do you know what you could do? If you had a tree stamp or die, put it on top, cut it in yellow.
Yeah.
Tie a little yellow ribbon.
Oh, yeah, that'd be pretty. And then the gorgeous vellum. Now, this is beautiful. It's a good weight vellum, and the prints on these are exquisite. 160 GSM. Obviously, beautiful colour palette. Let me put it on there. You've got 8 different designs, 4 of each. Whichever way, I'm turning it because I'm seeing if it changes, whichever way you put it. But I love vellum, because it's got a real romance to it. It's so delicate and pretty. Obviously, we've got the cardstock. It's interesting because when you put vellum on white, it's like it's got an uplift. You know, it's got that colour shining through. However, if you put a darker colour under there, it completely changes the look of it. It also changes the depth of the card as well. So it's beautiful for matting and layering, and it just adds a completely different look to your project. Let's have a look at that one. I mean, they are really, really nice. These very, very soft, very romantic, very, very subtle, quite vintage as well in tones. Really beautiful, but a good weight, which is lovely because they're going to rip and tear wonderfully. So yeah, gorgeous,
GSM,
gorgeous kit.
Very good weight. Now, not only are you getting the vellum, you've also got 48 sheets of the cardstock too, and you saw Leonie using these. I feel within the complete bundle, and obviously the stars of the show, and we're lavishing a lot of attention on the actual dies, but the vellum and the cardstock are those finishing details that really allow you to get the most out of your dies.
Absolutely. And it's lovely cardstock, really nice colour palette. I do love the greens, and these will mix so well with the whole tone of the one day special. But obviously with this, when the card runs out, when the vellum runs out, you've got tools that will last forever.
Yeah. So that is our, well, if you want to go for the complete bundle, I know we've got the one day special, which is a set of 3 dies, but nearly everybody's going for the complete bundle. Please become a Freedom member. It is a why not deal, which means you are covering the price of your Freedom membership and a lot more. You're also saving on your postage as well. So that is the most cost-effective way to get this bundle. You can spread the costs as well. If you have a little look, You'll be able to see your first flexi payment as a Freedom member is $42.88. You get absolutely everything. Now, you are spreading it over 3 months, but when you consider what you're getting, the quality of these dies, the amount of resources that you're getting in one bundle, so all 7 die sets, and you're getting the vellum, 32 sheets, and you're getting the cardstock, 48 sheets as well. We are busy for our complete collection. Ooh, now that's interesting. We're busy because we started off the show, we were around about the 50% mark. We're now 60% of the complete collection. A lot of you are getting involved here. Please don't miss out. This is going to be the last live hour with the one-day special. So if you do want to enjoy it, now's time to pop it into your basket. Right, now we're going to jump onto the website. We have got some happy hour deals for you. These are great. We'll be showing these throughout the hour. I want to draw your attention to the doorbells because these were very, very busy. And I want to thank Ross, our producer. He's done it again. He is a wonder boy when it comes to producing. He always manages to get more stock. So here, we didn't have a huge amount, but Ross said happy hour. He wanted a lot. So he said, give me my doorbells. He said it in that accent as well. So there we go. Those are your doorbells. We also got the red liner tape. Have we got the magnetic sheets as well? We've got cardstock. Let me just show you. Let's find the magnetic sheets. There you go. Now, I'll tell you why I would be adding these into my basket. You're getting 10 magnetic sheets for $9.99. Perfect way to house your dies, especially dies like nesting dies, which I'm about to showcase to you. Look, you want to store these properly because look at the amount that you are getting. So store them, keep them safe. Nothing worse than losing one of those. So get the magnetic sheets and then you know that you can house all of these. The details from the magnetic sheets will be on your screen in just a moment. $9.99 for all 10 of those 500 micron magnetic sheets. Now we're going to talk about these layering dies. We're calling them foundation dies. Been immensely busy. As crafters, and this is what I love being a presenter on a craft channel, because as a and I class myself as a crafter now. I'm nowhere near Leonie's sort of like premiership, and I would class myself in football terms as I think I'm conference. But when you're having a look here, you look at the dies. These are an essential. So you might already have your square layering dies, but have you got layering dies with this many increments, these tiny increments going all the way down to that itty bitty center? Look at all of these mats and layers. $16.99 your price. 30 dies in total. Ridiculously good value for money. Okay, so that's your squares. Now each one will have their own item number, 725969. Squares have been busy. Circles, can I just say, and I know this is a shopping TV channel, but anyone new to crafting, any crafter right now, if you're watching and you do not have any nested dies, you need circle dies. Toppers, and this is just the hardest shape. You are not going to be able to cut out a circle. So if you want to go for your nested circles, and again, look how many dies you're being afforded in one set. Now, typically, this should be $29.99. Any day of the week, any crafter will know that is the price. The amount of dies that you're getting there, actually even $29.99 is good value for money. $16.99 is a silly price. Sheila said it, Leonie said it, you know, saving £13. And actually, I'll draw your attention to something. Sheila, when we get down to the diamonds, she said she bought the diamonds on Create and Craft and a little while ago, and she said the price we have on the show today is actually even cheaper than when it was featured on Create and Craft. So just saying. Okay, now we're going to move on to our ovals. Now, ovals have been one of the most popular. I think I know what's going on here, because typically, and this is natural, the first shapes, when it comes to nested dies, that a lot of crafters go for is your iconic square, maybe rectangle, or your circle. Then you start exploring in time maybe the oval. So you might not have an oval in your stash right now. If you want to add it, $16.99 is your price. Great for your card blanks. See, think about cutting out your card blanks as an oval, creating something special. 718, or plaques, if you just wanted to create a beautiful plaque. 718-517, your item number for the oval. Then we go on to our rectangle. It's another key shape. Again, two ways to look at this. You might have some nested dies, but do you have nested dies rectangle to this degree? All those tiny, tiny increments, perfect for your sentiments. Think about this. So obviously you can do your card blanks, but think about toppers or bases, mats for your sentiments. Perfect. I mean, those smaller layers coming through here, just screaming for sentiments. So that's a very useful size, and it's one actually I'd be popping into my basket. So there we go, that's your rectangles. Now, this is the diamonds that I was mentioning. So this is a shape that you might not have, because I'm kind of rack my brains to think if I'd seen a diamond nested shape before. Possibly, I can't remember. But $16.99 is your price for your diamonds. And obviously you can play around with how you feature that, but something that is different. All the same virtues that we afford nested dies, but beautiful, beautiful collection. That has been very popular. So there are your diamonds. And then finally we have got our hexagons. So it's another shape that's different, unique. Have a little play with your hexagons. So if you want to create little tiles for mixed media, maybe you want to create your toppers, fantastic. Or if you just wanted to create a word-based game, inspiration, and put a P in the middle, you could absolutely do that. As for a different generation, Leonie. I see the younger members of the team look at me like, what is he on about? Right, those are your nested layer dies, busy throughout. Matt, you don't remember that, do you? No, okay. 959421, your item. So I look at the young 20-somethings here at the craft store, and I kind of feel I'm part of their gang until I say stuff like that, and then I'm an old man.
And then, you're still not part of that gang,
you're really old. Why are you
it's got
Are we like the old people in the club?
know,
That people
right?
look at us like, what are you doing in the club?
When we went out on Saturday night, literally, I did feel like I was just. It was like, what am I doing here?
What's going on?
They're all 20. Yeah. I literally could have given birth to this whole room. I mean, I obviously couldn't have, but you know. Anyway, moving on.
Did I hear you having a little bit of a play? Did you cut something?
Yeah,
out?
of course I will. I mean, right, so the demos, I'll put my hand up, the demos have been set up for me. Thank you ever so much, our wonderful, wonderful Sheila. But, I mean, I'm sitting here with loads of crafty stuff, so of course I'm going to have a play. Because the lovely thing we have in we're having nested dies is obviously creating your own shape cards. You know, you can do that so easily. So I'm going to create another demonstration. I'm going to do the one that Sheila set up for me just for time, so we get a few done. But I will set up another demo anyway, because I really love shaped cards like this.
That's lovely.
I think they look beautiful. But also, I mean, you know me, if you know me, you know me as a crafter. I've sort of moved into my art journals and stuff like that. That's what I love these days. These dies are brilliant for that as well. You know, you're definitely not just using them for card making. They're a go-to for so many different things. You know, for your art journals, you can make your art journals using these.
Absolutely. Sorry, just going back to the hexagon. So I love how you cut out that panel. So I'm thinking you could put some acetate. Acetate you might have to cut out by hand, but you can put some acetate behind that, all your vellums that you're getting in the complete collection.
Well, I'll tell you where I'm going to go with this.
Yeah.
I'm going to create a frame, put a frame on it, and then I'm going to create, cut some of the beautiful, the lacy edges, put them, and then just have loads of flowers going around. So that's what I'm going to do with that one.
Oh, you're good, Pooch.
But I want to create the one that Sheila cut for me, because that'd be rude if I didn't. Yeah. So what she's done, so Sheila's done a shape card as well. Now this is super easy to do. All you need to do is fold your cardstock, pop your die, and I did the same with this one. So when it's going through, all you need to do is pop your die so it's just hanging over the folded edge. That way you'll get a shape card. So you can do that with all of them, and that's it's a lovely way of making your own shape cards.
Nice.
What Sheila's done, she's done it on the cardstock that we've got today, so obviously you've got that beautiful colour inside. This part she's already scored for me. I love this. This doesn't happen often in my life. And then what she's done is she's cut another circle. So the other circle that we've got going on here, I'll just glue that down in place. The nested dies are, I would highly recommend these. In fact, I do need these, because my nested dies that I have got haven't got as many increments, so you don't have as many options. And it's such, honestly, it's so fine is the metal. And it cuts right at the, you know, it's basically just a cut line. There's no faff. It's just amazing.
And it goes down to the time, Rita and Sheila was explaining this, that the team at Tattered Lace made sure they utilised every scrap of real estate on that metal to go down to it's like 0.5 centimetres is the smallest increment. Now, one thing you are doing, I've got it in my hands, it's our happy hour. A lot of viewers are going for the layered dies and getting the magnetic sheets. These are heavy. You can feel the quality of these. 20% of the stock has already gone for our magnetic sheets. The perfect way to house your dies. When you look at dies like that many of that nature, you want to get your magnetic sheets, because nothing worse, Leonie, than losing one of those layers.
Beautiful, aren't they? Sorry, I'm stopping listening to you. I'm sorry.
All right, now I understand. When my wife turns to me, she said something, and I haven't heard her.
For about 20 minutes.
Yeah. And,
and now he's ruining the
there we
pack.
go. But I love it.
I'm in my own little world
That's
today.
okay. I was just saying that with the magnetic sheets, it's a perfect way to house the dies, because there's nothing worse than losing a layer. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. There we go.
I feel like my gran.
Well, you just reminded me of, my wife will talk to me and she'll say something, and if I'm not zoned in or listening, then I will say something like that and haven't responded the right way at all. So I
do that quite a lot in life. I was just thinking what I'm doing, I weren't really listening to your sauce. At least I'm honest. Okay, so I've stuck the vellum down, but yeah, magnetic sheets are really important. So bad. I'm glad it's Yanis, because he don't get offended. He knows me too well to get offended.
Very offended.
He's very offended.
You're like family food.
He's
never get offended by you.
He's so not offended. Yeah. So I stuck that. Now, if you stick the circle, so obviously the frame has been cut from the die, so it's easy to cut perfect frames. I'm then going to add my lovely a little bit of glue. I'm putting the glue under the actual frame, so you don't see it through the vellum. I mean, it is thick vellum, but you know, you just want to be careful, because you don't want to see any gluey blobby bits on there. No. Pop that onto that beautiful frame, and I've made a rookie error already. Oh no, I haven't. Oh yes, I have. I haven't. No rookie errors. I'm talking rubbish. I do apologise. I'm blaming my cold. It is just a cold. Okay, so again, so that's giving me my lovely little easel card straight away. Absolutely beautiful on the inside of this easel. And I mean, I could do another layer there, which would look beautiful, or we could do. And it's funny when it's quite some time since I've done a card that's, well, actually, I don't remember if I've made a card that's been, I must have in my life, I must have. But I used to be the person that prepped the cards many moons ago.
That's where you started.
That's where it all, where the TV side of my crafty life began. Funny, isn't it? I was the person prepping the card. And it's funny when you are the person prepping the card, because what's in your head and what's in the person making the card can be two different things. I
had a story, and I don't believe this. I had a story when you did start out, though, when you were prepping the cards, you were really quiet.
Oh, I was dead quiet.
I just can't imagine you being quiet.
I used to be really shy. At school, I was super shy.
Really?
Yeah. Now I really regret that, because you miss out on a lot being super shy. You know, it's rubbish. It's absolutely rubbish. But thankfully, I really got over that.
You've definitely got over that. You've made up for it.
I got over that and became a gobby mare instead. So, talk about one extreme to other, literally. Right, so popping that there like that, so it's got a beautiful frame, which already it looks really pretty, because it matches. Yeah. And I just adore this vellum. I mean, I'm not sure if Sheila were planning that, but I really like the vellum. I've also off-centered it a bit, because I really like seeing a little bit of that white. I think it looks quite pretty.
Like a drop shadow, gives it a bit of depth.
Now, what Sheila's done, she's actually given me more of the vellum, and she's ripped and teared this. Now, there's a few ways I could do this. So I could have popped that under the frame, which would have looked really pretty. In fact, I'm seeing if that stuck down, but it stuck down really quite well. I could actually put it along here, which would also look really pretty. So it's decisions on this one.
So what is the stopper?
I'm going to pop it on the top. It would, realistically, you want to be using this for your stopper along the bottom there. But I have got a sentiment, so I'm going to use that for my, well, I've got the makings of a sentiment, so I'm going to use that. So what I'm going to do is just put layers. Now, your vellum is easy to tear. Obviously, that's the one thing that's beautiful about vellum. If you tear it towards you, you get the beautiful white line. If you tear it away from you, then, oh, you've still got a white line on this one. But it looks really beautiful. I really like this. It's very pretty. Now, as you've noticed, when I put the other layer down, you couldn't really see the glue. It's a very nice weight indeed. Don't put too much glue, and then if you don't over saturate it, then the chances are you're not going to see much of the adhesive anyway. So I'm popping a little bit of glue there. I will cut these off at the edge. I'm going to pop another little bit of glue here, like so.
Yesterday I had a show, you just reminded me, you talk about tearing the vellum.
Yeah.
And we were featuring, it was That's Crafty yesterday, I think it was at 10 o'clock, and we were featuring the untearable paper.
Oh, okay.
So we and it is unterrible paper, but the thing is, everybody in the prep meeting before and all day had been trying to tear this piece of paper,
Yeah.
which was unterrible. It was like lifting the stone, you know, the sort out the stone.
Yeah.
So I gave it the big build-up.
Yeah.
Unterrible paper. No, but I'll prove to you that it's unterrible. You never guess what? The thing tore.
Did you tear it?
It tore the unterrible paper. That was a little bit embarrassing.
You don't know your own strength.
It's not made to tear. It's made for more hinges. But yeah, that was a little bit awkward.
I hate those moments on telly. Things like that happen on TV. I mean, I think people think we sit there rehearsing our lines and, you know, saying, well, we'll definitely say this, we'll definitely say that. We don't.
No.
I mean, the thing is with live TV, sometimes anything can happen.
I like moments like that. And
I like moments like that, they're hilarious.
We get asked a lot, it's like, what's your most embarrassing moment on TV, or has anything gone wrong? 2, one, that definitely goes down as one of my embarrassing moments, but my top moment was with Leonie. I won't go into detail with it, but do you remember the silk fabric?
Oh my gosh,
you know, when
yes,
I wrapped it around?
Yeah, that was hilarious.
Yeah, that goes down as my most embarrassing moment.
Yeah, that was well funny. I can't remember mine, you know. I don't know what I probably won't. I'm not able to say either.
We block it out.
Eh?
We block it out of our mind.
Yeah, we do block it out. It becomes like fear. Yeah, that was mine, but I don't say that one on telly, Mr. B. That one was the one that I thought of too, but I don't actually share it on telly.
Oh, we can't. We
do talk about it quite often.
Leonie, you can't leave the viewers hanging now.
I wasn't feeling very well,
Yeah.
and I had to nip off to the toilets very, very quickly indeed. It was when, I'll never forget, because our Geordie Johnson were demonstrating, and I managed to leg it. I managed to do what I needed to do.
Well, now, Leonie, you've made this sound a lot worse than it actually is. Because I just said, Leonie was just feeling, she was just a little bit sick. When you made that sound, you went in, it could have been a whole different direction.
Yeah, it could have been worse.
There you go.
I suppose it could have been worse, yes. I was a little bit sick. But I managed to get back, and even, like, brush my teeth.
You even brush your teeth?
I even brushed my teeth, got back before Geordie finished demonstration, nailed it!
What, you have a toothbrush here at work?
No, it were a mouthwash.
Nice.
I know, strong. I was very proud of myself, but it was slightly embarrassing as well. It was impressive, but also a little bit embarrassing. Right, so this is what would house my thingy, what's it do now, my sentiments, but I haven't got a sentiment currently.
Your little stopper.
You want to put this up like this because obviously that's going to be your little stopper. Okay, so your little stopper is going to sit there like that. And then flowers. This is always the best bit, isn't it? Because look, when you have got all these already die cut for you, tell you what, as a demonstrator, best thing ever.
I mean, you batch make at home. Just say you can go for the dies and the vines individually, or they're included in the complete collection.
These are lush because you've got all these gorgeous flowers already coloured in for you. What I do love about this, okay, because obviously you're printing your sheets, you die cutting these, but what I love about them, the colour palette isn't too intense. So if I wanted to go in with a different colour, if I wanted to go in with glitter glue, I could absolutely do that. So it's a really good starting point, and obviously because it's tattered lace, you know that you're going to get beautiful artwork again and again and again. This is fabulous because then you can just play. So have a little look at
that.
I mean, look straight away. How beautiful is it? Straight away. And do you know what? It's the easiest thing to do is, and I mean, you shouldn't say that because as a demonstrator, you know, it can be tricky. I mean, you know, coming up with ideas, blah blah blah. But when
blah, blah, blah.
Oh, blah, blah,
Ideas,
blah. Coming up with ideas, blah, blah, blah. But, hold on, it might do it now.
The biggest compliment we can give you, Leonie, again, for anyone who didn't see the start of the show, Leonie has stepped in last minute to do this show, and the fact that you haven't prepped at all and you're able to create a card this beautiful. I know Sheila has helped you out.
Sheila's done it.
And, yeah, but still, absolutely stunning.
And I tell you what, the lovely thing is, you will look at these and you'll start immediately coming up with your own ideas, your own inspiration. They're easy to work with. I adore dies like this because they do give you so much choice. You know, you look at it, you've got such movement going on there. They're so simple to work with. You know, like, look at that. I can just snip, and the snippability. So I know which way I want this to go. So obviously that's coming down, so I want one just to go up there. If I put it that way, oh, I could have it going up that way as well. The lovely thing is, because you can snip into these, so simple, you can literally make it do whatever you want it to do. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
so you're easily shaping it, so it becomes the die you need it to be, which is absolutely what it's about. Just a few little snips, bob that on there like that. Then we've got the vines, which are absolutely exquisite. I love those. And then some of the gorgeous flowers. Now, with your flowers, you can definitely shape your flowers. They've got the little lines in there. So the little lines, it makes it more, straight away when you feel the dies, it makes it easy to actually shape. So you can easily shape these. I'm going to be a bit quick because I know I've faffed about a little bit too much here. So sorry, I'm sniffling. I won't shape them too much, but I will start layering. So I'm using good old pin flare. I haven't used pin flare in ages. I'm using good old pin flare.
Nice. You having
and
vitamin
then just
C,
layering.
Leonie?
You what, love?
You're having vitamin C.
I haven't. I have had loads of tangerines all driving in. Every time I get a cold, it's like, oh, I need to buy 5 million tangerines. But yeah, I think I do need more of it. It's really quite frustrating. I mean, I'm not whinging. I've not been ill. It's just a little bit of a cold. But
I think it sounds like the old cliche, but it is going around.
It is going around. Yeah. It's frustrating that. I think it's because we've all been locked in and stuff, so we haven't had any germs. Because I haven't had a cold in years. And just recently I've had, it's like, are you having a laugh? You know? But I shouldn't whinge, because if all I've had is a bit of a cold and a bit of a sore throat, I've now to whinge about. So I ain't whinging, I'm still here. It's the way a sore nose.
And you've got your voice.
I've got my voice. The poor people at home. Got my voice. See. Just sticking those on. And this is the kind of thing you can just carry on forever and ever, because it's just so pretty, so very, very easy, but so very pretty. And look, I love it because it is really hard to know when to stop, I'm not going to lie. Especially when you've got so many flowers. Poor Sheila, she'll look at all the flowers and be like, Leonie used 50 flowers on one card. Like, yes, sorry, Sheila, I did. Yeah.
But just to remind you that you are getting your charisma artwork, and this is a feature for anyone new to Tattered Lace brand that Tattered Lace do so well. So what will happen when you make your purchase, say with the die sets, you can go individually with the flowers, or you can go for the complete collection, then within 24 hours your account will be credited with the artwork that you'll have to download. It's yours. You can download it till the end of time, so as many times as you like. And that's what Tattered Lace do. Now, I've got to very quickly, do you mind, Leonie, if I just tell everyone about the happy hours?
I'll carry on and then show you what I've done in a few moments' time.
So we've got some happy hours. So the price is around for this hour. You are saving £4 on the Daubers with the case. So this is beautiful. You're getting 40 Daubers in total. So that's how yours will arrive. We have taken the packaging off just to show you, and I like this is really good, because you've got the triangles that allow you to get more sort of detailed, really into those fine detail when you're blending, and then you've got your more expansive blenders in there as well. Look at all of those. Is it 40 in total for £12.99? That is a really good buy. 32 pence per Dauber. Are you kidding? So very busy for that. 477896 your item number. Going to pop that down. Something else that's been busy. So what you've been doing, I'm going to start exploring very quickly the layering dies, because we're halfway through the show. But we do have another happy hour for you. Magnetic sheets. But here's the thing. Half the stock has gone. What I would say in the most humble way is, if you've gone for any of the layered dies, please look at, if you don't have any magnetic sheets, consider buying this, and I'll tell you why. If I just pop those down, but £9.99 your price for your magnetic sheets, and that's a good price. They're heavy, you know, all together you feel that you're getting some weight there. This is why you need them, because I would absolutely take these out of the packaging so you don't lose them, put them in a magnetic sheet, put them in a folder, put them on your wall, however you like to choose to use your magnetic sheets. Look at the amount of dies that you're getting, and one thing that stood out here, and Leonie said it when she came in the studio and said she hadn't prepped for this hour, she said, wow, I mean, the increments, the small increments that you're getting with these nested layering dies. So there is your circle, there's your square, I don't know why I said circle, there's your square, £16.99 is your price there, £725,969. It's because, I tell you why, my mind was wandering, because when I said Leonie hasn't prepped for this hour, she came in last minute, and just to say, Sheila, well, it's got people tuning in saying, wow, Leonie's not very professional. No, she came in last minute, and we're thanking Leonie for covering. Poor Sheila, unfortunately, received some bad news, so our thoughts really did go out to her family. So there we go, Sheila. Okay, there's your square. Now we've got our circles. These have been very busy. If I had to pick one layering die to have, nested die to have in my stash, it would be the circle. If you could only pick one, this is the most useful, because a circle, in my humble opinion, is impossible to cut out. Even if you drew it, and as careful as you were to cut it out, to get a perfect circle, look at, oh, tell you what, Chris, that's a nice shot. There's Chris, our director, proving his worth. But beautiful shot. But you can see you've got the circle in there. I'd also be tempted, I mean, start exploring these, creating those little frames, creating those perfect mats and layers, but it's the amount of increments that you are getting there. $16.99. This should be $29.99. That is a monster saving for a utility die that will never, ever date. None of these will date. This thing, you know, you go through trends with regard to stylized dies, but as a nested die, that is just your base, that's your structure, it's your core. It's, I would say, an essential, and we're classing it as foundation, but it is an essential. Going to move on to ovals. Now, ovals have been popular as well. Actually, they've all been popular, really. So there are your ovals, beautiful oval shape. So imagine that for your toppers, for your sentiments, yeah, even your card blanks. $16.99 your price there, 718517 your item number. Then as we go on, we've got our rectangles. I love the squares. If I had to choose between square and a rectangle, I think I'd go rectangle. And I'll tell you why. Great for your card blanks, but then again for your sentiments. Now instantly you've got a banner there. You could see it for those smaller increments. So if you just want to put a word, congratulations, happy birthday, you get that perfect mat and layer for your sentiments. So that is your rectangle. And then we've got our diamonds. Now this is one where it starts to get interesting, because I fully understand a lot of crafters watching right now, you're saying, well, I've got a circle, I've got a square, I've got a rectangle. Do you have a set of nested diamonds? This is an interesting shape, and it's typically not one that we see often as a nested. I'm really trying to rack my brains. I think if I've seen nested diamonds before, possibly, but certainly not like this. So if you want to get hold of it, and not at this price, $16.99, definitely not. 959538, your item number there. And then finally we have our hexagons, which happens to be, is it Catherine's favourite? Oh, our Catherine loves a hexagon. I didn't know this. The team. Did you know this, Pooch? No, okay, we're learning about Catherine.
New information.
$16.99 your price there, 959421 your item number. So there we go. Those are your nested dies. Very busy for all of these, so take advantage of that saving. And I know I mentioned this earlier on, but as crafters, we appreciate you go onto the high street, you know how much you would pay for a set of nested dies. You pay a lot more than $16.99. Now, something else that's been extremely busy are our doorbers. So you're getting the doorbers here. Oh, they're there. You're getting the doorbers. You're getting all of it. Look at all 40 doorbers. You're getting majority of your circles, and then you've got, well, sort of half and half. Your triangles as well. 20 circles and 20 triangles. $12.99 for 40. I know. 477896 your item number, but that saving of £4 is only around for this hour. At the end of the hour, the price will jump back. It will revert back to $16.99. Don't forget the magnetic sheets as well. This is the last you'll hear from me, but I have to mention it only because it's really busy. Magnetic sheets, perfect to house your dies. And was it 50%? Oh, sorry, 60% of the stock has gone there for a happy hour with the magnetic sheets, so they could potentially sell out. Okay, Leonie, what you doing?
I'm winging it now. I'm playing now. I've gone on to play mode because I'll show you what I did do though. This is card, obviously. The only thing I'd add to that is a sentiment. Okay. So that's the beautiful card that Sheila sort of prepped for me. I love that. I think that's so pretty. Oh, one of my lovely leaves has fallen off. Isn't it? And this is it. I mean, obviously, anyone who knows me knows I don't normally make cards like that because I'm mixed media. But I tell you what, when you're a crafter, you just love having a go with everything. It's just so nice to come out your comfort zone, do something a little bit different, and play. And for me, I mean, I need to glue that back in situ. But for me, that's what's joyous about doing something like this, because anybody can do this. Anyone can pick up dies and create, and it's made easy, but it's so relaxing. It's just so relaxing.
Do you know, talking about making cards, Ross, my producer, he impressed me because everyone catches the crafty bug here working at
What's
Craft Channel.
Ross been doing?
So he made a card, but guess who he made it for?
Roger.
No, Roger, so his partner, she rides a lot and Roger's a horse. No, but it's close. He actually made it for his partner's mum. So the mum to be in law.
Roger.
When I made close, it's part obviously that circle. I'm not describing. Well, I'm not even going to go down that route. But I thought that was very nice.
That's
so
really nice. Is that even true, Rod? Is that Anna called you Roger? Is that true, Ross?
Yeah.
Wow, it's not even a Yannerism. Wow, that's amazing.
I'm hurt that you think I would make up a story about a member of the team just off the cuff.
I don't know where I've got that from. A Yannerism.
A Yannerism.
Well,
sounds like something that happens to you.
Eh?
It sounds like something that happens to you.
A Yannerism. I've said worse.
Yeah, okay.
Anyway, oh no, that's lovely, Ross. Yeah. Oh, that is very nice of you. Did you make it or did you actually borrow it? It is a Yannerism. It is a Yannerism. I actually believe that for a minute. Oh. It's a Yannerism. I believe that until Ross's response. Like, I don't believe it anymore. Right. Now it's ruined Ross, ruined the illusion. Okay, so I'm going to stick that round there. Look at that vellum. That vellum is beautiful, nearly. It's so delicate, so exceptionally pretty. I'm going to put that on with my glue. Again, just a little bit of the glue. Don't put much on when you're using your vellum. You don't need it, but also you don't want to be able to see any of the glue through. So I'll just wipe that in slightly so we don't have any sort of globules, and then pop the vellum over the top there, and that'll just give me that gorgeous frame. So obviously with these you've got your beautiful, all your beautiful nested shapes. I do love the hexagons as well. I just think that is wonderful. And of course, it is the way you can make so many gorgeous shaped cards. I mean, with this one, I'm making a single shape card. But imagine with this, you know, you could easily put another one back to back. And then now we have gatefold cards, but you could have a gatefold hexagon card, which would look gorgeous. And honestly, it's shall I try that or shall I not go off still?
What?
How much time have I got?
You've got 7 minutes.
I shouldn't really, but you could, bear with. Oh, here she goes, Leonie. Sorry, folks, this is where Leonie goes off on a tangent and drives herself mad. I might not finish it, but let me show you what I'm thinking in my head, because...
Interesting, because I've never seen a sort of gatefold using the hexagons. I think
me neither. Cool. Let's have a see. I don't even know where I've put my dies, so there they are. So what you need to do to create that the back of the gatefold, so the actual, decide where you're putting your card. So you want it like that. Yeah, obviously you want the right size of dies, so it's going to be that one. I do believe that I've used. The magnetic sheets are, yes, they are crucial for this, because losing one of those dies will be really annoying, and they are so thin. It does mean they are a little bit easy to lose. So you want the same size, okay? So what I want to do is cut it again, and then I can stick them together. Okay, so I can have a really nice size, a really nice shape there. So bob that over there first of all. That one looks bigger. Is it me being stupid? No, it is right. It's just my head. So I'm going to cut a single die first of all. And when you're cutting, now normally, if I'd be die cutting this, I wouldn't be cutting a single die, of course, because I'm using an A4 machine. You know, I'd normally absolutely cover that plate, but just for time, I'll stick that through. I'm using the AALL Creations machine, which I really like actually. I haven't been using this one, but it's nice. I like the reverse box, it means I don't have to stand up, which is always good when you're demonstrating. So cut this one, so this is going to be the back piece, and then we're going to cut another one to make another gatefold. Bet you any money I really regret doing this in 5 minutes when I'm halfway through construction and I've not done anything. But there you go. Oh, I've done my usual thing. This is what right, everybody at home, I'm terrible for this. I've reversed it too soon. I do it all the time, everybody at home. I do apologise.
Well, that's okay.
I'm terrible. I do it all the time. I just get a little bit excited and make it come back too quickly, which is very frustrating. But it's quite quick anyway. I mean, the machine is quick. It doesn't take long. You just have to hold out a bit, be brave, and then reverse it. Do you know what I mean? It looks like it's gone too far. So bringing that back. So this is going to be your back piece. Now obviously with these dies, you've got so many different sizes there. I think one of the ideas that our Yannis were talking about, doing the doing like your patchwork kind of thing with these would be beautiful. You could make such a gorgeous patchwork design.
So like mixed media, that would be great.
It would be stunning. Oh no, I've thrown me die.
Sweet. Magnetic sheets are your friend.
The magnetic sheets are your friend. Right, so what you want to do next is, I won't get this finished, but it's just to show you the construction side of it. Okay. So, folding that, you would absolutely score that. Sheila's absolutely got a scoring tool there, but I'm rushing now. And then, what you want to do, you pop that, so it's literally just over the edge, okay, like this. So that's just on the edge, and I will use some tape there. Because Sheila's got them all ready. She's fabulous.
She's very organised.
And then pop that through. She's so organised. She's so organised. It's lovely having somebody else's workspace as well that's organised. So what I want to do, obviously I would normally cut an aperture out of this one as well, but because of time, I won't do that. So I'll just show you the construction side of this. So construction-wise, you want both these cards to sit together. So there's a few ways you can do this. If I just pop this like so, and that like so. See, if I'd have thought about this earlier, I'd have cut that aperture in, but, you know, maybe, oh, I've done it again, I haven't let it come through the machine as much. I'm not going to put it back through the machine. You would, but I'm not going to for time.
Okay.
I must admit, folks at home, normally I don't use reverse because I'm really bad at it. It's one of the things.
Why don't you let it go all the way in?
I do not know. I think I get too nervous. So I don't know, but I honestly, constant. So, look, you can either have it like this. I kind of like that.
Yeah, I like that.
So then that gives you, so it's giving you, look how interesting that looks. So it gives you your extra piece at the back there, but it also obviously holds it all together. So that holds it all together. If you then wanted to, I mean, there's so much you can do with these dies. When you get playing, oh my gosh, you can have such fun with it. Because then look, you can cut the other one, a smaller one. Now that is the inside of the aperture. That can then sit in the centre there, and that you can have a little central panel as well. So you can have a central panel, and then your beautiful open aperture panels that will create that lovely card.
I love that. Thank you, Pooch. Time's beaten us, I'm afraid.
It has beaten us.
Magnetic sheets, though, I can tell you, I'm just going to grab them here. 80% of the stock has gone for our magnetic sheets. A lot of you are getting these with your nested, and I really would advise you to, and I very rarely say this because obviously crafting is very personal choices, but with those nested dies, and the reason why they are so thin, as Leonie was showing you, is because you are getting so many layers. Typically nested dies, you would not get 30 dies in one set. So because of that, obviously that necessitates the dies being quite thin each layer. don't lose those layers. Have a magnetic sheet, because there is nothing worse. Invariably, the one you lose is going to be that one that you want to use all the time. So magnetic sheets is a great way to avoid that. Very busy, so the magnetic sheets, it doesn't matter. I'll talk about stock levels, but at the end of this hour, the saving for the magnetic sheets will disappear. Also, the Daubers, another one, proved very popular as a happy hour as well. So it's been a great show. The main focus, the reason why we didn't do many demos using our complete bundle of the one-day special, and one-day special, the complete collection, is because Leonie stepped in last minute, and we got to thank Leonie because she is an absolute superstar. Leonie, thank you so much.
I'm still playing, quite frankly.
It's a good sign.
Oh my gosh, honestly, I could actually just sit here and play, because it's when you start playing with these dies. Please play with these dies. I mean, the more you play with them, just look at that, how it fits in that hexagon. When you start playing with them, you will come up with so many different ideas and configurations. Get them, do not miss out on them. That is a beautiful collection. Sheila, you take care. We send our love, and thank you ever so much.
We're very proud to have Tatted Lace here. I hope you enjoyed the one-day special.
Oh, I love that.
So, coming up next, we've got Natasha Makes. After that, oh, please don't miss the Jesma Night Show with Eunice. And then we've got Crafting with Creoles.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. It's a family-run business up in Chesterfield. Pink Frog started to bring out their well-known Britannia dies, and then we moved on to a wonderful range of cardstocks. You'll probably know us for our super smooth cardstock, and now we have moved into the world of stamping, and we produce high-quality polymer stamps for you all to enjoy. We have a wide range of designs, and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home. Make sure you don't miss the Pink Frog shows.
Hi, my name's Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp, and how did I get here? Well, when my children, Grace and Mark, were born, I left the corporate world and I took up crafting full-time. If you like my style and you like what I do, then please join me, Barbara Gray.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and I'm really excited to be working with you guys here at the Craft Store. We've got everything from things like our Fabazine, which contains 12 different projects that you can do either in one go or split them up separately. And that's a journey through all types of different soft crafting. And then we've got things that are really specific, like our Stitchery, which is a journey through all kinds of embroidery as well. So make sure you join me and Craft Yourself Silly here at the Craft Store.
Hi, I'm Abs from AALL Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers, colours, textures, and creating depth and dimension. AALL Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world. Make sure you don't miss the AALL Create shows.
Good afternoon, everybody. There she is. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Craft Store. My name's Dan. Hey, Natasha, how are you?
A shot you didn't want to see. I just plug in something in.
You can plug in whatever you want to plug in.
Well, an iron. I mean, it's not exciting. It's just an iron.
Well, you know,
but it is needed this hour.
Super excited about this show. Just the most glorious setup of beautiful fabrics, quilts, bags as well. Even covers for our tablet, which is wonderful.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's technology is what we all have, right? And you will have this with your small child.
Yeah.
Sticky fingers on a touch screen. But if you put it in a tablet case that has a velvety lining, it tends to clean it and wipe it clean. as well as looking lovely and feeling a little bit decadent.
Which is, but listen, there's like 5 or 6 options down there. We'll get to it all. We'll go ASAP, but we're starting right in front of us here. Wow, look at those colour options on the screen. There are loads of different options. Making a tote bag, and you were saying earlier on, the easiest tote bag you're going to make.
Yeah, so this is it. We all need bags these days. We're for a bit of impromptu shopping.
Yeah.
Maybe the kids' lunches. Maybe it's going to be a quick book bag. Whatever it's going to be, it folds up really, really small, really, really easily. It's made from 1/2 metre of fabric. Okay, that is it.
That's it.
It's super easy. It's a beginner-friendly make. We've got loads of these in our household. We shove everything in them, all of our shopping, everything else, and away we go. But the key thing here is just 1/2 metre of fabric. Throw them in the wash as often as you need to, so that, you know, just...
It's sort of thing, I think, yeah, as you said, like a bag for life or muddy PE kit or something like that.
Yeah, just anything like that. And this kind of came about because I always needed bags. And I remember when we first had to start using plastic bags, and I remember listening on the news and the newsreader saying they were encouraging us, if we bought meat at the supermarket and put it in a plastic bag, to spritz and wipe clean your plastic bag. Who has time to disinfect and wipe clean a plastic bag? I was like, no, I'm going to use fabric, and then I've always got it. Wash it, and it's done, it's clean, and it's good to go.
So the instructions are included for you, and here are your 12 options, and they're really, really fun, by the way. For example, shooting rainbow stars over there. We've got some lovely florals, some peonies, I think, almost like some... what are these dolls called again?
They're the Russian dolls.
Russian dolls, that was it.
So these are all by Lewis and Irene. So starting over here, we had the shooting stars. Then you've got your dahlia and hearts there, and then you've got your poppies with a red background, poppies with a grey background, and then you've got the Matryoshka dolls, the Russian dolls there, which are just, again, really good fun. And then if you're looking to make for Valentine's, we've got a few heart projects,
on
some
blue,
of those,
on red,
absolutely.
on black, which is lovely.
And these are all fabrics from Lewis and Irene that are a UK-based company. They're really lovely. They're named for the grandparents. Lewis and Irene were the grandparents of the people that now run it, the brother and son that now run it. So then we've got dahlias on blue, dahlias and hearts on blue, dahlias and hearts on pink. And then you've got some beautiful blooms there as well, which are just really beautiful. And then the pears.
And the pears,
ooh,
yeah.
What a lovely pair.
What a lovely pair. They're only $12.99 each. Extended dispatch as well, so these will be dispatched to you this time next week. 408396. If I talk quick enough, which I'm quite good at, we will absolutely be getting to you. People are like, slow down, I know, I'm sorry. We'll get to a demonstration.
Exciting.
It is exciting. Now, speaking of which, hey, if you love the shooting stars at the front there, we've got some fabric collections here. One's festive, but here we go. We've got an Over the Rainbow collection.
I loved this collection. If you love your rainbows, this is such a glorious collection. These are big fat quarters. These are UK fat quarters.
You were telling me about this, weren't you?
Yeah. So these are big fat quarters, UK ones, which means that they are 20 by 22 inches. That's an... Oh, yeah.
How good's that?
That's an ombre. An ombre of stars.
Wowee.
It's just really beautiful. Lewis and Irene do the most fun fabrics. They're really, really gorgeous, great quality, all the fun and all the colour,
31.
which I really love.
And you get all 9.
Yeah.
All 9 for $31.99, 237707. That's one option with the Over the Rainbow, $3.55 a fat quarter there. And then like a festive collection lucky dip, we're calling it.
Yeah, so this is going to be your lucky dip. I'll make sure it comes, you know, this is all Lewis and Irene, so it's all going to go beautifully together. And I've thrown in a little rhinestone snowflake as well for any of your little festive makes. You can have that in there.
Fabulous.
As well. So it just means that there's a saving on there for you, because, yeah, why not?
Thank you, little treat.
But they are really lovely festive fabrics. Again, it's a lucky dip, and if you buy 2, I'll make sure they're a bit different.
Thank you. $15.99 is your price today, 581504. Speaking of that lovely little charm you've got in here, right, the decadent velvet pouch. You're so tactile and high-end, this is. Like a gift. I'm picking up the bag. I meant to leave it alone because it's a lovely display, but I'm picking it up.
Oh, no, do, and open it as well.
Open the bag.
Because last hour we had Lisa Chandler fabric, and...
Oh! Wow.
Now, if I tell you the rhinestones alone on this are meant to be $9.99, I have put this at such a good price.
Wow.
Such a good price. You get the magnetic clasp, you get the velvet, you get the Lisa Chandler. Yeah, that's the one that you're getting. So it's slightly different to the one on that bag. But again, you get the idea.
Gosh, absolutely beautiful.
I am planning for everyone to be taken out on the most fabulous Valentine's night, where they will need a very classy clutch.
Well, this is exactly where you're at. Brand new today, $21.99. Yeah, Valentine's, of course, be home in time for making for that Mother's Day, a gift for Mother's Day.
I know, anything like that. Or just make it any of the time of the year and just insist on being taken out.
Quite right. Yeah, you're not popping down Spa with this bag, are you? After all, you're going out. Out. 3, 4, 7. Remember that? Out. Yeah. 7, 2, 6. Right.
You mean not just in your garden?
Yeah, well, yeah, fine. It used to be, didn't it? I'm going out through the patio doors.
Yeah,
see you later.
yeah.
And back we go as well. Right, we've got some beautiful quilt elements for you. Noah's Ark, first of all. Fat quarters here. The quilts are coming up in just a second. This is really, really playful, really, really fun.
Can you open that out without anybody getting upset about things being
zooming?
Because it's so beautiful. It's a big panel, this, and so I've just picked out the primary colours and a few more just to go with it and really match those colours for you. But look at that! It's basically already made for you.
So what am I doing here then? What?
Well, do you know what? You could just put a bit of wadding and a backing on it, and it's job done. Or you can use the fat quarters to do little borders or whatever you want around the edge of it. But the hard work is done because you've got that glorious image. I have only got a handful of these.
And as we know, this is actual footage from the Ark.
I mean, yeah, absolutely.
Maybe some interpretation, but more or less.
More or less as it happened, I believe.
As it happened, $27.99. How good's that? Yeah, keeping the sharks dry. 580471. That could have gone a lot worse, team. I'm taking that if that's as bad as it gets. OK, I'm just going to lay that over the top there, and I promise to tidy up later on. I'm going to pick that up now, though, because, you know, tidy house. Right, let's talk Liberty. Next to here.
Always love a bit of Liberty.
There we go. So, we have got 3 different colour options, if you like, that make the quilt behind us. This blue one's here, is it 19 or 20 fat quarters?
Right, so on this you have got, so these aren't fat quarters, these are 10-inch squares.
Oh, sorry, 36 of them, oh wow.
So Liberty do not do layer cakes. A layer cake is a pack of 10-inch squares, and Liberty do not do them. However, at Natasha Makes, we do. So they're exclusive to Natasha Makes. The pattern is exclusive to Natasha Makes. It's a Jane Alcott pattern. She's an amazing quilter. She does shows with us every Wednesday. This is a beginner make quilt, but your 10-inch squares are pre-cut for you by us in Liberty Fabrics. This is the only way you are going to get this is through us. And there are 36 of them, which is the exact number that you need for that quilt. You get 2 of each, so 18 different Liberty designs, all there, good for you, good to go, along with your 2 sashing fabrics and your plain fabric in there. So you've got an extra, I think it's 1.75 meters. Yeah, 1.75 meters. There you go. It's actually on the screen. 1.75 meters of plain fabrics that go with and accentuate the colours of those Liberties that we've got in there. Plus, you also get the pattern, so it's the complete shebang, as I like to say.
Shebang.
I mean, it's a word that is underused, quite frankly.
And Natasha, it shows that you love what you do, because I love the card weight, the paperweight on your instructions.
I mean, yeah.
It's a little thing, isn't it?
You can't take the crafter out of me.
No, exactly. It's beautiful, glossy, verging on cardstock, by the way, so lots of different colour instructions for you of how to do so. The bright blue and the ivory is 90% gone. That is limited stock, 487 484 3350. Thrifty? Yeah, could be. 33.50 on Flex. You may get hold of yours. That same pattern, by the way, right, we've got different colour options for you here. One by Janet Clare that I'm very familiar with, the Real JC, and also the Fig Tree & Co. options for you. I know these botanicals are coming up later on as well.
Well, yeah, we've got them as a charm pack as well, but with my stock of this, honestly, this has flown, and when it's gone, it's gone. Janet Clare, obviously, lovely, lovely lady. We've both worked with her, haven't we, at Create & Craft, and when she got her deal with Moda, just fantastic. There are not very many British artists who are represented by a massive American brand like Moda, so she's done incredibly well for herself. Really proud of her, lovely to back her, and lovely to be able to support her in just a small way. And so with this, again, you're going to get the full layer cake. Now, Moda layer cakes are, I think, 42 in 10-inch squares.
Yep.
So you're going to have lots left over, so that's absolutely fine. We've teamed it with that lovely silver mink colour that you can see just below the bird, and also with a plain as well, like a lighter coloured plain, which is your natural seeded cotton, which is just really, really beautiful to go with it. Gives a little bit of texture.
The other option is next to us here, which is your pumpkins and blossoms. Same sort of content, but obviously very different colourways, but the same sort of quantities we're talking about.
So this is a more zesty one. I thought when it said pumpkins it was going to be Halloweeny, and it's absolutely not. There's nothing about Halloween in here. It's just that there's that lovely orangey pumpkiny colour, but you've also got soft greys, you've got zesty sort of limey colours in there as well. It's really, really beautiful. So we've picked up that soft grey, and that's going to be your contrast fabric, but you've got a metre of your ivory, that lovely soft ivory through there as well. So this is going to make a really zesty version of the Kelmscut quilt that you can see behind you, which is a beginner's make.
Well, it's 945700, your item number. That quilt behind us that Natasha was just referring to is this. And it's a big quilt as well.
It is, and this is the thing. So it's really not a difficult make. And if you are just starting out quilting, you can create that. You absolutely can. And if you don't want to quilt it, I'm trying to make people see, you don't have to quilt your own quilts if you don't want to. There were people that will do that for you. I can't remember the last time I fully quilted a quilt of my own because it's too time consuming for me. I have absolutely no qualms in sending it off to somebody to do that bit for me.
Yep.
I love doing the top bit. I love doing the top bit. I love doing the patchworky bit. So if that's your favourite bit, do that bit. Get somebody else to do the other bit.
Yep, all options, aren't they? There you go. The pumpkin and blossom option is 945700, 68.99. Also has flexi pay on top of it. FYI, just dancing back to the lovely bright blues and yellows, sold out.
Oh, well done.
Bravo, everybody. Congratulations. Technically sold out of God means it's in every single unit is allocated to someone. If somebody chooses not to check out, I will certainly let you know. So, charm packs now. 3 different options, and this is where that repeat of the botanicals that you were referring to from Janet Clare is one of those options.
Absolutely. So this is to do the through the window quilt, which we've got up behind us in a couple of different colourways, which really shows the difference in whether you go for the bright jungle prints and the cozy up, or whether you go for the slightly more muted tones with the Janet Clare. It's entirely up to you, but it's a really, and again, this is a lovely beginner's make. I just want to make quilting easy and simple for people to just dip their toe in, have a go, or it could just be a project that you need to whip up quickly. Maybe it's going to be a lap blanket, maybe a lap quilt, maybe it's going to be... I like to call lap quilts also cat quilts, because invariably you have them on your lap and then the cat joins. So...
But if you haven't got a cat, it's uncanny where they come from.
I know, right? Get out! Shut the window! But yeah, so these are... So the Janet Clare version would be sort of those kind of more muted colours, and then this was one that I did in Tilda, but actually if you're looking for the jungle fabrics, then the pink or the green is this bit around here. So that's the highlighted colour with the plain. So again, with Janet Clare's one, we've got like a silver minky colour, but you have still got a neutral for your the window sashing, if you like, because it's through the window.
I like all of those hand movements. They all work for me very well.
I'm part charade.
That's brilliant. What's she doing? Well, get that part first, and then you explain the rest. £20 on FlexiPay. 20, 20, 20 this month, if that's what you'd rather do. 823407. You now have 2 options left. The Botanicals has sold out.
Amazing.
As we talk, we are live this Thursday afternoon. What's the time? Nearly 1:15. Thank you so much. Now then, that first thing we were just talking about, that tablet case. Maybe you got, like my dad got his first proper tablet for Christmas.
Oh, amazing.
One on Goddard's took you long enough. We're really exciting that he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different options for you. And even I know you're talking about little ones and on the screens and things. But the fact it's like a self-cleaning on the inside, that's an added bonus, isn't it? It looks fab anyway.
I know, that makes me very happy. I'm not going to lie.
So what is this fabric on the inside?
Velvet.
Velvet?
It's got 100% cotton velvet. Yeah, absolutely. And you get a really big fat quarter because it's much bigger than your normal fat quarter because it's off a much bigger bolt. It's off a 56-inch bolt rather than a 44-inch bolt. And it just... So I've called it the any size because I show you in there how to measure your device and then how to then take the measurements and change them for the size that you're going to create. So because no technology is the same.
Yep.
So there's no point in me doing one size fits none. It's one size will fit whatever, because you can do it. I've had a laptop one and that tablet out of the same fabric.
Brilliant.
Out of this kit. So it will absolutely make two.
So if I want to do a much smaller one for like an iPhone or something.
Well, you can do that with your scraps, with your leftovers. Absolutely, absolutely, for sure. You just have to find your own button. But you've got enough elastic for 3, buttons for 2, fabric for however many.
Right, let's go through your options. Was it Koi Polloi?
Koi Polloi.
Wow, how
so
cool
these
is
are all
that?
K-Facet Collective fabrics. I've brought you a smorgasbord of fabulous fabrics today. That is Koi Polloi by Brandon Mabley. I absolutely love this one. It's just fun, and that's Brandon through and through.
The flowers have sold out. You saw the example I was holding up here with the various colourway, but that
really?
one has now gone. So that's Koi Polloi.
Yeah. So the next one along is Hokusai's Mums in Cool.
Oh, in Cool.
Cool, yeah.
Ooh, cool, there we go.
And then that
Delft
is
and
Koi
Purple, we're
Polloi in
calling
Delft.
it. Then we've got our...
Tickle My Fancy.
Oh my God, these are the best names of anything I've ever heard in my life. Little feathers. I love the peacock feathers, but Tickle My Fancy.
Tickle My Fancy.
Tickle My Fancy over here.
If it tickles your fancy, pop
And
it
then-
in the basket.
Are these octopuses?
Yeah, they are octopuses. They absolutely are octopuses.
Oh, I love it.
Do
What
you
do you
know
think at home? Which one's your favourite? Koi Polloi Blue and Midnight is limited stock. The octopus is the final one. Of course, you get all the instructions to go alongside. $24.99 547 710 on the website for all your recaps. Thecraftstore.com. I think I just heard Noah's Ark sold out.
Oh, amazing.
Well, bravo everybody. Technically, it sold out means, again, fully allocated like the previous ones. This is a different show to the ones before, isn't it? It's all unique lineups for you, so making sure you can check out your baskets whilst you've got them. And a little secret gem, your pattern pick-a-mix, picking twos are on this. 60 plus options.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't know I could design, so I started my business 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And I was always going to have guest designers in. That was the dream. Then COVID hit.
Okay.
I had no guest designers, so I had to design.
I'll give it a go.
And what I suddenly realised is that 10 years of teaching meant that actually writing the instructions was okay.
Yeah.
And making sure that there were lots and lots of pictures for those people that, like me, that don't really like... I'm a little bit dyslexic, so don't worry, they're fully, they're fully copy checked and everything.
Yeah, what is the word? Copywritten?
Copyright, well, no, yeah, you know what I mean.
Copyrighted?
Yeah, proofread. That's the one.
Proofread.
Yeah,
Proofread.
there we go.
You know, we were talking about it before, weren't we? Situations happen out of your control sometimes, like COVID is a classic one for you.
Yeah.
So maybe it's an early retirement, maybe it's something else. Well, who knows? But the fact you've got the option of doing something brand new and learning new from Natasha, pick and mix for both of those there. Now then...
So it just means they're easy,
Yes.
because I can't do complicated.
Well, yeah, that's what we want, isn't it? That's absolutely
Quick,
what we want.
easy makes.
I heard 2 of these, poppies on red.
Right.
90% of the stock has gone. Is that the limited stock team so far? Oh no, hearts on red.
Ah.
Oh, and hearts on black.
Oh.
I'm running out of fingers, team. But bravo.
Do you need to borrow one?
Yeah, maybe.
I'll do that one.
Okay. Excellent work. 408393, and this is going to be our demonstration. Start off here.
Yeah. Because it is incredibly easy, and this is the thing. So I had a lovely call with someone yesterday who said, "Oh, you've inspired me to sew," and that is just that's the dream. That's what it's all about, right? Is sharing that love. I learned from my grandmother, so to be able to pass that on, because it's not really taught that much in schools, is just brilliant. And so if you can make something easy and quick that is useful. I mean, William Morris, didn't he? He said everything should have function and form. Let's do it.
Let's go.
So, this is from around or about a ½ metre. Now, we all have bits in our stash that we might have had a little nibble off the edge of.
Okay.
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 And that's absolutely fine. So there's no complicated measuring or anything in here at all. So all I'm going to ask you to do to start off with is just even up your edges. So if it hasn't quite been cut straight or anything, so as it comes off the bolt with the fold at the bottom here, all you're going to do is just make sure that your edges are just neat and tidy. This would have been posted to you. The postman might have given it a little jiggle and a wriggle around, in which case, you know, maybe an edge is frayed slightly, or maybe it's not cut 100% straight, or whatever it is. Doesn't matter. Just give it a trim, make sure everything is nice and neat, and you are good to go. Then spin it around, turn it on its side, and we're going to cut off the selvage here. This is your selvage. This is a very pretty one, actually, on the pears.
It is, isn't it?
Well, it's got apples, which is confusing given it's pears. But we'll cross over that.
Yep.
I won't look too deeply into that, Dan, because I'll just get.
I feel like these colours are quite Dr. Seuss-esque.
I love
Do you know what I mean? Like slightly
them.
different, slightly off colours, but they're beautiful, very vintage, very what's the word? Jewel tones.
Yeah. No, I absolutely love them. So then here we're going to take a strip of fabric and put it to one side, and that will be for our handles later. Okay, just checking that I'm using the right side of my ruler. Yes, I am. Which then leaves us to get sewing. So, honestly, like the easiest make. Easiest make. So what we're going to do now is stitch down both sides. We're not even going to turn it through.
What?
We're going to stitch it whoosh, as is. Now, I promised you a make, didn't I, that you could throw in the wash. If we turn this right sides together and just stitch down, that is going to fray at some point.
Okay.
It's a woven fabric. Woven fabrics fray. It's not anything to do with quality or anything like that. It's just that woven fabrics fray. So we don't want that. So we're going to French seam this.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
Now, the other thing just to bear in mind, this is a non-directional print. If you have a directional print, chop it along the bottom and get it to the direction that you want it to be. Because it's almost square. So it doesn't matter if your bag's like that or like that. Doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay? So I'm going to do 1/4 inch down both sides. Let me just
super busy for this kit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 colour options for you, 3 of which approaching 4 are limited stock already. £12.99. Imagine parting with £12.99 for your first ever bag that you are using. And it's up to you what colours they are. But I guess once you've got the patterns after all, and you've still got some fabric left over, maybe a smaller bag.
That's
longer.
where half your cost has gone.
Yeah.
Is in the pattern.
Yeah.
And which you get to keep and make ad
more.
nauseam. Absolutely, absolutely. And you'll be making these for your friends and family, for that little ½ metre of fabric that you're not quite sure what to do with, or that ½ metre of fabric that's so beautiful that you just want to use all the time.
Oh, because some people shop for other people, like for parents or anything like that at all. If I order 2 of these under 408393, one's for me, one's for Mum, I'll get 2 sets of instructions.
Yeah.
So like, almost like packaged separately, if you like.
Yeah,
so I
it'll
can,
be, yeah.
Great.
Yeah. Yeah. We so an attachment. I hate plastic. I'm just going out there. I don't really like plastic. So we try and package with as minimal packaging as possible. Obviously, we make sure that everything, you know, if it's breakable or anything, you know, it's all packaged well. But we try and do as little packaging, even down to the fact that we don't even seal the board-backed envelopes that the instructions come with, so that you can reuse them.
Yep.
So all these little things we try and do so that we can be as eco-friendly as possible. So just bear that in mind. So they would go in the same packet. Take yours out, give yours to the mum. Is the only point I'm making. Right, we've done 1/4 inch seam. We're going to trim back to 1/8 inch. If you don't have rulers that are going to tell you that, basically halve it.
Okay.
All right.
Halve it. Guess what, Natasha?
What?
We've had 2 more sellouts. The Botanicals, the other Janet Clare option, that has sold out, so well done everybody. So the one still in stock is almost like the pumpkin and blooms, if you like. But that is just, there it is, that one you're looking at there is in stock, but that's another limited stock. Hope that makes sense. 90% has got detailed very quickly on the screen.
Well done, guys. Right, now we're going to turn it inside out. All right? So now we've trimmed those edges back.
Here we are.
And this is where you're going to want to get your iron, push out those corners, get your iron, and really press on that seam. And we'll do that both sides for you. If you need to get out your something pokey,
and actually a couple of your instructions in here out of 11 steps is press it.
Yeah.
So talking about how easy and quick it can be.
Well, because
you don't presume anyone knows what they're doing, and that's quite right to do so. But
I assume nothing. I assume no knowledge, because when I first started, I had a couple of beautiful books with lots of lovely things that I wanted to make, but they had terminology in there I didn't understand, and so I just can't bother to look stuff up. So life's too short. So I just thought, if I ever were to make patterns, I would make it absolutely foolproof and make it so that step by step it is really, really easy for people, because there's nothing worse. And also, when it's just written, I get really confused, because like I say, I'm a little bit dyslexic, so I do make sure there are pictures for every step.
They're big,
yeah, they
colourful
are
pictures.
Big pictures. There's nothing worse than a little picture in black and white that you can't make out what on earth's going on. So for me, it was like, right, colour picture, big colour picture, small amount of writing, but big, so that you can still see the writing.
Speaking of big, loads of people are putting bits and bobs in their basket. The red poppies now from the bag has now sold out. The pumpkin element, pumpkin and blooms, has sold out. I mean, should I remove the red poppies? I mean, I don't really want to disrupt this. It's very nice.
They've done a lovely job with the set again, haven't they? Well done, Dougie.
Yeah. Doug's done such a good job. Well done. Oh, he's gone.
No, oh, he was there.
He is here.
He's there.
He's like, see you later. Disrupting what I've done.
Not taking any of that credit.
Quite right.
Right, we are now going to stitch down 1/4 of an inch again.
Rightio.
If you're worried that your sewing, your cutting back of your seam or your pressing hasn't been accurate, just increase that ever so slightly. Like, it really doesn't matter. It's not the end of the world either way.
Could I hand stitch this if I didn't have a machine?
Do you know, I started out hand stitching everything. Yeah, of course you can. You can hand stitch anything. It's how everything used to get made, wasn't it? Hand stitched. So yeah, you can always hand stitch.
Super duper. What are you thinking at home? Is this going to be like a sports bag, a gym bag? Is it going to be a bag for life when you're popping down Co-op or Spa, or what else is open nowadays? Summerfield? Yep, that's still a thing. Woolies, CNA.
Oh, I used to love Woolies. Yeah. Saturday morning, down Woolies for a few sweets.
Oh, yeah, I said
in
before.
between my ballet and tap lessons.
Oh, I love it. I feel like I was partly responsible for Woolworths, Bury St Edmunds going out of business because I ate a lot of that pick and mix before I bought it. You know?
Yeah,
going
did you?
around. Yeah.
I see, I didn't dare, because that was stealing.
Well,
You
listen, I'm a renegade, what can I tell you? Only when it comes to pick and mix from Woolworths in the 80s.
I thought I'd be caught and put in prison or something.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh no, go to jail.
Yeah, absolutely. Really too terrified to do that. So now what you've got is a seam with no raw edges at all, which means that you can throw this bag through the wash as much as you like.
Brilliant.
As much as you like, doesn't matter, really doesn't matter. And that's the actual joy of it. At no point, I mean, we haven't, because all of these fabrics, by the way, are non-directional, so you don't have to do the same across the bottom. That's just folded. That's just fabric folded.
Yep.
We don't have to even worry about that. But like I say, you could add another French seam along there if you do use a directional fabric. But I've been really careful about which ones I've chosen for you today, so that you don't have to worry about that if you're just starting out.
I know you're going to go into
flipping this. I'm just going to press it very quickly.
Well, whilst you're pressing, I know you're going to go on to the handles, but if we pause the handles bit so we don't miss it, just to recap the colours that are left over for you. Which one's limited, Katie? Pear, down here. Okay, the pear one, which we're doing right now, 90% gone. Beautiful storybook illustrated drawings and colours in this one. So there's your pears, 90% there. The peony blooms, safe at the mo, so bravo everybody. After then, you've got your dahlias in pink.
Blooms.
And have you got a favourite?
Oh, no, they're all lovely. And they're all really beautiful quality as well. I won't bring you rubbish.
Won't bring you rubbish.
When I started Natasha Makes, my ethos was that I wouldn't buy a single fabric that I would be disappointed if it didn't sell and I had to keep it. So, I love all the fabrics because, yeah.
They're all very different though, aren't they? For example, you've got the hearts here, hearts on black, limited stock, hearts on red, limited stock, hearts on blue? They're okay. Okay, not quite limited stock yet. Did you say the Russian dolls, or was it babushka dolls, or have I made that word up?
No, so I always want to call it babushka because that's about the only Russian doll type name that I know, but it's actually matrushka.
Matrushka?
Yeah.
But even that's 90% gone, but even that is non-directional, which is really...
Exactly, I was really careful,
Yeah.
and Lewis and Irene really lend themselves to a non-directional print with these ones that I've taken, so chosen. I haven't taken them,
Oh, no.
you know, they're mine.
Yeah.
We're not back to Woolies.
Hey, listen, I've probably still got some sugar in my shorts somewhere. Now,
is that like the sand that you get from your holidays?
Yeah,
it's still in your trainers a year later.
Still in your trainers from holiday, all those years later.
All of that.
You've then got the poppies on grey. 90% of the stock has gone. Your dahlias on cappuccino.
Nice.
I'm really taken by the shooting rainbow stars.
Oh yeah,
isn't it lovely?
Yeah. I mean my son had his eye on that. He's like, Mummy, can you just do me a new lunch bag? I'm like, Freddie, you've got 8 million lunch bags. Do you really need another one?
So it's $12.99. It is all lovely, isn't it? It's 408393. Right, let's use this time as we're basically bang on halfway through the show, 1:30. Welcome to the craft store, everybody. And Natasha's Makes bringing you the most beautiful array of fabrics, but not just fabrics. Many of them have the instructions to come alongside, lots of inspiration. But let's talk these. If you love the shooting stars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Can I open the ombre one?
Go for it, please do.
Yes. Yeah. Here we go. All of these together. 9 pieces, $31.99. How lovely is that?
This is fun, isn't it?
A tie, a pocket square.
Anything you like.
Whatever you
But
fancy.
you see, this is it. Just pop it with some plains. Any plain is going to work because you have all the colours there.
There you go, $31.99. That is one of the 9. 237707. I know I'm going to go quicker to get back to demonstrations, but just to show you. And just remind us then, so the next one is a festive lucky dip, Natasha.
Yeah, so Lewis and Irene bring out the most beautiful Christmas collections. We have a little bit left in stock, so we will do you a lucky dip. We'll give you a free rhinestone snowflake. That's what they're generally called.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's in there for free, just to give you something sparkly, and because a lot of people start buying now. So whether you're going to use those to make little bags, little gift bags, or whether you're going to do a little table runner or whatever it's going to be. I know there was a big move this year for people making gift bags that could be reused every year.
Yep.
So that again, stuff's not being thrown away. Feel quite passionately about this not being thrown away.
Yeah, quite
business.
right, particularly with beautiful fabric. I know a lot of people are using fabrics now for gift wrapping, and then part of the wrap is the keeping, and you know, whatever you are doing.
And which those days are going to be beautiful. Really beautiful.
Isn't it lovely? 581 504 1599. For example, this is one of the lucky dips. You might get exactly this. You might get slightly different, but you get the idea. But a brand new option today. You are loving this velvet pouch, maybe clutch bag, for example. Again, the instructions are included, which is just right here. But that lining,
I know.
Natasha, what a it's lovely velvet anyway. But
I know. I think today's show does give you a smorgasbord of the type of fabrics we stock at Natasha Makes, and that's Lisa Chandler's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful tile print.
If you ever wonder what the fuss is about fabric,
I know.
it's right here. Here's your example, 101.
I know. She's just amazing.
Beautiful.
And we had from that same range, we had a pick and mix at 10 o'clock with her fabrics. So if you missed that hour, we had the same range of fabrics with a pick and mix.
So those that are still in stock will still be on our website, of course. You can watch that show again on Rewind. It's 341 726 21.99. Now, the charm packs.
Woo! Hours of fun.
Hours of fun for everyone. Gather round. 2 different options now. You saw the Janet Claire option sold out. You've got the Cozy Up and you've got the Jungle Paradise.
Oh,
and
have we lost the pink junk?
Yeah.
Oh,
well
done. Nice.
The green one's limited stock.
Amazing.
Right.
Oh, you're going to love it. It's such a lovely collection. Such a lovely collection.
And this is the one that's behind
Through
you.
the window behind me. It's like what was that? What was that show where you went through the window?
Was it like not through the keyhole tap? Was it?
No, it was.
You're talking about like
Is it through the round window?
Yeah. The
What was
oval
it?
window. I mean, I don't
What was
know.
it called?
Which one, Paula?
No,
Not through the
not
keyhole,
through the
pal.
keyhole. It was a kids program, and it's
Paula.
Huh?
Play school.
Thank
you, Liz. Oh.
It's a studio effort today. This show.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks. How many people were screaming at Play School?
It's Play
Come
School.
on. You grew up in the 80s. You grew up on Play School.
Well,
yeah.
back you come. And if you want to, you can always race them. Like go. Oh. £20 on FlexiPay. Green is limited stock. You've still got the code as well, 823704. And then the tablet, finally. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 options, but one of them's gone. Koi Polloi.
Oh.
Koi Polloi has gone. Dougie, I'll remove this one. He's doing such a good job. Floor manager Doug, removing stuff as we speak, holding things in place. The magic! But you're making this tablet bag, of which Natasha was saying you could do different sizes too. So maybe it's going to be a phone and multiple ones. Maybe you've got a big iPad. Maybe you've got a smaller tablet, as in, or a Surface, or something like that from Amazon or Fire, you know, wherever they're called. Something for them all. And it's velvet on the inside. So cleaning that screen every time you pop it in and out. £24.99 is your total price, and you get the instructions as well. 547710. What is your favourite? You can see the florals, you've got the fish there. And what was that one? Tickle your fancy?
Tickle my fancy.
Tickle my fancy. And then your octopuses too. 547710. The details are on the screen. Back we go to demos. Are you handling now?
I am handling the situation over here, yeah. So I'm just top stitching down my handles. I'll show you how to make these handles in just a minute, but I thought if I just whiz one down, then we're all good with a handle done. And again, so we will get this bag made start to finish in under an hour. That's all right, isn't it, for a quick make?
Absolutely. Plus with me interrupting you all the time.
But also, if you happen to have some fabrics in your stash, and how old's your son?
2.5.
2.5. Okay, so when he starts school, they will always be on at you for fundraising, for school makes. This
Right.
make. Can you make this? Can you make that? Can you make sure they've got this? Can you make sure they've got that in a bag and this in a bag? And can you put their name on the bag and everything else? You can applique your names on here. The one on the front is my daughter's for her school one. That's got her name on there.
Yeah.
So it's just, you know, there's no argument that is her bag.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, there you go.
There she is. Your pears, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Go on.
Oh.
Well, we'll obviously keep using it. I won't make it start again.
So very fast. All I'm doing now, so those two pieces that I cut from the top of the fabric are my handles. Well, they will be any second now. I'm folding over by approximately 1/4 inch, again, just so that we're getting rid of any raw edges there, so that this bag can be washed and worn. And then we're going to fold it in half, like so. And press. And the nice thing about this, the handles aren't too long. Sometimes handles can be like 44 inches. You're like, oh gosh, it's quite the job.
And sometimes bags for life are quite sturdy, quite unflexible. Probably inflexible is probably the actual English word for that.
I mean, yeah, we know what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unflexible.
I feel that language should be flexible.
I'm so unflexible. Is that even right? I don't know. But you know what I mean? Like, this will fold down into your pocket. It'll fold down into the corner of another bag.
Yeah. Or pop it in your glove box or wherever.
Yes.
You know, and you've just always got it there. And that's the beauty of it. A little impromptu shopping trip. Thank you very much. I'm prepared.
How many times when you're going home from work or something like that, it's like you just pop via...
Yeah, can you just pick up for me? Just
like,
pick
I
me
don't
up
want to pay 5p, 10p for a bag every time. And plus, you know, for the waste and renew and everything like that.
Yeah. So none of that. Always have this to hand and you will be good to go. And also, a little pop of colour. And you're like, it just makes you smile.
You're right. Absolutely right. Good point. Beautiful colours, the hearts, the peonies, the dolls, the shooting stars. Lots of different choices still.
And if you can make these, and also, again, gifting, great gifts. Personalise it, whatever.
Yep.
All there as an easy idea. So now we're just going to top stitch down both sides, and we're nearly done. I mean, like, it really is. I called it the easiest.
You did the easiest half-meter tote bag.
You know, I don't say that lightly. It is true. And there will be those people who've been sewing for years and years and years going, well, that's really easy. Yeah, absolutely. And there'll be those people that hopefully are just thinking about starting to sew going, oh, I can do that. And it's there for anyone and everyone.
Like you say, with the fabrics, a lot of these fabrics from lots of different huge brands, American brands, that maybe you can't access. But Natasha, you give access to these and put charm packs together when they don't normally happen, and you put your own twist on this and your own taste and your own picks and making it as versatile. It's giving choice. That's what you're doing.
We try, you know.
You do very well.
We give it a go. We give it a go. And yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? So, and the other thing is, part of my business as well was that I wanted people to be able to buy fabrics in a continuous length. So if you buy generally off any Natasha Make shows that I do here, then like the cut to order fabrics we had earlier, I will cut them to order in a continuous length unless they've already been pre-cut like these, in which case you know. And that just makes a difference, because then, you know, if you dress make or anything like that, you know that you've got the right amount. So it was just, I try and find things that have kind of niggled me elsewhere and gone, oh, actually, I'd rather they did it like this. And I try and do that.
Like with your grids, finding the best quality grids?
Yeah.
Making things easier?
Absolutely, absolutely. So we've basically got our bag, we've got our handles, and now we just need to, as we did to allow there to be no raw edges, we're going to turn it under, and again, like, you can measure this really, really, really detailed if you want, or you can just turn it under and press. You can do this as accurately or otherwise as you wish. So if you wish to measure, then do. Otherwise, just turn it over, press, turn it over again, so that you've kind of double hemmed, if you like. And again, just so that those seams are going to be washproof. That's what we're doing here. We're just creating something really durable. So from there, we're going to turn it under again, so that then we've got no raw edges showing. And we're just going to press.
It's a big bag, isn't it?
It is a big bag.
It's a great old bag. You could fit like 12 by 12 cardstock in here and all sorts. Like, that's a lot of, easily.
So you could, you could use it to keep all your cardstock in. It's up to you. Entirely up to you. But you see now,
I wonder how many of these are going to appear when the live shows come back at the NEC and Ali Pally and Crafting Live and all these.
Well, you know, it would be lovely to think, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't
and
it
that's the thing. It's yeah, I like seeing the fabric that we sell and seeing what people have done with it. It's really nice. I'm just going to chop off those little threads there, and then all we need to do is decide whereabouts we want to pop our handles and stitch around the top. I tend to stitch around twice because I am a bag over filler.
The classic.
Yeah, right. So I need my handles attached.
I'm glad you admit it though. That's the first.
Yeah, you know.
The first thing for dealing with it.
I think it is. So you can see down here, we've folded down that, and then we are going to measure in from the outside and pop a handle. And I just pop the handles inside there, like so.
Are there any washing instructions for these fabrics? Like 40 degrees away you go?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, don't overthink it.
I mean, first time round, if you want to put a colour catcher in, there shouldn't be any colour, but you never know if there is any dye left. If you want to pop it in with similar colours or with a colour catcher.
Yeah.
You see, because I'm not a domestic goddess by any means, so I do tend to pop a colour catcher in with every wash, because
just in case.
You
never know when there's a red
rogue
sock in the white
sock or something. Yeah, exactly. And it just makes life easier. So yeah, I would just do that. But otherwise, yeah, 30 degrees, 40 degrees, go for it. That's what I've always done mine on. Now you can either measure again the same position, or when you spin it round, just place it in the same place that you've got that there, so that they are even. And then the other thing, just to check, you can either measure everything absolutely, or because we are making this the easiest, you can just make sure that when you pop your handle in there, it goes in at the same length. And just pin that in place. Like, let's not make this difficult in any way, shape or form, right? And then we're just going to stitch twice around the top and it's done. That's it.
Ta-da!
Yeah,
so the easiest tote bag made from that ½ metre, $12.99. Thank you, Natasha.
That's right.
At 408393. Natasha, a lot of people have been asking about your ravioli kits.
Oh, I love a bit of ravioli.
If you're wondering what a ravioli kit is, Here we go. Now, these are like scent elements, little smellies, something like that?
Yeah, so I have these in all of our drawers at home. All of the kids' socks, pants, t-shirt drawers, they go into there. They are lavender filled with, the lavender is from Yorkshire, so it's not had to travel very far. You get 50 grams of lavender, which is absolutely plenty. You get full instructions. You get enough to make 16. And then if you want to put some over your coat hangers, then you just, you've got some little ribbon in there as well. So you can make those, but they are super quick and super easy. You either choose from the Tilda colourway or the Tula pink colourway.
So there's
but the colours are going to vary. It's just which designer you would like to go with. So there's Tula in your hand there. That's Tula pinks.
There's Tilda.
And that's Tilda's there.
And I understand why you call it a ravioli kit.
Yeah,
It makes
absolutely.
sense. It's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
This is just a filled pouch.
So all you would need to do with that is just get your pinking shears and pink the edges. I forgot mine again. And then it does look like ravioli. Now my kids, they love these and they scrunch them in their hands, which reactivates the lavender smell. And they put them under their pillows so they get that lovely lavender smell as they drift off to sleep.
It's really tactile.
And it's just then, again, they're nice little gifts. And if you're making for school fairs or anything like that, it's another one that you can just put in a little organza bag, sell a few off for a couple of quid, you're done.
I was about to open this up, but it's full of lavender, so I won't just now. £9.99. Which one do you want to go for, Tilda or Tula? 163032. And then the poshest peg bag I've ever seen.
Oh, Liberty, my Liberty Posh peg bag.
Isn't this beautiful for you? Again, looking at the fabrics for you, and then this is what we're creating. It is absolutely fab. You can see the
I called that a peg bag, but actually, could you imagine that hung in a little kid's room, organiser, pop nappies in, baby wipes in,
nappies in and things.
Anything in there, or organise your cosmetics or whatever it is. My mum had a peg bag that I just always remember her having.
Yep, and they last forever.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's have a posh one.
So here we go, the poshest one for you. Two different options. You've got blue and red, which is here. The one with a streak of more colours through it is the bright. Is it like denim? Or
it's denim.
It's denim,
so you've got denim, you've got your 8640, and then you've got your Liberty fabric there.
Right,
I love Liberty with denim. It's one of my things I really love. I think it looks fabulous with denim.
Doesn't it just? So there you go, you can see the colourful one, which is colourful, and then you've also got your blue and red, and then your denim that comes with, and everything else you require, plus instructions to make the poshest, but it's literally called that, the Liberty Posh Peg Bag Kit at £21.99. Are you going to order all of this to be sent to someone else who is the seamstress or the stitcher?
You also get the hanger.
Do you?
The template and the instructions, because it's all based around the velvet hanger. That's a velvet coated hanger.
Ooh,
it's really posh.
Swit-swoo.
I know, right?
Love it. I'm wondering whether you're going to make it and give that away, make it and use it yourself, or give the whole kit. Order two and you can make one and mum can make one, or dad, whomever. £21.99. It's 356-328. Well done, everybody. I know sometimes I go quick, and there's a lot of options, aren't there? On the website, thecraftstore.com, every single option is there for you that's still in stock. When you see green appearing on the screen, that means at least 90% of the stock has gone, so it's soon to sell out. So check out your baskets whenever you're ready, but try not to miss out on whatever you're after. Shall we continue playing, Natasha?
Yeah, I'm just stitching around, and then we are done. I can stitch around the second time in a minute. But we are it's nearly done, Dad. Nearly done.
This is excellent time. We'll have about, what, 7-8 minutes left after this?
Ah, fabulous.
Time to recap.
All right, well, I won't go round it again. I'll just leave it there. But there you go. That is your easiest tote bag.
So your first reaction to this bag, you think, I'm going to use this for?
Probably taking half the samples home.
Yeah.
Tidying up.
Yeah, tidying up, absolutely. It could be that bag you take to grandparents, chuck it, as you said, nappies or toys or whatever you fancy. I like the idea of a quick shopping bag.
Chuck everything in. Absolutely. Actually, do you know what? That's what I'm going to do. Yeah, because I've got to charge my car to go home, so I'll go and do a little bit of shopping while it charges, and then job done.
How long do electric cars take to charge?
About 40 minutes.
That's good.
Yeah.
Quicker than I thought. In case you're wondering, were you wondering? You're wondering. 408393.
You weren't, you are now.
You are,
right?
you are now. You're like, oh, how very posh. To remind you of the colours that are available, we still are hopefully in stock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 for you. Oh, I was about to start the pairs, but they've gone. Peony Blooms is your first option going from this way on the pink. You've then got your dahlias. You've got 3 dahlia options on the pink, on the blue, or all the way over here on the cappuccino background, which is really pretty. Hearts in black and red hang, it's still 90% gone, like 1 or 2% left, so you can still get hold of that. The hearts on red and hearts on blue are still in stock too. I'm really taken by these dolls. Isn't that lovely?
I had a set as a kid, and I still have it. My daughter has it.
Yeah.
And I just love it. I don't know. I think my dad, when he went away on business, he always used to bring us back something, and I kind of have in my head that was one of the things that he brought me back on one of his business from one of his. That's
a much better story than mine coming from Woolworths.
Well, yeah. I mean, did you pay for it? I mean, I don't know.
Probably not. Let's face it, why break a habit of a lifetime, Dash? There we go.
We're learning so much.
Honestly, I
about
paid
you.
for some stuff. Some stuff. Of course, I'm joking. And the final one, the shooting stars, if you like, with these. And you know what? If you love these, you're going to really love the Over the Rainbow Fat Quarter Bundle too.
Yeah.
Whatever you fancy. But yeah, imagine that bag with all these shooting stars. Really, really fun for you. It's up to you. What do you fancy? What do you like? How many are you going to order? Brand new today for all of them at $12.90. What have you got there? You've got the jungle stuff.
I've got the jungle.
Jungle Paradise.
Yeah.
Oh, let's take a closer look.
So, because I just wanted to show you very, very quickly how to make the block. It's not that the block is difficult in any way, shape or form. It's not. It really is incredibly easy because this is a beginner's quilt. Absolutely beginner's quilt, but there are just a couple of things that make life really, really easy when you're making these. So the first thing that we want to look at is getting different colours, so contrasting colours when we're going. I want sort of opposite contrasting colours. So I'm going to take a look and go, right, what do I want to go with? And so I would sort out, maybe I want to go for an elephant there.
Oh, already love it.
And then maybe I want to go for a leopard print there. And then, so I want to go darks with a contrast of darks and lights wherever possible. So maybe if I take that as my light, maybe I'm going to go with a darker pink there. And then, ooh, tricky, maybe, down decisions.
Well, that blue with the black background's cool. I don't know if that's appropriate what you're talking about. I just like it.
The blue, well, that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's the same print as that.
Oh, yes, I'm fine.
But do you know what I could do? I could swap that out and put in. Oh, here we go. Frogs.
Of course. Hello.
It's called Froggy.
Very cool. How funky.
Yeah. I know. They're just gorgeous, gorgeous fabrics. So I've got a contrast of a darker fabric diagonally with a darker fabric, and that just takes your eye around, and it's as easy as that. Then put them right sides together. Now normally I would say about these have been pinked, which the zigzaggy edge, and so sometimes when you are looking at a quilt pattern and it tells you to use a 1/4 of an inch seam allowance, people are unsure whether that 1/4 of an inch is from the tip of the zigzag or the base of the zigzag. It's from the base of the zigzag, but as long as you are consistent with how you sew, where you sew, it's all good.
Okie dokie.
Okay, so that's what I mean. Like, it's a real beginner's quilt. You don't have to worry about anything like that at all. These fabrics are just so much fun.
42 squares in there. You've got the pink, the green, or the cozy up. Oh, the pink's gone. But then you've got the cozy up and the green being the Jungle Paradise collection. So if you want exactly what Tasha's got in her hands, $39.99. But you can divide the cost by 2 if you wish. Flexi buy is there. £20 this month plus your P&P, then £20 next month. But it will be delivered to you ASAP from next week. 823 704 823 70. Everyone's fine.
So what I would do is I lay out all of my squares on the floor or table or whatever. Take a photo. If you're not sure of whether or not they're a dark or a light, swap that picture on your camera to black and white. And then you'll soon see whether or not it's dark or it's light. That's just a really easy way of looking at that. And then also, I mean, I've got a household full of cats, dogs, kids, ducks, the lot. And if, you know, one of those flies through the place, then I know then as well how I wanted everything to be.
Yeah.
I've got an image of exactly how I laid it all out. Or if I've got to tidy it away, heaven forbid, for any kind of reason, then I know that I've got everything laid out. So I would really encourage you to lay everything out, and then you won't get stuck with going, oh, I've got those two next to each other, I don't have another way. You know, lay it all out first.
And like you're saying, good advice actually, saying about, you know, the colours are changing. Like, I didn't spy that was elephants till you brought it up. You know, no, it's the same pattern. So try and mix it up.
Yeah.
Not side, maybe opposite, but not side by side necessarily.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got enough in there that you can do. You can have elephants in different ones. They don't have to be in the same block. And even with the greens, you know, yes, I've got two different greens in here, but I've got a darker green with a lighter green, or a tealy green with a deeper green, a deeper bottle green. Now my seam is there on both sides. I'm going to flip one so that I've got the seam on the left there and the seam on the right here. Now this might look a little bit pedantic, but it's kind of, this is the way that I remember to get my seams to nest.
Okay.
So I set the seam, so heat onto those, onto there, and again, I'm not doing that when I press, I'm literally just pressing that in. So that sets the stitch into your fabric. Then open it up with the edge of your iron, just knock that fabric back, and then just press.
Just to keep you in the loop, we're into our final 30 seconds.
What?
I know.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so that's fine.
Wow.
So then just, so I squawk like the toucans, isn't there?
There it is. If you wanted, these do come with sound effects. Open the bag.
Everything. So then when you flip them right sides together, what you've got is a nesting seam. So that sort of notches into there so that they're not going to move anywhere. And then you can simply pin them, stitch down there, and that is your block.
Natasha, thank you.
It's a pleasure.
See you at 5 o'clock?
Yes.
For the grids on the way at 5. Thank you, Tash.
Perfect.
Did you check out your baskets and all things Natasha makes? Back on Create and Craft tomorrow morning with Hunky Dory. Hope to see you there. Creely's coming up later on. Mrs. P getting ready. Miss P, I'm marrying her off. Jesmonite coming up next. Adam's up.
Hi, I'm Emma. I work with Cricut to help you get the best out of your machines. Cricut is a range of tools, machines and accessories that allow you to work with hundreds of materials. I love Cricut because it allows me to take craft projects I have in my head and make them a reality. On the shows, I hope I can inspire you with ideas to help you become your creative best with Cricut. So make sure you don't miss the Cricut shows.
Did you know you can continue watching the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If it's not already connected, use your remote control and select Network Settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember, you will need your router's password at hand, whether you are on a wired or a wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type thecraftstore.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcasts and access to previous shows. Now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite TV shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Yes, indeed. Good afternoon. I hope you are well. Yes, I'm back. I was over at CNC yesterday, over at Create and Craft yesterday. You've got me all evening now. Myself and Catherine are going to take you through the rest of the day. Thank you to sort of Dan for taking you through, and now Yanis taking you through the morning stint. And we are back, though. We are talking Jesmonite. Now, this was, I know, shopping cliche, busy in the first hour is what we're looking at. Now, I'm going to let you into a little sneak peek that I wasn't meant to tell you until I've done all this, so everyone got a fair chance, but you know what I'm like. Can't be bothered, so I'm going to tell you now. The things that sold out before, the small plant pots, the big plant pots, the pebble and the small tray, the small little dish that you've got is now back in stock, but I haven't got many. Okay, genuinely, I haven't got many. I think when they sell out, they have gone. They've only just been put onto the system, so everyone had a fair chance. Okay, they're on the website. Tap the app. This is what you're looking for. You're already shopping ahead, so you've got the Jesmonite mini plant pot, you've got the large plant pot, you've got the pebbles, the two size pebbles in there as well, which are absolutely beautiful that you're looking at on these ones now. Which I absolutely adore, that you've got all of these. So what you're getting with these as well is ridiculous prices, genuinely ridiculous prices, so it's worth having a little look at those, and I will get to those later. I just wanted to give you the heads up. Right then, before we go any further, the details are on the screen now for the starter kit. But if you've never seen this before, you won't know what it is. And the lady that explains this so well, she really, really does. It's our Eunice. How are you, my love?
Hello, good to be back.
I told you you'd be back. I told you. I had a little word. And we said I'd get her in when I'm here as well. If we've never seen Jesmonite before, give me a rundown.
Okay, so Jesmonite is it's a fantastic product. I simply adore it. It has the look, feel, finish of a stoneware product, but without the need for a kiln. Okay, so it's very friendly as well. No nasties involved. It comprises of an acrylic resin in the liquid form and a powdered gypsum, which looks like plaster. Everyone's used a bit of plaster before, so it just looks like flour. Yeah. And when the two components are mixed together, there's a gentle warmth that happens with all resins when it's cooking, but the next bit is the best bit, and that's the speed. So 20 minutes, depends on the temperature of the room. So we're really lucky here, aren't we, when I'm here, because the aircon gets turned down.
Oh, it's bliss, absolute bliss.
So everyone can relax and take their jumpers off, because it prefers a nice...
I didn't know it was one of them sort of parties, to be honest.
Only the jumpers.
Wow.
It likes the warmth, so it will cure quicker when it's warm. If it's a cold room, then it will take a bit longer. So it could take up to an hour, but really quick compared to your normal epoxy resin type products that you may be used to.
Can we have a go?
We can.
Let's do it. Let's get straight in. I'll do all the details in a minute. Don't worry about that. I'm ready for my warmth.
So these ones I poured just before we went live, so they're nice and they're just cooling down from the warmth. So we're just going to pop them out.
Is it? It's
not.
No, it's like
a gentle,
tepid hot water blanket.
Yeah.
Sort of like a little cosy blanket. Electric blanket's the word I'm looking for.
You can use them as hand warmers if you wish.
Oh, nice.
So, if you're not sure, just ease that mould back, and if you've got a clean release, it's ready to come out. So I went a bit manly earlier. I thought we've got lots of girly colours. I didn't go manly.
Oh, okay. Very good.
So I thought we'd go for something a bit darker. Show my dark side. So I've mixed up these dark greens.
Working with me, you see, you've got manly.
I hope this has worked.
Two words that are always in a sentence when you talk about...
Oh, wow.
Manly. Look at this!
Look at that. And let's have a look at the dish. So that's the heart.
So that's the heart. We've got that on the show.
That's the heart.
We've seen that before.
Dish.
That's at the bottom of the screen. This is a new one now.
This is a new one.
This is the dish.
This is the dish that the plant pot sits on, or again another trinket dish. Use it how you wish. Lots of uses. Ooh, look at that one. They all look kind of leafy, don't they?
They do.
And then I also thought I'll do a coaster. Why not?
Why not?
We'll have a whole set of greens. See how cleanly they come out, and there's no stickiness like you get with... Oh, I like that. It looks like ferns.
Oh, here we go. So this is done in 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
You have got something that is genuinely rock hard, that can be used straight away. You don't need to prime. You don't need to put all your protection over the top of them. This is good to go. So if you've got that friend that you don't know what to buy for, you can make them a coaster while they're drinking their tea. That's how quick this process works. It genuinely does. Right then, if you've never done this before, you are going to need the starter kit. Okay, £59.95 is what you're looking at on this one. Is it on Flexi? It's also on flexible payments as well. So don't pay £59.95 today. Use the 2 flexible payments of £29.98. Use that flexible payment. Take advantage of that Flexi because you get everything you need in this little starter kit. So you've got your powder and liquid jasmine that's in there, enough to make 6 to 8 coasters. Now, it obviously depends on how thick, it depends how deep you go with them. That's down to you. So you've got your main ingredients in here already. It all comes in the Eco box, which is nice and storable. From there, you're going to get your little gloves. Because, yeah, just because better be safe than sorry.
Otherwise, you end up with hands like me, which are stained with all the...
Beautiful, I won't have that
No.
Beautiful. Then you've got all your little stirrers, your little stirrer sticks. Fab lollipop sticks, did they? You get your stirrer sticks that's in there. But then this is the bit. This is the magic. Because you see, you can't always get these colours all the time. I don't think we've got these colours on the show, but I have 2 new colours on the show as well. But I don't know if you've noticed, you've got your primary colours. Now, once you've got primary colours, you're good to go. You can make any colour that you want to make. But then you're also getting your black and white, which means now you can do tones. So you can go darker, you can go that shade lighter, but these 2 don't normally come in the kit. That is normally your kit. We've thrown these 2 in today, and we'll also throw in the 2 moulds that are going to give you coasters that look like these. This is your hexagon and squares that you are getting as well. You're also going to get access to a video tutorial that's also online, so then you can sort of really see, Eunice, and how it all works that's there. £29.98 today, 951457 is that item number. We are busy. If you like creating little planters, yes, you need the moulds for these. But I'm guessing you are good to go. Imagine doing these with your jewelleries and things like that. It's really going to pick out all those stunning little shapes that you've got. Right then, they're back in stock. These are so cute. These are your mini plant pots that you are looking at on these now. These are beautiful. Now, because I've got some back, we had to do a little bit of negotiation. So it's the 14th of February, but what a Valentine's present for someone.
Yeah,
a little mould. If they're into their jessamite and they're into their moulds, this is the perfect gift to go.
It's so cute. Super cute. And there's so many uses for it. Do you notice there's a pin cushion there that was made by my friend, the lovely Kate, turned it into a pin cushion. On the bigger ones, we've got candles that we've made.
We'll get there in a minute. But you could also turn these little ones into candles as well. If you've got things to candles and stuff like that, you could turn these ones into little candle pots. So if you're into your candle making, you'd either cut off the little nipple at the top of the hole, so just cut this bit off so you don't have the hole in there, or just don't fill it up as much and then you're not going to get the hole.
Fill it up more.
Fill it up more and then it'll cut it off.
Cut it off.
You know what I mean.
Good for Easter though as well, because you notice there is a
Are these real eggs? Can I just ask?
Chocolate in there. They are real eggs. I boiled them this morning.
Oh, that's fine then. I just had this urge that I was going to knock it all over. This may not be here by the end of the hour, the little chocolate egg.
Easter, that would be lovely, wouldn't it?
Well, it would be nice now, to be honest,
Easter
Eunice. I'm not going to lie. It'd be lovely now. That would be my lunch. £10 is what you're looking at today, but look at all the varieties. If you're into your little succulents and things like that, it's a perfect way to go. And if you're going for that starter kit, you're going to be able to make quite a few of these. If you can make 6 to 8 coasters, you're going to be knocking out
plant
pots.
They don't take much, yeah. I'll do a quick calculation as to how many they can make.
Okay, Carol. She's like Carol Vorderman over there, isn't she? Someone get her a whiteboard and a big pen. Write it on that board there, the little screen between
us. We'll do the sum.
Let's press on. Let's go to the big plant pot. We've got the bigger plant pot now that we're looking at. These are stunning. Let me compare for you. We'll do it on the top row. So then you can see, move that, oh that's prickly. So then you can see your little sizes that you're going to get from your large to your small that you've got there. So there is a fair difference that's in these. But you do these with the new colourways that I've got on the show, the terracottas. They're generally going to look like terracotta pots.
Yes, absolutely.
They really, really will. They're absolutely beautiful. So you're going for the large. This is the large one. £18 is what you are looking at here. But it's actually called small. But it's large in comparison to what we've already got already on the show. But look at what you can do. If you are in to your succulents, if you are in to all your beautiful... Well, you could use so much with these. You genuinely could. Using that terracotta paint that I've got on the show as well, I'll give you all the details of that in a minute, don't worry. You can create beautiful, genuinely Bill and Ben style-esque flower pots.
That's what I like about this design, because there are lots of moulds that do mini flower pots, but none of them look like a flower pot. So I thought, no, you know what, I'm going to create one.
It is true, and also it's just me just playing now. I don't know if you've seen over like Christmas and birthdays, you can turn plant pots into things like soldiers and stuff like that. You just need your imagination, because you turn them on top of each other. So you can now start creating all different sorts of shapes and sizes that you've got with these, and start gluing them together. And then you've got like little bird feeders there. Use your Dremel drills and put little holes in them. You have got, and if it goes wrong, and if it breaks, and they're tough little things to break, let's put that across now. But if it does, tip it on its side, little bit of string on there, you've got a beautiful bird feeder. There's so many possibilities that you can do with these. It really is. I genuinely do like them, and I love things like this anyway, and I do like a nice plant around the home. But making your own from your own plant, maybe you're growing seeds, maybe your kids getting the kids into cress. They're going to grow their own tulips. I don't know. Maybe it's just one bulb, daffodil, that you're going to pop in there. It doesn't matter, but it gets them green-fingered and it gets them liking plants and watering, but you've made it from start to finish. £18 is what you're looking at here. 867508 is your item number. Already nearly a quarter of the extended stock has already gone. Very, very busy. For your small but large, if you know what I mean. It's larger than the small, but the small is small. This one's also small. Confused? So, from there, we then move on to your plates or dishes that you've got on here. We've called them saucers because obviously they go with your plant pot. So it's what your plant pot actually stands on. So you know when you water them, so it don't go over your dining room table. Help if I move my little sausage fingers out of the way, so you can see what you're doing. But I can see so much more uses for these as well. Spoon holders. You know when you mix your tomato sauce, and where do you normally put it? Straight onto the worktop, don't you? Then it sticks, and it gets all sticky. Then you've got to wipe it off. Put your little spatula inside one of these, so it's going to sit in there. There is so much scope with these.
And so many ways to decorate them. I think that there's one that I've put a little bee or a little bee. I've got bees and ladybirds. That's it. I couldn't think. And you can see some of them there. The camera's just zoomed past one of them. We've used a little stencil or a little decal to decorate, which looks really cute as well. So you can, you know, decorate them in so many ways. Just your imagination is your limit.
And I said just before we came on air, and I remember saying it last time, and you were just like, oh, I've not really tried it out, but I think it would, genuinely think it would work. If you popped one of these on the top of your radiator, okay, just on top of the radiator, fill it with water, not too much water, and some little scent smells. You know, the little smells that you can buy in the little bottles? Essential oils. Yeah, them sort of oils. Then the aromas would really work. I think it would be absolutely beautiful. A quarter of the extended stock has already gone. £16.50 is what you're looking at for this one. 685783 is that item number. Once again, dispatched on the 14th of Feb. I've managed to get some more stock, but I haven't managed to get that much. I did try. I dug my heels into the ground. They were like, no, Adam, that's all you're getting. Don't get too big for your boots. But it's worth having a little look. Extended stock on that one. Something else that's new. It's the pebbles now. Already 30% of the extended stock has already gone here. I have just got into pebbles. I know, strange hobby, but I have. No, it is. I'm genuinely just starting off in the world of pebble art.
Oh, are you?
Yes, I've got some. I've been too busy. I was at Create and Craft yesterday, so I couldn't do it then. On my days off, I had my little one. But tomorrow is the day that I've bought frames and all that. I'm going to try and do pebble art.
Oh, you're going to do the little
with
scenes,
the little people,
make birds.
But this would be perfect to do your things like your little robins, and I could batch make as many as I want.
You can.
And change it into so many things.
And they're all clean. You haven't got to go scrabbling around in the garden for pebbles and cleaning them.
That's the thing, because they've all got flat backs as well. So if you are going to put them onto work, if you're going to put them onto canvases, you've got that flat back straight away, so you know they're going to stick and adhere.
Yeah, it's up to you how you sand them. Some of them I sand them so they're curved both sides. Others I keep flat. Just depends how much sanding I want to do.
These would be imagine these in a little rockery somewhere, because I don't know if it's still a thing where people put sentiments onto rocks and then hide them in places for people to find.
Yes, that's right.
You could make your own, but these genuinely all look like you've been to the beach and picked them all up.
Especially the natural tones that we've done there, you know, those two that you're holding.
I adore these.
And they feel so beautiful in the hand, don't they? They're really soft and smooth.
They genuinely
like a
feel like real
skimming stone.
Yeah, these would be good skimmers.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd be cracking little skimmers they would across the sea. 40%, did you hear that right? 40% of the stock has already gone. You get the large and you get the small, all in the same mould. Once again, they're decent moulds, so if you're into your candle making and things like that, you could make small rock candles if you put wick in them.
Actually, yeah.
So anything, all the models I'm showing you now, they are decent moulds, so whether you're going to use them with your resins, your silicons, your things like that, it's up to you what you want to do with them, but obviously they're made for to support, so you get these beautiful techniques, and genuinely, they're rock hard. No pun intended. One of the plant pots has got the candle in, so they can be turned into candles.
They're totally heat resistant. They are tested for candle use, so
they are heat resistant as well. So you could do a stack of these in your waxes, or just a stack of pebbles, like being a Zen garden and things like that. It'd be beautiful.
Oh yeah, making the melts, so not the candles, but the melts as little rocks. For people to burn.
At your old candles and things like that.
Yeah.
If you're going to start burning down your candles, you know the ones that come in a jar and you get loads around the edge and it all just burns in the middle, doesn't it? Let's be fair. But you can start melting them down and turn them into little rock forms. Love them. £16.99, 327-013 is the item number. Right then. It's enough from me. I'm sick of the sound of my own voice, to be honest. Let's go over to our Eunice to see how all this works together. Remember, check out your baskets if you've got anything. Eunice, it's over to you, my love.
Oh, thank you. It's always such fun to work with you.
Oh, bless you.
OK, so I've poured my liquid out. Now, the only thing you need to think about this is have a pair of kitchen scales because you need to weigh it, OK? And then it's 1 part liquid to 2.5 parts powder, which is why you get a 1 kilo liquid in the big set and 2.5 kilos. So it all makes sense now as to why. And yeah, that's it. That's all you need to remember. And you don't even have to remember that, because when you order your Jesmonite, I give you a little easy how do you say that? Reckoner. That's right, isn't it?
I don't know what you're trying to say.
Ready reckoner, that's it. So that you can just say, OK, Eunice says...
Was that a wrestler?
Eunice says this mould needs 50 grams in total. So you can go and say, OK, that's how much liquid I need, that's how much powder. So I've done it all.
Basically, Eunice has done the hard work for you. That's what she was trying to say there.
Now, if you want to mix up an interesting colour, tip for you, this cures quick. We've already said 20-25 minutes you're going to be popping these out. So if you want to mix up an interesting colour, do it in the liquid before you add your powder. OK, so I'm going to go for something in this one. I'm going to use terrazzo chips. We'll talk about chips. I want this quite a light colour, so I've gone with my dark greens earlier. Now I'm going all girly again.
OK, that's fine.
We're going to go a light... Oops, 2 drops of yellow went in then. Okay.
So we only need a drop, are you saying?
If you want a light colour, yeah.
Are they quite strong, these pigments?
They are really strong. They're tiny little powerful bottles. Oh, that's actually what I want. That's lucky, isn't it?
That is.
I'm just saying that.
Yeah, that's the look I was going for, more yellow than blue, to be honest.
That's exactly the colour I wanted. OK, so I'm happy with my colour. Now I pour my powder in.
So we take powder to the liquid, not the liquid to the powder?
Yeah. And it comes out clean, doesn't it, the powder? Otherwise, the liquid you might lose a bit.
Very true.
So let's
and what do we mix them? Do we get a mixing facility? What do I?
You get a few lollipop sticks in the kit.
What do I mix it in though? What vessel do I use?
Anything at all. Paper cups, plastic cups if you've got them. But you can reuse them, because when the Jesmonite, when you finish pouring it out, it will dry on the sides, and you just crumple it up and you make your chips.
So anything, so it's more like a silicone cup or something like that?
Silicone cups, this silicone cup's great because you can just use everything, so there's so little waste. So there we go. And you're stirring it. Now this doesn't look like a batter. Normally I say it looks like a Yorkshire batter mix or pancake mix. That's the texture that you're going for, but not necessarily the colour.
No, it's like, yeah.
Now I want this terrazzo style. So what's terrazzo style? Adam, what have you got there that you can show me that's terrazzo? Yes. There we go.
Good job, I know what terrazzo is. Adam, what's terrazzo? Oh, that's why I bring you in, Eunice, my love. I'm just here to do numbers. Terrazzo are the small chips, is what we're looking into this now. So all of these with those small bits, you're thinking, well, I'm not getting chips. No, the terrazzo bit is the dried flakes that dry on the side of your cups or your silicone. This is what you use. So all these that Eunice are making now, my next set of terrazzo chips will be that sort of mint green colour. So this is the, so there is nothing wasted in this,
wasted.
Is there?
And if you want to make chips specifically a particular colour, you just make your mixture same as I've done there, but spread it with your lollipop stick on a bit of plastic, any old carry bag, anything will do, and then just crumple it up. I always love this bit. Sad. And you've got your chips, and you can see I've got a big colourful pot here full of all the chips. And you just collect them up, so you've got them when you need them. Colour coordinate them, do whatever you want with them. But for this one, I'm going white.
OK, just so you know as well, just before we put our terrazzo chips in, I've got a big boy, as it were. We have got the big boy on the show, so if you know your terrazzo, if you know your Jessamite, do you know what you're doing with this? 3.5 kilograms. Let's put Eunice on the spot. How many, well, I'll throw it to you. What can I make from 3 kilograms, whether it be coasters, how many, just so it puts it into
Pebbles. Pebbles are roughly 100 grams of combined mixture, and we've got 3.5 kilos.
That's a lot of pebbles.
350 pebbles? Is that
there
right?
There you go.
Is that right? Who's got a calculator? I'm not Carol Vorderman after all.
What was the maths? Go on, give me the math
again. So 100 into
100.
3,500.
100 into 3,500.
No, it's 35? No.
Yeah.
35.
35.
Yeah, 35 pebbles. You'll actually make more than that because the big pebble, actually takes 90 grams. I was just trying to make the maths easier for my little brain. OK, so I've now got my porridge. I've poured my chips.
Liz Wheeler, give up. Then halfway through that song.
Into here, so I've got my chunky porridge, and I'm just breaking them up a little bit smaller. Now these stirrer sticks are great as well. They're an end of call. I find that they disperse the lumps quicker than your lollipop sticks. So if you're doing a good sized batch like this, good thing to have. Pop it in a bucket of water and clean it later. OK, so we're going to do the heart. Here it comes.
We've got the heart on the show as well. So obviously, once you put your sort of chips in there, it is going to get that slightly thicker, like porridge look. That's what you're going for.
It's not as easy to pour out, but and you can see I'm being really rough with this mould. Giving it a good shake about. You can even take a lollipop stick if you really want to make sure you've got all those bits in contact with the mould. I don't usually. I normally just shake it, give it a good old shake. OK, and then let's top that up. And you can make this heart, actually, as fat or thin as you like. Sometimes I do them and they're a bit slimmer than others. Other times I'll fill it right to the very top and get a real chunky dish. But it's totally up to you. So that one's in and ready to cook. And then I'll do a little dish as well with this. So our little...
So waste nothing with this one.
Our little saucer. That's one of the great things about it. I mean, it's eco-friendly as a product anyway. As I said, there's nothing in here. Do this with your kids, get them involved. And the gloves are purely there because the pigment's strong. You get it on your hands. They, as I say, they end up like Navid's hands, like mine. But my hands are always in resin and paint and goodness knows what. I've given up. Maybe I should just come on the show wearing gloves every time.
No,
so you can't
fine.
see.
You're fine.
I watch other sellers coming on here, presenters, and they've all got their lovely manicured hands, and I think, oh God, here I come.
Don't you worry about that, Eunice, my love. You're in safe
So I'm
hands.
giving that a good... I'm bashing this more than I normally would because it's got the chips. There's a big chip there I'm going to pull out.
So are we when we bash, are we getting rid of air bubbles?
We're getting rid of air bubbles, and we're just making sure it's all in down and in that mould where we want it. There we go. And I'm just going to leave that now.
If I wanted a two-tone effect, say I wanted like a two-tone heart.
Yeah.
Could I pour my Jesmonite in one colour, let it set and pour another colour, but would it stick together?
It would. There's a couple of examples about on the counter. One of the trinket dishes, or the pot saucers, sorry, we have that kind of block colour.
This one?
No, but different colours on one dish.
We'll have a look as we go down.
Yeah, there's a grey, yellow and white one.
But it would stick together, so I could do half, let it set, let it cure.
You can let it set, or on the earlier show, we did a heart, and you've got some there with the hearts in the middle.
Yes.
So I've just used the pink. Oh, you found it.
That's the heart that you've got there. So you've got the pink.
I've just put a drizzle of the pink in the middle and used the lollipop stick to push it into a heart shape, and then poured the white around the edge, or the pink around the edge, vice versa. So you can make patterns in the Jesmonite using the colours.
Oh, it's this.
You don't have to wait for it to dry.
So you can pour it straight on top.
You can pour it on top, but just be gentle. You're not going to pour it straight into the middle of the heart because it might split it. But,
I absolutely adore them. I really, really do. I think they're absolutely beautiful. And beautiful little gifts as well. Stunning little gifts for someone. £18 is what you're looking at. Can we make to sell with these?
I knew that was coming next. Yes, you absolutely can. Make away, sell away.
Don't say stuff like that, Eunice. They'll think I'm reading a script. It's all made up.
It was just in my head.
Yeah, no, it's all made up. It's just one of my standard questions that I have to ask. There is no script. You can make to sell, so you can start batch making these and selling them at your craft fairs. Them craft fairs are not that far away now, to be honest. Maybe it's a Sunday market. Maybe you're going to sell them for the local church. I think you'd make your money back quite quickly. If you're going for that 350 kilogram set as well, and you're going for some of the moulds, you can really start as batch making. 107775 is the item number. Say you're thinking, I like the hearts, but I want something more practical. Sit by the side of the kitchen. Sit by the side of the little soap dish that I want to make. Well, guess what? I've got a soap dish for you. So you can make a beautiful soap dish that's on here. Imagine gifting these in hampers, but you can tailor this to the colour of their bathroom. So if they're grey and mint, you could go grey and mint. If they're luminous pink, you could go a luminous pink if you wanted to as well. And if your bathroom's luminous pink, I want to see a photo. Because it sounds amazing. But you can make them whatever colour you want to make them. And even if you're thinking, well, I don't really use a soap dish, I have a hand pump. What am I going to do with it? Use it for something else. Leave it to keep your paintbrushes in while they're drying, or somewhere to put your beads. Or you haven't got to use it as a soap dish. Please think outside the box. Maybe it's going to be for a kitchen sponge that you're going to pop in there. Maybe you are going to, I don't know, might work, mobile phone. If you made the ridges just slightly bit bigger, you possibly could get your mobile phone. If you made them slightly smaller, not as thick, you could get away with a mobile phone stand, I'm guessing, in there as well. But have a go. I'm only throwing out ideas. Might not work, it might work, who knows. But it's good to have a little guess and good to have a little go, because you have got the grooves in there, and you've also got the hole that runs through that will let the water out that you've got. Absolutely adore them. I really do. £21.95. You think he adores everything, but it's practical, it's useful, you're going to use it. It's not something that you're going to make and go, well, what on earth do I do with this now? It's something that is usable, that you can give to loved ones and make some money out of it. That's what we're all doing. That's what we all want to do. Pebbles. As I said, limited stock. We are now limited stock on the pebbles. You're getting two sizes of pebble. So you get the large and you also get the small as well of the little pebbles that are in there. So you're going to get both of the size of the pebbles in these. Adore them. Really do. £16.99. Even if you're making one of the large pebbles, the excess that you're going to have in your little tub, you will be able to make a smaller pebble, no doubt, in these. I even scent them. I'd drop a couple of scents on there and give them a little spritz with a bit of aftershave. Be nice, wouldn't it? A little spray of Old Spice. Oh, high karate on there. Put it on your radiator. Yes, bit of brute. £16.99. You cannot go wrong. 327013 is your item number. Right then, these are going. Plant pots. Plant saucers. This is my one. I carry it around everywhere I go with me. £16.50 is what you're looking at. You never know when you need a plant saucer. So I carry it around just in case there's a small robin that needs feeding. £16.50 is what you're looking at for these one. 40% of the extended stock has already gone. Sold out before. 14th of Feb is when it'll be dispatched now. £16.50 is what you're looking at. I like this speckled one. Like the speckled one. It would make a cracking little bird feeder. Really, really would. Or some little dish that you want to feed the animals outside if you're watching Winter Watch. £16.50, 685 783 is your item number. The small plant pots, we've called this one now. 60% of the small plant pots is what you've got. So that's £18. Ignore these. It's just these that we're looking at. This is your small plant pot. Okay? It is slightly larger than the small plant pot, but I'll get to that in a minute. These are the colourways that you're going for. These are built with your saucers in mind. Okay, so that was the whole idea behind them. So it's built with your saucer in mind that you've got there. But even like that, you could turn that. That is, you do that with some of your little fairies and things. You're good to go. A couple of lights pouring out of there. It'd be absolutely beautiful. £18 is what you're looking at for this. £18 today. Now, the Pebble sold out. Pebble has now gone. Well done.
Well done.
If you get the Pebble. Because it has now gone.
We do have it. If they really want the Pebble, there is the option of the mandala set.
We'll come to that in a moment. Do not fear. I have got that. You can get the set again, but I'll give you all that in a minute. Right then, mini plant pot now. Also, 60% of the extended stock has already gone. 60% of the extended stock. If you're thinking, where did they get the bees from? They're end of call as well, along with the sticks. Okay, so along with your stirrers, the bees are the end of call that we're looking at. It's worth having a little go. £10 is what you're looking at for your mini plant pot. 247598 is your item number. Right, I'm skipping 2. I'm going to go down to the mandala. Is where we're going to go on this one. Because this is the only real way now of getting your Pebble. Okay, now it's only one of the pebbles that you're going to get, but it's a substantial size pebble that what you're looking at. So this is the size that it will create. Okay, that is the size of the pebble. You're also going to get. Now we sort of call them your ball end tools. So what you make, so your flower shaping foam, like your flower tools that you make everything nice on a flower is what you got, because they're little ball tools. But these are your ball tools that now enhance the work and give you all these beautiful little dots. Not only do you get your ball tools, you're also going to get your rods as well, your Perspex rods in there.
Yeah.
So you're going to get all the rods and all the ball tools and all the chemicals as well that I need in there.
Yeah, so you've got the only thing that you need to add is your choice of acrylic paints. And these ones, I have to say, were not done by me. I'm not an expert at doing the dot art, but a good friend of mine is, and she produced these for me, Caroline.
These are stunning.
And she's also got some tutorials that you can go and have a look at if you want to on YouTube.
They're absolutely beautiful. There is something very Greek about them, you know, like the Turkey and Turkey, you know, like the Turkish eye and things like that.
For meditation, apparently.
For meditation?
Yeah, people use them for meditation. The Spirit of Nature Art is the YouTube site, and she's got some basic tutorials. So if you've never done mandala before and you want to have a go, then check her out. She's just amazing. I just adore what she's done with those.
I like it. Right,
I've only had a couple of goes, but if you want to see a novice do it.
Let's have a little look then, shall we? Just before you do that, let me quickly give the details. £34.95, 039877 is your item number. Right, then let's get back to demo.
So, I've got a pebble here that I did in blue. You could paint it. Those ones have been painted by Caroline. She chose the colours, so I gave her just plain white. So you could just do all your stones in whites and then paint them. So you, apparently, I say as a novice, you dip your dotting rod in there, so you've just got the end covered, and simply push down, and your first dot, I've done a dot, the first dot is there. Are you impressed?
I'm impressed. I like that first dot.
And then you just, I've got some lovely gold here. Let's go into the gold. Caroline, if you're watching, I apologise, but I thought I'd give it a go. She's going to hopefully do some lessons for me, because I love it, and it is actually really relaxing. So I'm just going to, now some people use transfers or draw lines. Oops.
Is there a way, do we have to keep our rod upright?
Yes.
Don't go in at an angle?
Yeah, come straight down.
That was a question from Liz Wheeler over there.
And dot down, and then let that layer dry, and then you can bring the other colours over the top.
Can I force dry them?
Yeah, hair dry them.
Can I use my heat guns and things like that?
I wouldn't use a heat gun. I think that's overkill. You could.
Well, okay.
Hairdryer is fine.
Hairdryer's faster than a heat gun.
Acrylic dries really quick anyway. So by the time you've gone round once, you're probably ready to go again.
We've had a question in from the call centre.
Okay.
I'm here to ask the questions. Can the moulds be used with resin?
Right, they can, but I'm just having a look down the counter. All these ones have a matte finish.
Okay.
Okay, because the item that I've based it on is a clay product. Maybe I'm just thinking this one might be the exception. So you can use it. No, it's matte as well. You can absolutely use resin for these, but you're going to have that matte finish, the same as you would if you're using the jewellery moulds.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so
you can take a coat over the top. Just use a gloved hand and give it if you want that shiny finish. But yeah, these moulds are suitable for all
Could I, especially for the heart on the dish, put my micas in first? It's another question we've had from Margaret from Brighton. Hi, Margaret. I've heard of you in a while.
Margaret from Brighton. Here's the answer.
Here we go, Marg.
So there's one again. I forgot to get this out earlier, so I'm really glad you've asked that question. So I've done a pebble, and I've taken this resi tint, which you can get from the craft store.
Yeah.
This is in rose gold, and I've just dusted the inside of the pebble mould with the rose gold.
Oh, look at that.
And I have my blingy, very blingy pebble.
It is.
The only thing is doing it that way is, of course, the back. It's plain, but it depends what you're going to use it for. You could then also mix your mica powder with the sealer.
Yeah.
The sealer, which you can, there's some there by Adam next to the terracotta. So it's an acrylic sealer, and you turn your mica pigment into paint, and then you could paint the other side on just with a brush and let it dry. But I love using mica powder straight in the moulds, and you get that beautiful look. You could actually, if you've got the tools, etch into that. So put your sentiment into it as an etch-in. You know, if you've got those little Dremel tools, those kind of things.
A nice little paperweight as well. They've got a good weight to them.
The bigger pebbles, we were saying in the earlier show, are good for holding your material down as well, using when you're cutting material as weights. So, yeah, look at that. I love that.
It's worth having a look. There you go, Margaret from Brighton. I hope that answers your question. Keep your questions coming in if I was you as well. What else are we going to do? I
was going to do a soap dish. How are we doing for time?
Yeah, go on.
We're really tight. So, before I do the soap dish, one thing about... this is our terrazzo, remember, that we did earlier, with that lovely green that I wanted to mix. Aha! And can you see the chips are just about showing through? But they're a bit disappointing, they're a bit hidden. So what you want to do is take your wet and dry sandpaper.
Yeah.
You can use normal sandpaper, okay? But it's dusty. And we don't want dust, you know. Mind you, we've all got masks nowadays, haven't we? So you could mask up and create some dust. Or you take your wet and dry sandpaper, which again is another addition at the end, and when you go to check out, if you want to add it to your basket, you take your wet and dry sandpaper, submerge your jessamine and your sandpaper in the water. Obviously, if you're at home and not under, you can just run this under a slow tap and just gently sand back. And all you're going to do is take the top surface of the colour off, of the background colour if you like, and slowly reveal your chips. And depends how much you want to sand as to how many chips you're going to get coming through. And here they come.
That's beautiful.
See, already with just a couple of seconds sanding, you've got your chips popping through. It's a lovely one, isn't it? I love that colour. Good choice, Lena. The back is a bit more difficult, so I tend to put the sandpaper on a block, so you can just take item to the sand block and then just, because it's bumpy, you know, that lumpy porridge has gone hard, and then you can get that nice smooth back. So it needs a little bit of work. Rinse off. This sandpaper can be used over and over again. Just keep rinsing it off, that residue from the jessamine. And actually on the back you're going to see even better the results that you can get from the terrazzo style.
Look at this.
And just give it a rinse. Take off that film of jessamine that you've created. And there we go.
Look at
Where's that
that.
bit of yellow come from?
And it looks harder to make than it actually was.
Yeah,
it looks
it's
like...
really, I enjoy doing these. I wouldn't do 100 in one go because you will get hand ache from from all the sandpapering, but yeah, really cool effect.
It's worth having a little look if you want. Your Jessamite Heart silicone mould, £18 is what you're looking at for that one. What the Heart's now limited stock. Heart is now limited stock. £18. I've got less than 10% of the stock left. We are green on screen. 107775 is your item number. Let me give you a quick recap of your starter kit, though, because your starter kit's where it all really starts. Isn't it really? This is where this is when you're going to dip your toe in. You may not want to go for the big boy just yet. You may just want to dip your toe in the water and see what you can create. Well, you are going to get your liquid and your powder, put them together. It gives you that genuinely sturdy and usable, is what I like. They're all usable products that you got out to this. Then you're also going to get your 2 moulds included, and you're also going to get your colours, your blue, your red and your yellow, and you're also going to get your black and your white. Your black and white is very rare. We don't normally put that into a bundle. You are going to get it in this bundle today. 951457 is that item number that you are looking for with that £5 saving. Right then, if you're going to go for that, because that's also on 2 flexible payments, by the way, you could throw your mini plant pot in. Now, your mini plant pot is 3/4 of the stock gone on extended delivery. So it's the extended delivery from the 14th of February, Valentine's Day. What a gift to yourself this would be, or maybe a gift to a loved one. Now, if you're thinking, well, how can I give this to a loved one? If they're into their Jessamite, if they're into their moulds, they are going to love this as well, because it's something else that you can do with it. Imagine making a resin see-through, encase lights into there if you wanted to, but you need the mould to do it. 247 598 is your... I'll get all excited. 597, £10 is what you are looking at on this one. Right then, while I calm myself down, these mini plant pots, they're too cute. Too cute. Far too cute. Let's get back to more demonstrations.
Okay, so soap dish time. How long have we actually got?
We've got about 15 minutes.
How long?
15.
Oh, my watch must have stopped then. Oh, it has. It says 2 o'clock. So yeah, I've got an hour.
It stopped 41 minutes ago, to be honest.
I'm mixing like crazy here, thinking, literally, why is he still talking?
Many people have said that, to be honest. You're not the first.
Oh, brilliant. I'll just calm back down again then and slow down. So I've split my mixture. I want to show you mixing multiple colours. And that's what I did when I did these dark green with the light greens in earlier. But I'm going to do it in the soap dish. And I was going to do another terrazzo one, but you've seen that. So let's show you the pouring. I've put white into the base. The natural colour of Jessamite is this creamy off-white, which is lovely on its own. But this is for the bathroom. Imagine it's got white tiles, some blue tiles,
nice.
and you want to...
I'd like it white.
A lot of people have blue, don't they, in their bathrooms? So it's a safe bet.
If we're going for the starter kit, though, and we put the white in, does that send it white rather than the cream white?
Yeah, it depends how much you put in. So I put a bit of the white in here, and then I've mixed up some blue and green, and I've just made the green with the blue and yellow. And we're going to have fun. This is a bit like when you're doing resin and you do a dirty pour.
Oh.
So I'm going to pour. There's lots of ways. You can just pour them all. I haven't got free hands, but you could take 3 of them up in the air if you're really clever. Or you've got one of those split pots. Have you seen those?
No.
You can get pots with sections in, so particularly for pouring.
So then it pours all
so you can put different colours in. But I'm just going to pour some of the green in.
I could do one of them split pots. Dark chocolate, normal chocolate, white chocolate, and a marshmallow.
I'm just going to give that a little mix in, just a little bit. I don't want it totally, and I'm going to put the blue in as well. So just like using resin, you could layer, you could take another cup and layer white, blue, green, white, blue, green. But I've just poured them in the top. Just give it a little swirl. See what comes out. Now, for this one, because it's not the lumpy one, I'm pouring from a height. I'm just going to drizzle that in.
Where's the blue look? Hopefully we may have time to decant this.
Yeah, maybe, possibly, hopefully. There we go. And I'm just going to scrape out what's left inside there to top it up. Now with the soap dish as well, you've got options, choices to make. There's a little seam along the back. I generally fill it to the top to cover that seam, and it's really just to let water out. You know, you've washed your hands with the soap bar and you want the water to drain through. Some people like to capture it, I don't know why, and others like to let it drain through, so you've got the option. If you fill it up so it covers all elements of the mould, and then if you want the hole, just pop it through. Whilst it's, as soon as it comes out the mould, just pop it through. Just topping that up. So you can get your swirly patterns. Woo!
These I don't know if we've still got the mini pots on the website. I know Indigo Blue had some. I know our Kay bought us some weeks ago. So we may still have them. Do check. The small silicone pots.
Yeah, the silicone pots are great. Really great for this. As I say, you just leave them on the side, let them dry out. If there's any major amounts and you've got another mould, obviously maybe you've got a pebble mould on the side, you could just fill that up. And you don't have to fill it all up at once either. So if you had some left over, you wanted, oh, I'm going to put that in the corner of that mould, you can let that cure and then top it up when you're making the next batch. So it will adhere together.
The mini plant pot is now limited stock. Your mini plant pot, the tiny little plant pot, is limited stock. I've gone down to single figures. If this sells out, I can get the chocolate egg. So check out your baskets. £10 is what you're looking at for this one at the moment. £10 for that beautiful little mini little plant pot. 247598 is your item number. When we let them cure, do we need to leave them in any particular place? Obviously, we've turned the aircon off so it's nice and warm, but would you say an airing cupboard, on a windowsill, if it's in direct sunlight, out of direct sunlight?
Doesn't matter. No, that doesn't matter. Just bear in mind, if your room's, you know, that you've got to wear your jumpers to keep warm, then it's going to take longer.
Okay, that's fine.
But you'll just know, just feel it, and if it's gone through that warming process, you're good to go. It's just as we said earlier, a gentle
So this is
warmth.
one of the ones we did. This was the excess that we did at the top of the hour.
This was the little dish to match the heart, so you can see the difference.
You can see the difference between sanding back
Before
and
you
not sanding
sand
back.
and after you sand. They're just so versatile. And I mean, you could put an initial on that for somebody.
Yeah.
Give it to them. Maybe put one of those affirmation messages in the middle of the heart
That'd
as
be
well.
nice.
If you've got a Cricut or a machine or one
Even
of
a
those.
little tea light. Just pop a little tea light in there. If you need, because some people don't. I'm a big fan of tea light. I love a little tea light, but I don't like them directly on my tables. In case they burn the table, in case they burn my wooden tables and things like that. So I always got coasters and dishes knocking around the house with my candles on and stuff like that. So this would be perfect just for a little scented tea lights maybe that's going to go on there, and you know it's going to be safe and sound, it's not going to go anywhere.
Because
you've got the
we
rigid
know
dish
it's
as well.
heat resistant, it's not going to crack or
I like
anything. So.
And this little dish as well to put like pillar candles on.
Yeah.
The dish that you're sanding now.
You could even put a pillar candle probably in the plant pot, couldn't you?
Possibly.
And
You could
fill it.
get,
Imagine
yeah.
at Christmas, doing a Christmassy one. I know we've only just been through Christmas, so...
No, it'd be nice. Like, it really genuinely would. It'll turn the plant pots upside down. Yeah, you could make bells out of them and things like that at Christmas because they've got that shape. Fill them with baubles and do it with bauble trees. There's so much scope with this. Spring's only around this corner as we think, so start thinking Easter egg hunts, things like that. We'll all be back out in the garden soon. So maybe you're going to make these for your condiments, your little sauces, your salts and peppers shakers that you've got. Maybe you're going to use them for on your table outside when you have that morning coffee, just to hold everything down. They haven't got to be plant pots if you don't want them to be. They can be absolutely anything at all.
There we go. So we've got our matching terrazzo set now. I do enjoy sanding them back. So all our chips are starting to really reveal themselves. With the plant pots, one of the end decor items that we mentioned is the terracotta colour that you was talking about, Adam.
Yeah.
It comes with a sealer, and I put those together because if you're buying the terracotta colour, I'm assuming you've also bought the plant pot mould, and therefore you're going to put a plant in it. So you want to seal your jesmonite. It's not naturally, well, it's water. It's not going to disappear in the rain, but it will stain with watermarks. So you take your sealer, you use it with 25% water for your first coat, give it a little brush on with a foam you know, the foam applicators or a soft brush, and then let it dry and give it a top coat just with the sealer on its own, and that will give it a really good waterproofing. And I would just top that up every 6 months or so.
I like that. I think they're absolute. Look at that. It genuinely looks terracotta. It doesn't look like Jesmonite at all. It literally looks like a little terracotta part in a stand that you would genuinely buy. £11.99, 402813. That's for the colourway though. That's just for the pigment, is what you're looking at. For these ones, so just those 2 little bottles of pigment is what you're getting for £11.99. It's worth having a little look if I was you. So they're not end of call, you'll find them actually on the show. At the end of call, you'll find your little busy bees, you'll find your little stirrers and ladybirds on the end of call. Say that again. The big boy. Of course I can. So, if you're thinking, I like the Jesmonite, I like the idea of this, I like the concept that it can work quite quickly. Well, if you like it, you may want to go big. You may want to go big. 2 flexible payments of £25. You're getting 3.5 kilograms of Jesmonite and a video tutorial as well, if you've never noticed. We said about 25 to 30 coasters is what you're looking at that you're going to be making from these. Obviously, it doesn't come with any moulds, so you are going to need to get the moulds with this. It is literally just the product that you're buying. You are just buying the Jesmonite. 2 flexible payments, £25, 98 pence, £4 saving. I didn't have this time I brought you these products onto the show. It's the first time I'm bringing it to you today. 025235 is that item number. Right then, what are you up to?
I'm playing with the mica powder, inspired by Margaret's question earlier, and I thought we showed it on a pebble, so let's just show you the process. I know it's quite self-explanatory, but it's really nice to do as well, because it takes to the silicone. You don't need any liquid with your mica pigment, just a soft brush, and just brush it all the way around. I've chosen the silver this time. It's so satisfying. It looks amazing in the pot. The first time I did this, it was an experiment. I wanted metallic in Jesmonite, and I couldn't see anybody doing it, so I thought, maybe it's not possible. But because it warms up, I thought, you know what, let's give it a try. And it's that heating process, because you could get it off. If you wanted to, you could scratch that pebble. Of course, it's only a coating and you could get it off. But you can rub that with a tissue and a cloth to buff it up. It does not come off.
That's good. So it
and it's the warmth.
It's the warmth that makes it adhere.
That makes it adhere to it. So.
Carol from Swansea's emailed in. Thank you from Carol for your email. Loving these questions you come through.
Yeah.
I will ask. I know the answer to this already, Brian. I'm going to ask the question for you because it is a good question, because obviously we talk about it with Zuri moulds. Are they food grade safe, the moulds?
The moulds are, yes.
Oh, so we can use them in our food grade as well. So if we want to do fondant,
but only if, just do the fondant.
Oh
and
yeah,
don't
obviously
mix
if you're going to do Jesmonite and food, obviously you need to buy 2.
Yeah.
You need to buy 2 sets. But if you're just going to do your cake decorating with them, you can. So they are food grade, or your chocolate making. Imagine your chocolate heart, like a full-on chocolate heart.
That would be a big chunky chocolate heart, wouldn't it?
It would. That'd be nice though.
Wow.
Or a little chocolate plant pot that filled with broken bourbon biscuits to look like mud. With a little sweetie worm.
But you could do that, couldn't you? Because don't they do that in posh restaurants?
Yeah,
not that I go to
Blumenthal does it.
Not allowed in posh restaurants.
But you could do that, and you could do a whole set. So imagine this, all made out of chocolate. And then you put your bourbon biscuit in there, all cracked up, so it looks like dirt. You got your little worm, sweetie worm that's on there. Oh, I love it.
You are so creative.
Small plant pot. Extended, 80% of the stock has already gone. 80% of the stock has already gone. Thank you, Carol, for your email.
I love the interaction with people asking questions, and they're interested in the product, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Learn about it.
A lot of emails we've had in today.
So I'm going to do a dark grey this time. So I've taken about 4 or 5 drops of that very strong pigment. Oh, one thing to mention.
Oh, go on.
I didn't mention it on the earlier show, so
I'll mention it now.
Don't try and dye your Jesmonite with other products. It just doesn't take well. So if you think, oh, I don't need that pigment, I'll just squeeze some of my acrylic paint in there. In order to get the same effects, you need a lot more of it, and it will stop the process of the 2 components working together. So use the dyes or use your mica pigments in the mould. You can use your acrylic paints, but that's for decoration, surface decoration, not putting. You'll only be disappointed. Okay, from a height again to burst the bubbles, into that silver, onto the silver should I say. There we go. This looks nice. Whoops, I've got 2 cups in each other there. Top that right to the top. And then just like before, just give it that bounce to encourage the bubbles to burst, nothing else. And we have a black heart, a dark black heart.
Tina's emailed in now. Thank you for your email, Tina. She said you could also use the mini ones. I like the way you're thinking now. You could use the mini ones over fairy lights, like fairy light catchers for the garden. Like little casings. So you put your little fairy lights through them, so they shine like little spotlights. I don't know why you do that with your arm, but you know what I mean. Like little tiny spotlights that you would have. I like that. We don't need to get a close-up, Tom, honestly, it's fine. Right then. Anything else you want to show me? How long have we got left? We've got 2 minutes. Can we take anything else? That soap dish ready?
It's not quite ready, sadly.
Right then, on that, I'll give you a quick recap then. Let me give you a quick recap of our starter kit. You are getting your 5 pigments in there, your 3 colourways, and you're also getting your white and your black, which we don't normally give you in the bundle. You're getting your 2 moulds, and you're also going to get your Jesmonite as well. Enough to make 7 to 8 coasters.
Depends on which ones. If you go for the hexagonal, it takes less. 36 grams of liquid in the hexagonal one, 56 in the square. So it just depends on the combination.
Depends what you're going for. You're going to get a lot. You're going to get enough for 6 people to sit around a table that all have different shapes. But you know what? They're going to look pretty, is what they're going to get. £29.98 across 2 interest-free flexible payments. Then we've got the big boy, like this one. If you like using your Jesmonite, it's worth having a little go at this. You're going to get all the powder and you're going to get the liquid as well. £51.95. 2 interest-free flexible payments of £25.98 is what you're looking at that one. Then, once you've done this, you may want to go for the mandala pebble kit that we've got. You are going to get your bigger pebble that you are looking at. So this is the size of the pebble you're going to be making now. But you're getting all the tools to make your pebble look like that. So you're getting all your ball tools, and you're also going to get your little ball tools. So you just press down. So you press them down, let it dry, go smaller and go bigger. You are going to need your own acrylic inks, but we are giving you the Jesmonite to go on top as well. Keeping with that Jesmonite, once you've got this idea, you could then go to town and start doing all the other things. So you could now do plant pots in this idea. You could do coasters in this idea. You could do pebbles in this idea. You could go smaller coasters, big. You've got your little fragments that's in there as well. You could start using your little pebbles and making them look so realistic, doing 2-tone. There's an old school rubber that used to rub out a pen with, like that never actually worked. Just rip your A4 paper in half. Then you've also got your mica powders that we're talking. Margaret Brighton's idea. Well done, Mark. Then you've got your 2 little coasters using those little chips. The chips were called Terrazzo. That's the one. But then from there, we can then turn them into pin cushions if you want to go pin cushions. You can do scented candles with these as well. I've only got 25 seconds left, but you can sand them back and you can go into soap dishes, and you can also go into larger hearts. There's only one more thing to do, is say thank you to our very special guest. Thank you, my love. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you. It's been
always
such fun.
a pleasure, Eunice,
Thank you
when you're
so
here.
much.
I've only got 8 seconds left. Start checking out your baskets if I was you. I'll see you in an hour's time. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of our Catherine. Oh, she's got her hands full the next hour. Yes, indeed. The next hour we are paper crafting with Liz Wheeler. What could possibly go wrong? Be like Morecambe and Wise. The next hour, worth watching.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Join us for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Tickets are on sale now for Crafting Live at Sandown Racecourse. Featuring exclusive offers and competitions. Over 800 make and takes. Stock up from over 50 exhibitors. And meet and greet our craft presenters. Plus, craft members save 25% off their tickets. Book your tickets now at creatingcraft.com and search for Crafting Live.
Hello, I'm Hayley. I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. I'll be covering lots of areas of soft crafts like quilting, dressmaking, sewing, knitting, even printing your own fabrics. I'll even be bringing some items from my own Handmade by Hayley range.
Hi, I'm Pat.
And I'm Mark.
And we're Totally Patched. We've been in business for 20 years and we've been with the craft store for 5 of those. We love working with the craft store because it enables us to reach out to people who we wouldn't normally see. We like to educate, inspire and make them want to enjoy the craft as much as we do. Make sure you don't miss the Totally Patched shows on the craft store.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the Craft Store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
A very good afternoon to you all. Thank you to Adam and Eunice, of course, for the previous hour. Yes, we have got Liz here. She's always a delight in my eyes. What was he saying, Liz, about you there?
I was a handful. He's very rude. He's very rude, he's Adam. He is.
Well, we've got another great hour ahead of us. This is your second hour with Create.
It is, yes. I'm really looking forward to it, yes.
Yes, we had a busy show earlier on. In fact, we did have an item. I believe it sold out, didn't it? It did.
It did, yeah.
We could say it's a never-ending card die set. We thought it had ended because we thought the stock had gone. We've actually got some back on extended delivery. So if you did miss out on this, we will be having a close look at it again this hour. Now, dispatch from the 17th of February. So these are coming from abroad, of course. So, but when you see the concept of this, it's very, very clever. In fact, let me just show you the board so you can see those pieces here. I remember, Liz, making never-ending cards. There's different ways of doing it, actually. This is a different
sort
shape,
of use
isn't it?
rectangles or squares, but this is a really nice shape, and I promise you I will do it properly this afternoon. I hadn't had my coffee this morning, Catherine. That was my excuse.
Oh, is that what went wrong?
It was a bit discombobulated, yeah, but I promise you, I know what to do.
Oh, well, do you know, to look at the board as well, we can't actually see how it works, can we? If I
no,
because
you need so many different elements cut out, yeah.
Definitely.
But it honestly really is very, very easy to put together when you get it right.
Let's just turn that around because we've got some words on there. I don't know what else is in there, but let's just show you how this works. This is why it's a never-ending card. You see, whichever way I turn it, some of those words are going to be upside down. There we are. Look at that. So you could put photographs on here, you could put little phrases on there.
It's a really lovely shape as well. Having those square mats as well in the centre, you can really decorate it up exceptionally well. I've used the mandala stencil for that with some texture paste. Just the plain white texture paste looks so effective just on coloured card.
It does. Now, I've just spun it round to see if I can get it to the end the other way, but it doesn't work, does it? Doesn't matter which way I turn it.
No.
Let's spin it over again. Look. You cannot literally get to the end of this card.
It's never ending. It's just never ending.
It's exactly what it says on the tin, isn't it? 375364 is the item number for that one. Only £10.99 as well. Now, we thought it had gone. We have got it back on extended. Make the most of that. We don't have a great deal of stock. I know we're going to see this if we've still got the stock when we get to Liz as well in demonstration, but you can have some great fun with that one. Yes, reminder that number again, 375364. Now, are we going to pack our suitcases and go on a little holiday? Maybe we are. Our little miniature suitcases, aren't they sweet?
I love them. I think they're my favourite of all the different dies, just because I've just got a thing about little carry bags and things, because it's got the tiny little handles. It's just like a doll's house furniture type thing. It's just so sweet.
I love anything in miniatures. Everybody knows by now. Look, there's a little book inside here as well.
My dad's tea stain papers in. Yeah, a little travel book when you go on a mini break.
Are these papers that your
dad's done them? Yeah.
Oh, how lovely. So you could write your little notes in there. Again, you could put small photographs in there. You could put sweets in here, little bits of jewellery perhaps, maybe a ticket if you've booked something, you know, as a gift for somebody to go away. That would be a good way of gifting it to them, wouldn't they, rather than it just being in an envelope. Let me just show you again here, another one. I love the fact that with the die you are getting, of course, the suitcase itself, but then you've got the buckle, you've got the belt. However you want to work with this, you can do. A little bit of gilding on there would look lovely. You could make your faux leather, you could do that as well. So lots and lots of opportunity.
Yeah, bit of faux leather, that'd make a lovely little valise.
Let me just show you the board again, so you can see the components that make up the mini suitcase. 4 dies in total. That little buckle is very handy for lots of things as well.
Yeah, not just for that. You can use it for your book straps as well. Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, or even little shoes.
Oh, little shoes and boots. Oh, I like that as well.
Yeah.
$10.99 is the price for this one. Another great buy. 340547 is the item number there. Now, moving on again, we've got a whole bundle for you next. So let's have a look. We've got stencil involved as well as dies here. So I've got some samples. Let me show you the board first of all. We've got the rosette. Oh, actually, doesn't that build up beautifully?
Yes, yeah, and that's not using all the layers I could have used. It cuts out beautifully, and I think I've only got about 5 layers on it, the 5 layers of the card.
There is 5 layers on there. Yeah, that's really, really
It's just
pretty.
lovely.
Really pretty. And I think there's probably more ways you could snip into this and build it up as well.
There's at least 10 layers that you could make up just from those 5 dies, at least. The way that you rotate them and cut them.
as well. So you could actually use the stencil to put colour through and then overlay with the die as well.
Yeah,
so it
because
looks like
you've got your
coloured
middle
it
bit of your
separately.
mandala, but you've also got the background, which is the full piece die.
Yeah.
So you've got your backing die as well.
Fantastic. So we've got the stencil and the mask. You've got 2 die sets there as well. Let's just have a look at another sample here, just so you can see how this can be used. I can imagine that on the top of a gift box as well. That would look lovely.
And I've used the never-ending card shape to make the card.
Oh, yes, of course.
I've stuck 2 of them together and cut round and laid it onto some black card to make the card blank.
Fantastic. Well, if you want this bundle, 377533 is the item number, only $21.99. Really lovely designs there. Now, another favourite of mine, actually, is the next one. I love the tags because you've got sizes here that are going to work for many different projects. So you've got your general gift tags if you want them.
Yes, yeah.
You've got your swatches if you want to make them as well for all your techniques. You've got your little gift books, your albums, your card toppers, your bookmarks even. Yeah, Ross is saying the large one, even a memo board, or you know, a menu for a table or something like that as well.
Yeah, it makes a really nice size that for an album, particularly if you want it for covers.
Love it. Love the shape of this. You've got those lovely scallops on the end there. The fact that we've got 8 dies in this set as well. So you've got the little reinforcement or the hole cut out as well.
To make your holes, yeah, and the reinforcement. So I'd use the smaller one for the smaller sets and then the bigger one for the bigger tags.
And of course you've got the stitching line around the outside edge, so if I show you all the different sizes that you get in there, you can lay them up, of course, if you want to mat and lay them together, use them separately as pages and leaves in your books. Lots of options again on this one, only $18.99. 400074 is the item number there. Beautiful. Oh, we're getting emails in about you, Liz.
Oh dear.
This is from Philippa. Yay!
Oh, hello,
Liz is on
Philippa.
again. Hooray! You're so funny, and your demos are great to watch.
Oh, thank you.
And ignore whatever Adam says, she says.
Thank you.
No,
I
she didn't
do
really say that, that's just
often,
me.
to be honest. I don't often listen to Adam.
Let's move down again. Now, another great bundle coming up, actually. ATC bundle set here. These are dies again. So let me show you the board first of all. So we've got the different edges here. We've got the stitching detail again, Liz. We've got the deckled edge on here. So 2 dies in each set.
Yeah,
so that's
and then
6
one's
in
like
total.
a little dot edge as well. So when you
that.
distress the edge, they really, really come out. So you really see them quite boldly if you distress the edge or paint the edges. But really nice feature, because especially with I like the rough edge one. But I like them all, to be honest. Who doesn't like an ATC set?
I know, but it's much more than an ATC, isn't it? It's those toppers. Again, you can cut your photographs out. You can use these as pockets, perhaps, in an album, and then make your cards stick inside as well. So the smaller one would actually make a little tag to go in the pocket, which could be the larger one.
Yeah, I've used one of the larger tags as the cover from a little travel book that goes in the suitcase.
Oh!
Yeah, that's what I used for the cover.
Oh, these are sweet. Lovely. I think everybody's getting back into their ATCs again as well.
Yeah. Well, I think sometimes it's helpful for beginners, so it's not a massive project that they're going to start. It's something quite small and manageable, and then if they do it in the set of 3, it just builds up their confidence in using different layers of stamping and texture, etc.
Totally agree. Lovely little bundle, £22.49, 930047, and it keeps going because we've got some stamps coming up next. These are nice as well. We've got a set that's called Barbara.
One of the sets is Barbara.
Oh,
yeah,
how
I know,
sweet.
it's lovely, it's lovely. But I like the shape of these because not only just as a random background, so you can really do some grungy stuff with it.
Yeah.
But I'm using that now as my sort of washi tape go-to. So stamping it on card and then cutting it down as washi tape pieces.
Of course.
Yeah, really effective.
Oh, if you've got some plain washi, you can make your own washi tape already in a roll as well. Now, these will all join up as long as you want them then. You can just keep stamping.
Yeah, just keep stamping, yeah.
Oh, look at the stitch lines as well.
So I've used one of the there's one that's a set of 4.
Yeah.
I've just cut those down to use as my stems for my little flowers, the little zigzag shape.
Oh, that's a good idea. Love it. Only £14.99 as well. How many stamps are we getting in total? 7. 7 individual stamps there. And as Liz said, if you want to cut down those stitches, you can do, so you can count those as separates. 025415 is the item number there. Then we have some stencils for you as well. I think we've got another Barbara coming up because one of the stencils matches the stamps.
It does, yeah.
It does, doesn't it? So we've got Barbara in the centre. Actually, that is beautiful. This is a lovely collection. You've got very different sort of designs here. So a nice mix.
Really, really lovely. I like they're called rough squares and rough circles, but I quite like the fact that those rough circles will match the little mini ones as well. So if you're going for like an underwater scene, I think they'd be fabulous.
They would, wouldn't they?
Little bubbles.
Just
Bubbles
wonderful
on
for a
cards
background,
generally are very
you know.
lovely.
Gorgeous. £12.99, you're getting all 3 of these. 854156 is the item number there. Very good prices, absolutely excellent prices. Yeah, well worth popping into your basket and checking those out. But if you need a little bit more inspiration, of course, we've got Liz, who's going to be demonstrating for us. In fact, I think we're going to go there. Are we going to stick with the Never-Ending Card as the first
Yeah, I'm going
demo?
to do it, and I'm going to do it properly. If you'd have seen me this morning, you'd have laughed your head off, Catherine. Honestly, but I've just done a live over on my page as well. Yeah, there's a live on my Liz Wheeler Designs page of putting it together in the green room. I just did it.
Okay.
Okay, so when you get your die, you need to cut 8 pieces of the main die. So this piece here, you need to cut it 8 times, and then you've got your little topper.
Okay.
It's up to you whether you use that or not use it, decorate it before or afterwards. You also get a little triangle die for the corners there. And then this little piece with the cross is not a die, it's a positioner for where you put your glue.
Oh.
So to start with, I'm just going to turn that upside down. The blue's going to be my primary colour on this. I'm going to put some washi tape on.
Okay.
So I'm just taking off the excess stick because I don't need to take the coating of my card off. And I'm just sticking it down very loosely. Turn it that way, so I've got my first 2 pieces. This little piece that's in your set, that gets positioned in that top corner. And it's just so you can draw around it to indicate where your glue goes. So the 2...
I don't think I've ever seen something like that before.
Yeah, it's just a little,
really
just a little handy little tool, and you only really need it for this first set of 2 shapes.
Okay, yeah.
So 1, 2.
I don't want to let you lose count, Liz, but we're getting a lot of supportive emails in for you
3,
this
4.
hour.
Thank you.
Jenny says she's rooting for you.
Well, I think everyone was holding their breath this morning, and I think a few people might have passed
out. Show back. I've no idea what happened. Denise, actually.
We don't. It's not there, Catherine. It's gone. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You need to make your coffee in the first 10 minutes. Don't matter.
Denise thinks it was very funny.
So with me glue, let's concentrate, Catherine. With me glue, I'm just going within that little triangle. Do not go over it because you won't be able to get your card moving. because it's a kinetic card,
Yeah.
remember that from science, O-level science, your kinetic card. I'm going to get my next colour now, and that goes in the opposite direction and matches up with all your score lines. So everything should be nice and neat. No overlapping, no loose bits. And this is where I went wrong this morning. I didn't tuck it under.
You didn't tuck it
I
under?
didn't tuck it under. Right, rotate it one turn.
Right.
And then fold it back on itself.
Ah.
Yeah, so you've got to make sure your glue's nice and dry.
We do have the glue, actually. It's at the bottom of the screen if you want
Yeah,
to step
so
up.
make sure your glue is nice and stuck down. And then it folds back on itself. There is a score line, and that folds back on itself like that. Yep.
Yeah.
Fold it back on itself. Now we're cooking.
So what happened when you didn't fold it back this morning?
Well, I
then?
didn't, and it didn't move.
Was
Catherine.
it a never-ending card that ended?
It stuck. Yeah, it was stuck on the train.
Oh right.
Leaves on the line. It was leaves on the line, Catherine, this morning.
Oh.
We don't even want to talk about it. Let's just
we
say.
won't even mention it, Liz. Nobody
Let's just
knows
say the
anything
bin
about
needs
it.
emptying afterwards, Lou. Now I am going in with. I'm going to go in with that blue over the top. So I've rotated it, I've put my glue in those corners, so I don't need my little tool now to tell me where to glue because it's self-explanatory. So glue that at the top.
And we can see these are absolutely precision cut.
Yeah, it's user error if it doesn't work, and that was me this morning. I was a big user error. Make sure it's nice and stuck down.
Yeah.
Again, quarter turn and turn it under.
Got you.
Yeah. Now when that happens, this washi tape will want to tear away. Let it go. You don't need it anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, so turn that back and turn that back. But you just need to make sure your glue is stuck. I sometimes use tape as well as my glue.
Well, at home we've got a little bit more time, haven't we?
Yeah,
we could use the
yeah.
red liner tape, I presume, as long as you're marking
Red
within
liner
that
tape,
area.
but I would always use a wet glue as well, just because I want it to stick properly and firmly. So I'm just lining my fold up there. That's better. So you have got a little bit of wiggle room while it dries. Then that sticks back there. There we go. So what you should end up with is a shape that looks like that now.
Okay.
So final section.
Do we need to, I know the score lines are there, do we need to, or would it be advisable to use a scoring tool as well? Maybe
You don't
one of the cool
necessarily need to, because
tools?
as long as, if your card is quite thick, if you're using like a heavyweight 300 GSM, I would say score it as well. But the way that the die cuts it, it embosses those lines quite nicely.
Yeah.
So you can, you don't necessarily need a scoring tool.
Before I forget as well, I think, is there a maximum sort of weight that you would use for the cardstock?
It doesn't really matter as long as it's nice and scored. So it has some movement. Obviously, some of the cards that you get, it might fray. When you fold it in half. Some of the cheaper ones, they fray rather than the smooth card. What I'm doing now, I'm just putting glue on those two outer corners. Leave this. Don't put any glue on there. And then the last step is laying that over the top so it still keeps that corner section.
Yeah. I wonder who came up with this in the very first place.
I don't know, but I think they might have been in the pub the night before. But it's a very clever, and I want cheers from the gallery when it actually comes together. So that is my never-ending card. So I am just going to make sure that's nicely stuck down. But as you can see,
it's looking good, Liz.
There we go. Breathing, thank you. No.
They were clapping in the gallery as well.
Thank you. And then obviously you
Philippa's
have
emailed back in and said, Liz, you've got it.
I have, thank you. And then you've got your little topper tags and mats there, and you can just decorate them as you want to, like that. And these are the ones that I did earlier this morning with the stencil paste through the mandalas. So you can just stick them together, decorate them up, put photographs on. But there we go. That's your little...
Perfect. Well done, Liz. And you can have a lot of fun, actually, with this. Again, you know, thinking of different things you can use in there. Your stamps, your stencils, your favourite papers, your photographs, secret messages, maybe. You couldn't you? You could have sort of messages running through there.
You know where you did... pick a number 3, 1, 2, 3. You smell, or something like that. Or I love you. Things like that. Well, there we go.
They are the sorts of things that were there, weren't they? Oh, that takes me back. Right, busy again on this one. A third of the extended stock has already gone. It's been very popular. It flew out this morning on the earlier hour. Let's just show you another finished sample. I've got 2 actually, so I'll show you the one that I didn't show earlier. It's quite addictive actually doing this.
It really is. Once you actually know how to do it properly, it is a really easy card to put
together. It's a little bit like a stress buster. It's like, you know, instead of squeezing one of those balls, you can just
it's lovely.
Just keep playing with this.
But that one with the texture paste, if you feel over the top of it, because it's so, that's really textile. That it's a real textured.
Yeah, tactile.
Tactile. That's the word. Thank you, Catherine.
There we are.
Textiled.
There we go. Now, someone has emailed in, Liz.
Yes.
Actually, it's a really good question. Do we get instructions for this? If we've
there
forgotten?
isn't instructions on the packaging. However, there is a link to their YouTube channel. So if you go on the Crealy's YouTube channel, there is a really easy step-by-step instruction for putting it together.
Wonderful.
The main thing is, after you've put the first 2 together and then put the 2 on top, fold under. Don't forget to fold under, or you'll be struggling like I was this morning.
You can always, of course, watch our rewind. Just don't go to the earlier
No, don't
show.
watch this
Stick with this one.
morning's.
I'm sure as well, everybody who's been watching will also be having a go with these. I'm guessing lots of you have bought them who have been emailing in as well. I love the fact that we get that little marker there for the glue. Very clever indeed. 375364 is the item number. Let's have a reminder of those suitcases as well. Lovely little boxes. I mean, wedding favours, you know, if you've got a dinner party, maybe a leaving do.
Yeah, or even like a little baby, you know, like a baby shower or something.
Yes.
I would do like little baby clothes in them.
Oh, that's a nice idea.
Yeah.
Oh, that is sweet. Oh, I do like that a lot. So let me just show you the board again so you can see all the different components there. It looks like it's very easy to put this together. Let me just turn it that way so we can see it a little bit more closely with the camera. So I can see again you've got the cutouts, you've got the embossed lines. So there's no guesswork at all. It's very precise.
Very precise, but you just need to remember to cut 2 of the main shapes, 2 of the suitcases, because you want one for the front, one for the back.
Yeah.
And then you need 8 of the corner pieces, so 4 for each side.
Lovely. Lovely stuff. Right, great price as well. Only $10.99 for that. 340547 is the item number. We'll have a recap of one more item, then we'll go back to Liz for another demonstration. The rosettes, very, very pretty indeed. Let me bring the board in again. I love how they look in the black and the cream, actually, but of course you can go with any colour, different cardstock, paper piece into them as well.
Yeah, and they die cut really, really well. I usually put 2 together in one go, so it cuts the first layer really sharply. But the second layer, depending on the thickness of your card, sometimes you might need a little bit of fuzzy cutting or a craft knife to take pieces out.
Okay.
But I tend to use a thicker piece of card so it doesn't actually cut it, it just embosses it, and then use that as a shadow underneath it.
Lovely. I always look for dies that are really good stencils as well, so you can create those backgrounds, and this is one of those sets.
Yeah,
you've got a stencil in there, but the dies in their own right could also work. Absolutely wonderful. So the stencil and the 2 die sets, all that combined together just brings us to that fantastic price once again of $21.99. 377533 is the item number there. We want more demos though, don't we? Liz, have you got another one ready to go?
And I'm actually going to use the mandala. Yeah, I'm going to use those now.
Fantastic.
Okay, so what I've got, well, I've got one of the ATC blanks, and this is the little dot one. And I've got some of my gold metallic multi-surface paint, and one of my little sponge daubers from the cheapy shop that I've cut down, that I've pinched from under my sink at home. So a little bit of that, and I'm just going to edge around this first. So rather than use Distress ink, because I'm using black card, I'm just going to use this gold metallic ink.
Okay. I presume we've got those on the website.
They should be on the website. I had them on a couple of weeks ago, so so they should be on as possibly part of a multi set.
Okay.
My favourite's the patina, the metallic gold, and the bronze.
Oh, nice.
Of the three of those metallics. So just edging, and you can see now it's picked up those dots on that ATC.
Oh, it has, isn't it? Yeah, they show very, very
yeah.
well. We'll come in nice and close if we can, Liz, so everybody can see it at home.
Can you see that? Yeah. So it really picks up those dots. And using that metallic gold, it just gives it a right aged look, like an old photograph type of thing. And then what I'm going to do, I've got the outer layer of the biggest mandala. And this time I'm actually going to paint with this gold. So
Liz, we're still getting emails in.
Oh.
Right, this one's from Emma.
Hello, Emma. She's my chocolate friend.
This is your teammate from Studio Light.
Yeah, she's my chocolate buddy. She sent virtual chocolate for me from this morning's comedy effort.
Liz, have you upset Emma today?
I don't think so.
You told her off, apparently.
Yeah, I told her to stop laughing at me. And she said, well, you shouldn't be so funny.
She's not laughing now.
Thanks. Are you proud of me,
She's
Emma?
not laughing, but she is giving you her support. She doesn't mind that you told her
no.
off. Oh, we've got one from Doreen as well. What's Doreen saying?
Hello.
Hi, Liz and Catherine. By Joe, she's got it.
Oh. Yeah, it was
fabulous demo.
It was a shame. Thank you. It was just such a shame because I was just rubbish this morning. Okay, so I've got my metallic gold, and it just looks so lovely on that black card because I've just scraped a little bit off with the brush, so it's still got a little bit of black coming through.
Okay.
And don't be afraid of using your paints when you do some die cutting, because sometimes you just think I've got to just use different colour papers. But if you've got a nice couple of paints that offset each other really well, use those. So at the minute I'm just layering the outside of this mandala shape. So this is the inner shape for this flower here. And what I've got is some foam pads, because I do like to layer up my mandalas.
Okay. Yeah, nice to have that little bit of definition and
so
separation between the layers.
And a couple of little pads is all you need. And then that can be laid straight over the top, so it's got that gold coming through like that. And then what I can do as well, I'm going to get another colour, maybe a red. Do you think? Do you fancy a red?
I think a red would look very nice.
Bit of red. Oh, that's what aprons are for.
Liz, did I see you've got another So Crafty show coming up soon?
I have next Friday.
Next Friday?
Yeah, next Friday afternoon.
I thought I'd seen it on the schedule.
Yeah, very excited about that. A little bit of sewing love.
Wonderful.
Yes, I think I'm on at the end of the month as well.
Are you? What, with So Crafty? Or
yeah, with some nice things, nice secret things.
If it's next Friday.
Yeah, next Friday. I think
it's our shift then.
5 till 9. I'm doing a late night one.
Are you?
Yeah, late night.
Oh, that will be probably with Adam then.
Oh.
I'm on the earliest next week, so it's not me.
I've got a cold coming on. I'm kidding. Right, so I've got some more foam tape now. Now, don't worry at the minute, because obviously this will see through because it's the next layer, but do not worry because it will be hidden by my next layers. So again now, this is going to be offset. So already, just with those shape at the back, if you can see, and those two layers, there's already some interest there. So I'm coming in with my next layer. And again, this is going to be with my gold paint. So I'm just layering up now. Don't be like me and do wash your brush out in between. I never do.
Oh, it's hard though when you're demoing, isn't it? And you're in meetings in between the shows as well.
Yeah.
You need some of that brush cleaner. Have you got some?
No, I've just got a bit of water.
Oh, it's wonderful. I'm trying to think of the name now. It's,
bit of
yes,
water.
the Dr. P.H. Martin. If you've never seen it, I think we've probably still got it on the website. It's, honestly,
I think,
it's brilliant.
I think Lou was talking about it. I think Lou had it on a show,
it's not
didn't
a gimmick.
she?
I did buy, and I've used it, and I've used it on my emulsion brushes as well at home.
Nice.
Yep.
So again, I'm going to put another layer of foam there, right in the middle. Layer that on top. So again, that's just the next colour. And I'm just layering them up now. I'm going to come in with the shape that's the one underneath. And then
You could make these little flower heads, and as you said, with the stamps that we've got on the show.
Yeah, with the stamps, you get obviously you get your solid shapes with those. And they make really nice sort of 5-petaled flowers, those. So I'm nearly finished this one. But if you can imagine this on the topper of a box, you know, the lid of a matchbox or something, you know, with a bit of jewellery in. Steve Wheeler.
Yeah. Or on one of the tags, a gift tag, a nice wash tag.
That'd be lovely. I'm just going to clean my fingers as well. So the last little bit, I've got these are like the inner dies, there's 2 there.
Or they could even be snowflakes, or the first one.
They're just beautiful, just beautiful. So I'm going to come back in with this red. But I wanted like a real vintage feel to this one. So using the black card as my base card, whatever paint I've put on, sort of give it a little bit of a darker feel. Have you getting a cold as well, Catherine? You don't want to work with Adam, do you, next week?
Never mind, you've got a cold coming. I do apologise for that sneeze. That came from nowhere.
Oh.
I think it's because I'm working with Adam as well today.
Yeah. I'd be afraid. Very afraid. He was mean to me, Catherine, anyway.
Is he?
He was mean to me, and I was just, you know, I wasn't gesturing anything across the floor to him at all. And then my last layer with my gold. And again, I'm just finding
that
the
green
little...
and gold complements so beautifully.
Look at the state of my fingers. I feel like a robot. Look at them. Proper metal fingers.
Oh, I love getting messy.
Then last layer. If you want to use silicone glue, use silicone glue. Obviously, that'll dry clearer.
Yeah.
But I have got some posh, proper semi-precious gems.
Have you?
Well, no. They're probably roller cola cheapy ones. They're those ones that nobody can ever pronounce.
Oh, the Ouroboros.
The Schwarzkopf one, which is a hair product in it, I think, but it's like those ones, those gems.
Oh, I know the one. Oh, they are posh ones.
Yeah.
The one beginning with S.
Yeah, that sounds like a hair product.
Yes, it has a little swan as the logo.
Yeah,
They're
so
posh.
that will dry clear, but there we go. A nice little, just a vintage tag, but how many layers on there?
There is a lot of layers there, and you
How
can build
lovely.
it up beautifully. Gorgeous.
But obviously let that glue dry clear, and you've got a nice little bit of bling bling, and I'll put a couple of bling blings in my corners.
Perfect.
But there we go.
Wonderful, wonderful. As you say, on the top of a gift box, on a gift tag, on your cards, you know, you've got multiple uses for these. Now, we have got the stencil and we've got the dies there, all for £21.99. 377533 is the item number. Now, let's have a reminder of one or two other things as well. One of my favourites, actually, it's got to be the tags. I adore these. You can never have too many tag dies, I don't think, because they will come in different shapes and sizes, depending on the brand. But we have, of course, got the Creelys here today. Lovely detail on these. You've got that stitching detail around the edge there, and we are going from quite a, well, almost a general size there to a really large size. So if you do want to make those albums, you can do. Another sample here with one of the large dies that I will bring in for you as well. There we are. Very pretty. Oh, are they those mandalas again there? Are they from the stamp set?
Yes, that stamp in the background. Yeah, that's the stamp set from the mandala one for part
there's
of the
lots
set.
of stamps been used there. I can see Barbara's on there as well.
Yeah, I've done them in the background, and then and you wouldn't think they're from that mandala stamp because I've cut right into them. Yeah.
Really lovely, and if I just open this up, you'll see more than one size in here as well, so you can definitely change those pages around if you are making your albums. Think of different ways of folding these as well. You know, these are great pockets. You could put paper on both sides and fold the top over so you see two different designs as well.
Yeah,
so, yeah, great set, that one. $18.99 is the price for 00074 is the item number, and you're actually getting 8 dies there. The ATC die bundle is coming up next, 6 dies in this one. So we've got 3 different designs of ATC, 2 different sizes as well. So the different edges are, if I bring the board back in, we've got the rough edges, we've got the dots, and we've also got the stitch edge as well. And you did see in demonstration there, if you're using the darker cardstock, a little bit of gilding around the edge will really bring out that detail. How you use these is entirely up to you. You can keep them as ATCs, you can use them for matting and layering, you can do so many different things with them. You could turn this into, I think, a concertina little book as well if you put hinges on them. That would look very nice. 930047 is the item number. Only $22.49 for all 6 of those dies there. Now the stamps, a bundle. This is a very useful bundle actually, because you've got, it's 7 different stamps, isn't it, in this one? But if you count those stitches individually, you can actually class it as more. Now you can elongate each one if you want to, or you can use them as they are. You can just bring in these from around the edge of a page or fill in those white spaces. Very, very useful indeed. I'm loving the Barbara ones actually, because they would make great focal points in the centre of maybe some dies. You know, if you've got corner dies and you want to build a framework around there, that would work. So lots and lots of uses. Great on your fabric as well actually. $14.99, 025415 is the item number there. If you are going for those stamps, it might be worth popping these into your basket as well, because we've got the Barbara stencil in the middle there. We've also got those rough circles and the rough diamonds as well. So all 3 for just $12.99. A nice size as well. Are they actually A5? Or are they a little bit bigger? I'm not sure of the size of these. Yes, they are A5. They just look a little bit wider than that. 854156 is the item number. Yeah, $12.99 for 3 stencils. You can't go wrong, can you? Now, we have got time for another demonstration. You'll be pleased to see. We might even get 2 more in, I don't know. We'll try our very best. Liz, what are we going with next?
We're suitcasing. We're going for our mini break.
Oh, wonderful.
With
Where
our
are we
lovely,
off to?
lovely little suitcase. I think we're going to, I fancy going to Harrogate actually.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I've
Good
not been for a
choice.
while to Harrogate, so I quite fancy a little tootle. I think there's a quilting festival or something in Harrogate soon. I'm sure I saw that being advertised.
This is going to sound very strange, but the last time I went to Harrogate, I went to visit a butcher.
A butcher?
That's where we went. We went to the butcher's.
We live in Heasham actually, not Morecambe. The posh part of Morecambe is Heasham, but just a bit further on the coast, called Knott End, which is sort of opposite Fleetwood, near Blackpool. They've got a marvellous butcher's. I used to go on a bowling trip with my mum and dad with the bowling club. Little bowling trip. Have our meal out, have a game of bowls, and then everybody would queue up for the butchers. We'd take our freezer boxes and load up.
Oh.
Yeah, so Knott End, that was nice butchers there. Okay. Yeah. So I have cut 2, and I've used cream card for this because I just want to show you a technique. If you haven't got pattern paper and you fancy like a wooden suitcase, you know, like an old sort of woodeny type one, a rusticy one from the olden days, I have got some chestnut brown ink paint. This is like an acrylic multimedia paint. I've already lost my brush. There we go. Lost my marbles, not about my brush. So with this, I'm going to water it down a little bit. So I'm just taking a little bit from the edge. And if you can see, it's almost like a stain rather than a thick acrylic paint. So just thinking which way you would want the grain to be, I'm sort of going to do it in this way. So it's like little planks of wood.
Oh, yes, it does work
So
very well,
when it dries with that stain of your brush lines on it. So one way and then the other way. So I've not used very much of the paint at all. Let's come back in, a little bit of water.
No, you don't have to be precise, do you, whatsoever?
Oh, do you? No. You're just using little bits up. And this is quite effective for, you know, whatever covers that you're doing as well with your tags, if you want to make a sort of a wooden effect cover. So there we go. That's my 2 main pieces, and then these are just the the mats that match the outside. So if you want to decorate these as well, these will fit nicely on top of your suitcase. But they also, if you want to decorate them, would fit on the inside as well. So you might want to cut maybe 5 or 6 of these and decorate them as like little mini ATCs and put them in the suitcases. They'd be really quite sweet.
That's a nice idea.
Yeah. But anything like miniature doll's housing, I absolutely love it.
I love the little corners as well because they're
fabulous. But if you ever see me walking around the house, I will be walking around the house with the little suitcase. Okay, so you've got some little tabs here at the bottom. So you've got a tab that's going to be the base of your suitcase, and then there's a tab there that attaches to the other side like that.
Yeah.
So the idea is you would stick them together, but on the inside they stick up. So what I do first is stick one of those tabs down.
Right.
Because if I want to put something in my suitcase, I want to make sure that the bottom bit is flat.
Got you.
Do you see what I mean?
Yes.
So if I stick it
Yes,
like that
makes
now,
sense.
it's going to be sticking up inside my suitcase.
Okay.
So to start with, I just stick that tab down on itself, like that.
Okay, yeah.
And then this one, I stick over the top of it. And you just need to make sure, obviously, that your sides are in opposite ends. So if you've got 2 sides facing that way, you know you've put your suitcase on the wrong way round.
Okay.
So that will now sit flat on the bottom of my suitcase. So the way that folds up now, that will sit flat.
Got you.
Yeah, because I've stuck that bottom bit down.
Lovely stuff.
So just make sure it's nice and straight.
Glue at the bottom of the screen again, everybody. If you want to restock on That's Crafty glue, you get a pack of 2.
And then what I'm going to do is do the side ones first. So fold the long side strips in. They get glue on the top. So it's easy to see because I've painted it. I know I've got to stick that bit inside. But make sure these flaps folded are outwards.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. And then they just fold over. Just hold that together just till your glue goes a little bit tacky.
Lovely.
Same with the other side. So stick that so it's nice and flush. And then these outer tabs that we put on the outside, it just gives some sturdity.
Oh yes, it's supporting the bottom, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a little bit of support then for the bottom. Yep. So again, just a couple of little bits of glue on the top there, and fold that over. And then if you want to get a pencil or something, just to press that glue down. So that's the structure of my suitcase.
Lovely.
Okay. And then if you want to keep your suitcase open, what I suggest you do, one of these little tabs here that where your handle is, cut one of them off because the other one will fold through that gap then.
Yes, so it interlocks, doesn't
So it interlocks, yeah. So just cut that bit off. So when it folds together, that can then push through to the other side.
Actually, if you take both of those out as well, you've got a completely different style of bag.
Yeah, absolutely. You could fold it up and have it as a, a taller type bag. You can fasten it at the top with a little bit of string. Just make sure that's stuck. There we go. So now I'm going to concentrate on the corners. So I said 8 corners because obviously there's 4 on either side. So with 4 of them, I need to cut a little bit off because it's going to go round this bit here that sticks up.
Oh, I see.
Yep.
Yep.
So there's 3 little sort of quarters of your circle, and then there's a little tab. Cut that off 4 of your pieces.
Right.
Because the other 4 on the bottom of your suitcase, when you stick it together, it makes a little 3D sort of dome shape. So they've got little mini score lines as well, bit of glue on the back, and then you just need to position it so your straight lines are at the edge there.
Oh, I see why you need to take that
Yeah,
tab
so
away.
if you take that little bit off,
Okay.
it just means that they can move
Yeah.
with your suitcase opening and closing. So if I make up one of the other ones without the tab being cut off, if you fold that over, that little tab there, you need to put a tiny bit of glue and you sort of curve it round so it makes like a little 3/4.
It is like a proper little metal corner, isn't
yeah,
it?
Yeah, yeah.
That's why you buy them like
Yeah,
that.
so obviously if you want to, you know, paint it with a metallic colour, then that would then sit on the corner of your suitcase like that. And
again,
obviously that's
adding
not
more
going to
strength,
open,
isn't
so
it?
that's quite, it's what, sorry?
It's adding more strength as well.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, if you wanted to put another cover over the top of that, you know, do so. But it, you know, it stands up really well. There's my little corners on 2 of them, so we can just finish those off. And then the little strap, I'll just cut a little strap for you just to show you how that works. I've got that little one there.
Oh, the little buckle.
Just a little buckle. So with that, I'm just going to cut myself a strip of this. I've just got some black card. So you need to make sure it's at least twice the length of your main body of your suitcase.
Yeah, it's got to wrap right
so it's
around,
got to
hasn't
wrap round, and it needs to be narrow enough so it'll fit through the buckle.
Okay.
If you've got a little bit of ribbon or a little bit of leather effect, that would look nice as well.
I think you can make use of your rough cuts of fabric and all
Any
sorts, can't
little
you?
bits of trimming, just make sure it fits all the way through. Ooh, you lucky girl. Okay, so what I do is just give it a roll on your side of your table just to break a little few of those fibres down. And it sort of gives it some bendability
Yeah,
without
it's more
necessarily
malleable,
sort of,
doesn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't sort of give it a proper big crease. And then what I need to do, I usually start it there.
Okay, right through the handles.
Fold it round. So that's going to be the bit that goes through my strap. And that will come up at the bottom there. So I need to stick this bit down. So a little bit of glue, give it a good crease now at that bottom corner, turn it round, that bottom bit, that top bit. So I've got 3 little creases, and then with my glue, you can be precise and get a ruler to get your middle point.
Yeah, well, at
but
home
if you
you've got all
just
the time in
stick
the
your
world, haven't
tongue
you?
out and guess, you'll be fine. You'll be straight. So that gets stuck down, and then I'm just going to stick this little bit down the middle.
Just right, so right across the
right
height
across,
of the
yeah,
back of the case.
just to the crease at the top.
Yeah.
So it's stuck down one side completely.
Okay.
It's stuck down at the bottom. Then this bit, I glue this little bit here and here of my little tab. So a little bit there, a little bit there. And really make sure this is stuck down before you start messing about moving it. But before I do that, I'm just going to thread through my strap. So that doesn't get stuck. I'm just going to thread that
so
through.
Definitely don't overglue that piece.
Don't overglue your sides, and don't put any glue in the middle. That will then, thread through. If you don't have glue all over your fingers. Come on, thread through. That will then stick down, so my buckle is going to be stuck to the side, but really make sure it's stuck down properly before you start messing with it.
But you can still undo the
And you can still undo your buckle, but I'm just going to cut, you know, like it's like a little corner bit. But I promise you, once that's stuck down, that moves up and down, so you can actually fasten your suitcase and have it a strap that's a working strap. And that's just a tip if you use it for book covers and that, you know, for fastening your books. You might be able to You can get those little teeny tiny brads, you know, with the little split
I know,
pins.
yes, yeah.
So the little teeny ones, you could fasten the four corners of your buckle, even before you put your suitcase together.
You could use your pearl drops as well, your metallic pearl
Oh
drops.
yeah, to add like a little extra, like a diamante. Yeah. So
Very
there we go.
Now you don't have to use the buckle either, because I've got another sample here. I like this one actually because very vintage, very nice indeed. There you can see, so using your favourite papers again, maybe fussy cutting around some of the images in your papers.
And you don't need much, any of your leftover bits of papers you can use. So again, that's one where I've fastened the buckle down, and then that will fasten.
This little book out again. The tea stained papers, you can write all sorts in there. Could be a little map book perhaps in there as well. Gorgeous. 340547 is the item number if you want to go for this one. Only £10.99 for that set. Let's just give you a reminder of the never-ending card, because this did sell out. It's been busy again this hour. Very quickly, I'll just show you the board again, and then I'll show you the sample, or one of the samples once again. Make sure you pop this one into your baskets and check it out. We did sell out very quickly earlier on. 375364 is the item number for this one. Just a reminder that it doesn't matter which way you turn this, doesn't matter whether you hold it one way or the other. I'll flip that over just to prove a point. It will just keep going and going. So you could put your family's photos in there. You could put your sentiments in there. You could put your secret messages in there. Again, your favourite papers. And this one has been stenciled, so it will take a little bit of texture as well. Yeah, 4 dies in that set. Very, very popular. Don't forget, you can use those shapes for other cards as well. It doesn't have to be just for the never-ending card. Just a reminder that the dispatch date for that one now, because it's on extended, is the 17th of February. Right, okay, the ATCs as well, proven to be popular. Now we've got 6 dies in this one. I'm going to hold it that way up just so it's easy for Mr. Baker. There we are. There we are. So you can see the stitch line, you can see the dots, you can see the rough edges as well. And if you do want to use your inks, of course, you can bring out the edges and the detail further. Different colour cardstocks, different types of cardstock. Again, use these for your photographs perhaps. Yeah, I was just going to spin that then, but then I thought, no. That'll annoy him. But I did it anyway. 930047 is the item number if you want to go for this one. £22.49. What a great buy. Now we have got about 7 minutes left, Liz. Can we fit a fourth one in?
Yeah, I'm going to do some of the little mini tags. So these are like the smallest size ones. And I'm going to attempt a triptych, which is a little trio that I'm going to stick together to make like a little concertina like you were talking about before, Catherine. So with this, what I want to do, I've just got some white gesso.
Yeah.
And I've got my little mini brayer. Woohoo! So
that is a mini brayer.
It's a little tiny mini brayer. So all I want to do is just add a little bit of white gesso, just very randomly on this black, and automatically it's got some depth to it because of the layering.
Yeah.
Where it dries, where I've got more ink on my brayer. So for a very quick effect, if you haven't got a brayer, get your rolling pin out, because I never use mine for cooking. A little bit more Oh, that was nearly an accident waiting to happen.
Did you nearly knock it over, Liz?
I nearly did, but I didn't. Okay, so I've got some background on there now.
Yeah.
Just breaks that black up a little bit, but I've still got elements of black showing through. And now I'm going to get my me rough square template there, my little stencil. And because
remember, this is one of 3. There's a whole trio for £12.99.
Lovely, and because the size of it, I can actually get across all 3. So
that's good.
Yeah, I'm not messing about.
So you've got that natural continuation as well.
Yeah, I'm not messing about there. So I've got my bronze metallic now. I'm going to go in with my little spongy sponge. Knock some of it off first because I don't want it oozing too much underneath. Okay. And I'm just going to brush little random bits through this stencil, building up the colours.
Lovely. Do check out the different paints in the brand shop as well.
So if you can see straight away, I've got like a little bit of a pattern going on there.
You have indeed.
I'm going to come in now with some of these circles. And these circles, they've really got to be a green really for underwater. I don't know why, but I just always like my circles being in green.
They make great snowballs as well because they've got a nice smooth edge.
Nice, yeah. I'm going to be a devil and use a clean one of these sponges. And again, you know, you can overlap the colour you've already put on underneath. Make sure you go across both of your stencils with your tags. So, as Catherine said, you've got that continuity across them.
Lovely.
Yeah, so really nice, subtle colours in the background. I'm going to come in now with some of these stamps. So I've got my little bubble stamp going on.
Oh, you don't need a block then, you're just going to use it randomly?
No, because I'm just randomising it. So I've got it just in my hand. It just means you can go anywhere with it. You can go off. You know,
very handy, these little stamps,
yeah,
aren't they?
do
They're
experiment with it. Be as random as you want. You know, as soon as the ink starts drying out, you don't need to re-top it up. Just keep going over and over. So all I'm doing is just building up some texture for it.
Wonderful.
Got that one. I'm going to use, I'll use Barbara in a minute. It's nice if everything was called after somebody. How lovely would that be? You know, like Barbara. I've got a Barbara stamp going.
Yeah.
I've got a
if
Ruth
your name was used then,
stencil.
Liz, for a crafting product, what would you be?
What would my crafting product be? A Liz?
Yeah,
It would probably be a pair of scissors.
Would you?
Yeah, Liz, pair of scissors.
Trustworthy.
Sharp tongue. Yeah, but no, but like dependable.
Dependable.
Dependable, yeah. Yeah, you always need a Liz. You always need a pair of scissors. So you always need a bit of Liz, yeah.
Oh, I'll never look at a pair of scissors the same way again now. Never ever.
So I've just randomly stamped, not very well, the sort of the 4 stitch lines, and then I'm just going to paint over them with a little bit of paint. So I want a real contrast colour. What colour would you like now, Catherine, on there? I've got a nice blue.
Okay, yeah, blue, that would work well.
Okay, so I've got some, this is the, it's a pearl blue. Oops. Oh, well, that'll work. I've daubed it on there straight away, so that'll work.
I wish I'd asked that question earlier, Liz, about what crafting product would you be, because we could have had some fantastic emails coming in.
Oh.
I'll not repeat one that I've just heard from the gallery.
Be like, name that Liz. Name that Liz. Right, so if you've seen there, I've actually...
9 o'clock tonight. We've got a happy hour. That's going to be the question of the night.
I've dabbed my ink, but I'm not wasting it, so I've actually just dabbed all the excess off on that. Wipe that little bit off. So I'm going to cut some of these up.
Okay.
And then what I've also done, I've cut 3 strips of black card. So they're going to be my join for my my trio of tags. And I quite like doing these as cards. Instead of doing a normal card, I'll do like a little trio of tags to send, just because it's a bit more interesting.
Oh, I'm so looking forward to 9 o'clock tonight.
Who have you got on?
Well, it's just me guessing, but it's that question now. I can hear all sorts of answers coming from the gallery, so I think, I think it would make a good question to ask. Liz, we've only got 25 seconds left.
Oh, okay.
Well, less than that
so,
now, in fact.
yeah, so
20.
I would sort of start to do my little tags like that, put some topping on, but then all I would do is just attach these black strips of card.
10 seconds. We're being counted out,
together.
Liz. We will get to see that, I'm sure, at a later date. Thank you very much, Liz. Thank you for the fun that we've had this hour. Don't go anywhere, though. More to come. We're looking forward to the next hour. Yes, we are indeed. We've got Miss P and her butterfly journals, and they are absolutely gorgeous. Creative Grids coming up a little bit later, and then Matthew Palmer is our brand new one-day special.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it, and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Presscut, and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Hi, I'm Katrina from Rowan Dean. We're a small family business that design embroidery kits. Embroidery has always been my passion, and I'd love to show you how to do some of the stitches and some of the kits. We're based in Derbyshire, and I'm really inspired by the landscape and flora of Derbyshire, and I think other people will be too. Our kits are really easy, and I hope they inspire you to have a go at stitching. Great time. Everybody's been really friendly and really good. We've met loads of people all around the country who watch and find it really inspiring. Don't forget to join me on my Rowan Dean shows.
Hi, I'm Jean, and together with my partner Malcolm, we run a small business in the northeast of England called Crafty Individuals. Personally, my background is in art and design and crafting, and most of the designs have been created by myself. So do pull up a pew and join us on the shows. We can't wait to see you there.
Yes, indeed, a very good afternoon to you. I hope you are well. It is 4 o'clock and a little treat. A little treat is what I'm bringing you at 4 o'clock today. Surprise! First of all, it's me. What a treat. What a treat. That is, oh, that's not me, that's the pride. I thought that was my name. But that long gone of editorials out the window. Well, we are talking now, though, should you care, this is me. Comments, letters, birthday cards, cheques, whatever you want to send to me, send away, I don't mind. But we are talking Miss P's dies. Lady P's dies. Lady P. I like that's got a ring to it. That you're getting in there. But it's the first time I'm bringing to you, and this is a one-off special. We're not doing, this show won't be on again, I don't feel. It's a one-off special just for today. It's the first time I'm bringing you what was a one-day special where it was a complete bundle. And maybe you didn't have the budget for that big bundle. Not everyone did have the budget back in January. Because they all work individually and they all work separately. This is the first time I'm bringing you individual dies for the complete collection. So whether it's the previous collection that you may have missed out on, or the brand new collection as well, this is the only chance at the moment you're going to be able to get these individuals. Before I go into the product themselves, let's into the lady herself. She has her name on the screen. It's Miss P Loves by Paula. And she's in the studio, everyone.
Aww,
yes!
What an intro! Thank you, Adam. You're
Just
so
me.
lovely.
Just me.
I'll pay you later.
Thanks. But this is the first time that these have been available on their own.
Absolutely. And we had such a busy one-day special. And I know many of you went for the one-day special and got it, and you are receiving it, and you are loving the size of the butterfly. But I know many of you missed out because, like Adam said, you said, Adam, you know, we have got our budgets. We all have got our budgets. And this is a great opportunity to go for individual dies. Maybe you are not a boundless journalist, but you just want the big butterfly.
Yeah.
And that works as its own.
You don't need to make journals if you don't want to, but you want big butterflies. Now you can just go for that die.
Now, I don't know if you've already got yours at home. I'm guessing you would have got them by now. Oh, so people have got them. If you've already made stuff, email it in. Our director loves this because he loves seeing your pictures. So email them in studio@thecraftstore.com. Let me see what you've done with your butterflies, okay? Because you may inspire somebody else. And if you've already got your set and maybe you've had someone round and they go, oh, I love that butterfly. I absolutely adore that butterfly. You think, all right, I'd love to give you the butterfly, but I don't want to buy that complete set. This is the time to get it as a present for maybe later on in the year as a little surprise. £28.99. Individual dies, 226293 is your item number for the large die. So what we're going to do, I'm going to do numbers and show you the packaging. And then I'm going to hand over to our Paola, who's going to go through all the dies in more detail. Because if you don't know the system, it can sound quite confusing. A boundless journal, all made of paper, giveaway. But it generally is an amazing system that all works. So, Paola, tell me all about the butterfly.
Well, the butterfly die, again, if you don't want to do a boundless journal, this is fine. You don't have to use it. Why? Because the boundless element that creates the aperture is that individual die. I designed it specifically because I design all my dies. A journal would do, and I work together in making sure that is the most variety. But I put everything together myself. And I made sure that this was a separate one. Why? Because I wanted to be a possibility of die cutting your own butterflies without the journal. So you can see it in here. This is a butterfly. It doesn't have any of the boundless element. But if you wanted to, you can then die cut it with that element in here, and then it creates that aperture for the boundless system. So this is out of the way, and I also wanted to mention how big the die is. Now, this is the die set, so all the elements in here with the antennae. Then you have got these kind of decorative elements, and then you have got the side with the gorgeous flowers, and then you have got the side with the traditional butterfly wings. So we can die cut them out of white cards. You can see this beautiful butterfly, 10 inches across, 7 inches in height, which means that if you have got a 5x7 card folded in half, fits perfectly because 10 divided in half is 5 inches and 7 inches height. Then we have, of course, the ability to create a boundless journal. And the boundless journal is the system that allows us to create, because it cuts that aperture. So with the spine that we have in different products, we can then put it in here, and then with the locking key, that will hold it all together. So
just before we go on then, as Paola's mentioned it, let me give you the details for the boundless journal, and then this will all make sense. Then Paola can go on, and then it will make slightly more sense, because you are going to need a spine as well. Okay, so you are going to need the hinge. You've got the main butterfly. Okay, so that is the main butterfly. But if you're going to turn it into a journal, you are going to need the next product online. Add this into your basket as well. This will make more sense when we go back to Paola in a minute, but I thought I would do it now. Sorry, everyone, I am changing it slightly. But I just thought, without people knowing what's going on, you think, well, if I just buy the butterfly on its own, it's not going to make a journal because you need the spine. So this is the spine. This is the butterfly spine that goes with it beautifully. £9.99. Cracking little price. 904551 is that item number that you are looking at for this one. So you've got the spine, you've got the butterfly. Let's go back to Paola now, where all this concept will come together.
You can see the spine as well, the hinge coming through in here. But again, with the butterfly, we have got the aperture, and then the same way that I have done this one, like you can see the floor, you have got the floral element in here with the antennae. And then of course, you can choose whether you have got one side or the other, mix it up. It's up to you how you choose it to do it. So this is a perfect size. Now, if you wanted to, like for instance, I'm going to do this is going to be my first demo. This for instance, this die in here, you can see, you're thinking, oh, but I want to have this intricate traditional butterfly on the other side. What you do is you turn it over, they're perfectly symmetrical. You take the same die and then you place it over here. And that's going to be the one that gives you like both sides the same, identical. So don't think that you can only do one side. It will work those very well. There is different ways as well. You can create a card like this. So there, of course, that kind of creates that card in itself. So there is lots of different possibilities, as well as, I don't know where I left it, but I think there is somewhere else that I have got. Here it is. That sample in here, you can see. This is what I meant. You can see there, all completely. So that's the butterfly, and then we have got the hinge.
Yes. This is more the mechanics. This is where it actually works.
That's what holds it all together. So basically we have got in here, let me grab the die set so you can see it. So that die set, so this, you can see there that there is the scoring lines there. There we can see it, just very plainly. And this is the one that will give you, and if I take it out, you will see it here coming through. That element here. There we can see. So folded like this, and then we put it through the different pages. This is the original page, which works perfectly fine. It's the same, exactly the same aperture, so we can mix and match with the previous pages. And then we take this one, let me show you this one here, that has like that. That's the locking key. That will lock the hinge in place. So then we kind of put it in here, goes all the way down, and that secures it. This is why the design of the butterflies come through, because that cannot go any further, but that goes all the way down. And then you have got the whole thing here, the whole booklet together. And every time that I wanted to undo it, I can just take it out, add more pages. For instance, I could take, thinking, oh, I don't like this one, I want to have, for instance, this one here. So I could take that one out and then take that one in here and then just put that one in there. And this means that if you want to grow your journals, you can grow them. But also you have got in there a frame. And I did that demo, I think it was on the 12 o'clock with Martin Parker, or it was 8. And you could see it that I actually did that onto the frame. And if you turn it over, you can see that I didn't use any glue. I used the hinge and I used the aperture, that kind of that to cut into the vellum, and then I applied it. So you can change it at any time as long as you don't glue anything.
I adore this, because these could be photographs.
Yes.
That you put in these. These could be anything you want. You now can turn anything into a little journal that you are looking at. Right then, busy on these two, because these work together. Okay, but then this is the next section. This is the section that when I launched this, and John was in the building as well, and even Paola said the one, she said, if anything, this is the one you're going to love. This is the one that's going to do all the work for you that you are going to do. This will turn anything, and I genuinely mean anything, into a boundless journal. Because you get everything that you need in there, £19.99. So whether you've got, I know I've got a Pink Frog happy hour tonight at 7 o'clock. You could take all that Pink Frog cardstock, and some of it, once it's gone, it's gone. You could take all of that cardstock and turn it into a boundless journal. So you could take all watercolour card, make your own journal for when you're on the road. Super smooth, do some stamping, put all that in. Glitter card, you could make it slightly smaller. Any scraps, long as it fits within that bound, you could do this. You could even now make, and I was thinking about this the other day when we did the ODS, you could even turn this now into a fabric book.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Like a little swatch book.
Absolutely, you can, because well, we have got one that our Hayley did with the original one, but you can do that with especially felts and cotton. If you put it between two pieces of paper, even you know, the beautiful tilde and K facet. If you put it quilting cotton, if you put it in between two sheets of paper and then you die cut it, it die cuts beautifully. And you also, the other thing you can do is spray adhesive on the back or the paper and then run it through and then peel it off the fabric. So that's really amazing. But this was a system that when I kind of came out with this concept of making this binding system with paper and dies, making it dies, this one was one of the first ones that I wanted to make, because this one was the die set that I wanted to make sure that you can take, and you can see this is the die. This is what you are getting here. So you take this die, basically what it die cuts is that opening. So it doesn't matter what size your paper is. This I have cut all the same. You can see in here, this is one that I kind of cut. And then I have die cut this part out of that paper and then goes folded in here and goes all the way here. Now this is a tag from the next set that we are going to see, and that's what holds it all together. Personally, I would go for the, if you are new to the system, the standard spine and hinge set plus the tag set work incredibly well together. You have got the mats and layers to this, you know, to kind of work it here. And then we have got the clip as well, so you can do clips and things, and the hearts in there as well. So this is how it works. And then we have got the next set, which is the one that has got the tag So this is kind of why I recommend to go for both sets, because that's the one that has got that locking key in here. Now, you don't need it if you have got a similar tag, maybe fitting inside it. But personally, this is one of those sets that I adore because it has, not only has got that, but it has the element in here to create all these holes in here. Can you see there? That kind of holes, these pieces of paper. That's done with those two unassuming dies. That then means that you don't have to cut anything. You don't have to glue anything, but it can create a bookmark. It can create a hint. It can create that kind of holders in there. But also, this set has one of my favorite dies, which is this one, which is the magnet one. So this one is the one that you die cut out of.
Have we got the magnets on the show?
Oh, because they were sold out, didn't they? But I will say one thing. If you did, I was quite generous with these dies. So in the sense, sorry, I'm kind of but in the sense that I made them so. If you don't have other magnets, as long as they are not bigger than one centimeter, they will fit in here. So what you do, you die cut them out of foam sheets, right? Now that means that any foam sheet, you can then die cut it. And then you have got some extra circles in here. You pop them out like this. You keep all those bits because then you can use them as foam pads for something else. And then we put it wherever we wanted to put. So for instance, in this case, I'm kind of thinking, well, I'm going to put it, I want this thing to close up. Just say, imagine this. Or for instance, I'm going to put it here. I want this page to, page to close there, right? So I'm going to put it like this. Then I'm going to take the lift off, take one of my magnets. Sorry, I shouldn't have left there. I'm going to put it there. And then I'm going to put one of the, what is it? What I put here? Those circles that are also a die in here. Can you see it? And the magnet is encapsulated because you are getting that die as well. So it's a die that helps you to encapsulate the magnets. And then I'm going to come in here and then I'm going to go the same way. I'm going to take a magnet, let it fall wherever it is. There it is.
Does that mean?
Yeah.
I'm just thinking on the spot now. Careful, brace yourself. But if I haven't got the magnets though, and if I see some of the happy hours that we do, we have magnetic sheets. I could die cut magnetic sheets and just leave it as a circle.
Yes, you could. The only thing is that those magnetic sheets are usually not as strong.
Okay.
So what I would recommend you to do is instead of having between the first one and the middle one, you would have them between the first page and the second or third one. So you can go around it. Obviously, as I mentioned, they are not as a strong one. So you put here, I put the first one there, then the second, let it find itself. Let it find where it wants to be. Then lift it off. Take the other, I mean, in this case, it's kind of what it is. But I have got this other one in here, place it there, and there it is. I don't have to use any specific glue to hold the actual magnet. The magnet is actually not glue, it's encapsulated by that. Also, then you can use these bits for penny sliders. You know, kind of things like that, because that could the centers as well. So if it depends what you want to do. Also for just magnets, embellishments, for instance, that you have got, and you're not wasting the foam in the center because you can use that for another project.
True, raise everything up. Use it as little razors, little steppers. They're all the dies from the brand new collection that you're looking at now. So the ones on the screen are your tags and your locking mechanisms and your magnet covers that you got in there. £14.99. 416799 is your item number for these ones. So this was the one-day special that I bought you. But first time, once again, it was all one big bundle. First time I bought you as individual items. But if you're thinking, like the concept, I'll work with the concept, but I've never tried it before. So I would definitely go for your tags, and I would definitely go for these two. But then I would also get this next one, okay? I would also be going for this. This is the original. This is the original boundless system that everyone was raving about. Every single person had a boundless system when these first came out. Not that long ago, to be honest, let's be fair. You get everything you need in the kit, so once again, if you're just starting out, you are getting the locking mechanism in there. You get everything you need. So you are getting the smaller key that's in there as well that you can embellish, do whatever you want with. So you are getting, put it on black and white. So you are getting the smaller key that's in there. That's so easy to put back in, he says, on live television. But from there, you're going to get all the dies that you actually need. And as Paula said, you can use them to cut them out of felt if you want to cut them out of felt as well. And you can use these with your butterflies that you're going to be using them for, that you got in there. So £19.99 is what you're looking at for this one. 195638 is your item number. Paula, tell me everything I need to know about the original system.
So the original one was the first one that I designed, and this is a really good one if you are starting in your journey. Now, of course, this you can see here that I have a die cut this one. This it will cut. This one was embossed paper in here. You have, I have cut it for, rice paper. So all those beautiful things, or maybe like Adam was saying, fabric and things like this. And then you have got all these pages, and I designed them so you can turn them upside down, and you can turn them in different ways, and you can bring them. So can you see how I'm not being I'm not being precious about the way they go, but you can see how they all kind of are random. And then you have got its own spine. The spine is also random. It's all designed to be a little bit like something that you kind of have like freedom. So if you, for instance, have gone, I don't have the one that I die cut from here, I must have misplaced it. But you can take the butterfly one and you can then bring it in here and then use it as well with a hinge. So you can see it's the concept of being all interchanging. All you can then use it in different ways. Remember, you are getting 2 different keys in here, so you don't need anything extra, but you can mix and match. Personally, I would say if you can, I would totally go for this one, the butterfly and the butterfly hinge, because that's the one that gives you the most possibilities. Look at this. I'm going to place it like this, and then thinking, oh, actually, I'm going to put it this way. And you can see that you can then mix and match. Now, I know it sounds a little bit, I don't want to sound conceited or anything like that, but I'm so proud of this collection. I'm very proud of how everybody has embraced it, and there's so many samples out there. I do apologize because I'm not the best one at sharing stuff, but every time that you tag me, either as Miss P Loves on Instagram or as Paula BM Pascual, I will look at it, and I'm always so happy to see it. But one of the things I said is one of my proudest moments as a crafter, because I love the way that you have embraced it, and the way that allows you to start the journey of art journaling, or being like cards. Like, for instance, last weekend we went to London to surprise one of our friends. I mean, Leonie and myself, and Nigel was there as well. And I said, I'll make the card, and I used the butterfly, and I made the hinge as well for the card, and it was an A5 card. This is the thing, Leonie's birthday card that I made her, it was all about the Boundless Journal, because it's not because I designed it, it's because it works. It allows me to grow. I don't need to know how many pages this guy's going to do, but then allows me to grow. And I know so many of you are embracing it. I mean, I have got people like, Tracy Evans, Joffrey John, so many amazing crafters. I mean, our lovely Abs bought the One Day Special because he loves, he loves it. And that for me is the best, the best.
Don't know who Abs is. Not a clue. But all in one. But we are, I know, AALL Create. I think he runs that. I thought that was Janet Prings. I thought she was here so much. But you are getting your Boundless Journal that you're getting in here. But so this does come with your key, but then you've got the small journal hinge die that we've got. So we'll bring the details in for this one. So if I'm going for the original, why do I need the miniature hinge die?
Very good question. And I forgot to bring a sample here with that one, but I'll tell you the difference.
Yeah.
When I designed them, I designed 2 very different sets. And the difference basically was that the small one was designed for a smaller projects, a really small, and the samples in there. So that one, the aperture is about, I think it's just about 1.5 inches, whether the standard one is the same as the standard one. So this one is a little bit smaller, and this one, what it will do, what it will do, if I put it here, I'm going to open
Have
it.
my ones. Go on. Have mine.
Okay. I don't know where I put mine. I know it's somewhere, but you will see it here. So if I put it like this, you will see with the traditional one, you can see, let me see where I put it. Can you see the difference?
Yes.
So this one is a lot bigger. Also, I made it transparent, I mean like hollowed, so you can see exactly the element. Also, this one, if you have got A5 die cutting machine or 6 inches, that one will work this way, but this one won't work that way.
Makes
that
sense.
one you need an A4 to put it, if you know what I mean, parallel to the lines. With this one, you can use it on an A5.
There you go. So £9.99 for that one. 8 dies in total. 369,983. Now the flowers that you're going to get, you are going to get both of these. If we go this way. Of all the ways we could have gone, we went the wrong one. So you are going to get both of these flowers in this next set. So you get £16.98 for 24 dies is what you're looking at on these. So you're going to get both of them in here now. That you're going to get £16.98 405 020 is your item number, and this just adds. This works with the butterflies because it's going to give you that sense of the butterfly flying through that meadow. But then that will also work on your standalone card. So if you make your gift boxes, if you're making your aperture cards, if you're making, doesn't matter what you're making, they're going to work. Okay, £16.98 405 020 is your item number for your flowers, because they're fantasy flowers as well. You can turn them into absolutely anything that you want to turn, and start cutting these out of foam and things. These would work, foam and your glitter foam and things like that. I'm loving glitter foam at the moment. It's my new favourite thing that you've got. They would work. You are loving the butterfly. The butterfly you are absolutely adoring, and you're also loving the standard hinge as well. You're loving all these little concepts. You're really getting into it. Jump to the website as well. Now we've had an email in from John, Mr. I don't know him either. John Lockwood. They're saying, never heard of him. Apparently there are galleries on John Next Door Facebook page, so you can see lots of inspiration by him. He must just be a punter somewhere that you've got there. So. Yeah, John Next Door, you'll find all your inspiration that you need on there. But you'll find everything on the new snazzy website as well. Everything is there. I quite like this boundless system. I've not had a go at this yet. I think I may need to have a go at this little boundless. It does look a lot of fun. I feel once you start, it's like a Pringle. Once you start, you won't be able to stop that you've got there. It's worth having a little go at all of these. Should we go and see how it actually works, though? It's all right yabbiting on about it, but let's see how the system actually goes together.
It does. Now, I kind of gave a big shout out to John and Sam, and of course his angels, Sam especially, Sheila, the archangel. Thank you so much, and of course Julie Hickey, who has made some samples as well. This one is by Sam, and I wanted to show you because Sam used the standard hinge in a. You know, this one is, let me tell you exactly the size. So it's a 6x8 card folded. So then she has used the standard hinge to create the aperture. The hinge goes in here. And then you have got the butterfly you can see coming through. Now, this is the original Boundless Journal pages. And then she has used the tag as well. And that's within the tag, you have got this die that you will cut into those semicircles, which are to the size of we remember this, a hotel key card.
Yes, the hotel key card. We know it fits. Paula's tried it.
Yeah, that's right. Well, you have to try it, don't you? And then it has to also for gift cards. So that was the joke, but anyway.
It also works for business cards. Well, if you're doing a business card holder, you could pop your bringing it back.
And then you have got the tag holding everything. Now there is another die in here, and I really love this one because it shows that you can use that one as well to create another pocket. So again, without glue, we are creating all these elements, and then the paper clip in there as well. So this is how it works a little bit. But for instance, now we kind of thinking, I want a butterfly on the outside. So again, we can take it all out, and then we can take a butterfly, say this one, in here. And then I'm going to take it out, and then I'm going to put it in here.
So
and
this
again,
is the standard hinge.
Yes, but the standard hinge, but then with a butterfly, because the standard hinge has cut this one onto the page, onto the card, and then we can go in and rearrange as we wish. See, and then I just put in this one in here, and then we kind of put it there. So everything coordinates. Now I suddenly cannot see, which is rather worrying for a crafter, but there it is. And again, see how I put that butterfly in there as well. So you can see how you can do things like that. You can be creative, you can change your mind. But what I wanted to show you as well is that thing that I started with the first kind of demonstration was die cut the butterfly, then I have die cut this bit in here, right? Then I'm going to turn it over, and then I'm going to turn it over into my A4 platform. Now I'm going to use the Go Power and Emboss, which, as we know, there's no power. Have I? No. Now there is power. I think
I just kicking the plug in, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe that was it. So for the, I mean, if it works, it works. I mean,
exactly, you see.
Throw a tantrum, and sometimes that's all you need. Anyway, so I have got an A4 platform here, because for the butterfly, you definitely need, I mean, we are talking about 10 by 7 inches. So then we place it in here and then just run it through the die cutting machine. It doesn't matter if it's manual, as long as it's A4, your dies will go through. This works with the die cutting machines like the Big Shot Pro, the Platinum, and so much more. Now I'm going to go in, I'm going to reverse it because
quarter of the stock of the butterfly now is already gone.
Yeah. And I wanted to just go through the back, and then you can see it, how it all works. Now I have got this beautiful copper satin mirror cord, and then I'm going to place it there, and then we have, I mean, look at that. It came off so well, so
That's
neatly.
beautiful.
I mean, I just love this beautiful bag. One of the comments, and you mentioned people receiving their that they bought them last week. They have, like, one of the things, like, we know you said that it was big, but we didn't really have, it's just like when you have it home, it's like, it's big, and it's like, yes, it's 10 inches across and 7 inches in height. I mean, it's just in a really cool size as well. There are different ways that you can bring it as well. There is so many.
Ellen got this collection and she used Clarity Parchment through it. Oh, Ellen, that'd be beautiful. Ellen, if you've got pictures, little digital ones, send them in. They'll stay on the system. We'll use them time and time again. Might get a bit of money out of it if we use them enough. You won't.
But look at that, how quickly and easily I kind of look at this with the coppery color and then the beautiful purple. Now, this could be like this, and you're thinking that could work on its own. So if you don't like the boundless journal system, you don't need to use it. Just on its own, this is just using the butterfly. This is all you need. You can glue it together, and then you can then make them, maybe add some parchment. You want to use parchment, you can use them. You can want to use them as well as, I have got here a card, and I'm going to grab, sorry, I kind of went the wrong way with my trolley. Where are they? Where are they? Oh, they're at the bottom. Sorry, I'm not used to be standing up.
Do you want me to do some numbers?
Yeah.
Careful, you can knock all your flowers off in it. Oh, it's like Frank Spencer. I can just see one thing and everything, and Paola's lying under all these butterflies and flowers. But at 30% now of the butterfly now has already gone. This is all the stock, apparently, I'm hearing. Once it's gone, one of these is going to be gone. So 30% of the butterfly has now already gone. £28 and 99 pence, 226 293. If you're going for the butterfly, you may want to throw in your hinge. It's worth going for your hinge as well, otherwise your boundless system won't work. It's £9 and 99 pence for your hinge that keeps everything together. 999 904 551 is your item number. Right then, Paola's back. She's ready.
That's right. So what I kind of wanted to do is kind of show that you can use them as well with magnets. No magnets, as a stencil in this, like kind of. So then gonna go in with my brushes, my John Next Door brushes, and then kind of bring them in, and I'm just using it as a mask, and then kind of bring them there. Oh, sorry, this is kind of a dancing mat that I've got, but and then kind of bring it in, And then look at this. This just kind of that beautiful side in there. So there is that element that you can then just use these ones, and then I'm going to put maybe one of the flowers that we have got in here, and then just put it there, and that kind of works. Or I could bring in one of the other ones that we have got in here. So I use this one sometimes as kind of overlays in here, and then I can go in, you know, and then kind of bring in that. And you can see there that I'm just using that kind of element in there. Can you see? I'm just using this as a stencil. You know, you can see how you kind of is creating that element in there, in that kind of element. So you can see that kind of bringing those elements. And if I bring the flowers there, these ones will coincide perfectly. So for instance, the geo flowers, you remember? So these ones will work exactly over the top. So I do recommend, if you don't have the geo flowers yet, make sure you get them, because they also correspond. Let me grab the hinge here. These ones in here, the one for the hinge, this also corresponds perfectly. Even this one is the inside of there, so you can see how it works. So it makes sense. Everything is designed to work together. Now, I'm gonna take my as well to show you that you could do this page, right? So to create these ones as pages, what you can do is place the die again on top of it, right? So you are happy with the placement. Use that little notch in there to kind of press it in there. And just make sure that it's lined up there. And then you can, if you wanted to, if you have got good and nice plates, just make sure that you place it on top of each other. Usually I do one at a time, but because I know the Go Power Emboss is such a good machine, I will do just one going one way and then one the other way, and then I know that it is going to give me enough pressure in there. So that's going to be what I'm going to do. So remember that you can do one at a time if for instance, your plates are not as new as ones were, so they lose a little bit of pressure, or your machine is kind of a little bit lazy. I mean, not that your machine is lazy. I mean, I don't want to insult your machine, obviously, but maybe sometimes you don't have to tell them. Sometimes, a lot of the time, what happens is that the machine is fine. It's just the plates that they have been used so much, they have become thin.
So if my memory serves me correctly, and obviously we hear a lot now, flicking between two channels, I hear a lot of stuff about dies and things like that. Does that mean I could then take this still, now, what you've created, but then emboss the back card of the butterfly, so I could now have an embossed back of, like that? You see, what's the point, Adam? She's already done it. Look at this. So we've already embossed just using the paper stencil on the top, so now I could have an embossment that you've got. I love this.
It's nice.
So now I've now got butterfly embossing folders.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you could, if you wanted to do that. I mean, you know what? I'm going to do it. Can I do it? Can I?
You can do whatever you want, Paola. It's your show.
Can I? All right. Whatever I like.
Whatever
all right.
you want.
So I have got another one of these ones, right? So it's actually what I could do is place it over the top.
Almost half of the butterfly. Katie, yeah, almost half of the butterfly. I only heard a half of that sentence, you see. Almost half of the butterfly has already gone. Almost half has, I didn't know if there's a time check or... So almost half of the butterfly now has already gone. Very, very busy. Start checking out If I Was You as well. There are so many possibilities. I am genuinely adoring this collection. This is a one-off special, is what we're looking at for the one-day special. We've had a picture sent in. Love the picture is what we're getting on these ones. This is from Anita. Oh, Paola, look at this. Oh, Anita.
That's so nice. I love that. And you know, one of the things I really love is the fact that you are looking at both types of butterfly, or both wings, in each page, and it makes sense in a journal.
I do. I like the little book frame that she's got. It looks like a little comic book at the back. She's got lovely two burners at the back as well with roses. That's nice. I really love that. That's absolutely. I like the little scented burners at the back. Beautiful room.
Yeah, congratulations, Anita, and those beautiful flowers.
It's a beautiful. Yeah. Who bought you those, Anita?
He's a keeper. Let me tell you.
He is a keeper if he buys roses like that. Look how many roses are
Unless
there
he
in
has
that
done
pot.
something wrong, and then in which case, no, he's not a
Oh,
keeper.
beautiful, Anita, beautiful. Right then, tell me more, Paola.
Well, I have embossed both sides now, so I run it through both sides, but you can see in there.
Oh, I
so
love that.
imagine that running, maybe. Oh, where can I get the StazOn? If I get my StazOn here, I don't know if I do have it somewhere. Oh, I don't have it. Anyway, but you could run it through the StazOn, so kind of create a little bit of
that'd be
kind of
nice.
that. But again, what I can do now is kind of go in and, you know, use all those pages and then kind of go in here. So again, you can thinking, oh, I need to bound it all together. So how do I do this? Well, I'm gonna take the spine in here that I have got, it comes separately, but shall I go for some random color or black? Which color shall I go?
I don't know. Let's go for a colour. Go random. Go random.
Go random. So I'm going to go
What
random.
sort of stuff do we need to make our hinge out of? Have we got to go thick? Have we got to go thin? Would
Very
it still
good
work if I
question.
did it out of thin cardstock?
Very good question.
Thanks.
I wouldn't go for paper, but I would say anything about 190 GSM.
So something quite sturdy.
I would go. I would, you know, if you go for 300 GSM, maybe you will find it a little bit harder to fold it, but I have used 300 and it's fine. I wouldn't go any higher than 300 though.
Okay. Good to know.
So it's a very good question. And also experiment, because I know that some people will find it that I can say 300 is the maximum, but then you may have 320 GSM that actually folds really well. So it doesn't, but yeah, 300. Right, I have got my spine in here, and I don't know, it's very, you know, that will have the folds in here. So I'm going to go in, and then I'm going to just fold it there. It has got extra folds, and those extra folds, I'm going to show you. There, kind of there. Where was my one here? The extra folds are so you can create. Can you see those kind of little elements in here? So if you want to make them, there are those folds, but you don't need to do them. You don't need to accentuate, if you know what I mean. So for instance, in here, I can just make them like this. So then I'm gonna go in, and this is some pages that I had from this one I think is Art Angel, and again I can mix them up. I can just put this one in here, then take one of the spines in here, one of the locking keys. Now for instance, if I didn't want to have all those butterflies, I could then trim them down, but that's how this one works. I want to do a demo though with the standard hinge. So do you want to do numbers?
I'll quickly do some numbers in a recap, and we'll do a standard hinge that's on here as well. So let's do the butterfly. First of all, that we've got now, very busy on the butterfly. Half the stock is what we are looking at on this one. 50% of the stock. Remember, this is a 1 hour special. This is not coming back, as it were. This wasn't even programmed in when I prepped the shows this morning. It was thrown in last minute. So this is half the stock of the butterfly. If you missed it the first time around, I remember bringing you this as a one-day special. I remember launching it and doing final call. I gave you the big bundle. This is the first time I'm bringing you them individually. I've never bought you them individually before. But you've just seen from... Who was that email from again? Anita. Anita's just used the butterfly and used the originals. So maybe your budget wouldn't stretch and you think, I'd love to go for them, but my budget won't stretch for it. You can make your own bundle. This is genuinely a pick and mix. You choose what you want to put into your basket. Over that £60 mark, we can split the cost onto 2 interest-free flexible payments. But remember, anything over £30, use PayPal, split it into 3. Take advantage of PayPal while we've got it. Doesn't mean it's going anywhere. Let me put that out now, but just why. Just £28 and got to cover myself. £22, 226293 is your item number, £28.99. Then we also have the butterfly hinge. They work in unison. They work as one. If you're going to make boundless journals, you're going to need a hinge. Don't get me wrong, you can use the original hinge if you wanted to, but the butterfly hinge is worth having a little go at this. It's like Piccadilly here today. £9.99 is what we're looking at. 904551 is your item number. Standard hinge is what we're also looking at on this one. Been very, very busy for your standard hinge. Absolutely loving the standard hinge that you've got in there. 10 dies in total. Is what you're looking at for £19.99. I like this set. This set and this set, I think, would be my 2 picks that I would go for. Because I'm starting out, I don't really know what I'd do with it all, so I would just try my own cardstock. I'd just make A4, I'd make A5, I'd go slightly smaller and see what I could do. And then once I've got my confidence with it, I'm good to go. But then I know I've also got that decent hinge as well. We've had a lovely email in as well. Michelle, Michelle got to finish work early, so she got to catch the show. She got the original dies when they were on. She got the butterflies when they first launched. So she's completed her collection with the flowers now. So she's just gone for... Michelle has gone... I'm still here. Has still gone for the flowers. So Michelle's added for the flowers, and now she's got a lot. So Michelle has now gone for those flowers. Oh, look at that. Oh... She has now got the whole collection. You can do that too, £16.98. Michelle's taken advantage. She's got an early release. I wonder what she did to get off free. Not get off free, didn't mean she was nicked. I just mean she's just got away from work early, that's all. It's 20 to 5. She would have finished in 45 minutes. Adam, stop digging your hole. Paula, show me something, quick.
All right, I'll get you out of that hole that you digged yourself into. All right. Right, so, but first
Michelle's
of all,
not in prison.
So, yeah. Well, you never know where they're watching.
I'm very
You're
big
watching from prison.
I'm very big in the prisons.
It's great to have your company.
Very big in the prisons, I am.
Okay, that's not gonna say anything, you know, it's like, you know. So, basically...
I don't mean like that.
I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying you... It's nice to know that I'm not the only one that I dig myself into a hole.
Ali Pally, the prison. And we could all go to the same... We could come live. Anyway, so tell me more.
I don't know. Anyway, so we have got the die here. So the first thing that I'm going to do, and I recommend get some low-tack tape, is place some low-tack tape facing me. So basically, is the sticky part is facing upwards.
Yep.
And then I'm going to place the die. It helps to kind of have the central scoring line there and there, because then it kind of, when you put your open piece of card, now this one has been scored, this is something that I have, so if you want to find the center, it's always better to pre-score it. And then what you do is kind of go in and then go to the center of the die, more or less there and there and there.
This is the bit I like. This is the bit I like.
Then press it down, and that kind of, you can see that the scoring line goes upwards and upwards there, so it's right. And then I'm going to run it through the die cutting machine. As I mentioned, you can use it in the smaller die cutting machine, but having an A4 means that you can put it across it. It means that you can use it with a bigger pieces of card. So I'm going to run it through. Now, for instance, this piece, you will think, well, this is bigger than an A4, so I cannot put it. It's wider. This is about 9 inches in width, so that wouldn't go through this particular machine. I know that certain machines, so for instance, the Big Shot, including Big Shot Plus and the Big Shot Switch, the platforms is 9 inches, so therefore you could use it. But for instance, I'm using the Couture one, and this is as well, if you have got a machine that is A5, you could use this trick as well. So what you do is score it down the middle or wherever you want the scoring, then you place it like this, and instead of, so then what you do is, again, you place it there.
Is the Big Shot Sizzix?
Yes.
We've got them next week.
Ooh.
If you are after, I don't know if we've got machines, but I definitely know. I think it's Sharon. I worked with her yesterday.
Oh, I love Sharon, but I have to say, Pete and I just love Pete.
Well, I'm on Sharon's court, to be honest. I like Sharon. I've never
don't
know who this Pete
Sharon
is.
is amazing. Oh my God.
Sharon's mine. I'm there. I'm
you
in Sharon's
keep Sharon,
camp.
I'll keep Pete.
You can have Pete.
I can have Pete.
I'll have Shazza.
You know, Pete, the thing is, I know our producer will fight to the death. I mean, and she's dangerous for Pete's shows. But Pete's mine. It's my birthday pal as well. We both were born on Christmas Day, so we always joke about it as well.
It's like the nativity.
Yes. Anyway, Pete has got the smoothest voice, and he's such a lovely guy.
Smoothest what?
Voice.
Oh, voice. I don't know what I heard. I don't know what I heard.
Oh, okay. Anyway, moving on. I need to ask Adam what it is. But you can see that I die cut it while it was folded, so it has created still that opening, perfect opening there. And that kind of gives me, then when I kind of put it there, in there. Now, this I have gone ahead and die cut. This is the hinge in there that we have, and that's the hinge that we can then place it in here. And then we can place it in there. And then place it in there. We are trying to find out what Adam thought that I said, which probably is something rather not suitable for TV, but it's also, and I have got that die cut of a tag in here, so you can see it there, and that's how it works. Now, for instance, now I'm kind of thinking, I want to put this element in here, but again, I do not want, or maybe notes in there. So I kind of, so then, and I kind of go in, so I'm going to do this one in here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to place these two like so.
Well, this could be a travel journal, it could be a wedding journal.
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. So then I'm going to place those two dies in here. There we can put it. And then what I'm going to do is going to open it up in here. Yeah. And then open it up. And then we kind of place it there. So remember, I just put them side by side, but they do not. Make sure that the dies do not sit on top of each other, because that would damage both the dies and it could damage the machine. So make sure that you put them separately, but kind of next to each other. And that's going to create like a little, oh yes, sorry.
I don't know why I've started to put my hand up now. I raised my hand.
I'm not looking at you.
It's my ship, as it were. I'm seeing it.
Yeah.
But I have a question. I don't know if you can tell me.
Yes.
But will the butterfly work with what's coming up next?
Of course it will.
Could you give us a little sneak world exclusive?
Well, not
or do you get told
only-
off from the lockboard?
No. It will work because the next release is already here, and it's not. It's something to do with the flowers that are already here.
Oh.
And there is also a different way of, hinge, and there is this, and also the next release.
So 2 releases time.
Yeah, butterfly may do another appearance. I'm just thinking about it. So that one is not.
So we're in for another 2 releases yet. There's another 4th album to come. It's like Adele.
Yeah, yeah, without the millions. Anyway, I'm just saying, I mean, the divorce is there, so, that kind of...
You just need the Vagans residency and you're done.
Absolutely. And the weight loss, but no, I don't need to do that. Anyway. I mean, Adam, it's like, we have got a competition, Adam and I. Who can dig the biggest hole?
We've had a good question in, though. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Sue. Thank you. You've sort of just saved my job, Sue. So, how many pages can you fit in with the spine? What's the question? How many pages can we fit in a book?
Well, that's a question of how long is piece of string.
Piece of string. Not a spring onion.
No, spring, no.
How long is a spring onion? That well-known saying that we all say. It all depends on how long a spring onion is. Oh, yeah, that's a Spanish one I've never heard.
No, absolutely, that doesn't even exist in Spanish. Yeah, well, how long is a piece of string? String.
Not spring, string.
So it depends how thick your pages are. So the thickness of your pages. Now, I know some of the samples over there are very well loaded, and whether I like to keep it more streamlined. So
Very
you
true.
can do, so you can, but then there is another piece that I might not have spoken about it because we have got the extenders as well. These pieces here as well that we put into, I put into the shows. So these pieces that you die cut. Let me show you which one it is. So this one is like that. You can see die cut and the corset. And then this, what it can do is then you can place it there, and then you can use glue if you wanted to, and then that will glue here. And then you can put this other one here. And this will hold it, but you need to put glue. And this will make it an extension. So for instance, Leonie's birthday card, it started as a card, and I wanted to just put pictures of our adventures, and it ended up being 3 massive albums. So I linked them all together with these. And what you need to do is actually is put the glue, I mean, and this is where it goes into on the outside, right,
Yeah.
in here. So just put a little bit, you don't have to put too much, all right? And then you put it, sorry, not in the outside, yeah, on the inside, sorry, on the inside. And then you kind of go in here and you just glue it to the outside edge in here. So if you do it like this, and then I'm gonna put glue in this side in here. I should have done that there as well, just a tiny bit. You don't need much glue. And then I kind of go in here, and that goes in here. Now, remember, this one I glue it to this side, this one I'm gonna glue it to the other side. So basically, you are gluing it to the one that is closest to you, to the other album, if it makes any sense.
That makes sense.
Let me see if I can. Now, if you wanted to make it easier, you can take out the tag in here. And this is why you put it in there. There you place it there. And this is why you need to put it onto this side. And then you open it up. And now you should be able to put the tag in here, the still. So it still will work as a boundless journal. I still can put the pieces out. Well, that's kind of... But if
Obviously, let the glue dry first.
Yeah. But then you can see how it will glue. And you could glue another piece
another
in
one
here,
in there.
and another one, and another one, and another one.
So
that's how you got it, again, without bounds. Because
That's
you
the
can,
thing.
you can print many pages as well.
But if you do want to bound them, Sue, you can go. I love this sample.
Yeah.
You can go like this. So this is not just one page of a book. So you're thinking, oh, it's just a little butterfly. No, because when I open it, you've got page after page after page. So all of these is all been glued down the spine, is what you've got on this. But it's absolutely beautiful to look at. So you can go from that, which is quite a thick, to that. So it all depends on the card, and you can just keep adding to it. So whether you're going to glue, so that has been glued, I'm going to stress that has been glued, that is your boundless journal. So it all depends. So thank you, Sue, for your question. But remember, Sue, how long is a spring onion?
That's it's our next thing.
That's our next one.
Yeah.
I'm going to get that on T-shirts.
Yeah, how long is it?
How long
But you
is a
can see
spring
as
onion?
well, for instance here, you know that V shape that I created with
Yes.
those, so I printed these two pieces of paper and I just kind of folded them with that hole in there. So again, without
That's
glue,
nice. That's
I
ribbon.
added some elements in here. If I wanted to create a closure, I could do the same thing. I could add that V in here, just the V shape there, and that kind of got tucks in as well. So there is so many possibilities, and but we have got magnets as our direct. So these would be really cool to have the magnets there. So what I'm going to do?
We haven't, they've sold out, but you could use magnets if you've got them at home.
Absolutely. If you.
Or hook and eye. Little hook and eye.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
We got some. Oh, we got actual Velcro. I can say it now. We've got Velcro as a 7-day saver, so you could do a little. Do you think? I know. I think the answer to this is no, but I'll ask it anyway. Would the die cut out Velcro? So I could do little. So I could. Oh, are they already little circles? But then, yeah, but you could still use the circles as a circle. What colour are they? They're white, so if you're doing white cardstock, they'll blend in beautifully.
I think why not? Why not? Use whatever you have.
I learned that yesterday.
Yeah.
White cardstock, white Velcro, black cardstock,
Yeah.
black Velcro. It's seamless, then you can't see it.
Absolutely. And then we have got some of the circles there here, so I'm going to put the magnets in there. Absolutely, you can use whatever you have that kind of works, but this is the kind of way. So I'm going to place this one in here.
I like them, and if you haven't got the magnets, I keep chipping in, I just keep thinking of ideas.
Yeah.
You could use those for, what's that winding, you know when you get the twine and you wrap it round like a top secret file?
Yeah.
You could use that in case the twine on the inside of that little circle.
No, that's a beautiful idea. I love that. Yeah, definitely. One of the design team has done that as well, so that will work so beautifully.
We've got a minute left, Paola.
Oh, well, but you
How
can
about
see in here, that will close as well, like
Yeah.
that. So then you have got a perfect closure, and we have got the different pages in here. So, you can use a little bit of glue, and you can have, it is a lot of different ways. So there we have it. If you want yours, well, there you have it.
Start checking out your baskets. If I was you, the baskets are very, very busy is what we're looking at. That was using your standard hinge. Details are currently on the screen at the moment. 287986 is your item number for your standard hinge that you are looking at the moment. So it's worth having a little go with that standard. But the butterfly page is literally flying out of the door. You are absolutely loving it. Thank you for all your beautiful photos as well. Sorry if we didn't show all of them, but this is the first time I'm bringing you all of this as single elements is what you're looking at. 28 pages, £28.99. 226293 is your item number. There's only one more thing to do. Say hello to say goodbye to our Paola.
Ciao, Bella.
Ciao, Bella. Au revoir. Mon petit poisson rouge.
I'll see you tomorrow at 8 a.m, I think.
Yes, you're back at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Yeah. I'm on in a couple of hours' time, so I will see you in an hour's time with a brand new one-day special. I'll see you then. Yes, indeed, we're going all gritty next with your little rotary cutters, everything you need for your Softcraft world. And it's the Matthew Palmer one-day special with Painting with P, and then it's Thrifty Thursday.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. It's a family-run business up in Chesterfield. Pink Frog started to bring out their well-known Britannia dies, and then we moved on to a wonderful range of cardstocks. You'll probably know us for our super smooth cardstock, and now we have moved into the world of stamping, and we produce high-quality polymer stamps for you all to enjoy. We have a wide range of designs, and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home. Make sure you don't miss the Pink Frog shows.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and together with my husband Alfie, we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue.
Hi, my name's Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp, and how did I get here? Well, when my children, Grace and Mark, were born, I left the corporate world and I took up crafting full-time. If you like my style and you like what I do, then please join me, Barbara Gray.
Hi, I'm Abs from AALL Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers, colours, textures, and creating depth and dimension. AALL Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world. Make sure you don't miss the AALL Create shows.
Now, Tash, when you told me to do Stripology,
yes,
I thought it was a completely different show.
Leave your hat on.
Okay. Oh, good afternoon, or should we say good evening? I hope you are well. We've got a show lined up for you that's really going to help you if you're into soft crafts, if you need to measure, if you love your quilting, if you like making your blocks, if you love cutting fabric but want to get even better, we have got the show for you. And of course, we've got the lovely Natasha with us.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Very well, thank you very much.
So weird to see you behind the screen still, but it's there for our safety. Not that she's dangerous, but you never know.
Oh, it's like working in a zoo, isn't it?
It is. Just don't throw me any fruit. Right. I don't even know what that means. We have got Creative Grids on the show.
do.
Now, I know you absolutely adore this company.
Certainly do. Yes.
Why do you?
For many reasons. Firstly, Creative Goods is UK-based.
Yep.
They are a family-run company, put my teeth back in, and they just are such lovely people, and they are quilters making for quilters, so they know exactly what we need. Hooray! And they deliver. Hooray!
Yay!
And every single one of their rulers has this inbuilt non-slip grip.
Lovely. And that's important.
Yes, really important, because otherwise, this is the difference, okay? No inbuilt non-slip grip means it does that.
And that's dangerous with a rotary cutter in your hand.
Non-slip grip.
Perfect.
It ain't going anywhere.
Love
which
that.
means that we can cut with confidence and safety and accuracy, which is everything that we want.
And they're a Leicestershire company, is that right?
They certainly are. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, that's why you love doing
That's
it, because it's got the
super
fox on
yay.
there.
Absolutely. Now, I'd not really seen anything like this before until we did a show together the other day, and I think this is ingenious, I really do. So not only do you have the measurements on there, and when I first saw this, I thought, well, that's great, you can measure everything out, but you've got these areas, these tracks, where you can cut the straight lines. Ingenious.
Yeah, this was the game changer for me, because up until I found the Stripology ruler, I had been really terrified to cut, because I hadn't ever come across a ruler that had, firstly, an inbuilt non-slip grip.
Yep.
So rulers just used to skid all over the place for me, and I was just learning with my rotary cutter, so I didn't have that skill, I didn't have that dexterity with it, and it used to scare me. I actually had a ruler that had an inbuilt rotary cutter on it, so that I couldn't do anything but cut a straight line.
Yeah.
I was really terrified. So for me, the minute that I saw Stripology, I was like, oh, hello, this is a bit good. Because not only do you have those grooves, they're every half an inch, but you can move it across to make it every quarter of an inch, but it just means that you're cutting quickly, safely, efficiently. And that's what we want.
Yeah, it certainly is. We're just taking a look at the ruler now as we come up. We've got the different measurements, and at the top you've got it's like a little raindrop, isn't it?
Yeah,
so it's opened
yeah.
at the end.
Absolutely, I call them the teardrops, and that's where you put your rotary cutter into, and then you just push your rotary cutter away from you, always away from you, always away.
Yeah.
And it can't do anything but stay in the groove and cut straight.
Yeah, and it's an investment, £22.47 today, another payment in a month's time. But Tash, would you agree it's probably one of the best investments?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I haven't looked back. In fact, I wouldn't be here today if I didn't have a Stripology ruler, for many reasons. Firstly, I'd still be too terrified to cut anything.
Yep.
Secondly, I wouldn't get prep done quickly enough, because this just takes all of the anxiety and the margin for error out completely.
Love
and
that.
I'll show you why in a minute.
Right, your item number 848199, and if you want to pop that into your basket, it's a good idea to check out. If you leave anything in your baskets for 10 minutes or more, it might come out again. We don't want that to happen. We do have other items on the show, and you can head to the website, our New Look website as well. And you can have a look at that, and you can pick the items you need, you can put them in your basket, and you'll be able to divide the cost of that into 2 payments as well, because it's already on Flexi, your first products, so that's exciting. So anything that you see with the red banner is on Flexi, which means you can divide the cost into 2 payments. And look at the 5-star reviews upon 5-star reviews. I really like the way that the stars match the add to basket now. We're all colour coded on our brand new website. Takes a little bit of time to get used to when you're scrolling through it for the first time, but what we're doing here is just showing you. It just moves across automatically, which is fantastic, because I don't know about you, when I'm looking for things, I need to see everything that's on offer and then make my choices as I go along. Right, if you want to become a Freedom member, by the way, you can do, and it is 888 in your basket, so that's your Freedom membership. Don't worry, it has gone. It's not suddenly gone see-through. You know, when I put the... Tash has got it. So we're going to demonstrate on that. Any questions, please email in. It's studio@thecraftstore.com, and we would love to hear from you. Right, Tash, are we ready
I'm
for a
just
demo?
having a little prep of my fabrics.
Are you?
Yeah,
I
I
wondered
do.
what you
Whenever
were
I
doing.
start prepping and cutting fabrics, I do like to give them a quick spritz with a little bit of starch spray. Just keeps it all good. So we are going to work with contrasting fabrics, I think, today. So we're going to look at the log cabin trim tool. We've got a 6-inch log cabin trim tool. We've got various different sizes of the trim tool on the show for you today, including a 10-inch trim tool, which is a duo trim tool, which would do this cushion behind me here. So you can do either really small trim log cabins, or you can do wider ones, or you can do a mixture of both, which is what I've done there.
Oh, and that's with your 10-inch or the 6-inch?
That's with the 10-inch.
That's with the 10-inch.
We're going to have a go with the 6-inch today, and once you understand how these rulers work, it doesn't matter which of them you get, the premise is the same for all of them, and that's the beauty of it. So it doesn't matter which one I demo with, once you get an understanding of how they work. Excuse me, I'll just have a quick spritz over here.
Excellent.
Then we're all absolutely good to go.
Now, there is a delayed dispatch on everything that we have today. It's the 10th of February. Let's face it, that's not too far away, is it? It
we
really
are
isn't.
zipping through the year already, aren't we?
We certainly are. We're jogging
Crikey.
through February. And then we'll be leaping into March, which is springtime. This is a 6-inch, by the way. I've just got that out for you just to show you, just in case you do want to go for that. Now, there's a barcode, a Q code, a Q barcode, that's it, QR code, thank you. Right there. If we scan that, does that take us online?
It does. It takes you. Creative Grids have an absolute wealth of online videos. So on YouTube, on their website, they've just got so many. So each of the designers who's designed a ruler, they will show you exactly how to use those rulers. A lot of them do multiple jobs as well. So it's really, really good resource if you're just learning, or if you want a bit of inspiration, or if you just want to think, who is this person? Who are you? And then you can go and have a look.
The packaging also comes with instructions as
Oh,
well, so
don't
you've
throw those
got
away.
all of that information there,
Yeah.
so please don't throw that away. It will come folded in the package, but you've got a wealth of knowledge on there to give you a good head start, but it'll be folded up like that, which is great. Right, Tash?
So the very first thing we're going to do is take a look at the trim tool, and the first thing that it asks you to do is to cut some strips no smaller than 1.5 inches. So, cue prepping my fabrics and whipping out my stripology.
Oh, wow.
I know, right?
I don't quite know what to do with that sentence. We do have some fabric on the show, by the way. You might spot that on the website.
So I'm going to use the Liberty. Now, the log cabin is a really traditional block, and traditionally you have the square in the middle, which is the centre and the heart of the home.
Yes.
So that would traditionally be done in a red colour.
Okay.
So I've got my Liberty there are 4 in the Liberty fat quarter bundle, but I'm going to use the red, and then I'm going to use 2 contrasting fabrics so that you really get to see. So you do one darker one, one lighter one, so that you get the contrast of the log cabin. That's traditionally how it would be done. But you can see, where's it gone? Behind you, there's a William Morris one, which is slightly more blended. So you can do a real stark contrast or a blended one. It's entirely up to you. This is the beauty, because you are creating. Now, when you open up any of these, as Janice says, don't throw this bit away. This is your gold, okay? And it's going to talk you through how to do all of your cutting. But you don't need that because you've got me today, right?
Can we fold you up in the same way at the end of the show?
I mean, I just get wheeled into a cupboard. It's just easier
Actually,
that
that's
way.
true, everyone. Fed and watered at midnight every day. By Duffy.
When I used to teach, I did say that to the kids. We just get wheeled into the cupboard at night. Do you, miss? Well, no, clearly just lying to you there. Right, let's get a rotary cutter. So, where is my... Oh, here it is. Okay, so... Creative Grids know what we need. Okay. Yes, we've established this.
Yes.
And as quilters, we regularly use 2.5-inch increments or 1.5-inch increments. They are like standard ones that we use all the time. So here's the thing. Down the bottom here, it's taken all the maths out of it.
Yeah, I like that.
I like that.
Yeah, that's very good.
Yeah. So every time I see a star, I know that if I put my rotary cutter in that little teardrop there, or raindrop, or whatever you want to call it, that is going to cut me an 1.5-inch strip.
Okay.
Every time I see a square, that is a 2.5-inch strip. So I don't have to think.
No. We like that. I like not thinking.
Do you know what? Yeah, we do this for fun. You don't have to think as well.
I do it for a living.
What, think?
No, not think.
Oh, no. So I'm going to put my fingers there, just press down. Again, we've got that inbuilt non-slip grip. You can see it's the opaque bit in all of this. Rotary cut it in, and this is always the very first cut that I do. It just gets rid of any fray, trimmity edges.
And you've got enough room there, I noticed, to put your fingers on safely as you take your rotary cutter up, because your rotary cutter is in the groove, isn't it?
Yeah, it's in the groove. It's not going anywhere else. So there's my star. next star, next star, next star, next star, next star, and then there as well. Did I do that one? I can't remember.
Perfect.
So in seconds, what I have...
Oh my days. Imagine doing that with a pair of scissors.
Well, you just,
Trying
you
to
wouldn't,
measure
you
up.
couldn't.
No.
And just as a comparison, if I wanted to do it with my ruler, then I would have to, I'd have to start on this side normally, because, you know, I'd have to just neaten everything up. So if we just compare how long this would take, and I'm quite whizzy, and then you'd spin it round, you'd realign it, and then you'd go, right, okay, here's my 1.5 inches. Am I all lined up? Yes, I am. Great, that's one. Move that out of the way. Now realign everything. And then that's 2. And in that time, I would have already done all of those strips. So it just, you know, it's so much quicker, just so much quicker. And that's why we love the stripology. Now the other thing, and also look, I've cut through 4 layers at a time. No bother there at all. Now the next size that I want, and I'm looking at my ruler again here, and it tells me, so cut your strips at least 1.5 inches wide. Tick, yep, done that. Perfect, well done me. And then cut your centre square to 2 inches. So again, we can use this one. If you've got the mini stripology, then you might want to use that. But let's just show so we can see once more what we're going to do with this. So firstly, we're going to take just that edge off. See, that is now nice and flush and clean and tidy, and we're all good to go. 2 inches, in it goes, blade in, fingers on there just to steady it, and away it goes there. Take the fabric away, spin it around, and then I'm always lining up my bottom on one of the lines there. Take away the selvage edge, I don't need that, and then there's my 2 inch. Now if I wanted to cut these into all 2 inches, I'd just do that. And you know, there's something really satisfying about knowing that you can cut really small things very, very quickly, very, very accurately.
And it's the prep time that sometimes takes the most time.
Do you know, it is the prep time that sometimes takes the most time. And that's the thing. A lot of people say to me, you know, especially if I have some weeks I have like 10, 11 shows in a week. It's a lot of prep. Like, how do you do it? It's because I've got these tools.
Yeah, I love that.
That's the only way that I can do it, is because my prep time is cut down so dramatically by having the right tools.
Cut down just like your fabric. Yeah, you've got it. We've got some Liberty fabric on the show. It's absolutely beautiful. We've got 2 options for you. So you've got the green and red, but the designs are beautiful. And then we've got the pink and green. I didn't really like that. Then we've got the pink and green. The pink and green is just as nice as the red and green. But I just wanted to show you the designs that we've got here. So you've got this beautiful ditzy floral design on here. Isn't that pretty? These are fat quarters as well, cut by yourself, Tash.
Yes,
is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So they're UK size. Whoop, I'm just destroying the set.
That's all right, you go for it.
They're UK size fat quarters, so that means that they are larger than your American size, because in the UK we go by 1/4 metre and not 1/4 yard, so they're 2 inches bigger.
Excellent. I'll open one up and show you that. Then we've got this beautiful design. You've got butterflies on here. We'll come in and have a look at this one. This is also in the same group that's on your screen at the moment. So you've got those beautiful florals, the butterflies in there with that nice sagey green background. Then you've got that gorgeous red with the pops of blue and pink in there as well. So you can see how they match up beautifully, because you've got your gold yellow in there, you've got your greens and your blues, so they're all matching beautifully. And then you've got your final floral in your reds and greens. Let me just open one of these up so you can see the size. This is Liberty fabric, everybody. £16.99. Think about it. Let's say you just want this amount of Liberty fabric. You'd normally have to go and buy quite a considerable bit more, and that's why this is such a great deal from Tash to get all 4 fat quarters for £16.99. So that's not £16.99 each, that's £16.99 for all of the fat quarters in your red and green. We've also got your pink and green, and we've got some different designs here. So I'll start with the top one here, if I may. We've got a lovely cream background, and then you've got your pink flowers, the 2 shades of pink in there, and you've got your beautiful yellow flowers that look like tulips in there. Aren't they gorgeous? Beautiful, I love that. And then, to accompany that, you've got that gorgeous green with the daisies. Isn't that pretty? That's really pretty, we like that. And each daisy, absolutely perfect. Love that. Let's move that out the way. Then you've got the pink, you've got the butterflies and the florals, that lovely bright pink in the background with the yellows. And then you've got that lovely ditzy floral. You can see that, a nice suggestion of the pattern there. Pink on pink. We like that. I actually like the pink and green. I really do. I think that it works really, really well. I could wear a couple of shirts in any of these. Remember, it's shirt, not blouse, when I have something. I don't wear blouses, I wear shirts.
Oh, do you?
Yes, it has to be. Don't like wearing a blouse. Put me in a blouse when I get to like 80 years old and you put me in a home. I wear a shirt until then. Same with my flowered night dress. I don't wear one until I get older. Because that's what will happen to me. All these years of wearing jeans and shirts and feeling cool, then I'll get to that age and they'll put me in a dress.
Maybe one of those ones that's got like a little frill. Is it Peter Pan collar?
Oh yeah, possibly.
Like a full length nightgown with a Peter Pan collar.
If that
what
happens,
I'm seeing.
just put me in a house coat, you know, on top, and I'll feel really happy. Anyway, that's your Liberty fabrics. We've also got some beautiful fabrics here for you with a flanged piping.
Yes. Oh yes. Let's not forget that flange.
What is flanged piping?
What is
please?
flanged piping?
So you know what a flange
question.
is? You know, when you play the guitar.
There are multiple. Yeah, there are multiple meanings of flange. But the one that we're using today is in terms of a bias strip that has a little bit of piping in there, so that you can create. Well, we can see on this cushion here. This has got a little bit of flange there, so it's just giving you that detailing around the cushion there. It's raised, it's piped. It's a narrow flange on this one, so it's not too huge, but it's just giving that little bit of definition, just giving it that nice finishing touch there. So this was made with the Alaska ruler that we've got on the show today, that we demoed at 7 o'clock this morning, and this is one of the colourways that we've got, these beautiful neutral tones, and this is the sort of thing that you can be making. Actually, we managed to make two cushion fronts out of a fat quarter bundle.
The flange makes all the difference.
Certainly does.
It really does. It's the detail in the cushion. Right, so you've got your red flanged piping. Again, beautiful fabrics from Moda with those flowers in there. Let me just show you that one. Isn't that absolutely gorgeous? And you've got the neutrals as well. So you choose, you decide. That's the flange that Tash showed us. And that's your neutral colour with your neutral flanged piping. 565546 is your item number. Oh, look at this. Hang about. Look at that paisley. Isn't that gorgeous? Very nice. Right, OK, let's head back to Natasha. Everything is on extended delivery, including the fabric as well, Tash.
Yeah,
yes.
and that's just because we're just coming to the end of a sale event at Natasha Makes, so we've got a lot of cutting to do. It's on our cut to order fabric, so we're really busy in the warehouse at the moment. So that sale finishes tomorrow, so we'll get all of that cut and done and out, and then we'll be able to focus on this.
Okay, excellent.
If I can get it out any quicker, I absolutely will. No problem at all. But I just thought I'd rather under promise and over deliver. That's the way round.
Yes, that's the one.
Yes, for sure. There we go. Right, so we cut a 2-inch square. That is going to be the middle of our log cabin. And then I've taken one of the strips, laid it against it, and just trimmed. I always trim just slightly over. Gives me a little bit of wiggle room. And then I've got my sewing machine set to 1/4 inch. I'll bring it over here, pop it on there, and I'm just going to sew a straight line across there. I'm then going to get my iron. I'm going to press. You can finger press if you want, but if you want a nice crisp edge, then get your iron. And then we're just going to just straighten up and trim.
And which one are you using there,
This
Tash?
is the 6-inch trim tool.
Okay.
So then I'm going to put my next piece along there, sticking to the yellow. So the yellow is going to do 2 sides, and then Janice, this is your job to remind me then to do the next colour.
Yes.
Okay. And again, I'm going to just trim my fabric so it's just slightly over, take it to the machine, sew my 1/4 of an inch seam.
Now, Tash, what's the difference? I know it's a couple of inches, but what is the difference between using the 6-inch tool and the 5-inch rule? Well, we've got a 4-inch, a 6-inch, and a 10-inch, haven't we?
Yeah, so
on
it's
the
just
show?
down to the denominations that you want to work in.
Yes.
So if you like working in 8-inch finished blocks, then
Yeah.
get the 4-inch. If you
Yeah.
like working in 12-inch finished blocks, then get the 6-inch. So then you've got your 6-inch, your 12, and you know,
Got you.
4 of those together is going to make you a 12-inch block. If you've got the 4-inch, 4 of those together is going to make you an 8-inch block. If you've got the 10-inch, then you've either got a 10-inch block in itself, or you can make it larger and make a great big 20-inch cushion like
Sure.
we've got up there.
Yeah, that is
So,
marvellous.
you know, these are the sorts of things that we're then looking at. So we're then going to take, we've sewn 2 sides, and it looks a bit wibbly wonky, and that's what happens when you do a log cabin.
Right.
But not anymore.
Okay.
Round 1, ding ding, round 1. We are going to place the corner in there, line that up along our seams. We're going to, again, that non-slip grip is in there on those corners, okay, and then we're going to cut that way, and we're going to cut that way. Everything is suddenly trimmed and neat.
Beautiful.
Okay.
And again, it's how easy it does that for you.
Yeah.
It's going to give confidence to anyone that's starting soft crafts or currently doing soft
Absolutely.
crafts. It's about the confidence to carry on, isn't it?
Always, always. And then we swap colour. Okay, so then we're going to go with a contrasting colour, and we are going to, again, I always just trim it just slightly over, pop a pin in, take it to your machine and sew your 1/4 of an inch seam. And this, what I tend to do, if I know that I'm going to do more than one block, I will chain piece these. So I'll do them all in one go so that I really know where I'm at. So again, set the seam and then knock it back with your iron. Okay, and now what I'm going to do is just trim that so that it's nice and straight. Next one in and going across there like so. And now we get into a situation, because people often say, oh, I've lost my I can't remember where I am, what this isn't just you in your nursing home. No. In the middle of your trim tool. So from now on, the side that we're going to work on is the side that has 3 fabrics.
Got
2
you.
seams, 3 fabrics. Yep. And that's always going to be the side that we now work on. So that down like that, quick pin in, and then we're going to stitch. Okay, so this will then be round 1, ding ding, done. And the premise is the same. On any of the log cabin trim tools, you just want to follow the instructions and get it like so. So next up, we're still on round 1, but now you can see that centre square fits really beautifully in there. And I'm lining up these lines along my seams. Everything is lining up. And we just want to just trim those away. And if you want to just trim things up here, then you can. Well, I heard you're having a little choke.
Yes.
That's awful.
I sometimes do that near fabric, actually.
I think it's just a fibre gets caught in the back of your throat.
Yeah.
That's generally just how it goes. We sometimes get that when we're cutting the fabrics. So, with the rule of 3, which side are we starting on next?
Right, okay, let me look at it. So, as we look at it on the overhead.
Yeah.
Okay, so we need to work where there's 3 fabrics.
So 1, 2, 3 or 4, which side?
So give us that choice again.
1, 2, 3 or 4.
3?
Yes! By Jove, she's got it!
Boom!
Because 1, 2, 3, you've got 3 fabrics, 2 seams.
Of course.
Yes.
And now it's easy to see because we've used the ruler, we've cut it up, and we're working.
Exactly that. Exactly that. Not to put you on the spot or anything, but you
No,
know,
of
just
course
checking
not,
that
you
you're
know,
paying
as I'm
attention.
choking, but I'm fine.
All of that. I mean, you can multitask, right?
Yeah, of course I can. I can choke and work at the same time.
Of course, because you're a pro, Janice.
I am.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
so they say.
That's what we tell everyone. So pressing away, and again, you're just going to make sure that, and again, if you don't want to trim all that back every time, don't worry about it. Just line everything up.
Okay.
Stitch down. Because you're going to be trimming that all off anyway.
Yes. The thing is, if you don't get your measurements right, if you don't get it all straight, if you don't get it correct in your prep time, then you're not going to get it right when you start to put it together. And that's when you'll start to get that disappointment and the lack of confidence. Being able to get it spot on every time creates the most beautiful designs. You can follow the great patterns that Tash sells as well with confidence, knowing you've got the right rulers, excellent quality, thick, sturdy, perfectly measured rulers or rules for you to use in your soft crafts. We do have various ones on the show. The very first one that you've got here is your Alaska. Let me get a piece of card and place that behind there just so you can see, and I'll just take away that just so you can see the shape of this. Now, this looks like a kite, like a diamond shape if I turn it that away. Lots of different measurements on here, Tash. What would we use this one for?
Oh, so for this one you have got, and these are just some of them, so on the back you can see, in fact let me see if I've got, here we go, these are just some of them. Now if you just did those designs, they're upside down, you could do them the right way up if you wanted, but if you just did those designs, that could be a sampler quilt.
Yeah, it could. Is that like a pinwheel you've got in there?
Yeah, there's all sorts, but all of those are available to you with this ruler, along with these as well. And we did that one 2 weeks ago and this one at 7 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, and I've got that one here.
Is with the Liberty.
There
Just
you go.
lovely, isn't it?
Isn't that gorgeous?
Really,
And
really
again,
lovely. So
perfectly
great value
cut.
for money.
Yeah, perfectly cut. And let's face it, when you're using fabrics like William Morris or Moda or Liberty, or no disrespect, any fabric actually, any fabric to you, it's fabulous to get the correct sizing, to make the correct shape, that's going to look the correct way on your designs.
It just gives you confidence. You know, if you spent money on your fabrics, don't skimp on the tools that you use.
Wow, now we're looking at the Moda Neutrals now, using this particular tool. Those fabrics are gorgeous. They are available on the show. Love that paisley. I think that's absolutely fantastic. You want to make a design or a cushion for your granddad, your dad, your brother, or anyone that just likes those neutral colours. They're absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely
and it comes
gorgeous.
with your tauped flange.
It does. It comes with my tauped, not personally my tauped flange, but it comes with.
I mean,
it's been a long day. Oh, here's the flange. Details for that at the bottom of your screen. £18.99, 30301, no, that's wrong, 565565 is your item number. That's for your fabrics and your slim flanged piping. And then on the side of your screen, you've got the details for the Alaska ruler. Right, that's very popular actually at the moment. £26.99, very popular shape to work with.
Well, it does so much.
Yeah, it really does. It really does. Right, we have got another one for you now. Here's something you can help us out with at home. Is a scallop a scallop and is a scallop a scallop? Let us know.
We weren't too sure, were
Scallop, we know that you can eat, but please do eat responsibly. It is sea life. And then you've got a scallop, which is a shape. So scallop, 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 scallop. It's £26.99. 503582 is your item number. And this template is by, is it Krista Moser?
Yes. Yes, yes, it is. And so we're looking at Krista Moser, yes. So we're looking at, again, another fabulous crafter who really knows her stuff, getting involved with Creative Grids and creating the most fantastic template and ruler.
Now, there is a quilt on the wall with a scalloped edge. Or it could be a scalloped edge. It's a scalloped edge going all the way around the outside, so you can see how perfect that particular pattern is. Something that you could repeat on many, many different items around your home, but you do need to get the right rule to actually do that. 503583 is your item number for that one. Love that. Okay, so if you want to get hold of that one and need any more information, you can find that on our website. I'm probably leaving a trail of devastation as I go down the counter, but that's okay. That's okay. We'll sort it out. Now, we've got the Stripology Square. This is the 6-inch, or shall I change it? No?
No,
okay, that's my fault.
Square.
It's my fault because I swapped it, our lovely Meg producer. I'll take full responsibility of that. This is your 6-inch tool. There you go. Let's pop that down there because you do get the instructions included. Let me just take that away because it's less confusing that way. Here we go. There you go. A very, very handy tool. I love the fact that you've got the hole in the middle as well. I just like that because then you can just hang it in your sewing room and you've always got it at hand.
So that's the one we're demoing at the moment?
Yes. And we've got full instructions, and of course you've got your QR code as well, so you can scan that, go online and get all of the information. 906169 is your item number, only £20.94. A great addition to your craft room and a great investment as well. That's what these are. They're investments for you to help you with your craft. It's the right tools for the trade. Right, the next one, we have got your Stripology Square Mini. So we saw the larger one earlier on. I'm going to pop that there and pop that there. This is the mini. Not so mini though. It is a good size, this one. It really is. £37.95 is the price for this one, but you go all the way from 1/4 inch to 6 1/4 inches. And again, you've got the squares as well.
You're going to be trimming your blocks back with this one. It's a really handy one. And also for those awkward sizes as well. I don't know about you, but I'm a metric girl. Inches leave me a little bit lost. It's all 8s. Yeah. My 8th timetable was the one I least liked. So I know you shouldn't have favourites, but there it is. And so for me, this is great because this will help you trim back 7/8, 5/8, all the ones that are a little bit tricky to look at on a ruler, you can really get to see and use here. So it's incredibly useful. We just did a block of the month project at Natasha Makes, and Gemma, one of the lovely girls that works with me, she checked all of the patterns, all of the blocks, and she's like, this is now her favourite ruler because she said she could just cut those more unusual increments so much more easily, put my teeth in, with that ruler. So we regularly have debates as to which is the best Stripology one, the bigger ones or the little ones. She says the mini one, and I love the big one. Yeah. £37.95, 434 515 is your item number for that one. Very, very handy tool. Next up, we've got the 10-inch log cabin. Let me just take the packaging off that and show you. Do you know what I love? When you pick the ruler up, you know that it's quality, and again, that is definitely what you need when you're using your rotary tool. When you've got this on fabric, you want to make sure that it's non-slip. Let me turn that the right way for you so you can see that at home. Now, Tash, we have the measurements on there, but we've also got all of these different shapes and squares on here as well. So what do they mean? We've got round 2, round 3, we've got R9, R8 on there. Right, I'm going to show you exactly what they mean, because you remember I said to you that when we start dealing with the log cabins, they all work in pretty much the same way. Yes. So what I've just done now is finish another round on this log cabin here. So you can see this was my centerpiece here. This is my round 1. This is my round 2, and this is round 3. So when I want to trim back round 3, I look for the square that says round 3 and I place that in the middle there. I can then line up all of my seams, and you can give them a little tug into place if they're not quite where you want them to be. And so now I can trim with that in round 3. I can trim back that seam allowance, so that's 2 sides, and then I spin it, I realign it. There we go, round 3 again, making sure that this is lining up on all of my seams.
Look at
as
that.
we speak. Yeah,
it's like Bernie the Bolt. Perfect.
So that is your 6-inch log cabin.
Love that.
Okay, so that is it. So you can do multiples of those. You can also do, if I show you here, that's your traditional log cabin. That's what we've just made. You can do the courthouse steps just by putting different colours in different places and trimming it slightly differently, or you can do the half log cabin. And in order to do the half log cabin, you've got different rounds as well.
Does it make a difference?
Builds from there. So you'd start with round 1 down there, your square there, and then it would go all the way up from there.
Doesn't it make now? The one on the side of your screen is the 6-inch, £20 and 94 pence, and the one that I've got here is the 10-inch. And there's your 10-inch log cabin there, and those beautiful fabrics. So it's the same, only
But that
larger.
one does the duo. So that one also, you can do wide ones or narrow ones. So it does even more.
Ah.
So up here, you could do it so that it's all just really, really tiddly tiny narrow ones.
Yes.
You could do it all with the larger ones.
Yep.
Or, as I've done, I've alternated.
Yes.
So you've got that dual aspect to that ruler, which you don't have with the others, but with the 10-inch you have. And I just love that effect.
Yeah, love that too. Right, £21.99 if you want to go for the 10-inch log cabin trim tool. Again, on extended delivery, dispatching on the 10th of February. 151853 is your item number. Let's head back to Tash. By the way, if you've got any questions, anything you've made you want to show off with quilting rulers just like this, please send in your pictures. It is studio@thecraftstore.com. Let's head back to Tash.
Right. Let's look at the next ruler, which was new today. I'm just going to move all this Liberty out of the way, and then we can take a look at this one, which is... Here we go.
Oh, yeah, the scallop.
Yeah, so this is the scallop. Let's get all of these ones out the way so that we can really take a good look at this one. Now, the thing with the scallop is you can use it in a variety of ways.
Yes.
So if we open it up, first thing that we can have a look is using it as a template. So the first thing that we can do is use it to create our own scallop borders on our quilt. So if we have a look at that one up on the wall,
have a look at the scalloped.
We'll get there.
We're heading there with our cameras.
Yeah.
Can I ask you, with the tool that you've got there, and indeed with some of the stripology tools, does it matter the width of your rotary blade or the size?
No, not on this.
Okay.
So this is 45 mil on these. And you're
fabulous. And you can see by that shape as well, you can see by the shape there just how uniform that is going all the way around. It's going to be perfect all the way.
Yeah, that's the thing. He says I discreetly hand out the ruler and then look and realise that you can sort of see. Right, so what we're going to look at with this is creating a template, because if you want to do that scallop border, you can do it with a variety of different sizes, and that's the beauty of this. So here we go. We're going to cut it out of paper. That's the easiest way. And you'd start off with a square piece of paper, and it gives you the measurements to start off with a 4 to 8. Well, you've got lots of different options here, because you can work with a border that is 2 to 5 inches, in which case you would work with the small side, so that would be there. And then if you want to work with the medium, then that would be that scallop there.
Okay.
And that's going to be for borders of 4 to 8 inches.
Okay.
And then on a large border like that, up to 12 inches, you're going to work with your larger scallop there. So that's just giving you a much deeper curve.
Got you.
Okay.
This might be a daft question.
Never a daft question.
But it is me. It doesn't tessellate, does it? You can't link all those up, can you?
We're going to see. So,
shall we?
So you're going to use that, and in the square sizes that it says, you'll pop that on the square and you just cut around it.
Got you.
I haven't got my paper rotary cutter.
Okay.
Just use your paper rotary cutter
Yes.
for this. I've got one for fabric, one for paper, but I've forgotten that, so I'm not going to cut that. But that is what we would look at. So then fold that in half. I find actually that if I then fold again, you'll see why in a minute. So then let's take a quilt that at the moment
oh,
Oh, that's beautiful, Tash.
Yeah.
What fabrics? That's not
This
the fabric
is
we've got on the
this is the
show.
shaggy fabric. Yeah, it's upside down because I'm working on those other end borders. But this is the shaggy fabric. Shall I spin it
Wow.
around so you can see it
Yeah,
properly?
that's
So,
beautiful.
Yeah. So what we did at Natasha Makes, Jane Alcock, who works for me as well, we went through the fabrics, and what we wanted to create was a quilt that was incredibly easy that anybody could do.
Yes.
And that's exactly what we've got. So you've got a centrepiece that is absolutely stunning. This is a Philip Jacobs fabric for the K Facet Collective. It's called Shaggy, hence the name. And then what we did was we found fabrics that just worked so well. So you've got here a duck egg blue, which pulls the petals from there. You've then got Brandon Mabley's Amaze, and then we've got a pink border, and then but you can put these in any order because you've got a
Yeah,
½ metre of each
sure.
and a fat quarter of that, and then you've got your guinea flower round there, and then another plain. And then you've got here, this is your Shark's Tooth by Brandon Mabley. So
That's lovely.
You've got the movement here to echo the scallop edge
Yes.
that we're going to do. So
Yeah.
in each of the fabrics, you've got one that you can put on the edge that's going to echo
Yes.
the scallop. And we've got 3 different kits for you.
We
But
have this fabric set available for you now. I mean, I thought it was beautiful when I saw it out on display, but seeing it all linked together like that, that is absolutely stunning.
But this is what we do. You see, we put colours together. This is what we really pride ourselves with
Yeah.
and what we absolutely love to do. The one that you're seeing on your screen is Dorothy. And again, so that centrepiece is another exquisite design by Philip Jacobs for the K Facet Collective, which is called Dorothy. And you can see there you've got your Shark's Tooth in the purple and the orange, and it just pulls all those colours together. And it's just...
We
People
are
find
limited-
colour hard to put together sometimes.
I think we're limited. Are we limited stock on we're limited stock on Dorothy. We still have Shaggy. Somebody having a laugh with me today. But that's good. We like to giggle, don't we? So Dorothy is limited. So
Dorothy's in the middle.
Two?
Dorothy's in the middle. That's Dorothy. You've got your hand
So
on
the
Dorothy
Shaggy
there.
is the one with the green in it and the beautiful fuchsia colour.
No,
that's Dorothy.
that's Dorothy. Shaggy
Okay.
is the one on the end.
Okay.
That
Shaggy's
one.
the one that you've made the quilt
Yes.
out of. Yes. Right.
And then
here we go.
Yeah.
This is Shaggy just here. I love these colours. Really, really love these colours. The purples and the dusky blue and that grey in the background. These are absolutely beautiful. £42.99, brand new today. You can divide the cost into 2 payments. 2 payments are £21.50, 092397. I just want to make a headscarf out of that. I just think it's absolutely beautiful. And then the next one along is Dorothy, starting here. Now we are down to single figures of Dorothy, and this has got more deeper purples in. Love this. It's like a pumpkin colour, isn't it, with the purple?
Yeah,
Doesn't that work perfectly?
but you see it pulls the purple through from Dorothy, pulls that all the way through, and you've got some of those lighter tones in Dorothy as well. It's just beautiful, and each colour is pulled through and connects together. So I would do a pattern, then a plain, then a pattern, then a plain.
Yeah, and it doesn't
just-
matter
and
what
do it
order,
those way.
just what's
Yeah.
appeasing to the eye. You must have a lot of fun picking out these fabrics and colours. They're absolutely gorgeous. So, £42.99, and you can divide the cost into 2 if it's easier for you. We'll take 1 payment on the 10th of February and another payment in a month's time, and that's £21.50. A great deal, it really is. Freedom members, no P&P to pay. 092367 is your item number. Oh, thanks for letting us look at those, because they are delicious. Right, Tash, back to you.
Right, so this is just the easiest of quilts to make. It's literally that centre panel to whatever size you want, and then you just cut your strips with your stripology or whatever ruler you've got, sew them on, and it just keeps framing and framing and framing. This is why we've called it the frame quilt. So then we get to our outer border, and you can see here on this one we have just started to cut this. So what this ruler will do is give you those curves. So let's see how it is.
Tash, sorry to interrupt. We're limited stock on both of the K Facet fabrics to make these quilts. So limited stock on both of your options. So don't miss out on that. So your Dorothy and your Shaggy are now limited stock. We don't want you to miss out on Dorothy, and we don't want you to miss out on Shaggy.
Okay. Okay. So what you're going to look at is attaching these corner pieces. So you'll cut all of these out using your templates, and then you can get your ruler. You can either fold it or get your ruler and go through these corner points all the way up, and then you can align. When we folded it in half, you can just align that halfway mark into that corner there, and just align that so that that's going to come on that diagonal, and then pin that in place.
Tash, would you always cut the template?
Yes.
Cut around the template. You wouldn't use the rule to cut like we've done with the previous rules.
Yeah, no. So you absolutely can. But what you want to do is first get everything correctly in place.
Right.
So make your template first, then draw around it, and then you can go in and use it as a ruler.
Ah, yes, because you can place it on top of the
absolutely.
templates. Got you.
So again, I'm going to cut though. I'm going to just fold in those quarter lines, and you'll see why in a minute. So let me just pop that underneath there, and I'm just going to adjust that so that it's coming around there like so, and that's in my diagonal line there, so I know that I've got that all beautifully lined up, and when I'm happy, pop a pin through there. So they would be my corners. And again, the other thing to mention here, Janice, is that I would have this with my wadding and my backing, so that this is the last thing that I do, and that's really important. Now I do that before I started to quilt, because then I would draw on the template, and then you could quilt and echo that scallop if you wanted.
Yes.
So have it wadded, backed, and then put your templates on, do all of that, then you can quilt it, and the last thing to do would then be to cut this, and then you would bind it, and then you would be done. So then you've got your other pieces.
Yes.
Now you can see these are at different depths depending on how you want to do it. So that is your small there, and if you wanted to do them different depths, so if I wanted a larger scallop, then I would go, can you see, I would cut that, and that would give me a deeper curve. But I'm just going to go for a gentle edge.
A gentle edge?
Yeah, a gentle edge.
This is a really handy ruler, isn't it?
It is really handy, yeah, and you can cut a few of these. And I said to pop your quarter, do your quarter there. It just means that when you come in here, you can just start to align it if you want to, or it's up to you how you then want to do it. But for me,
I've got some news, Tash. I'm ever so sorry to interrupt, but Dorothy has just gone and left the building.
Oh,
I know.
has she now?
She's flown off in a tornado. So Dorothy is now sold out. But we still have the shaggy fabric for you, which is the pinks and the purples in there. Gorgeous. I absolutely adore this. This is my favourite. Love this. Yeah, love shaggy. Absolutely delightful. And these are the fabrics that our Tash is working with right now. We don't have many left. We're in single figures. 092367 is your item number. 2 payments of £21.50. Do you know what? That is a great price for that fabric. It certainly is. Let's head back to Tash.
So let's just make that fold there, and then I've just got a guide as to where I want that edge piece to come up to there on my scallop.
Do we know if it's scallop or scallop?
I don't know. I'm probably saying it horribly wrong and upsetting lots of
if you know,
people.
if a scallop is something that is a shape and a scallop is something you eat, or maybe they're the same thing, please email in. We'd like to know.
Were we?
No, we're not too sure at all. Oh, both options of the fabric. The shaggy has now gone and sold out. Bye-bye, shaggy. It's been nice knowing you.
Right. So then you have your option, because you can see that that is how those pieces would come together. That is going to give you your curve there, like that. And you can either... And this is where you get to play. So you can either take that apart slightly so that all of the gaps between them are the same and everything is equal there. And then you just know or you can have that together there and just have a longer sweep there. It's entirely up to you how you want to do it, but this is how you will just adjust it. And I would make the template, and again, you know, you can use one of your centerpieces there to fill in the gaps, to then draw around. You can then, and then just tape it all together so that you know you'd have a little piece there, so that that would then be your end piece, and you would then cut both ends the same. And you can, so you use that as your template and you draw around it, and then once that is quilted, that's then when you cut it. Janice.
Fabulous. He made me do it.
He made me do it.
But it does look, doesn't it fall lovely?
Do you know it is? It is beautiful fabric for dressmaking as well.
Sorry, we don't have any. Was this the shaggy option? Yes, it was. Or is it Dorothy?
No, that's Dorothy.
Well, it would be, wouldn't it? Because I'm wearing it.
It is Dorothy.
It is.
I love the way that when Lewis does the dresses for the set, it's only the front.
I know.
There's no modesty at the back there.
I know. I thought,
woo,
steady
on.
I thought, make a dress for me, Lewis. Dress me. And then I thought, oh no, best not.
Maybe he could do you a ruffle for the back.
Yes.
Yeah,
ruffle.
Come on, Lewis. Let's have a ruffle on the back.
I need to move along. Not very. That's why I never wear a dress. Right, with this, it's a bit tight. Oh, breathe in. Right, the scallop here is what Tash has been using. Do you know what? It is a fabulous tool. I don't know if I can pop that behind. There you go, because I've not got a piece of paper at the moment. No, it's no good. But you can see that different shape to bring out those beautiful edges. We've got a quilt here in the studio, and you can use this for so much more as well. You know, so many different shapes that you can create out of this, and you get your instructions as well. They are included, so you can watch this show again on rewind. Don't worry, you can just fast forward me, and then you can see those brilliant scalloped edges that you've got right there. Great tool, very busy for that actually. £26.99, 503 582 is your item number. But the best seller is the Stripology, the large ruler that we've got just here. This is a terrific tool, and if you have just joined us, welcome. It's great to have your company. What a terrific tool to get, Tash, especially if you're starting out.
I wouldn't be without it.
Whether
you're starting out or not, you still need it in your life, because it just means that you can cut quickly, accurately. I mean, that's back to front, and it still looks great.
Shall I turn it round the other way? That would be a good idea. Maybe to the way and right way round.
But actually, that was obviously so that you could see. Yeah, you could see the opaque non-slip grip.
Oh yeah, of course you can.
Yeah,
and that's important to have non-slip.
Really important.
You could be working with all kinds of different fabrics.
Yeah, and this grips everything from silk, all of your really fragile fabrics as well. It holds it fast without damaging it. That's the key as well. It's really, really clever. There's a fine line between having something that grips and damages and something that just grips, holds, and no damage at all. It's just absolutely perfect. They really know their stuff. And like I say, actually, I had a customer the other day who rang me up saying, "How do we package?" Because Natasha makes resell the XLs, and she said she'd bought another brand, a similar type ruler, another brand, and her postman had somehow managed to fold it in half, which obviously snapped it to put it through the post box.
No!
And it's just like, at no point would you ever be able to do that with a creative grid. They're just too sturdy.
Oh my
So we were all looking in horror at each other with this story in the office going, how? But you'd never do that with a creative grid, because they are just so sturdy.
Yeah,
They're
they really
so
are.
well made. I've had mine for years, and I cart it backwards and forwards. It goes in and out my car all over the place. At home, studio, here, all over the place, and they're just so sturdy. You are buying into a tool that's going to last a lifetime. You look after it properly, it's going to last a lifetime. Keep it away from heat sources and things like that, as you would any kind of mat or plastic or anything like that. And that's why you've got the holes on them, so you can hang them on the walls so that they are flat. Just keep them flat, you'll be absolutely fine. But they're the bread and butter. It's your 80-20 rule. You're going to use this 20%, well, it's the 20% of things that does 80% of the work.
Yes, I love that. You know, when I watch
And
you
that's what it is.
use this in the shows as well, Tash, you know, there's no stress about the cutting. It's done, and then it's done, and then you've got the perfect strips, you've got the perfect sizes to start building up your designs. Treat yourself today. £22.47, and then another payment in a month's time. Dispatched on the 10th of February. 848199 is your item number. Fantastic tool for you. We also have some other rulers on the show as well, so you can go on to the website and have a look at all the different sizes that are available for you. We've been popular on quite a few of them actually, which you are enjoying using as well. The 6-inch straight log cabin trim tool, that's only £20.94. You have got items that are on FlexiBuy, but I think you'll notice as we're scrolling along, one thing in particular, 5-star reviews upon 5-star reviews upon 5-star reviews. So don't take our word for it. Head to the reviews and have a look at what people... Now, the big tall one, it's 6.5 by 24 inches. Just want to give you some information on that because that's just started to get very, very busy towards the end of the show. I know my paper isn't large enough, but just to give you an idea of that
was the second ruler I ever bought.
Is it really?
So I started off with the Stripology, and then that was the next ruler, because when fabric comes to you, it comes off a bolt and it's folded in half. Now your fabric is 44 inches from one end to the next, from selvage to selvage, and that's then folded in half on your bolt. So instead of 44 inches, it's 22. This is 24.5 inches, because what it means is that you can cut in one fell swoop all the way through your bolt, and then you're ready to fold it in half and use it on your Stripology. And I know we're out of time.
Oh, it's okay, Tash. Thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you, Tash. We'll see you guys in a moment. Oh, I'm excited about this one. Matthew Palmer is in the building with Adam. We've got the one-day special. Then you've got Thrifty Thursday. And then we're back with our lovely Matthew Palmer and the lovely Catherine Stark. Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player on Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Craft Store channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how you do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select Settings. Select your network and select Set Up Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Craft Store app. Simply press your home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the Channel Store. At the top of the Channel Store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter the Craft Store into the search bar and this will take you to the Craft Store app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the Added Channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Scroll down to the Craft Store app and press the star button on your remote. You can use the arrow buttons to move the Craft Store to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it. You can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your favourite TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi there, my name's Leona. I'm a presenter, a guest and a crafter. My Let Leona Loose show is also fantastic. I get to work with loads of really cool brands and again, I'm always learning. I hope you can join me on my Let Leona Loose shows every Wednesday, 11 AM and 2 PM.
A very good evening to you. I hope you are well. The time has just struck 6 o'clock, which can only mean one thing. It's time for a brand new one-day special. And we've also got a TV launch as well. A DVD that won't be back and colours to die for. We are talking the beautiful watercolour of Matthew Palmer. Yes, indeed. Inspiration that we were showing you there. Inspiration. But inspiration about what? What are we painting this time? Well, this time it is the TV launch, and I genuinely mean a TV launch of the brand new brushes that we're looking. These are the Sky and Cloud brush set. Never been seen before. There's the brand new on the television. We'll get our Matthew to talk about them because they are made for a purpose. They are going to give you the perfect clouds. They're going to give you the perfect sky. They're going to give you the perfect washes. And yet, if you're just thinking, well, that's all well and good, but I need a whole picture. I can't just paint a cloud and send that. No, they will also good for your other pictures as well, to do your trees and everything that you need. But before I go into more detail about all of this, let's introduce actually the man himself. It wouldn't be Matthew Palmer without Matthew Palmer.
Hello.
How are you, bud?
I'm excited to be back and excited to bring some new brushes. I think an interview would have a treat.
We could do a full-on interview.
I think it'd be great.
We could do this. Little chairs.
Chair, cross legs.
like a cruise ship style.
Yeah, it works for
I
me.
used to love them on cruises. It was the easiest hour of my life. So, just used to sit there and let them talk. Just tell me everything. But this is a TV launch.
It is, yes.
2 brand new brushes. We've got colours in here as well. A DVD that has been made just for this set. And you've also thrown in your watercolour paper pack. So we've sort of got everything we need to sort of start creating beautiful skylines. And you were saying in our meetings before the shows that the brushes are not just for clouds and skies.
Yeah, so for me, I wanted to design a brush which solved probably one of the biggest fears that people have about watercolours and acrylics and oils, and that's painting skies with clean washes and beautiful clouds. So I've taken a very traditional brush and I've changed the shape, as you can see, because if you rotate the brush to the side slightly, it looks like a standard large watercolour brush with a beautiful point on it. But if you drop it, it's like an oval brush. It's got that beautiful slope, and that slope makes all the difference. This is a world's first, folks. This brush is a large, it's around about a size 20 brush. Now, if you was to go and buy a size 20 imitation sable brush like this is, because this is premium hair, you're going to be paying almost £30 just for the one brush. Here we've got 2. We've got a size 20 and a size 8. So these are your perfect brushes for skies, clouds and washes and trees. I mean, for me, I should be calling these brushes the Matthew Palmer Sky, Cloud, Wash and Tree brush, but you know something, we didn't have space on handle, so we could have used the other side. There weren't space on handle enough to put that, so we just kept it as Sky and Cloud. But if you look around the studio, you can see we're surrounded by these beautiful skies and clouds, and this is what is, honestly, almost 2 years in the making, bringing these brushes to you. And that's just one part of the one-day special, just one part.
I absolutely adore them. There is so much more that you can do with these. Now, you can go for the brushes individually if you want. The details for those are at the bottom of the screen. Now, there's a lot of people doing that as well. There's a lot of people just throwing the bottom. Now, I don't have a lot of the brushes on their own. I will tell you now, okay? I haven't got a load. They're £19.99 on their own. So take this price here, and then look at what's here. So for the sheer fact, your first flexible payments, yes, are the brushes alone. And then you have now already done. From that, you're then getting your DVD, you're getting your colours, and you're also getting your watercolour cardstock also included that you've got in there. £39.86, but then you can do clouds and skies that look like these. On the DVD as well, we get 3 different sort of daytime settings.
Yes, we do. So what we've done, as well as have the brushes today, we've filmed exclusively just before Christmas with the mindset that was coming to launch them today. So we have put together a DVD that is exclusive to the craft store. So this bundle, this DVD is not available anywhere. It's got 3 projects. It's got you painting a wonderful kind of, you can see that classic kind of fluffy cloud, which we've all seen, but are famously quite difficult, but these brushes make it easy. And then, of course, it shows you how to use the brushes for creating landscapes and trees as well. It's not just about painting skies, and that's important. These are the everyday go-to brushes for washes and detail because they're beautifully pointed. You've got a sunset as well, very similar to the one that's actually at the back of the brushes on the counter. That's on the DVD as well. And we have got a nice dramatic moonlit sky effect. So that DVD with the brushes only available here on the craft store as part of this one-day special.
It is. 15% of the bundle now has already gone. 15% of the bundle has already gone. If you like Matthew Palmer's style of working, because it is like a full masterclass. So if you've done stuff on the Zooms and he does watercolour.tv and all that, so if you've done the Sunday classes, you're going to like the DVD because it's worked in the same style. It takes you from start to finish of a full work, and you don't need a lot of equipment. Once you've got your equipment, you're good to go. So we've done the brushes and we've done the DVD. The DVD on its own is worth £10. You can go for it on its own. Once it's gone, I feel, with that one. From there, we've got your 3 colours that we're looking at here. Now, once again, these are not tester pots. These are generic, proper size SAA pots. These are not something you throw in Matthew and go, oh, just have a little dab, have a little go, and then come back and get the real ones. These are full size.
Yeah, so these are 15mm tubes, and 15mm in watercolour is a lot of paint because remember, it makes a bucket full, it really does. So you've got the 3 colours, including the brand new, and this is a brand new colour that came out just for Christmas. This is the super opaque white. So many people have problems with white paint. It goes on, it's hard to paint with. It's like painting with toothpaste sometimes. That's something you should try. But here we've got a colour that is a nice flow. It's a nice flow, and also it stays opaque when it dries, and that is really important with this colour. So I've chosen 3 colours that you probably won't have in your watercolour stash. We've gone for natural white, the new white. We've gone for the dark skin tone, a beautiful rusty sort of colour, and then a natural green designed to replicate nature. So you can use these 3 colours alongside any other colours. Maybe you've got primary colours at home. This is the perfect bolt-on. It's a nice addition to this one-day special.
So it's worth having a little look at the 3 colours. I've also got a pick and mix on the show as well. If you want to add more colours, I can do that later as well. We've got the pick and mix on the show. But we don't stop there. Not only are you going to get your 2 brand new brushes, TV launch, never been seen before, not only are you going to get your DVD that you're going to get as well, so that's that £20, £10. We're talking at £30 already just for this. So if we spin this around, I think it's £39 for your one-day special. So £39, this is 30 already. So for £9.86, I'm going to give you 3 of the colourways that you are going to get here. And then 5 sheets of the watercolour paper pack, 300 GSM that you're looking at, and this is something that, Matthew, you work long and hard to get the right paper. You just wouldn't put your name on any old paper. Think, oh yeah, it's watercolour, because it's not. This is what you use time after time, and sometimes that is the problem that people try with watercolour. They just go inferior. I'm going to use the word, I don't care. They use inferior paper, and sometimes I think, oh, I can't watercolour. It's not for me, but it's what you paint onto sometimes can hinder and say whether you're good or bad.
Absolutely. I mean, you've only got to look on the Facebook page, Matthew Palmer Artist, and you'll see people talking about this paper all the time, how much of a struggle they've had using cheaper, as you mentioned, inferior papers, and then bringing in a cotton paper, which I designed, and it is a beautiful surface to all the pictures I've painted for the past, I want to say 12 years I've been on this paper. It's a pleasure to use, and the reason, because it's cotton and it holds the water. Think of cotton as something that's like a sponge. It soaks the water, it stays in there, and you can wear it for such a long time. It's a beautiful paper. 5 big sheets of paper in this one.
It is, and they're getting those for £9.86. Those and the paints as well that you're going to get, and then everything else is this is ridiculous deal, absolute ridiculous deal. Then you can spread the cost as well onto 2 interest-free flexible payments of £19.93. But I can make that even better. PayPal, we're over £30. Anything over £30 to £2,000, I can split onto 3 using PayPal. So if you're using PayPal, it'd be £13.28 today. £13.28 across 3 months. All the T's and C's are on the website for PayPal as well. Do check them out. But it's worth having a little look. So if you're thinking, I like it, I want to go, I can't really afford 2 flexible payments, I could go for 3. Let's go for 3 flexible payments and use PayPal. 247235 is your item number. 20% of the overall stock now has gone. 20% of that original stock, and we're only 11 minutes in to our first of 5 live hours. 247235 is your item number, £39.86. Now, something I do need to mention, though, is the SAA membership that we've got on here. Now, you'll find them on the website. Jump to the website, you'll find it on there. £45 on this one. Because our website's changed now, it's slightly harder to find the link. It's just there, look, right by the picture. Just click here. So you'll see your mouse changes to a finger. We're very technical this evening, don't we? Just click it, it'll take you through. Now, why do you do this? Why not buy it from us? Because you won't get your freebies if you buy it through our website. You need to buy it through the SAA website as well. But if you're thinking, this is all well and good, but what the heck is the SAA? Matthew, what is it if we've never seen it before?
That's a good question.
I thought that.
It's a great question. The SAA is a giant art group. The AA is pretty much all artists, so £45, okay, a year's membership to the biggest art group in the world, and they have one mission, that's to keep you painting. I've been a member of the SAA since about 1994, and I'm still a member to this day. So I joined as a leisure painter as a beginner. There's lots of different levels, but a £45 membership is for leisure painters that just want to just enjoy. You get loads of tuition online via the video on demand service, which has got thousands and thousands of hours of tuition for all the mediums, as part of this membership. You also get access to this wonderful kit, and because it's a craft store membership offer, we've put together a really cool little offer. So as well as getting all your nice sort of standard membership perks like the video on demand, a beautiful glossy magazine called Paint, which comes direct to your door. That's full of step-by-step articles by the likes of myself and all other artists as well. You get a catalogue here as well, and it's a UK-based mail-order art supply company. You get free postage if you're a member as well, which is cool. And you even get loyalty points every time you buy something. It goes back. We'll give you a £5's worth of loyalty points to spend straight away, so you can knock a £5 off the membership fee. And if you join via the non-pink link on the website, which changes to a finger, is that right?
Changes to a finger now.
If you click it when it changes to a finger, rather than add to basket, skip past that, you're going to get these 2 paints here, the 2 Matthew Palmer natural colours here. There's skin tone light, skin tone dark. 2 of the gold standard brushes. Now the gold ones are a beautiful sable, very similar to the hair that's in the one day special brushes, and a pack of practice watercolour paper. So I reckon all that combines about 45 quid. I would say, I don't want to be sure, but maybe we could work it out. About £45 worth of freebies that you won't get anywhere else. So it's a free membership, basically.
So it's worth having a look. Now, people are adding this to their basket. You do not... No, it's the only time I'm ever going to say, do not add this to your basket. You are looking for the fickle finger of fate. When you found the fickle finger of fate, go over the link, you will see. So you get your normal little pointy arrow. Let's move off it. So move off it, Ross. Move off it so we get the... There you go, look, normal arrow. Fickle finger of fate. That's what you want. That will change your fate to be an artist. We don't want you scrolling all the way to the bottom. Oh, there's me, look, pointing again. There's another fickle finger of fate. Don't go here. Don't order it. I don't know why we put order on the page, to be honest. I genuinely don't. I don't know. Just click there. Just click where it says SAA is what you are looking at on this one. Then you join today. Okay, do not buy it through our website. Click Click here, the membership pages with the fickle finger of fate. That's what you're looking for. The little fickle finger. Give it a little click. And then it's worth having a little go, okay? We are very, very busy. We're flying at the door of the one-day special. I knew we would. A quarter of the stock's already gone. It's a world launch, world TV launch. Never been seen before, the brushes. Never been seen. White, brand new, also in the bundle. You know what, normally we're waiting for months, and we're normally on the last train. And we've already got the white. No, we're right up there. We're in first class today. We have got that brand new white, only released just before Christmas. The 2 new brushes, not anywhere else. You've never seen them on the TV before, so this may be your first time of seeing them ever. You're going to get your paper, you're going to get your DVD that was made just for this one-day special. Right then, let's go over to the man himself. Let's start painting with Palmer.
Painting with Palmer.
It's a Sunday series waiting to go.
Need to get a copyright on that. Is anybody from the BBC watching? Or Channel 5?
Or Sunday afternoon.
Just after Antiques Roadshow.
Oh,
perfect slot for painting with Palmer.
Painting with Palmer in a field somewhere, in a country house.
Happy days, happy days. Right, so what we've got, there we are. What we've got, not that one, that one. I hope no from BBC is watching. So what we've actually got is we've got these brand new brushes, folks, which we've been working in close company with the SAA to develop these. And if you've seen any of my, or you've had any of my previous brushes, then you know that they're nice quality. What's different about these ones is that the shape, it's taking a very old-fashioned formula, a standard brush, and adding a little bit of spit and polish, improving them. The bristle is a premium quality synthetic sable. These are beautiful brushes, and if you just have a look around online at the price of a size 20 sable brush, it's about 30 quid. Here, if we look at both of the brushes together, if we look at them at this angle, it's a beautiful round brush with a beautiful point. Look at the point on that brush. Now, that looks like a standard brush, but if we turn them to the side, it's a straight edge with a curve, and that's what makes painting skies and big washes easier. Look how we can squeeze the brush, and it creates these beautiful effects for lifting out, and it's such a wonderful tool, honestly. So if you're just buying the brushes alone, 20 quid, great, but look at all those wonderful goodies that you get, you know, including all the wonderful paints, the paper, and of course the DVD will show you how to use them. So I've got a sheet of the watercolour paper here, and I'm going to turn this that direction because it's sometimes nice to paint a smaller picture. You know, if you're new to painting, maybe it's the way you'd want to go about it. So you can chop the paper in half, so already you're getting 10 sheets, really. So if we take a piece of this paper, masking tape, and I want to pop it there and paint a sky at the bottom, it's a good size to work on, really. You might notice I've stuck it to a board as well, but if you've just got like an old sketch pad, I mean, hanging around at the back of the studio, if this is going to cause chaos or not, I don't know, but we've got an old sketchbook that I've had for years, and this is kind of like a bit of masking tape to stick it down. That's a good way to work for most people. And of course we've got water and some kitchen paper as well. So the 3 colours from the one day special are colours that are not standard off the shelf colours. That's why I've included them. The white, we spoke about it, you've got the green, you've got the skin tone dark. So if you've got some other colours hanging around, like some primary colours, some red, some yellow or orange and some blue, perfect addition. Of course we do have the pick and mix as well for any colours that want to go alongside to work with them. So I've squirted them in the palette. I've not squirted the white in the palette because white is best to use pretty much straight from the tube. We'll get to that later, okay? So this is the plan. I've taken quite a few colours from the pick and mix, primary colours, so I've got a red, I've got a yellow and I've got a blue hanging around in there.
Okay.
And I'm going to use those alongside the 3 colours that we've got in the one day special. So let's take the big brush. Now it's designed for everyday painting, not just for skies. It's a wash brush, and what a wash means is not having a shower. What a wash brush means is the way you put the paint down on your paper. That's how it works basically. So that's a wash. So if I just use the brush normally to wet the entire sheet of paper, we're going to paint a couple of nice different skies on this paper. That's the plan.
Oh, nice.
You can smell the fear, can't you?
Oh yeah, I like watching them
come together. Or is it excitement?
I think it's excitement.
Are
we still doing the Sunday classes?
Yes.
Are they back on now?
Yeah, it's on every week, every Sunday. This week is...
I forgot to ask you before.
It's a farm. It's actually like an old farm building with some cockerels and hens and things around. So a beautiful one, folks. That's Sunday the 6th of Feb.
6th of Feb, watercolour.tv.
Watercolour.tv. It's only a tenner. Primary colours, all you need.
That's all you need. Also,
Get it
Matthew's
booked in.
Facebook, Matthew Palmer Artist.
Yeah, make sure you follow that, 'cause lots of stuff on there. So I'm wetting the paper, and then we'll lay down some colours. Now, I'm going to be using primary colours. These are available in the pick and mix, or you can just use whatever primary colours you've got. So it might be a red, it can be any red, it could be any yellow or orange, and any blue, it's fine. So I want to use a yellow, actually, and this yellow is natural yellow light. It is available, it's a bright yellow. I've got it on the brush. Now, this is where the brush starts to shine, because you can lay down these beautiful vibrant colours. Make a nice sunset here. And it's just such a soft and workable bristle to work with. It's a beautiful surface. So a nice rich yellow. Don't be afraid to use it quite thick as well. So I'm using the brush with the writing facing to the left, and that way it's using the widest part of the brush. Let's clean the brush at that point. We'll go straight in, and what we'll do is we'll add a little bit of red to that, so it's going to go a little bit orange. Straight in. Now, because it's a special bladed shape, what that means is that it's quite easy to reactivate the colour with it as well, because that shape seems to work better for reactivation. We've got a wonky easel. So we'll bring that down. Layer the colours together. It's such an effortless thing to do when you're working like this. Let's introduce some blue into this. Again, another primary colour. Now, if we put the blue in with the orange, it goes a little bit grey, which is good, but we'll keep going with the blue. So, these brushes have replaced my standard size 20 brush and my standard size 6 brush, because they are the same brush with that added effect for painting skies and trees. So I'm working them through.
Now you're going to be your go-to brushes.
That's
that
what
you
these
start
are.
any pictures. These are now your go-to. This is what you'd start any picture with, I'm guessing.
Absolutely, that's exactly what these brushes are. What we're going to do here is we're going to take this magic tool, which is not available on the show, and we're going to pop this probably here, and that's just a coin wrapped in kitchen paper, so it's giving us a nice sunset. Let's paint in some clouds. Let's bring some clouds into play. This is where this brush starts to shine, this special shape of the brush. So, we're going to take some blue, and that's going to be on one side of the brush. And then we're going to take some of the dark skin tone that's also in the one day special as well. So on the brush, it's hard to see, but we've got these two colours. We've got blue on that side and we've got dark skin on that side. Now into the palette, I want to squash the brush forward, blend it forward, and it gives you this almost like a flat top, almost like a deer foot kind of shape, or a horse's hoof.
Yeah.
And that's what makes this brush paint clouds easier. It is a struggle for people. I've watched people for years at workshops painting skies and clouds, and it just makes the process easier. And we can twist. Now what's happening here is we're getting a little bit of both colours. So where it's gone a bit grey, that's the blue coming through. Where it's gone a bit brown is obviously the other side of the brush. So it's making use, and the reason we chose this bristle is because it's the perfect shape for this. And if you've ever seen a sunset, sun's just about gone, you get these gorgeous sort of dark brown and silhouette clouds. Let's tilt that forward just a touch. Now what we'll do is we'll bend this forward again, and we'll twist. Now if you want to go larger with your clouds, you can use the brush in a slightly different way, or you can gradually lift the brush off the paper, and you can make use of the point of the brush for getting really nice fine clouds. Now it's a little twist. It's the perfect shape for this, and that's what I wanted, a brush that did this. And then it kind of led me to think, well, you can use this not just for clouds, it's good for distant trees, it's good for stippling, it's good for those everyday washes that we use in watercolour. So that nice little twist there. So you can see how the sky's forming. But look how it's made up of two colours. Now, if you want to get a bigger cloud, a really dramatic cloud, then you can change the way the brush actually works. Okay. So what you can do is you can pick up your two colours again, so you get the blue, and we'll get that dark skin as well. But the difference here is that you can sort of lay the brush flat in your palette or your plate, because all you want is some kind of plate or something to mix your colours in. You don't need fancy palettes. I mean, they're optional. They're nice to have, but you don't need them. But look how the brush all of a sudden goes really nice and wide. It's a beautiful wide brush. It's spread out. It's the nature of the actual bristle it's replicating to its best ability a pure sable, and pure sable brushes will cost hundreds of pounds. They are so expensive because sable is more expensive now than gold. It really is a premium product. So that curve is perfect for getting nice big fluffy twisty clouds, so you can really twist it. It's just the right shape, it really is. Now another really good advantage of this blade is if I clean the brush really, really well and give it a good old squeeze. Now when I squeeze this brush, can we see Matthew's elegant squeezing?
There we go.
Look at that.
Oh,
beautiful. It's quite satisfying, that. But look at this nice fan shape. So you've turned your brush into a fan brush all of a sudden. This is like a blade. Bring that up to the picture, and we can put some highlights in the cloud. So we can lift off. It lifts off colour, and that's because it's a sable. It's an imitation sable. It's not just a synthetic brush. It is a imitation sable, and that is what's special about this. And you just have a look at the price of a size 20 imitation sable brush. It's well over £20 just for the one. This is a size 20 here. But look how that blade is allowing me to add beautiful... It's lifting the colour off. Even if that was dry, I could still go in and wash off with that blade. All it needs is a bit of moisture.
But this is also a testament to the paper, is it not?
It's a good paper as well, yeah, absolutely. So it's the recipe. So it's all included.
So the paper with the brushes as well, it's just a recipe for success.
It's a good combination, and everyone likes to paint good skies. Watercolour is the perfect medium for skies. It suits the softness, the way the paint spreads. But look how nice you can... If I just get that brush and give it a nice...
Just gives it depth.
We can do slow motion on the craft store, look at that.
Of course we can.
Big budget stuff.
Oh.
So it really drags out. And if you think, well, that looks a bit like a line there, it's a bit of a line over this side. It's a bit like a football shape, Mr. Palmer. How do you cure it? Well, you can go back in and you can use this brush as a blender as well because of the shape of it. So you can just go in and give that a bit of a... And it sort of drags out that line and makes it look like a gradual... But you've all seen the sun go down and it illuminates the bottom of those clouds. And that's what we're trying to capture here. So having a look around the studio, I mean, you'll see all the beautiful paintings that feature similar skies. Let's leave that to dry. We'll come back to it shortly.
Right, and while we leave that to dry, let me show you the paintings first. Let me show you what you can do, and then we will break down the budget that we've got. Break down the deal that we've got, and we'll put them into small little budgets for you as well, because it is an amazing deal that we've got. But you can now do these beautiful sort of skies, these dark nights, these stormy clouds that you've got there. And as Matthew's just done that, there's no scenery in that picture that Matthew's just done, but already you can see the depth. You can see sitting on that balcony over in wherever you want to be honest, on this one is what you're looking at on this. But then you've got those beautiful daytimes. These are also on the DVD as well, so you can do those beautiful daytime sceneries that you've got there. And once you start sort of getting the knack, as it were, of all of these, you start mixing and matching. So you take that little bit of the night that you've already got, then you turn it into day, and then you add it into that picture that you've already done, that little snow scene that Matthew taught us, with that little robin, that post box. We think, well, now I can use those brushes and sort of really adapt into that. Maybe you're going to do that Sunday tutorial course with our Matthew, watercolour.tv, that you've got there. So you can then take all that and then add that into your pictures. But I think a sky really does make a picture. It really adds something to the picture that you would never have had before anywhere else. Look how beautiful these pictures are all together that you've got. Absolutely stunning. Right then, let's go through the deal itself. Let's start with the brushes that we've got. Now remember, you can buy them individually. £19.99 is what you're looking at for these ones. The details for those are at the bottom of the screen at the moment. So £19.99 for the brushes on their own. But they're a TV launch, never been seen before on TV. But your first flexible payment is the same as what you're getting the brushes for. So that first flexible payment is basically giving you the brushes. But then I can make that even better. So you've got the brushes that are made with a perfect sky and clouds that you're going to need for. Then we move on to the DVD. Was just made for this bundle. So it wasn't a generic DVD that's been put out everywhere. It was made just for this bundle. It was made just for us here at the craft store. Now, you won't find it anywhere else. You won't be able to buy it anywhere else. Once it's gone, it's gone. It's a one-run print. So once you've got this, you've got it. You've got on there 36 minutes of goodness. 36 minutes of pure sky. 3 skies is what you've got on. And it takes you through all the stormy clouds, to the daytime clouds that I was talking about, to those nighttime skies, and then you've got everything in between. But it is literally looking like over Matthew's shoulder. So it's like being at one of those masterclasses. So you can watch it, you can rewind it back, go in and have a little practice that you've got there as well on this. From there, from your DVD, we've then got the 3 colours. The 3, and we're also talking about the brand new white that we've got here as well. So you've got that brand new white colour that you wouldn't have seen before. It only launched just before Christmas is what you're getting. 247235 is the item numbers. Then you've got your natural skin tone dark in there. So once again, start adding these. Then you've got your greens for the fields and your orchards that you're going to go down on this as well. From that, you've then also got your 5 papers. You've got your 5 big papers that we've got in there. Now, if you do what Matthew does, cut it in half, you're going to get 10 sheets rather than the 5 that you've got. Maybe cut it down even smaller if you're just practicing, you want to have a go with your clouds, because you are getting that smaller brush. But for these, for your paper and your paint, it works out to be like £9 something. So it works out to be £9.86, £9.86 today, because your brushes are 20, bar a penny, your DVD's 10. So 20, 10, 30. So that's £30 just for these. So this is £9.86. You've already got a £22 saving. A third of the stock now has already gone. I don't know if we'll have more of this either. I generally don't. I don't know if it's a case of once it's gone, it has gone. Very busy. 247235 is your item number that you are looking at in the beautiful big bundle that we've got here. £22 saving should be £61.86. Something else that you may want to go for are the fan brushes. Now, I know who is a fan of these brushes. Janice absolutely adore them. Really, really does. She loves doing her trees. Absolutely. That's all I've seen for the last 3 weeks. 3 weeks. And I know Matthew's seen it as well, because he commented the other day on one. That's all I ever see on Janice's Facebook page now. It's because she loves doing them.
She's got the book.
She could, but it's not that Janice is amazing anyway at painting, but it's down to the brushes. No, Janice is amazing at everything she does. She really, really is. But you know what I mean? But it's down to the brushes that make it quick and easy. And she goes, oh, I'll just do another trick. And that's what she does. And she knocks them out. And they're stunning. Every one looks like a piece of art.
Lovely.
There you go. Great. That's what Matthew thinks of.
That's all I've got to say.
16.
Less is more.
£16. He thinks they're all right, I'm guessing.
They're beautiful.
£16.99. 655.
That's a good price on them brushes, by the way.
It is. Works £5.60 a brush.
It's a good price.
Good price. He don't say much for what he says. Gold. £16.99. At 655-836 is your item number. Then we've got your pick and mix. Now, your pick and mix paints in these, they're full tubes that we're looking at. Now, normally, at this point, and I'm going to do it now, I asked Matthew to pick any 3, and they're the 3 that sell out first. So, I'll buy. What would you like? You've got 3 to choose from.
OK. You want, if you're new to painting, you want to go for your 3 primaries. So, the ones I've just used, natural blue, natural yellow light, and natural red. That's your 3 primary colours. If you've got 3 primary colours, go for something a wee bit different. Go for natural grey, because natural grey is a keeping up, Alan. Natural grey. Well done.
Oh, is that natural brown?
This is a bit like some.
Oh, that's natural brown. Where's natural grey?
It's like the Krypton factor.
It's all right. No one else.
Natural grey is a beautiful colour as well.
You understand that?
Which is the kind of ready-made shadow colour.
Grey's not on there.
Is it not?
No. But it's on the pick and mix.
It's available. It's available.
That's natural green, natural grey. Oh, there's natural grey. Is that natural grey? Where is it? Where are we looking at? There's natural grey. The purple. So your natural grey that you've got there.
So, yeah, if you're new to painting, then you want to go for your primary colours, which is yellow, which is natural blue, natural yellow, light, and natural red. That's perfect. Great addition to your one-day special. Now, I bet quite a few of you have got those primary colours already, so why not go for something a little bit different? And of course, the one-day special does have something different in there with the white, the skin tone, and the green. But in addition to that, why not go for something like natural orange, great for sunsets. Beautiful, beautiful colour for painting in the autumn tones as well. Or maybe you want to go for natural turquoise. That is the colour of the sea. That is the seascape colour. So go for turquoise, go for orange, and the special one, the one that shines out of that entire range without a doubt, because it's the most common one, is natural, wait for it, grey. Natural grey is the one that is, look at that, on cue. Natural grey is the colour of shadows. So if you look around the studio at the back of where we're stood, lots of grey shadows. I've got a grey shadow under the chin. I've almost got two, but not quite. So, yeah, you see? Pretty grey, pretty natural grey. It's the perfect colour, perfect colour.
Like Bruce Forsyth, good guy, good guy. £16.98. If you jump to the website, they're all on there as well. You've got all your natural green light on there, you've got your green, you've got your natural red. Now, you know all the colours there's there. Choosing any three for £16.98 is what you were looking at on this one, worth having a little go. So, we've let it dry. What do we do next? So we've done the wash, we've put some clouds in, we've used a 5p to do the sun. That's how he makes his money, every time he comes. Puts it in a love pot. So, where are we up to next?
I used to use pound coin, but I used to use a pound coin, but they changed shape of the swines. It's actually a penny because times are hard. So right, what we're going to, if you're feeling flush, £2 coin.
Oh,
beautiful,
big sun, big
that'd
moon.
be good for your creepy moons. That like this one over there. That one. Okay, so it's nice and dry. So that was an example of the sky. I just love how easy it is, folks. Don't be afraid to try this. It is such a wonderful thing to have. So if you're new to painting, these brushes make perfect sense to introduce into your painting box. So I want to show you how they're not just about, you know, skies and clouds, because I want to paint a bit of a silhouette down here at the bottom, and for this I'm going to use the smaller brush.
Okay.
So we'll grab the smaller brush, and we're going to mix the dark skin tone, which is in the one day special, with some blue, which is a standard blue. It might be a blue that you've already got, or it might be a blue from the pick and mix. Natural blue is the colour what I've just used here, so blue's pretty standard stuff really. Of course, natural blue is a slightly brighter blue. And I'm going to use this brush, and I'm going to bend the brush slightly up so it kind of goes a little bit like that kind of thing, so it makes the bristles go a little bit splayed out. Remember that special shape of the brush, and you get that nice blade. It's basically a perfect replica, just a smaller in scale of the larger one. I've got the kitchen paper here in case I start crying. It's quite emotional to be back after Christmas.
Is this your first time back?
It is, yeah.
Ah.
Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, Happy Easter.
Happy Valentine's, actually.
Have a good Valentine's.
And if we use this brush here, and we slightly stroke the brush to the side, look how I'm using the blade part of the brush. Now, if you're thinking he's painting a telegraph pole, you'd be wrong.
Palm tree.
Palm tree. I told you these shows were scripted, didn't I? We're going to bring it over.
Don't tell him that.
Bring it over, and then we'll do the same one again. We like a good palmer tree, we do.
Happy
Copyright Mr. Palmer. But that bit of a tap on kitchen paper using the blade of the brush makes that nice kind of textured. And we'll bring that up and we'll get a nice curve to it.
Look at that.
But it like catches the sun. Now if you want to make it look a little bit crisper, that's when you can utilise, look at that brush on the side. It looks like a normal size 8 brush or a size 6 brush. It's such a beautiful thing that you can make use of the point of the brush. So I'm just going to sharpen up that edge a little bit down here.
Okay.
It's like a normal paintbrush. And if there's one thing I've learnt in life, that you need to make sure that you don't forget your coconuts, okay?
No, never forget your coconuts.
I'm a bit worried about putting them in now, actually. I think we'll put them in later. I think that's probably a sensible idea. I think we'll paint in the fronds first.
Okay, let's do the fronds.
Now, natural green. Greens are colours. What's the big finale of the coconuts?
That's what they all say.
if you've got a smart speaker, should we wind up the smart speakers at home?
Yeah, go on, do it.
Shall we?
Yeah, go on.
Alexa, play I've Got a Lovely Bunch of Coconuts. I'll be impressed if that actually works.
If it did work, please email me.
Yes,
We've got another 20 minutes, studio@thecraftstore.com. If your Alexa's just gone off, Alexa, play I've Got a Lovely Bunch of Coconuts. Hello, OK, Google. Play I've Got a Lovely Bunch of Coconuts. Let's do them all. Hey, Siri, play I've Got a Lovely Bunch of Coconuts.
Back to the fronds. Back to the fronds. Back to the fronds. Happy days. Happy days. Now what we'll do here is we'll use the green. Now greens are quite interesting because greens are colours that are very hard to get looking right. So we're going to paint the line across the top, and then we're going to use the blade of the brush. Look at that. It makes the fronds or
It just makes it easier.
It does. I think that Janice is going to have a great time with these brushes.
Oh, I think she will as well. I think we're going to start getting
Facebook's
palm trees now.
It's going to be buzzing. Bring it in. Global warming, that's what this is. Global warming. This is actually Peterborough, this.
Is it?
In about 1,000 years' time.
Oh, I was going to say.
Yeah,
That's like the car park. That was a conifer till our security guard started cutting it down.
But it's very easy to do these, and the green is perfect. It's designed to replicate nature.
But this is where your pictures really start coming to life. So these are not just your sky and clouds brushes. These are now sort of your brushes for your little bits of detail when you want to do those little fine ferns and your stems and your trees
Yeah,
and
if
things.
you think of ferns in a woodland, I mean, that's ideal, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just in different contexts, you know? So let's just pop this, let's put the fronds on here. And we'll just get those coming through there, looking good. Again, you can just go back in and you can just kind of, because watercolour's transparent and because this brush is nice and pointy, you can just say, well, actually I need to get a bit more refinement on my fronds, you know, something you've always thought in life, but you can do it and you can just bring it in and you can do smaller ones, and it's just a nice thing to do. Now there's a couple of lonely palm trees there. Coconuts, they're going to be quite small to be fair on this one, so I'm just going to use the tip of the brush just to paint in a couple of coconuts there. That one's called Winston, maybe. So we'll have that one. Bring that in.
Just the one.
Well, there's three, but you can't see the other ones. They're hidden behind the fronds.
Oh, okay.
Now, that really wants just a couple of moments to dry. We'll come back to it, and then we're going to do a bit of sea. Bit of sea and a bit of distant landscape, yeah? All right.
Let's do it. Let's do it now. We're very busy for the one-day special. You can sort of see why that you're getting on this well. There's a lot of people watching. We all do. We all stop everything when Matthew's painting because you're like, oh, it's a black white piece of card now. He's turned it into a beautiful picture. But it is. But you can do this as well. And this is the joy. You can do this, and we do it all in real time. So you can watch these shows back when you're getting brushes home, when you get your pick and mix of your paint home. Maybe you've already got paint at home, but you won't have these brushes. You can attempt this, and it may look something like it, but when you get the brushes, it's going to make it easier. It's just going to flow. And not only are you getting your brushes on their own worth £20, bar a penny, what's a penny between friends, that you're looking at on this one, you are also going to get that DVD to do those 3 landscapes that you've got in there. So you're not even on your own. You haven't even got to remember what Matthew did, because it's all there in that 36 minutes, a DVD that you get, that was made just for this show. So this wasn't just made and they've had it in the back catalogue for a while, it was made just for this one-day special. So once it's gone, this one-day special is over tomorrow at 6 o'clock, the DVD will be gone as well. No doubt it will not be back again. So that is £30 on its own. So you are looking at £30 for the set of brushes and also the DVD. So that makes £9.86 for your 3 tubes of your watercolour paints and also your watercolour cardstock, your paper pack that you're getting here, 300 GSM. It is that beautiful cotton. It holds the water for longer, which just means you haven't got to rush. You can take your time. You can enjoy the process. You haven't got to keep dousing it with water and giving it a spritz here and a spritz there. It's going to hold that water for a lot longer, so that means you can do more with it. And your work will just naturally flow. And if you've ever tried watercolour and you're not using the right cardstock, and Matthew will tell me if I'm wrong, that if you do use the wrong cardstock and the wrong sort of paper, you get them harsh lines where you try and do a wash, but everything just stops dead.
Yeah, it kind of stains the paper, so like a you said inferior, but it's true, but an inferior watercolour paper, you put it on and it dries and it stains. It doesn't move like this does. I mean, this can be washed off with the brushes, you know, in the water and everything, and that is what makes the difference. Paper is the one thing that you really want to sort of, you know, just get that bit extra out of, and this is the perfect one for you.
And it is artist quality is what we're talking about as well. Matthew doesn't just put his name on anything. So it's hard. Now, well over a third of the stock now has already gone in the first live hour. Our Catherine will be here at 8 o'clock to do another live hour, but already a third of the stock has gone this hour. Now, don't forget about the pick and mix as well. The details for that are at the bottom of the screen that you're looking at there. Loads of colourways for you to choose from on this one. I sort of put them in sets of 3 for you. So you've got your primary colours if you're just starting out, and you may want to go, because once you've got your primaries, you can sort of make your any other colours as well. And if you want to do sort of your skies and things, you've got your beautiful oranges in there, and your shadowy grey. It sounds like Farrell and Ball paint. That you've got £16.98. Now, your SAA membership that we're looking at is a brand new website, as you all know. So it's slightly different on this one. So scroll down. You don't scroll to the bottom and go to description anymore. You can read the description. It's all there. It's the second bullet point down. You're looking for the fickle finger of fate. There is the fickle finger of fate. Click here for the not that. There it is. Fickle finger. Go for the fickle finger and click it. Once you've clicked it, that will now open up a brand new world. It will open up a whole new world, is what it will open, because this is where you're going to get your freebies of £45 worth of freebies. Which means, if my maths is correct, you're joining the SAA for free. You are not paying anything, because what they're sending to you, well, actually, they're gifting you £5 on top of that. So in theory, they're paying you to join the SAA.
Yeah, because you get a £5 in the form of a voucher to spend in the catalogue.
So in theory, now the SAA are paying you to become members. Times are hard, friends are few. Thank you, SAA. I'm liking this. We carry on. I might make more money out of this as we're going on. Right then. It's worth it. The first thing about that though, join twice, you might get even more. Right then, what are we up to?
It's an investment in your painting future, is the SAA. It keeps the paint flowing, keeps it flowing through your veins, quite important. Nice and dry. I just want to wrap this one up by popping in some distance. Let's take a little bit of masking tape. I mean, this is just normal off-the-shelf stuff. Remove stickiness, and then we're going to pop this about a quarter up, give or take, probably about there. Stick that on. The background's nice and dry. And then I'm going to use the small brush, which I've said for many years a size 6 brush is my go-to off-the-shelf watercolour brush that I use every day for all the detail. Well, what we've got here is pretty much... It's somewhere between a 6 and a 8. They don't actually make a size 7 brush, but we've got one here. Oh. It's a pointy brush, but on the side it's got that nice slope for doing things like the clouds and, of course, the beautiful palm trees. Let's dilute the colour that we've just used to paint, just adding water, to paint the trunks and the coconut. So adding water to the colour, which makes it thinner, which reveals more of the background colour. Got the kitchen paper, which is always good. Give it a bit of a tap so it removes the excess. And I can use this beautiful point of this brush, you can see just how nice and pointy it is, to paint in some Caribbean or Hawaiian mountains, volcanoes, whatever they are. You know what I mean, don't you?
I know, yeah.
Canary Islands, Forteventura, all that kind of thing.
Oh,
pop those in. This is brightening up your February evening.
Well, it looks like the dunes just north of Coroleco in Forteventura.
There you go. So that's exactly where I was thinking when I was doing this.
It's nice of that. It's where I used to work. I worked there for years.
Clean the brush, wipe it on tissue a few times. So look how you can get clean edges as well. Is texture and clouds. And let's just go a little bit dark with the colour, so it's the blue and skin tone together. We'll make that nice dark colour. Or you can use natural grey if you've got natural grey from the pick and mix. And what we're going to do here is we're going to use the point of the brush. I'm going to paint in some distant stuff, a few bars, a few cocktail bars.
I'm going to have to read the email out. Who's the email from?
I can see.
Thank you, Donna. Donna and Annabelle have emailed in. Myself and Matthew heard it exactly at the same time. Her Alexa's just started playing Tonight's Going to Be a Good Night. Now, I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. Well, tonight's going to be a good night if you get your one-day special, bringing it back.
Scripted.
It's not. Nothing's scripted. Nothing is scripted.
improv. It's like, whose line is it anyway?
Oh, I used to love that.
We're just going to pop a little bit of shadow in here. So on the opposite side to the sun, I'm popping these little bits of darkness. Clean brush, clean the brush, wipe it on the tissue a few times. So it's a damp brush, and then you can reactivate the paint because it's good paper, good paint, but the brushes have got that bristle that allows you to reactivate colour. And look how that gives a bit of tonal work to those hills, Caribbean, Hawaiian volcanic things. And then we'll take the tape off nice and steady. So you've got your distant hills, if you like, and then we'll just pop a little bit C. Again, I'm going to use blue for this. So pop a little bit of blue in there. I'm just going to introduce a little bit of that dark skin that's in the One Day Special, and then I want to use the point of the brush again and paint in a reflection of that to make it look more like water. So little horizontal lines would work really well. So little horizontal lines. This is all done with a small brush. So you can see that nice reflection. Now, let's not forget, in the One Day Special, we've got the new white.
Oh, yeah, the white.
We've not seen it yet. That'd be perfect. But pop some light in this picture and in the clouds. Let's do that. Let's do that next. Let's take some white and we'll pop a blob in here. Now, white, I've been working very close with the guys at the SAA to develop this white paint because I wanted white that's easy to paint with and stays opaque, because if you take a standard white paint or white acrylic or white gouache, which is a famous one that people use, it's very thick and heavy. So as soon as you dilute it, it disappears. It goes on okay, but it disappears when it dries. This has a property that allows it to be easy to paint with, as it's nice and fluid, but you can use it in a way where it's very, very thick as well, and it will stay opaque. That's what's special about it. So here, I don't know whether this will come across because it's white, but we're going to pop some little horizontal lines.
Yeah, we can see that.
Can you see that okay? So I'll pop some white there, and that's going to create the reflection of the beautiful. And it's got a slight, it's a warm white. What I mean by that, it's got a bit of yellow in it, so it's not pure white. Watercolour paper, a good paper like this, is not pure white. It's got that little off, so it matches the paper. So if you want to paint a sheep in a field or something like that, then it will look as though it's the white paper, which is quite nice. So a nice bit of white. And also, let's shoot up to the old clouds here, and let's just pop some little highlights. Let's pop a little white highlight coming in here, look, which I often do in my sky with the brush.